What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku got fire dragon slayer Quirk and had a massive harem. What if Izuku met Igneel, who appeared in his dream? What if he trained under him and became a dragon slayer? This is the story of the Fire King Dragon Slayer hero. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author, Tryhard777 for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. No one is born equal in this world. This is fate, particularly in this society where a certain event shook the whole world by storm. It all began in the place of China, where the first occurrence of superpower was discovered that gave way to the new era of heroes. In this day and age, 80% of the general population had been gifted by this extraordinary ability that people called quirks. Those people acquired fame, money, and glory, while the unfortunate 20% received nothing but ridicule. This is experienced by one young boy whose childhood dream was to be a hero like a person he admired the most. It was the number one hero and the symbol of peace, All Might. He smiled even in the face of danger, giving hope to those watching. He's a man whose power was unmatched that made Villian rise after the heroes had cowered in fear by his name alone. The young boy named Izuku Midoriya, the moment his fate had been sealed where he would be nothing more than a quirkless child, cried his heart out. His childhood dream had been squashed before he had the chance to get them. In the end, for the rest of his life, it had been hell where every time he got home would always have bruises and his mother, Inko Midoriya, unable to do anything. However, fate has another thing coming as a lingering soul finds itself looking through the eyes of the young boy, finding it rather unpleasant. Why does everyone have to gain a quirk while I don't? It's so unfair. The young boy's voice echoed through his dreamscape, filled with frustration and bitterness. He shouted into the void, convinced that his cries of anger and despair would go unheard. A quirk, eh? Sounds like something similar to magic. A booming voice resonated through the dreamscape, filled with a mix of curiosity and amusement. How's it similar to Magi? He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, a chill running down his spine as he realized he wasn't alone. His eyes darted around the room, searching for the presence that had interrupted his thoughts. Who said that? He stuttered, his voice trembling as he shuddered to his core. He had never expected that someone would respond, and the sudden intrusion left him feeling exposed and vulnerable. I did. Suddenly, flames erupted, engulfing the entire area and sending a wave of fear crashing over Izuku. His heart pounded as he sensed a presence behind him. Trembling, he turned around, and his eyes widened to their limits at the sight before him. It was a gigantic dragon whose bodily majority is covered with dark red scales. Dragon's lower body, specifically his stomach, the inner portions of his long tail and legs, are beige in color. Igneel also has noticeable scars on his stomach and neck, with the largest one, which is X-shaped, located around the center of his body. His back has numerous black spikes, reaching down from the back to the end of his tail. The dragon has a triangular head with horns, a pair of large round eyes with yellow sclera which are seen as glowing, obscuring his dark round pupils, and a sharp horn pointing upwards just above his nose. He also sports very sharp canine teeth and has claws with long, sharp red nails. Igneel's large bony wings resemble a bat's, with rippled tips. Additionally, Igneel has 4 limbs having upright bipedal stature. Dr. Drive. Izuku stuttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes, I am a dragon. The creature responded, its deep voice reverberating through the air. Izuku's expression transformed from terror to awe in an instant. Awesome. Even though this is a dream, it's still so cool. He exclaimed, his fear momentarily forgotten. The dragon couldn't help but sweat drop at the boy's sudden shift in attitude. As much as I would like to keep talking, it's time for you to wake up. But before you do, I need you to listen carefully. The dragon's tone became serious, and Izuku, though confused, nodded and paid close attention. When you wake up, go to your mother. Both of you sit down, hold hands, and close your eyes. It will all make sense when you do it. Before Izuku could ask any questions, a blinding light enveloped him, and he woke with a jolt, the dragon's words still echoing in his mind. At the moment, Izuku's mom, Inko Midoriya, was busy preparing breakfast for her and Izuku. She still remembered what she said to him a few nights ago. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. Why did I say that? She thought to herself. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. She was just about to go wake up her son when he burst into the room. Mommy, he shouted. Come quick. Her maternal instincts kicked in, and she rushed to her son's side to see what was wrong. What is it, Izuku? She asked, her voice filled with worry. Just follow me. The two of them went to the couch, and Izuku told his mom what to do. She was confused but went along with it anyway. For a moment, nothing happened. Izuku, what is going? She stopped when she opened her eyes. There was nothing but pitch black surrounding her and Izuku. Before she could ask, Izuku called out. Okay, we're both here. She opened her mouth to ask what was going on when suddenly, a massive swirl of flames spiraled around them. When the flames died down, their surroundings had changed. They were now standing in a volcanic wasteland with lava and volcanoes everywhere they looked. The extreme heat was palpable on their skin. Inko clutched Izuku's hand tightly, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Izuku, what is this place? She whispered, her voice trembling. Before Izuku could respond, a familiar booming voice echoed around them. This is what you call a dreamscape. The dragon's voice announced, as it emerged from the flames, its massive form towering over them. Inko turned around and came face to face with the same dragon that Izuku had encountered. Before she could scream, the dragon stopped her. There is no need to panic. I'm not here to harm you or your hatchling. Hatchling? Inko asked, before realizing he was referring to her son. So you're not going to harm us? Don't worry, I'm not that kind of dragon. I was simply resting in the afterlife when I suddenly saw a bright light. Next thing I know, I'm in this boy's body. To say Inko was surprised would have been an understatement. How is that even possible? Maybe it has something to do with Dad. Izuku suggested, drawing confused looks from both Inko and the dragon. Then it hit Inko. Your father's quirk. The ability to breathe fire. Like a dragon. The lizard said, seeing as it somehow made sense. How interesting. Inko turned her attention back to the dragon. Who are you? The dragon stood up tall and proudly before speaking. I am Igneel, the king of the fire dragons. The mother-son duo were stunned. A dragon king. They thought simultaneously. Igneel decided to ask them a question of his own. So tell me, what is a quirk exactly? Inko then went on to explain how 80% of the world's population had some uncanny abilities called quirks, which gave them superpowers. Some went on to be heroes, while others became villains. She explained how Izuku was one of the 20% who never got a quirk, even though both of his parents had one. Igneel listened intently, his fiery eyes gleaming with curiosity. How fascinating. It is similar to our world where the majority are gifted with magic and rarely anyone wouldn't be able to use them. Though, non-magic users are not discriminated against like quirkless that you call them. Yes. Inko nodded. My baby boy is one of the few who was born without it, crushing his dream of becoming a hero. Izuku looked down, feeling a mix of emotions as his mother spoke. Igneel noticed this and lowered his massive head to be level with the boy. Do not be disheartened, young one. The absence of a quirk does not diminish your worth. If anything, it makes you unique in this world. And now, with my presence within you, you may find that you may gain abilities unlike any other. Izuku's eyes widened with hope. You mean? I could have powers like a dragon? Igneel nodded solemnly. Before that, let me tell you about my world to better understand what I said when I heard about quirks. Igneel began to give a brief summary of his world, surprising the mother and son pair with the latter's eyes widening in excitement. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked. Wow, would it be possible for me to learn magic? Inko was about to answer, saying it was impossible, but Igneel spoke first. Yes. I've sensed that there's an abundance of Ethernano within your world that hasn't been used. Inko couldn't help but feel astonished once again. How is that possible? Are you confident it will be fine? She asked. I am not. Igneel plainly answered, considering he doesn't know the precaution of what would happen if the boy learned magic. That is why the decision is yours. Igneel answered, his wise gaze fixed on Inko. While Inko contemplated the decision, she couldn't shake the weight of responsibility that came with it. The thought of endangering her son weighed heavily on her mind. However, the possibility of Izuku gaining the power to fulfill his dream was something that wouldn't come along often. After a moment of silence, Inko looked up, determination shining in her eyes. I trust you, Igneel-san. I trust that you will guide Izuku safely on this path. Igneel nodded in understanding. I will do everything in my power to ensure his safety and help him unlock his full potential. Inko nodded and Izuku finally was able to join in. What kind of magic will you teach me? He asked, and Igneel chuckled at the enthusiasm of the boy, reminding of his son. Then I will teach you a brand of magic meant for taking down dragons. It's called Dragon Slayer magic. Izuku's heart raced with anticipation, and Inko was simply astounded by the turn of events. There is one side effect though. Igneel added. They listened closely. Motion sickness. Meaning that even a simple wagon will make him want to vomit. Inko made a mental note to visit the doctor to get medicine for that. Is there anything else? She asked him. Yes, by being a fire dragon slayer, he will gain the same abilities of an actual dragon. That includes immunity to fire, the ability to eat fire to power up an attack with, as well as enhanced senses of smell, hearing, eyesight, speed, strength, reflexes, durability, and endurance. Finally, he will be able to engulf himself in fire without being harmed. So, I would recommend some fireproof clothes. When can I start? Izuku asked with impatience. Igneel simply smirked. Whenever you're ready. And with those words, the journey of Izuku Midoriya, the world's very first fire dragon slayer, officially began. Soon after, exactly 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Izuku had been training diligently under the guidance of Igneel, who taught him how to absorb the ether nano in the atmosphere through meditation. Slowly but surely, Izuku learned to utilize ether nano, showing remarkable intelligence and adaptability, qualities that made Igneel regard him as a prodigy. Izuku's talent and combat skills grew significantly, far surpassing expectations. Under Igneel's tutelage, he developed a unique fighting style, blending the power of fire dragon slayer magic with advanced martial arts techniques. Izuku had also been enrolled in a martial arts dojo, training rigorously even without a quirk, and mastering everything they taught him. His progress was impressive. According to Igneel, if Izuku and Natsu, his fellow dragon brother, fought at the same age, Izuku would have the edge. However, Igneel also noted that Natsu had a unique ability to grow stronger as he fought, making any battle between them unpredictable. Under the watchful guidance of Igneel, Izuku embarked on a rigorous training regimen unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Each day was filled with challenges, from mastering control over his newfound abilities to honing his combat skills against formidable opponents, conjured by Igneel's magic. Inko stood by her son's side every step of the way, offering words of encouragement and unwavering support. She watched with pride as Izuku pushed himself to the limit, determined to become the hero he had always dreamed of being. As weeks turned into months, Izuku's progress was nothing short of remarkable. His mastery over fire dragon slayer magic grew stronger with each passing day, and he soon found himself capable of feats that once seemed impossible. But along with his newfound power came greater challenges. Izuku faced trials that tested not only his strength and skill, but also his courage and determination. Yet, through perseverance and sheer force of will, he overcame each obstacle, emerging stronger and more determined than ever before. And as Izuku continued to grow and evolve, so too did his bond with Igneel. The dragon became more than just a mentor. He became a trusted friend, ally and father figure, guiding Izuku not only in the ways of magic, but also in the ways of life. Though it was likely due to Izuku being the only one who had access to the near-endless amount of ether nano in the surrounding area, he almost became a central conduit after prolonged exposure to it. This vast reservoir of magical energy significantly accelerated his growth and mastery of Dragon Slayer magic, giving him an edge that even Natsu couldn't match. However, this power came with a potential cost. Izuku learned that, unlike Natsu, he might actually become a dragon. The differences between the magical systems of his world and Earthland posed unique challenges. Igneel, aware of this transformation risk, had been working tirelessly to slow down the process and find a solution. Igneel Tusan. Izuku asked one evening during their meditation, starting to call Igneel father to warm the non-existing heart of the Fire Dragon King. What exactly will happen if I turn into a dragon? Igneel's fiery eyes softened with a hint of concern. If you turn into a dragon, you may lose your humanity, Izuku. Your mind and spirit could be consumed by the dragon within you. We must avoid it. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. What can we do to prevent it? We need to find a way to balance the ether nano within you. Igneel explained. Your body must adapt to the immense power without succumbing to it. Until we find a permanent solution, I will continue to slow the transformation. It is crucial that you remain vigilant and continue your training. With this new understanding, Izuku redoubled his efforts. He trained harder, pushing his limits while maintaining a delicate balance within himself. He also devoted time to researching and understanding the magical systems of both worlds, seeking any clues that might help him control the dragon within. Not only Izuku the one working hard, but also his mother who had been motivated to pursue her dream, using the child support that her ex-husband had been providing them with. She started working as a model in the fashion company that her friend Mitsuri worked on and gathered enough money to open a restaurant that blew up, giving a stable finance to be used in investing in Izuku's growth. And because of Mitsuri's influence, she retained her youthful appearance through rigorous exercise and healthy diet, along with motivation through her son who showed unwavering perseverance. Present day. Aldera Junior High School. Inside in an ordinary high school where they sat down in their chairs quietly waiting for their teacher was a young man tall for his age with a body that makes anyone ashamed, showing the hard work built through the years, busily writing complicated formulas. He had a perfect body, neither bulky nor thin, showing individual muscle that was hidden under his clothes. His messy green hair and sharp eyes made him appear fierce, yet a sense of calmness was exuding from him. He also had a scarf wrapped around his neck. His name is Izuku Midoriya and he had a dream. The scarf was similar to his brother as a memento and gift from Igneel, having requested Inko to make it for Izuku. After connecting to Inko, Igneel was able to appear in her mind, allowing the two to chat about Izuku in private. The young man went from a weak scared baby man into Chad energy that stole any woman's heart. He had learned to lessen his view of heroes from the training, opting to view the world realistically. His life has been tough, but his change allowed him to lessen the problem and even caught the attention of many female students, much to the male student. They are unable to defeat him even with their quirk that only made their hatred burn higher. He was too skilled of a fighter that was able to exploit the arrogance and their recklessness to his advantage. Additionally, being Dragon Slayer or partially a dragon can intimidate weaker individuals by pressure alone. Not to mention, he exudes a certain scent that attracts mates, something that shouldn't be possible if it weren't for his rapid growth and difference in magic system. It is similar to how computer language has a different flow, but has a similar foundation. You all are in the 3rd grade, you all should take your future seriously. The teacher came in announcing their graduation from junior high school. Izuku ignored them and focused more on his research than joining into hypocrites that would turn a blind eye, always biased when it comes to anyone beside Izuku. Every time he is challenged and retaliated always faces ridicule. Izuku ignored them and due to his skills, none had tried to bully him, opting to go to weaker students and being a hero that he dreamt of always interfering and gaining quite the backing from weaker students. From his experience of the world through the weak and ridicule shine a new light in his eyes. He did not only aim to be a hero, but the one who will help others to be better. Izuku doesn't even need to use his magic and can beat them through his experience in combat. Who am I kidding, all of you want to be a hero. Everyone roared in excitement that made Izuku raise his brow. In the past, his self-esteem had been squashed by the world, but this only tempered him and turned him into someone unrecognizable, all thanks to his father figure. All of these people only wish fame, money, and glory. Though to ridicule them is hypocritical. He thought inwardly since everyone needs money and heroes are ordinary people who need food to get paid to survive. However, these soon-to-be heroes had their ego fed with nothing but praise that they were doomed to fail. Unlike them, Izuku had learned the hard truth of heroes where there would be death and sacrifice to save others. He was not naive and learned this through the masters that taught him. Never be naive and know when to act. Bear the consequence and stand firmly. Those were the words from one of his masters. If he had a choice to save one life to 1,000, then he would bear the sins to kill one to save the 1,000. This also applied to his mother that if she were in danger then he wouldn't hesitate to save her. Selfish? Yes. Izuku would bear it and stand firmly unlike these children that once faced with reality, would crumble and fall. There's nothing selfish about it, Izuku. A voice echoed through his mind and it was none other than Igneel. I know, but my heart still finds it difficult to make the decision. Being a hero means I've accepted the role of saving as many as I can. Izuku was hard on himself, and even how much you try to justify it still feels wrong. Remember, Izuku. You're not alone. I know your friends will surely be there to help you through those hard decisions. Igneel mentioned the friends that Izuku had over the years. You alright? A female voice came and turned to see a small green-furred cat sitting next to him named Mizuna. In the past, when he was 6 years old and found her lost in the forest wounded where he brought to his home to be nursed back to health. They found out from Igneel that she was an exceed from a parallel world of Earthland and Adolas. It's a mystery how she was able to arrive on Earth, but regardless she was adopted by Inko naming her Mizuna Midoriya. She was the same age as Izuku and grew up with him treating each other as siblings, though Mizuna developed a crush on Izuku due to the things he had done. Mizuna had no memories, except the time she was saved by Izuku. She only learned of her origin through Izuku rallying the information given by Igneel. People on Earth only think that Mizuna is a mutant-type quirk and didn't think much of it. She can summon wings and use Ether Nano. Igneel finds it unfortunately he doesn't know transformation magic. I'm fine, Zuna. Just got talking to Igneel too-san. Izuku said to her and Mizuna's face softened. Don't place me with this extra, teach. A young woman with a loud mouth placed her above the table that the teacher let her be, since her quirk was the strongest among the students. She was Katsumi Bakugo, a childhood friend of Izuku and love rival to Mizuna, since she has a crush on Izuku ever since he beat her and put some sense when she was having a superiority complex, saving her from being corrupted by people who shower her with praise. Except Deku, no one else is worth mentioning. But I'll be number one and not you Deku. Even though she isn't the same bully as before still acts arrogant and shows off. Her personality remains crude, arrogant, short-tempered, and aggressive. She sees Izuku in terms of following their dream as her rival. Don't get your hopes up. You would never know. Izuku playfully said to her. TSK. Just make sure to not disappoint, Deku. Katsumi smirks when hearing this, having both incredible abilities. Same here, Kaken. Both had smiles showing their friendly rivalry with each other. The day had passed and their class ended relatively early. Izuku, Mizuna and Katsumi were about to head home when a hand blocked the former's eyes that made him smile. Guess who? A young woman's voice could be heard that he had been far too familiar to forget about it. Itsuka-san, I know that's you. Izuku regained her vision looking at a young girl with a long orange hair that was a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs are split into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair sticks up in large tufts at the top of her head. Itsuka Kendo, a fellow disciple from one of the dojos that he had trained that became a childhood friend of his. Unbeknownst to Izuku, she had long developed an attraction to him due to his perseverance and hard work to be better. He has powerful ability but still strive to do better and explore other areas to make sure he wouldn't have any weakness. Though, his motion sickness remains even though he tries to fix it. This is the reason why he had Mizuna at all times to get home. Why are you here, Ginger? Kitsumi angrily said, even though she acts this way still considers Kendo as a valued friend since she also joined in their training sometimes. Still a firecracker, huh? Kakin. Itsuka said while having a glaring contest. They were competing for the dense Izuku who didn't realize what's happening. Haha, good one, Itsuka. Mizuna said with a thumbs up as she was laying on top of Izuku's head. Shut it, pussy grass. Kitsumi said while the 2 girls giggled at her frustration. Calm now, play nice. Izuku places his hand on Kitsumi's shoulder to calm her down, and it works as she only clicks her tongue in the process. Anyway, I thought you had more training with sensei. Izuku asked. Nope. I went straight here since sensei gave me a break. Itsuka replied with a smile. Is that so? Then how about we all hang out? Izuku suggested, receiving a smile from Itsuka. Sure, that would be awesome, but let's wait for Himiko and Kimi to arrive. They waited for a few minutes until 2 people arrived. A fair-skinned girl who is prone to blushing and is frequently described as having a pretty face. She has inward tilting yellow eyes with thin slit like her eyes, somewhat resembling those of a cat, and her wide mouth is also rather feline, as her canines are pointed and longer than the rest of her teeth, giving her a vampiric appearance. Her hair is a pale ash blonde color and is styled into 2 messy buns, with numerous wild strands sticking out, a straight fringe and 2 chin-length side bangs framing her face. Another was a young woman of average height with straight fawn-colored hair that reached just below her shoulders and large dark brown eyes. She has noticeably plump and glossy lips, as well as a quite curvaceous figure. Their names were Himiko Toga and Kami Atsushimi. In the past, Izuku had met with Himiko when she was struggling with her quirk, sympathizing with her feeling of being alienated from society. Her parents were arrested from child neglect and abuse, while Himiko was adopted by her aunt and uncle, who gave her the help she needed. This caused her to develop a crush on Izuku because she saved her and gave a chance to have friends who accept her. Izuku, I want some blood. Himiko went close, hugging Izuku's arms playfully while Kitsumi growled angrily at this. Get off him, you leech. She yelled out while Himiko stuck out her tongue and said. Keep barking, you canine. Himiko smugly smiled, annoying Kitsumi even more. Chill out, Kakin. You know we can share him, right? Kami went and took his other arms, causing Izuku to blush a bit, even though this happened often, and still didn't want to be seen as a creep. Gee girls, can you let go? Izuku tries to plead with them. No. Nope. Himiko and Kami said at the same time as Izuku controlled his teenage dragon's enhanced hormones. As Kitsumi was verge of exploding, Itsuka and Mizuna were jealous and annoyed, but they are their friends, and the reason why none of confess is because they respect each other. Even Kitsumi, who despite acting like she was about to murder them, hadn't tried confessing, afraid that she isn't the one Izuku likes. On the other hand, Izuku already got used to the interaction, unable to understand why they were clingy to him. Igneel watches this unfold amused at his foster son and hasn't voiced it yet because he believes that Izuku should be the one to learn it. As far as I remember, Natsu has 2 girls chasing him. Igneel thought, remembering his first foster son having a blonde and white-haired chick who has interest in him. HMHPH. Kitsumi pouted while Kami giggled seeing her friend's reaction, then turned to Itsuka. By the way, I'm surprised you're here, Itsuka. Don't you have training today? Endo quickly shook her head. My sensei dismissed us early and thought we should hang out. Itsuka said, and they all nodded, heading towards the train station to get to the city. Blurg. Damn it. This is getting whoa. Blurg. Horse every day. Izuku was currently having motion sickness, getting nurses by the girls who drew lots on who to let him sleep on their lap. Mizuna was excluded since she's too small, much to her annoyance, wishing that she gained the ability to transform. Even medicine wouldn't work, and even devices wouldn't work because of how rapid his change is. That's because you're too strong for your own good. You reap what you sow. Igneel laughed at his foster son suffering. I feel like you're enjoying me suffering. You sadist dragon. Izuku angrily said, that only made Igneel laugh even harder. I do. It's funny. But in all seriousness, it's a good sign that you're strong, perhaps even as stronger. Compare Ronarsu the last time I've seen him. Igneel pondered how strong his son was now compared to the last time they saw each other. He was sure that he is definitely stronger than ever before. Gah. Kill me now. Blurg. Izuku vomited in back while his friend comforted him, even though Kitsumi mocked him before, but now felt worried for him. There, Izuku. The one who won was Himiko, letting him lay in her lap, and Izuku was so occupied in his motion sickness that he didn't feel embarrassed. Still can't believe his quirk would have this weakness. Kitsumi remarked, unaware it isn't a quirk, rather it is magic. They had registered it as a quirk and simply labeled it as a fire quirk. After experiencing hell, Izuku is finally on solid ground and couldn't be happier. Finally. I survived. Izuku shouted, feeling refreshed, and the girls were happy for him as he turned back to them. Are you guys ready to have some fun? Izuku asked, his enthusiasm radiating. You bet. Kami chimed in, twirling a strand of her hair. I'm gonna crush you all at the racing games. In your dreams. Kitsumi retorted, a competitive spark igniting in her eyes. I'm taking the top spot. As they reached the arcade, a cacophony of sounds and lights greeted them. The neon signs blinked invitingly, and the scent of popcorn and candy filled the air. They exchanged excited looks before diving into the sea of games. Izuku made a beeline for the claw machines, his eyes gleaming with extreme focus. Need some luck? Itsuka teased, sidling up beside him. I could give you a little help. She winked, her playful tone. I'll be fine, thanks. Izuku replied, flashing a smile. He inserted a coin and focused intently, maneuvering the claw with precision. The claw descended, gripped a plush toy, and, miraculously, held on all the way to the prize chute. Nice one, Izu-chan. Itsuka shouted, genuine admiration in her voice despite the nickname. Here you go, Itsuka. Hope you like it. Izuku was able to win at the crane game that was scammed by how they manufactured and exploited its weakness from his clear understanding of machinery. Thank you, Izu-san. She smiled while embracing the plush toy. Seeing her reaction made Izuku smile, then surprised when the young girl kissed him on the cheek. Itsuka blushed for her action, then looked at the frozen Izuku before giggling. Izuku, despite his self-esteem, is still prone to blush when it comes to women. Haha, take that as thanks for this. Itsuka noticed Himiko pout while others were doing other games. I see. Anyway, let me get one for everyone. Izuku said it made Himiko happy. Meanwhile, Kami and Kitsumi had found their way to the dance machine. The pulsating beat of the music echoed through the arcade as they stepped onto the platform. Think you can keep up? Kami challenged. Just watch me. Kitsumi replied, her eyes narrowing in determination. As the game started, their feet flew across the sensors, each matching the rhythm with impressive accuracy. Kami's moves were fluid and graceful, while Mizuna's were precise and energetic. By the end of the song, both were breathless but grinning widely. That was awesome. Kitsumi exclaimed, high-fiving Kami. Totally. Kami agreed. You're really good at this. Itsuka, observing from the side, clapped her hands joining them. You two should enter a dance-off competition sometime. Across the arcade, Kitsumi and Himiko had found a shooting game as Izuku and Mizuna watched the two compete. They stood side by side, guns at the ready. Let's see who's the better shot. Kitsumi challenged. Himiko's smile turned into a sly grin. You're on. The game began, and both girls fired at the virtual targets with unerring accuracy. Kitsumi's shots were fast and precise, reflecting her intense focus. Himiko, on the other hand, displayed an almost unsettling calmness, hitting each target with a cool, calculated ease. The game ended in a tie, and they turned to each other, breathing heavily but smiling. Not bad. Kitsumi admitted. Same to you. Himiko replied, her tone unusually sincere. The group reconvened near the photo booth, laughing and sharing stories of their victories and near misses. Let's get a picture to remember today. Izuku suggested. They crammed into the small booth, striking silly poses and laughing as the camera flashed. Moments later, the machine spat out a strip of photos, each frame capturing their joy and camaraderie. This was a great idea, Izuku. Itsuka said, smiling warmly. We should do this more often. Definitely. Izuku agreed, holding up the photo strip. Days like this remind me of why I want to be a hero. Not just to fight villains, but to protect moments like these. His friends nodded, understanding the sentiment. As they left the arcade and stepped into the cool evening air. Anyway, it's still a long day. So is there something you girls want to do? Izuku asked them. Nothing, though I've been meaning to ask if you all are planning on going to UA. Itsuka asked them. Damn right I am. I'll be number one. Kitsumi said in a firm declaration. Tots. I was aiming for Shiketsu High School, but since you guys are going for UA then might as well. Kami said. You know how it is. I can't leave my Edward behind. Himiko said. Where Izuku goes, I'll go. Mizuna said. I will be a hero that everyone needs. Izuku said. Everyone who hears this immediately felt their heartstrings pulled. No matter how small or insignificant, Izuku was there to help them. He was like a beacon of hope for them. That is why I love you. They all mumbled at the same time, and Izuku couldn't clearly hear their words. Sorry, what was that? Nothing. They all said at the same time, looking at each other, while Izuku tilted his head. Anyway, are you girls hungry? Why don't we head to my mom's restaurant? Sure, I think Aunt Inko would like me to visit. Itsuka said. Ah, hope Aunt Inko ain't mad for not visiting her. Kami said. It's fine, Mom understands. Mizuna said. We should go before it gets dark. Himiko said, and soon headed their way to the restaurant that was owned by his mother after investing money to fulfill her dream, which allowed her to acquire a large sum of money. They went inside and were greeted by the friendly atmosphere where people who recognized him opted to wave at him. The place was jumped back to people who do not have any quirks, since some places reject them, showing how degraded the society is. Oh, Izuku, you're early. Ah, if it isn't Itsuka-chan, Kami-chan and Himiko-chan, how are your parents? Inko approached them, giving a welcoming smile, treating them all like her daughters and already noticing how they treat her son. She only remained silent, letting everything set its course, thinking she will have a lot of grandbabies to spoil. They're doing fine, Aunt Inko. I let them know that you said hi. Sorry if I haven't visited. Kami said. Oh good heavens, no need to apologize, dear. I'm sure you were just busy with school. Inko smiled. I take it that you two want to have a meal. Good thing I've saved some dishes. The two took a seat while his mother brought their meal to their table and began eating and chatting a bit. Ah, how much I miss this. Kami said, taking a bite at her food. Tell me about it, this blood stew is always the best for me. Himiko said, since she needed to drink blood to satiate herself and her sanity. Fish. Mizuna enjoyed her fish dish while Izuku smiled and ate his favorite food. I'm curious, Izuku. Once you become a hero, what do you plan on doing after that? Itsuka curiously asked. I didn't think that far. Maybe retire or find a successor. Izuku plainly answered. A successor? Kitsumi exclaimed. Yeah, I know that even All Might needs someone to inherit his will. I can't live forever or do it repeatedly. Izuku said even if he had the option doesn't want to see his loved one die before his eyes. Is that so? How about starting a family? Kami chimed in. A family, huh? Maybe, but that's still far in the future. Izuku said. Everyone started to think about a future where they marry Izuku and have a family before blushing at the thought. There's exactly 10 months before the UA entrance exams. Izuku and his friends made a schedule to prepare themselves and get stronger. They were currently at the Dagaba beach, having decided that they would try to clean up the trash as a way to help the community and used it as a training ground. Normally, they would use their martial art dojo to train, but quirks are not allowed in the dojo, therefore they had to find another place to sharpen their skills. At the moment, Izuku was heading home after running some errands when he heard something, turning his attention towards the distance, where a speed truck inches away from the young woman who had headphones on and was unable to notice the incoming truck. Izuku's mind accelerated and slowed his perception down of time while generating a charge of electricity through his body as flame combustion on his feet appeared. His gaze turned sharp and a slit appeared on his eyes. Before planting his feet, reacting without thinking, that causes the surrounding windows to shatter from the sudden flash. Boom. The spectator was terrified that the young woman was about to be hit by the truck, only to see a blur appear that soon caused the glass to shatter from the sonic boom. They all saw Izuku, whose clothes slightly burned from his generated while carrying the young woman, who was shocked by what just happened, then saw how the truck crashed into the building. Fortunately, no one was harmed beside the collateral damage. Nice save, young one. Igneel praised his son for saving the human girl, finding that he might have another maid added to his roster. Are you alright? Izuku was unconcerned at his action, knowing that using a quirk in public is illegal, but did not care as long as he was able to save someone. He got a closer look at the young woman, who had a bob cut with earphone jack in her earlobes, while the young girl felt in daze, looking at his handsome face and green messy hair that was standing up. It made her heart pound just looking at him, and being carried only made it beat faster. Then moments later she woken up from her daze. What's going on? Why are you carrying me? Who are you? Whoa there, just relax. Also hold on. Izuku felt embarrassed carrying a random girl in bridal carry-outer down, gently shaken up from the sudden event. I was just walking down that street and… She was trying to remember what happened. Well, let me explain what happened. He proceeded to tell her everything that made her shudder in fear and almost get run over by the truck, since she was occupied by her music to not notice. Thank you for saving. If you weren't fast then I might have run over. She was relieved that he saved her. No problem, that's what heroes are. Izuku said with a bright smile, and Jiro had a tinge of red plastered on her face. Say, what's your name? Jiro asked, trying to avert her attention. Izuku Midoriya. He quickly answered. Kyoka Jiro. Few minutes later the heroes came to investigate the incident, finding the three taking them for a question which they answered honestly. They were relieved no one was hurt from the incident. Though, I don't condone using Quirk before you got a hero license, still great job in saving this young woman. You have the heart of a hero and hope to see your eyes. The hero said, considering there are many vigilantes who could do more harm than good. If people continue to break the law, then what's the point of having a hero license? The sole reason why a hero license is placed is to avoid people carelessly using their Quirk. Do I have to pay for the damages that happened? Izuku said, since the collateral damage was not small. No, we handle it since this is partially our fault for not being attentive. Just go home and make sure to pay close attention on the streets next time, okay? The hero looked at Jiro, who felt ashamed that she almost got killed because of her headphones. After a few minutes, Izuku planned to head home. Thanks again, Midoriya-san. Jiro said. Hahaha, don't mention it. A hero is always willing to help those in need. Izuku was happy that he was able to save her and would do it again if he had to. Jiro smiled at this response, liking how he wasn't boasting and truly acted out of heroism. Are you planning on going to the UA? Jiro asked. Yeah. I assume you're going as well, Jiro-san. Izuku responded. Yeah, it's always my dream. She felt kind of embarrassed talking to a stranger about her dream. If that's the case, why don't you join us on training? Maybe we can help each other in the exam. Join you? Yeah, me and my friends plan on training for the coming months to prepare. I don't know, since I might be a bother. Nonsense. It would be fine, and maybe we might be homeroom classmates. I'm sure my friends wouldn't mind having another aspiring hero. Izuku said, and Jiro contemplated for a moment before responding. If you insist, then I'll surely join you guys. She wasn't unsure why she accepted but felt it was the right choice. Great, why don't we exchange numbers to send you the time and location? Izuku gave a heartfelt smile that caught the young woman's heart. It would only matter if more women fall for the charismatic Izuku. After exchanging numbers, they continued their way toward home, while Izuku was still oblivious to the things happening around him. Meanwhile, Jiro, after getting home, laid on her bed recalling everything that happened as her pound. She did not tell her parents about the incident and went straight to bed. Jiro tried to herself, but the image of Izuku always appeared in her mind. What's wrong with me? Back in the Midoriya household, Izuku arrived where his mother was just setting up the tables with Mizuna helping her. Ah, welcome Izuku. Come take a seat. Inko said, and Izuku nodded, taking a seat as the three began to eat. So did something happen? Your clothes smell a bit burned. Inko said, having rather perceptive senses when it comes to his son. Yeah, did you get into a fight? Mizuna asked. Well, I just saved someone. Izuku exclaimed proudly that he was able to save a person like the hero he dreamed of becoming. His mother felt worried at his statement, yet as a supporting mother remained quiet. She had already made a promise to support him no matter what. It would be selfish of her to scold him and let his dream be trampled again. Did you just say? Mizuna said while Inko continued her sentence. You saved someone. She was surprised that his son was already an acting hero, even though he had been in her eyes, especially when helping bullied kids in his school, protecting them and motivating them to get stronger. Well, earlier as I was walking home when suddenly a speeding truck was about to hit this girl named Kyoka Jiro. Izuku said. A girl, you say? Continue. Inko, hearing a girl and saving at the same time, already senses a spark that happened. She knows how good-looking his son is and how caring that only a few encounters with other girls would result in them falling for him. He was an honest, pure-hearted young man who would do anything for those he cares about. Izuku ignored his mother's sudden interruption and continued his story. Mizuna on the other frowned to hear that her Izuku was snatching new girls like its Pokemon. She was worried that her chance was slim, but wanted to at least confess her feelings and find a way to gain a human form, knowing it was possible. She was scared that Izuku wouldn't like her because she's an exceed and just talking cat, unlike the other girls who are more busty and sexy than her. Regardless, she doesn't want to give up that easily. Then my body suddenly reacted, and before I knew it I was carrying her in my arms. Though, I still had problems controlling my power and did some collateral damage. Izuku rubbed his head, embarrassed about the ordeal. Don't be disheartened. It can't be helped. Igneel reassured him. Good work, my hero. I won't tell you to be careful next time, but make sure to take care of her. Inko said while Izuku was confused by this. Take care of what now? His mother simply giggled at the cute reaction of his son, wondering if she should tell him or not, but decided not to, since it's not her place to interfere. Oh, just ignore your mother and enjoy getting to know her. Izuku shrugged it off. Well, whatever. Me, Kaken, Kami-chan, Himiko-chan and Itsu-chan along with Jiro-san planned on training to prepare for the entrance exam in UA. Izuku said. That's right, it's coming soon. Just ask me anything, then I'll make sure to do everything to help you. Inko is ready to support his son every step of the way. Thanks, Mom. He was happy that his mother was still here as his father had abandoned them after learning of his quirkless state, only sending money for child support. Even after gaining power, Inko refused to accept her ex-husband after what he had done. Izuku finished eating and messaged his friend about what had happened. Kami. Seriously? Already saving lives, huh? Itsuka. It's a good thing you saved her, but you should be careful next time. Kitsumi. Was it a girl? Himiko. I'm sure it is. Kitsumi. I'm not asking you, Leech. Izuku. She is, and I was wondering if it's fine to let her join our training. Itsuka. We don't mind. And you're the one who invited us anyway. Himiko. Same here. It doesn't bother me that much. Kami. Is she hot? Kitsumi. Kami. What the fuck? Kami. Calm your tits, dynamite gal. I'm just asking. Izuku. I don't know if it matters, but I think she's cute and I see myself being great friends with her. They all immediately need to find a day to confess their feelings for him before more women are added. None of them believe that Izuku won't bewitch more women once he starts his heroism. I should ask the girls to meet up about our feelings for Greenie in the future. Kami was the most sociable than any of them and understood what they were going through. The next would be Itsuka, who has the big sister material position. The same goes for everyone who wants a piece of the cinnamon roll, currently trying to decide if they ruin their friendship with each other or try to negotiate. None of them wanted to hurt each other, even Kitsumi, who was actually possessive, didn't want to ruin her friendship with any of them. Kami. Oh, you describe her for us? Or maybe you have a picture of her. Izuku. I can't send you a picture, but I can describe her. He proceeded to give a description of Jiro, and they noted this. Mizuna didn't join their conversation because she already knew about it and was already asleep. Izuku. Anyway, I'll tell her that you girls don't mind. He quickly texted Jiro and didn't expect her to be awake. Jiro. I almost forgot, but can I bring a friend? Izuku. Sure. I'll ask my friends, but I'm sure they won't mind. After some time, they agreed and Izuku told Jiro before all of them decided to call it a day, and Izuku nodded as he slept, having mental training with Igneel to keep his skill in top shape. Inside the mindscape that was volcanic terrain, Izuku stood striking his palm looking at Igneel. Are you ready, Izuku? Yes, I'm all fired up. After some time, Izuku and Mizuna head towards the Dagaba beach. He once again survived the death trap called the train and walked his way to the meeting place. His outfit is currently some jagger pants and form-fitting gym shirt along with red sneakers. He turned to find that Jiro was the first one to arrive with someone accompanying her. Izuku, his hands waved to greet the two, notices with Jiro slightly blushing, seeing his muscle much clearer than before, along with the young girl beside her. Is that them? Mizuna asked, currently on his shoulder inspecting Jiro and the unknown girl. Yeah, but the other girl is new to me. Izuku nodded and observes the girl beside Jiro, who exudes elegance and richness, while thinking she looks familiar with her tall stature and rather mature physique. She has long black hair that is tied into a spiky ponytail, with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face. Her eyes are thin and sharp, dark in color and paired with short eyebrows set in a determined expression. Overall, he finds her a beautiful young girl. Hope I didn't let you wait for too long. Izuku approached them with a friendly smile. It's alright. My house was just close by, so I arrived early. Jiro answered back. Anyway, hello there, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is my adopted sister, Mizuna Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. He turned to the other girl introducing himself, and she seemed surprised to hear his name. Hi, just call me Mizuna. She said with a bright and friendly smile. Midoriya. Are you related to Inko Midoriya? Her expression lit up. Yeah, she's our mother, would you ask? Izuku knew that his mother was famous since she became a top model and chef after working and getting more opportunities. Oh, where's my manners? My name is Momo Yaoi Rozu, it's a pleasure to meet you. My family recently invited her to cook for us, and I gotta say it was phenomenal. She said with a gentle smile. Yaoi Rozu. Ah, the Yaoi Rozu group now, that's what I thought, you looked familiar. Izuku said, rubbing his head. Wait, time out. You know him, yeah, Momo? Jiro felt she became heir and interrupted the two. She only brought Momo because of her persistence in seeing the one who saved her. Yeah, though this is the first time we personally meet. I heard from my martial art instructor that a young named Izuku Midoriya, who was a prodigy that reached a skill in fighting that could make pro heroes run for their money. She recalled how her master would shudder at the thought of fighting Izuku, who was a natural prodigy in close combat. You seem quite the history, Greenie. Jiro casually said, a bit embarrassed at the nickname, and Morty chuckled at this. Well, that's a long story, but we still have time before my friends arrive here. Izuku started to tell his story from start to finish that made the two young girls to be saddened by how this person had lived being discriminated against just because he was quirkless until he gained the opportunity to gain a quirk through Igneel's help. But I didn't let it get to me and decided that rather than drown myself in self-pity, I should make do with what I have. I believe that a quirk is not what makes a hero, rather their perseverance and stubbornness is what makes them a hero. Even after gaining my quirk, I decided to avoid using my quirk until it's necessary and trained hard to get where I am now. He spoke his heart out that inspired the two young girls that if he was able to get this strong without a quirk, then they could do more. Izuku didn't let his quirk define his abilities, but his character and will. With this reason, his magic grew exponentially. Momo was affected by his charm and blushed at how he was one of the few who did not let weakness defy them and find a way to use those weaknesses to grow stronger. That was really inspiring, Midoriya-san. Momo said. Haha, thanks. One day I'll be a beacon to people and show them that it is not through power a hero is born but the heart. Izuku is happy that his life would one day inspire people and change themselves for a better future. I didn't have the chance, but what's your quirk, Jiro-san? From the looks of it, is it related to sound? Yeah, my earphone jack allows me to plug into anything and be able to either transfer the sound of my heartbeat if I speak or hear more precisely. Izuku thought of the possibility that a quirk could be upgraded and refined. He knew that it could be much more if trained more. Hearing the basic information about Jiro's overall quirk began to analyze the things that helped improve her quirk. Even before his profound change, Izuku had been fascinated by many different quirks and therefore took in-depth research of all kinds of quirks. The only thing that he was unable to know was All Might's quirk. It was still a mystery how vague articles about his quirk were displayed in the public. Izuku took out his notebook from somewhere and Mizuna giggled seeing the enthusiasm of Izuku when it comes to quirk. What is this? Momo curiously asked. Ah, this is a hero's notes on quirks and heroes. Izuku answered by showing a bit of his notes to Momo and Jiro. Impressive. You even had heroes that I don't even know exist. Momo said and Izuku awkwardly smiled hearing her praise, while Jiro was unsure why she felt uncomfortable seeing the two interact. You don't know the half of it. Izuku is obsessed with quirks that he can easily make a simple quirk into a deadly one. She said having read some of them and it was rather scary if villains managed to steal it and make plans against a hero. Anyway, Jiro-san, can I ask you a few things about your quirk? Izuku took a pen. Shoot. Jiro said. Your quirk allows you to transfer sound, correct? He noted seeing her earphones jacks. Yeah, though it depends on the device I plug my earphone jack into. She answered. You can't control the volume or frequency of sound. He looked through his notebook that has a section for sound quirks. Unfortunately, no. Jiro shook her head. Alright, done. Let me ask you, have you made a hero costume yet? He asked. I was planning to order before I got to UA. She replied. Well, can you tell me what you are planning to give? Izuku requested. Sure, actually I have my design saved in my phone. Jiro proceeded to show him the design, finding that some features of them were uncreative and lacking the use of her quirk. He saved the photo to his phone and took notes about it. So, what do you think? She asked. If it's alright, but I plan to change a few design choices to your customer, since some features of your speaker like the frequency manipulation and also add earbuds to protect your ears from the sound. Furthermore, Izuku began to have his mumble spree. Wait, you're mumbling too fast. Jiro felt a headache listening to it. Oh sorry, old habit of mine, especially when it comes to quirks. This is how he usually acts when a new quirk comes his way, getting in his own world of analyzing every little detail. Jiro and Momo find it cute that despite his manly figures still had this childlike side of him. What are the new features that you plan to add to Jiro's costume, Midoriya-san? Momo asked. You know how different frequencies affect people and things surrounding them? Izuku began to explain. I understand, if Jiro is able to manipulate the frequency then she would be able to disrupt a person's balance. Momo said. And here I thought I was smart. She blushed from the compliment and for the first time receiving a guanine praise, rather fake one that she always hears. People always wanted to get close to her because she was the daughter of the Yaoi Rozu group. Great analysis, that is exactly what I planned to do. Jiro-san, your quirk is up if applied correctly. He said while Jiro was surprised that her simple quirk can be strong. Wait, is that true? My quirk to be that strong? Jiro was skeptical about it. Actually, based on how you design it is basically copying present Mick, right? Izuku said. Well yeah. I hadn't thought of using it that way. Alright, I'll give you some notes and things to request if you're planning on making a costume. Izuku began to take notes of this, and Jiro smiled happily that he was willing to help her. Thanks, Midoriya-san. Not only did you save me, but you're also helping quite a lot. Jiro said. No problem, now it's your turn, Yaoi Rozu-san. Can you tell me about your quirk? Izuku turned to Momo while Mizuna simply listened, letting them discuss uninterrupted. My quirk allows me to create anything so long that it is not a living being, and I need to know the atomic configuration of said object in order to reproduce it. Momo proceeded to demonstrate her quirk by making a doll in a rather quick manner, showing it was her first creation and how proficient she was. I first imagined the necessary parts, followed by the materials, then the assembling process and, finally, the coating. Also I need to expose my skin in order to make them a living being. So you can still produce both organic and non-organic materials. Izuku rubbed his chin thinking of ways to improve her quirk. Precisely, also I use my lipids as materials and depending on the object could cost more lipids to be used. Momo explained. To be honest, that's broken if the application is correct. Izuku recalled one of the stories that his foster father told him where Amj has the power called Arc of Embodiment that basically makes anything with the power of imagination. Can you further explain? Momo is certainly intrigued by the green-haired dragon slayer. Well, what if you have secrete nitroglycerin and find a way to ignite it? Boom explosion quirk. Or like midnight gas, sleeping gas. Momo's eyes wide from the sudden realized her flaws, instead of always trying to make solid objects that would make the chemical structure and do what Izuku explained. Izuku recalled his good friend Bakugo and his quirk that used the same application by using his sweat like nitroglycerin. He wondered if it was possible to use the same to Momo's quirk. Also you can make armor or even claw like those old comics the Wolverine. Izuku noted. I never thought of it that way. Thank you, Midoriya, for opening my eyes. Momo couldn't believe that her quirk could be used this way. She always tries to create solid objects, never thought of creating other forms of elements. The only thing she likes is learning the formula needed for them. Don't mention it. Oh hey, how about letting me see your costume? He was confused when Momo became flustered, recalling how her original costume looks. Remember how I said I need my skin to be exposed? Momo began to explain. Oh, I see where this is going. You need to tell me, but I suggest getting some DNA-based costume that can help with your quirk and avoid you acting like Midnight. Izuku said, and the creation quirk girl blushed at the thought of it. Anyway, I'll send you the notes once I'm done. Izuku said. We told you our quirk but hadn't told us yours. Jiro said. Momo and Jiro were intensely curious about the nature of Izuku's quirk. From what Jiro had observed earlier, it seemed he possessed some form of super speed, given how swiftly he had saved her from the path of the oncoming car. They finally got the chance to ask him directly. Izuku, what exactly is your quirk? I know you can move incredibly fast. Jiro inquired, her eyes still wide with the memory of that moment. Izuku smiled, ready to clarify their confusion. My quirk? Well, it's actually quite versatile. I have the ability to conjure and control flames, which I can reshape and manipulate in various ways. To demonstrate, Izuku extended his hand and with a focused expression, flames erupted from his palm. The fire danced and twisted under his control, forming intricate shapes in the air. Momo and Jiro watched in awe, their eyes reflecting the mesmerizing glow of the flames. Wow, that's incredible. Momo exclaimed, her analytical mind already considering the many applications of such a power. Jiro nodded in agreement, still captivated by the display. I didn't expect that at all. It's amazing how you managed to save me with such precision and speed. Izuku nodded modestly. It's all about practice and control. The speed you saw was just a byproduct of my training. The real strength lies in how you can harness and direct your quirk. Additionally, I have high resistance to fire and the ability to eat flames if I'm running low on energy. Izuku continued, capturing their attention even further. Jiro, taken aback by his words, leaned in closer. What do you mean, eat fire? She asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. It's exactly what it sounds like, Jiro-san. Mizuna interjected, clarifying for her. Izuku can consume fire, as long as it wasn't produced by his own quirk. This revelation left Momo and Jiro even more astonished. The idea of someone being able to eat fire was something they had never encountered before. So, you can just consume any fire? Momo asked, her curiosity piqued. Izuku nodded. Yes, it's a useful ability, especially in situations where I need an energy boost. However, the flames have to come from an external source, not from my own generation. Momo and Jiro exchanged amazed glances. The depth and versatility of Izuku's quirk were beyond anything they had imagined. Izuku, sensing their awe, chose to omit mentioning his weaknesses for now. He preferred to keep some aspects of his abilities private, especially vulnerabilities, until he could trust them completely. The three of them continued their conversation, the girls now even more intrigued by Izuku's extraordinary powers and the potential they held. Oh, hope we didn't let you wait. They turned their heads to see four people arrive at the scene, and Izuku along with Mizuna greeted them immediately. Oh, Itsu-chan, Kami-chan, Himiko-chan and Kaken. Glad you girls made it. Izuku exactly. While Jiro and Momo were surprised that they were all girls, wondering if he was popular with girls or just swinging the other way. He doesn't swing the other way. He is just dense. Mizuna answered as the two blushed at how they were read by her. Everyone quickly introduced themselves to each other, easily acquainted with each other. Hey Deku, are you ready for this? Kitsumi said. You know I'm born ready. Izuku said. How about a warm-up? Kitsumi nodded, but before they could start their spar, Izuku recalled Jiro and Momo, then turned to Itsuka, Kami and Himiko. Don't worry, I'll handle them. How about I train you two in hand-to-hand combat? I think it's vital to know how to defend yourself when you come face to face with an enemy. Remember, relying too heavily with your quirk would prove fatal. Thanks, Itsu-chan. What about you two? Me and Himi-chan will also spar with each other. Kami said. Don't think I'll lose to you, sister. Himiko said with an eager smile. Izuku went to follow Kitsumi to spar with her, leaving the other girls to train. He trusts Itsuka to get along with them, since she rarely hangs out with other girls. She may not be at the level of skill that he has, but still quite skilled when it comes to combat. Kendo, was it? Then we will be in your care. She nodded and turned her attention to Jiro and Momo. It was not her first time teaching someone hand-to-hand combat. Kami and Himiko decided to watch the spar first before going at it. Come on, girl. Show here how you do it. Amy sat down with Momo and decided to chat with her a bit, and Himiko joined in their conversation as well. Alright, you'll be the first, Jiro. Try attacking me. Are you sure? I might hurt you. It's alright. If you hesitate when fighting, then you'll never be a hero. My master taught me that a hero should know the difference between an enemy to an ally. An enemy will never show mercy if given the chance. Her words struck Jiro as she was naive about how difficult the job of a hero is. They only see the light and never the bleak darkness. Izuku and his friends have been taught that a hero is to be kind, but never naive, and be brave, but never a fool. Alright, be ready. Just strike. Jiro didn't hesitate to execute a straightened jab that should have hit her face, but easily evaded. Her wrist was grabbed, then tripped forward, then had her whole arm firmly held by Itsuka while she faced the ground. She was confused about what just happened, as she was just to strike Itsuka suddenly facing down and was held down by her. Your punch lacked weight and precision as well as overswinging. If I was a villain, then you would likely be harmed more than this. Itsuka explained, removing her hold of Jiro and helping her stand up while dusting off the sand. Everything was too fast. I didn't expect to be on the ground that quick. That's what happens when a skilled fighter sees your weakness. It is best to remove those weaknesses until it is impossible to exploit them. Thanks for the advice, and I see that it will be harder than I thought, but like you, Moto plus Ultra. That's the spirit. How about you, Momo? It's alright, I already know basic fighting. I think Jiro needs your teaching more than me, and I'll be here to try what Midoriya-sen suggested. Now that you mention it, what are your guys' quirk? Jiro and Momo explained each other's quirk, surprising Itsuka hearing the suggestion of Izuku, and even smiled. Oh, that sounds like our Izuku. Kami playfully said. I wonder what her blood tastes like. Himiko, that made Jiro and Momo shudder. No need to be alarmed, it's her quirk. She won't do anything, trust me. Mizuna said to them. It never ceases to amaze how he always finds a way to make a meager quirk to be overpowered. Itsuka finally spoke, getting their attention. How about you, Kendo-san? Momo asked. Mine. My quirk is simple and uninteresting that lets me enlarge my fist. Izuku told me that I could take advantage of my quirk to enlarge and delarge my fist in a precise manner so that it would still have the same force after my fist becomes smaller. It was simple physics that if there is no outside force, then the force would remain the same, like having a gravity sword where it could change even 0 pounds to 10,000 tons in split seconds, that it traveled at the same speed at 0 pounds, that suddenly gained weight and mass, then the force would be tremendous. It's quite amazing to be able to find ways in improving a quirk. Momo said. It's because ever since he started training had been able to sharpen himself and learn to analyze his opponent. He can see a person's weakness then exploit it. Itsuka answered back. Itsuka wanted to be the one to protect him when he became a hero, but now that change wanted to grow stronger in order to be by his side. She can't let himself be left behind and needs to be better than before. Seeing him grow stronger makes me want to do the same and be by his side. Itsuka fondly said. She recalled times he would push himself and work late, even to the point that his body would collapse and remain firm. He may have an edge in terms of talent, but everything came from his perseverance and stubbornness. Every time she saw him surpass himself motivated her to do the same. Itsuka rarely heard him complain when he started to train and improve himself. He kept tempering himself and forging who he is today. No one else but him would be able to reach such a level of discipline and skills because, unlike others, he was not gifted with power and needed to earn it. Her words and expressions reminiscent of the past made the two want to do the same as her and be stronger than before. If they want to become a hero, then they must work hard and improve themselves. Their quirk is a tool, and they are the one who is tasked to sharpen them. They were motivated to train and push themselves. Anyway, I was just rambling. Itsuka said while Mizuno also remembered times Izuku would go out of his way to continue improving himself through studying. It's fine, we were curious about him since he told us a bit about himself. We can chat later. How about we continue training? Jiro-san, listen carefully, this will help you know how to fight. Jiro nodded before listening to her explanation, being taught the ways to fighting while Momo at the side, experimenting with her quirk using the idea from Izuku. She thought of a chemical compound that is highly reactive before reconstructing another reactant that would let the two substances produce spark. Momo slowly secrete the nitroglycerin before adding the other chemical components, but failed a few times trying to figure out the right component. I knew this wouldn't be this easy, but I can't give up now. She persists and takes time to analyze the perfect combination that would allow creating a spark. It took her trial and error for half an hour, until she was surprised when a small spark appeared within her palm, unable to contain her excitement, screamed, getting the other two attention. It works. Though it's still weak, I'm progressing. She felt grateful to meet Izuku, who made her use her quirks without expending too much of her energy, creating them as if they were basic chemical compounds, rather than trying to make them into complex objects. Congratulations for finally taking another step forward with your quirk, Yayoi Rozu-san. I never expected for your quirk to be applied in this way. Itsuka and Jiro halted their training for a moment to give their praise for Momo, who worked hard to achieve her new power. Thanks, but if not for Midoriya-san's help, then I wouldn't be able to realize it. Before long, Momo continued her training, producing scales around her body and claws. She tried to deconstruct the object back to lipid as it was still part of her body. Her limitation is that she is unable to extract the object that already left her body, but shockingly finds that it is possible as long as it still attaches to the body. Momo was able to retract the scales and claw back to her normal hand. It's so simple, yet why did I not realize it? She resumed by making a scythe blade at her forearm, which was a few meters in length, afterward retracted it and started to feel sluggish and lightheadedness, causing her to fall to her knees. Momo-san. Are you alright? Jiro said. What happened? Kami asked. The two saw her fall to her knees and quickly went to check up on her, helping Momo stand up. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy and numb. This is probably a side effect from retracting my creation. Momo already expected that there would be a drawback and took a moment to recompose herself, being assisted by the two girls. While they were helping each other out, Izuku and Kitsumi began to spar. Are you ready, Deku? She started to crackle sparks on her palm while Izuku smirked, conjuring flames on his hand. I'm more than ready. I'm all fired up. With a roar, Izuku and Kitsumi charged towards each other, the sound of their footsteps echoing across the beach. Kitsumi unleashed a barrage of explosions, each one aimed with pinpoint accuracy at her opponent. But Izuku deftly dodged and weaved through the explosion, his own attacks coming in fast and furious. Their clash sent shockwaves through the air, the heat of their flames engulfing everything in their path. Waves crashed against the shore, but neither fighter paid them any heed as they focused solely on their battle. Kitsumi's fists blurred as she unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, each one infused with explosive energy. Izuku countered with his own devastating blows, the force of their collision sending shockwaves rippling through the sand. What the? Is this going overboard? Jiro was dumbfounded seeing the two fight where it appeared as if they were out to kill each other. Actually, this is light work. If they went all out, then this place would turn to dust. The two mostly used their quirk to enhance their combat prowess. Mizuna explained, with Izuku being stronger and skilled than Kitsumi, but she was second strongest out of their group. The reason why Kitsumi was powerful is because her quirk grew after she learned how to sweat on command even if it's cold. This was because of their training under their martial art teacher. Should we stop them before it gets out of hand? Momo asked. Nope. Also, it's really fun to watch. Kami was recording their sparring when Itsuka took it. Hey. What gives? She asked. Shouldn't we be training instead of slacking off? Itsuka said. Chillax sister, I won't even be fighting in the spot that much because of my quirk. Kami was more of a support hero because of her quirk. That's true, but we don't want you to be unable to defend yourself once the enemy is near. Itsuka gave her point and Kami shrugged it off. Fine, but we can continue after lunch. I want to see who wins. Kami said as the two stepped back, preparing their moves, with Izuku taking a deep breath while Kitsumi extended his arms and pointed her palms towards Izuku. Fire Dragon Roar. Izuku bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames. Double Hotzer impact. Kitsumi roared back, firing off twin blasts of explosive energy. Two massive explosions clashed with each other, pushing dust and debris around them, causing their audience to shield their eyes. The two weren't done, and the shockwave of their clash pushed the dust away. Izuku charged forward, his fists ignited, while Kitsumi propelled herself with bursts of explosions from her palms. Izuku's flaming punch met Kitsumi's explosive counter, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered from the sheer force of their blows. Kitsumi spun mid-air, launching a series of rapid-fire blasts, but Izuku dodged with agile movements, his body weaving through the onslaught. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Izuku shouted, his fist enveloped in roaring flames as he struck Kitsumi square in the chest, sending her skidding back. Kitsumi gritted her teeth, the impact of Izuku's punch still resonating through her. Stun grenade. She yelled, creating a blinding flash that momentarily disoriented Izuku. Seizing the moment, Kitsumi closed the distance, her hands crackling with explosive energy. AP, shot. She cried, unleashing a concentrated blast that struck Izuku with pinpoint accuracy, forcing him to stagger. Izuku quickly regained his footing, his determination unwavering. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. He declared, sweeping his arms in a fiery arc that sent a wave of flames cascading towards Kitsumi. Kitsumi countered with a powerful explosion from her palms, the force of which dissipated Izuku's flames, but left her vulnerable. With a roar, Izuku surged forward, flames swirling around him like a dragon. Kitsumi braced herself, her eyes fierce and focused. Cluster bomb. She shouted, scattering multiple explosive charges around her. The battlefield erupted in a series of fiery blasts, the combined force sending both combatants flying backward. They landed on their feet, breathing heavily but still ready to continue. Their audience watched in awe as the two warriors, relentless and unyielding, exchanged blow after blow, neither willing to back down. The air was thick with the heat of their battle, and the ground was scorched and shattered beneath them. The clash of fire and explosion lit up the sky. The two weren't done, and the shockwave of their clash pushed the dust away as they exchanged blows and attacks. Izuku lunged forward, flames dancing around his fists as he threw a series of fiery punches. Kitsumi countered with explosive blasts from her palms, each impact sending shockwaves through the air. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered from the sheer force of their battle. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Izuku roared, his fist engulfed in flames as he aimed a powerful punch at Kitsumi. Kitsumi met the attack head-on, using his explosions to propel himself into the air and avoid the brunt of the attack. AP shot. A focused blast shot from Kitsumi's hand, narrowly missing Izuku as he dodged to the side. Izuku responded with a swift kick, flames trailing his leg as he aimed for Kitsumi's midsection. Kitsumi is blocked with an explosive shield, the collision sending both of them skidding back. Panting, Izuku's eyes burned with determination. Fire Dragon Wing Attack. He leaped into the air, flames forming wings at his back as he swooped down on Kitsumi. Kitsumi grinned fiercely, meeting Izuku's descent with a powerful upward blast. Stun grenade. The explosion of light and sound momentarily disoriented Izuku, but he quickly recovered, landing with a heavy thud and sending a torrent of fire towards Kitsumi. The heat was intense, the flames roaring as they closed in. Kitsumi, undeterred, unleashed a massive explosion from both hands. Nuclear explosion. The force of the blast met the fire, creating a colossal shockwave that rippled through the battlefield, flattening the surrounding terrain and sending the audience reeling from the impact. They dashed toward each other, fists raised, meeting in a violent exchange of blows and attacks. Izuku's fist, engulfed in flames, collided with Kitsumi's explosive punch, the resulting shockwave rippling through the air. Neither was willing to back down. Izuku spun around, his leg sweeping in a fiery arc, aiming for Kitsumi's head. Kitsumi ducked, countering with a blast from her palms that sent Izuku skidding backward. Undeterred, Izuku leaped into the air, his body twisting as flames erupted around him. Fire Dragon's Talon. His foot descended, wreathed in fire, but Kitsumi met it head-on with another explosive punch. The collision ignited a burst of energy that sent both fighters flying backward. They quickly regained their footing. Kitsumi grinned, her eyes alight with the thrill of battle. He charged forward, her palms crackling with explosive power. AP, shot. Izuku, bracing himself, summoned a torrent of flames to envelop his body. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. He roared, charging forward to meet Kitsumi's attack. The two collided in a blinding flash of fire and explosions. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered, the sheer force of their attacks creating a crater. The audience watched in awe as the smoke cleared, revealing Izuku and Kitsumi still standing, panting heavily but ready for more. Without missing a beat, Izuku lunged forward with a flaming fist. Kitsumi deflected it with an explosive swipe, spinning around to deliver a powerful kick. Izuku caught her leg, using the momentum to throw Kitsumi to the ground. Kitsumi rolled, using her palms to blast herself back onto her feet. They paused, both breathing hard, their bodies bruised and battered, but their spirits unyielding. In unison, they charged once more, their roars of determination echoing across the battlefield. Flames and explosions lit up the arena as they continued their relentless onslaught, neither willing to concede defeat. But as the battle raged on, it became clear that neither would emerge as the clear victor. They were evenly matched, their powers complementing each other in a deadly dance of fire and fury. Finally, with a simultaneous burst of energy, they leaped back, panting heavily as they surveyed each other's battle-worn forms. Despite the exhaustion etched on their faces, there was a glint of satisfaction in their eyes. After a few hours of beating each other, the two had bruises and burns since both grew up together and developed at the same time as well. Tired? Screw you. This is. Just a fucking warm-up. Kitsumi received more blows than Izuku, who easily evaded the attack using his magic to strike her. Hey, you two, are you doing? It's already lunchtime. Itsuka yelled out that made them stop their bickering to have lunch. She had just ended her training with Jiro, who had enough beating, and decided it was the time to have a break. I almost lost track at the time. Well, where should we grab lunch? Well, I heard while heading here that there was Katsudo. Jiro said. Did you say Katsuden? Where? Izuku unconsciously zooms closer to Jiro, who blushes to have her face up close with his, while Itsuka eyes twitch before karate chopping him. Gee. Izu-san, you're making her feel uncomfortable. I know how you react when it's about Katsuden, but behave yourself. Haha, sorry, when I hear Katsuden I just lose myself. Izuku apologizes while the two find it cute that despite his first impression to be a mature young man, had some childish behavior. What are we waiting for? Let's go. He's oddly enthusiastic. Momo said and Mizuna giggled. That's just how he is when it comes to Katsuden. She said looking at her crush. It's really cute, don't you think? Himiko said. Well, I'll take the lead since if I remember it correctly it's around this corner. Jiro said. She went ahead with the rest of them walking their way towards the small shop that sold Katsuden and without hesitation, ordered quite a lot of food. That's quite a lot you ordered, Yaoi Rozu-san. Kami said nothing about the amount at the table. It's because my body requires lipids to let me create things, which is why I need to eat more. What about Midoriya-san? For me, I just need food to refuel myself since I burn a lot of calories because of my unique metabolism. They took their seats waiting for their order and took their time to know each other, sharing their lives and stories. Hey, I'm curious how you met Midoriya-san. Momo curiously asked. Well, I met Izuku when he joined my parents' dojo and Itsuka began to tell the story of how she met the courageous and hardworking Izuku. Even after how many times I hear it, I can't stop feeling inspired by Izu-kun. Kami said and glanced at Izuku, who was feeling embarrassed. Thanks, but it was thanks to Itsuka that I've learned so much. Izuku said with a bright smile and Itsuka blushed a bit. What about you, Kami-san? Jiro and Momo were given permission to call them by their first names. I was the one who approached our Emerald hero when I saw him writing his quirk notes and chatted about my quirks. Kami couldn't help but recall the charming side of Izuku in the park, surrounded by cats and diligently jotting down notes. Drawn in by the adorable scene, she found herself walking over to strike up a conversation with him. At first glance, Izuku appeared to be the epitome of a stud, but as she got to know him better, she discovered a different side to him. Beneath his confident exterior, Izuku was a sweet cinnamon roll, easily flustered yet undeniably cute, especially when teased. However, there were moments when he displayed a surprising level of dominance and manliness, asserting himself with a quiet strength that left Kami both impressed and intrigued. The more time they spent together, the deeper Kami found herself falling for Izuku. It wasn't just his good looks that captured her heart. It was his genuine personality, his kindness, and his unwavering determination. Each moment shared with him only served to solidify her feelings until she couldn't deny the growing affection she held for him. Izuku had become more than just a charming acquaintance. He had become someone she couldn't imagine her life without. I remember that. Did you really have to tease me that much? Izuku said, remembering the amount of times she teased him. Though, because of it, Izuku always confused her teasing from flirty. Not that he knows anything about flirting and just tells what's in his heart. Fufufu, can't help it, you quite the charming gem. Kami gave some proactive poses that made Izuku blush a bit while Kitsumi was glaring at this. Are you seriously flirting? Right in front of my food. Kitsumi roared in annoyance and envy while Kami already got used to her chihuahua antics. Mommy chill, I'm just messing with him. Kami said. As for me, Izuku was already a hero in my eyes after what he has done. As Himiko opened up about her life and the struggles she faced because of her quirk, they listened intently, their heart aching at the pain and loneliness she must have endured. Himiko's insatiable cravings for blood had caused others to perceive her as a freak, leading to neglect and abuse from her own parents, who failed to understand her. But amidst the darkness, there was a beacon of light. Izuku. He was the first person to extend a hand of friendship to try to understand her instead of judging her. With his unwavering support, Izuku became Himiko's first true friend, a lifeline in a sea of despair. Izuku didn't hesitate to intervene when he saw the harm Himiko was facing at the hands of her parents. He saved her from that toxic environment and provided her with the help and support she desperately needed. In doing so, he became more than just a friend. He became Himiko's savior, the person who showed her that she was worthy of love and kindness. Now, Himiko couldn't imagine her life without Izuku. She felt forever indebted to him, grateful for his presence in her life. The thought of losing him was unbearable, to the point where she couldn't fathom going on without him. In her eyes, Izuku was her reason for living, her beacon of hope in a world that had once seemed so bleak. Izuku was her everything. She belongs to Izuku. She was his and only his. No one will ever touch her. Izuku deserved the best. Izuku is the best. Izuku. Are you alright, Himiko-chan? Izuku called out to her since she seemed distracted. Ah, it's nothing. I was just reminiscing about the past when you saved me. Himiko said, and the two new girls were simply amazed by Izuku's heroism. Time passed by and everyone chatted a bit more before continuing their training before heading back home. As the days turned into weeks and eventually a full month passed since they began their training, everyone showed significant progress and growth. Momo embraced Izuku's suggestions, gradually integrating them into her quirk utilization. Her creativity and strategic thinking combined with Izuku's advice resulted in a noticeable improvement in her abilities. Jiro dedicated herself to learning hand-to-hand combat techniques under the guidance of Itsuka. With each session, she honed her skills, becoming more confident in her ability to defend herself in close combat situations. Himiko and Kami, on the other hand, engaged in friendly sparring sessions with the others. Amy focused on refining her glamour quirk, extending the duration of her illusions and expanding their reach. With each practice session, her control and mastery over her quirk grew stronger. Meanwhile, Himiko concentrated on enhancing her defensive techniques and takedown maneuvers. Understanding that her quirk lent itself more to espionage and infiltration, she sought to improve her ability to evade attacks and incapacitate opponents swiftly and efficiently. Himiko also grew because of Izuku's blood, which seemed to grant her temporary enhancements in strength and physical prowess. While she knew she couldn't match Izuku's level of power, she reveled in the sensation of being superhuman, even if only for a brief moment. I didn't expect the others to be busy today. Izuku thought while walking around the city with Mizuna accompanying him. At least we were able to spend time together, Izuku. Mizuna said. That's true. He went through a tunnel passing a sewage hole, then his instinct kicked in easily evading tendrils. Stand back, Mizuna. She immediately used her wings to move away, watching Izuku evade all the tendrils. Damn brat, hold still. Izuku finds himself face to face with a slime quirk who tries to ensnare him using its tendrils, but is unable to catch him due to his speed. This made the villain increasingly frustrated that he kept slipping away. He analyzed his opponent, trying to figure out its weakness. Its body is malleable and can't be touched normally. The only thing I could find was hitting its eyes and teeth. He dodged the tendrils every time it tried to grab him. Izuku wasn't going to burn him and accidentally kill him. Stop moving already and let me enter your body. The sludged quirk user angrily said. Bleh. That sounds gay, dude. But anyway, it should be fine. Izuku playfully said, and Mizuna snickers at this joke. Finally caught you? Izuku stops for a moment, letting the slime leap forward to wrap its body around him, only to find him vanished in thin air. He was confused about where the dragon slayer was, only to sense him behind him. Everything slowed down into a crawl as Izuku's body generated flames from his hands before taking a stance, taking deep breaths. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Before the slime had time to process, everything had its body obliterated as Izuku did a precise strikes that combust enough to scatter the slimy body for the villain. This causes the slime to be slammed into the wall, creating a spiderweb crack across the wall, knocking the person down. Great work. Igneel praised him, and Izuku nodded. Have no fear. Izuku heard a voice that he knew far too well, turned to see a tall muscular man with blonde hair that had a V-antenna hair strand, wearing a white shirt and army-colored pants, carrying a plastic hand while having a wide smile that makes you feel safe. I am here. He spoke his iconic words before pausing, seeing a young man standing close to the villain that he was chasing knockout. It appears a good citizen did my job for me, I feel ashamed. The muscular man roared in laughter while getting closer to check up on Izuku, who was stunned seeing him. Are you two alright? All Might said. Why yes. Holy crap, you're All Might. Izuku was flabbergasted seeing his idol before him. It kind makes me sad you're forgetting about me, young one. Igneel said. Don't be like that, Igneel too-san. Izuku said to him while chuckling. Calm down, Izuku. I know it's your idol, but can you calm down? Mizuna said. Haha, it's nice to see a fan of mine. He placed his hand on his shoulder, slightly impressed seeing the firm muscle that the young man had. Well, normally I would have reprimanded you about illegal use of your quirk in public, but I will let this one go because it's self-defense. All Might said before taking out a water bottle from the plastic bag he was carrying. He emptied the content and was about to place the villain inside of it. Wait, let me help you, Sir All Might. Ahaha, well thank you, young man. Once the two finished cleaning up, All Might prepared to leave. No problem, but can I take a picture with you? Sure thing, young man. Izuku took out his phone to snap a photo of his hero, having the same smile that he always saw when he was a child and not when he came face to face with his idol. Well, I'll be off. While the Dragon Slayer was excited looking at the picture, saw All Might about to leap into the sky, recalling something that he wanted to ask his idol. Wait, All Might. However, he was already midair when he was able to take a hold of All Might pants and was dangling in the sky several meters above the grounds. Young man, what are you doing? I do love my fans, but you should know about personal space. If I let go I'll die. No you won't. Igneel knows Izuku durability and can easily tank powerful attacks unfazed. I know, but the damages or people might get hurt if I crash into them. Oh right, good point. All Might looked for a place to land while the bottle of slime fell from his pocket as his mouth started to bleed. They landed at the top of a building, dropping Izuku off, followed by Mizuna. Well, then I think you can get down from here. All Might said. Don't go, I want to ask you. What does one need to be considered a hero? The number one hero was about to leave when his step halted and felt something that this day will be the start of a new beginning. Can someone quirkless be a hero? He had wondered if even he had a quirk and wanted to know what would happen if he hadn't gained a quirk. I admired heroes for their work in saving everyone, especially you who always put a smile on your face and wanted to be a hero at that moment. But up and until recently, I was labeled quirkless and my dream had been ridiculed. Shit, I'm running out of time. All Might's body began to steam as he listened to the young speedster's life story. Yet I did not let it get to me and train myself, dreaming to be a hero without quirk. That's why I want to know. What is it that one needs to become a hero? Izuku shouted his heart out, hearing everyone else having the same opinion from people. He looked at All Might, then blinked several times, then to Mizuna, who looked at him as if asking if he can see what's seeing, then back to All Might. Who the heck are you? Izuku and Mizuna said at the same time. I am all blah. The young dragon slayer and Exceed saw was not All Might from before, but a man that had a frail body and sunken eyes, the contrast of the powerful number one hero. Izuku could not hope but be astonished that the man before him was the same. Sigh. Don't tell anyone about this. All Might showed a large wound on his chest, explaining the reason for his sickly body. That shocked Izuku, that someone capable of harming him to this degree. As for your question. All Might hesitated for a moment, pondering the complexities of a quirkless individual aspiring to be a hero. The path of a hero was perilous, fraught with dangers that demanded extraordinary abilities and resilience. Without a quirk, the likelihood of survival in the face of such dangers seemed slim, often leading to grim outcomes. Yet, standing before him was a young man who defied these odds. Through sheer determination and relentless effort, he had forged his body into a powerful instrument, one that rivaled those gifted with quirks. Though he wasn't aware that he had a quirk and simply assumed he didn't. This transformation was a showcase to his unwavering dedication and extraordinary willpower, qualities that were rare even among the most gifted heroes. All Might couldn't help but be impressed by the young man's tenacity and resolve, qualities that made him question the very essence of what it truly meant to be a hero. Though I do think having a quirk is important, it is not what a hero truly needs. All Might mused. His thoughts wandered to a particular individual who, despite lacking a flashy quirk, had proven their worth through unparalleled combat skills. This hero had demonstrated that with rigorous training and indomitable spirit, one could achieve greatness. Their example showed that heroism was not solely defined by innate powers, but by the dedication, courage, and hard work that went into mastering one's abilities. This reflection reaffirmed All Might's belief that true heroism came from within, and anyone with the right mindset and effort could rise to the occasion. It is the heart that makes a hero. All Might continued, his voice filled with conviction. A hero is someone who will save others without a moment of hesitation and never expect anything in return. A hero is a person who inspires others through their actions and unwavering spirit. As he spoke, Izuku's eyes shimmered with renewed hope. All Might's words seemed to lift the heavy doubt that had been gnawing at his heart for so long. In that moment, Izuku felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose, realizing that his worth as a hero was not determined by his quirk, but by his resolve and the strength of his character. All Might's encouragement reignited Izuku's determination, assuring him that he, too, could become a beacon of hope and inspiration. In other words, I believe that even a quirkless person such yourself in the past could be a hero if you're willing to work hard and grow stronger. Thank you, All Might. He felt the burden in his heart disappear. Izuku always wants to know if he hadn't met Igneel, then where would he be then? Yet All Might's perspective would have been vastly different if he hadn't witnessed the blazing determination that mirrored his own youthful ambition when he embarked on his hero journey. The same fire that now burned within Izuku's heart was undeniable, reminiscent of the unwavering resolve that had driven All Might himself. There was a lingering possibility that he might have dismissed the idea of a quirkless individual becoming a hero if he had encountered someone with a scrawny physique and lacking in self-confidence. After all, in All Might's eyes, the path of a hero demanded rigorous training and unwavering commitment. Merely dreaming of heroism without the will to hone oneself physically and mentally seemed futile and potentially perilous. All Might held a deep sense of responsibility, unwilling to impart false hope or send a young aspirant to face certain danger unprepared. He believed firmly that achieving one's dreams required relentless effort and personal growth. His concern stemmed not from discouraging potential heroes, but from ensuring they understood the gravity and challenges of the path they chose to pursue. All Might's resolve to protect and guide those who sought to follow in his footsteps was as unwavering as his commitment to justice and heroism. "Then I'll be going. Make sure to not tell anyone about me." "I promise not to tell anyone." All Might nodded, then checked his pocket only to frantically try to find something that made Izuku curious. "What's wrong, All Might?" "Shit. I lost the bottle and I don't know where it is." "What?" "Oh no." It was them both who heard a loud explosion, instantly thought about the villain that escaped, which made All Might frustrated that he let it escape, while Izuku ashamed since it was his fault for grabbing his idol and letting the villain escape. "I need to go and check it out. Here, let me help you too." Izuna summoned her wings, surprising All Might before she carried the two towards the commotion. Everyone was too preoccupied to even notice them. After getting a closer at the commotion and looking at the surroundings, he finds the new rising hero Mount Lady and other heroes struggling to take action. They were occupied with thinking about the villain, civilians, and the collateral damage if they acted. "Please help out, friend, Toru." He turned his head to find a few female students screaming and looked at the slime monster before finding a vague shape wrapping itself around its malleable body. "I'm really pathetic. I can't do anything." All Might cursed himself, unable to act despite being the symbol of peace. He hated that he's at his limit, only watching as the villain claimed the life of an innocent child. He turns to the young man only to see him start to generate flames around his body. Izuku didn't even hesitate to rush first without thinking about himself. What was that? He zooms past the other heroes like a streak of red flames, moving with a speed that leaves everyone stunned and unable to react in time. In an instant, he appears before the sludge villain, swiftly grabbing hold of the person trapped inside. As he pulls them free, he discovers they are wearing what appears to be a female uniform. The girl's quirk seems to make her invisible, which is why he is unable to know how to describe her, but puts it aside quickly to save her from bringing her back where the heroes were. "Huh. It's you again." The sludge lunged forward, aiming to attack Izuku, but he swiftly countered by channeling his newfound ability. Flames erupted from his elbows, generating intense heat that sent waves of blistering energy outward, forcing everyone nearby to instinctively shield themselves from the searing inferno. Fire Dragon's flame elbow, he launched a devastating strike that sent a massive shockwave rippling through the air, dispersing the sludge villain into fragments that scattered across the ground. The onlookers stood dumbstruck, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and disbelief at the incredible display of power they had just witnessed. Until. "What are you waiting for? Go get the villain." Izuku screamed at them, his voice cutting through the stunned silence like a clarion call. His words snapped the heroes out of their daze, reminding them of their duty and prompting them into action. Amidst the commotion, Izuku focused his attention on the young girl who had been victimized by the sludge villain, her form still recovering from the ordeal. The invisible girl blinked as she slowly regained consciousness, her vision clearing to reveal the face of a handsome young man standing before her. Surprise flickered across her features, momentarily distracted by the unexpected sight. Then, her gaze fell to where Izuku gently held her shoulder, his expression a mix of concern and relief. "What's going on? Who are you?" She blushed, but Izuku couldn't see it. Are you alright? I was about to check your pulse if you're alright." "Don't worry, the heroes are already handling the situation." After a few minutes, the heroes subdue the villains as Izuku receives a mouthful of scolding from the heroes. He did not care much about what they said as he was well aware of his action and doesn't regret it. If he had given power, then why wouldn't he use it to have lives? Izuku would have regretted saving that person when he had the power capable of helping them. This human is surely contradicting themselves. "But they aren't wrong in you causing unforeseen consequences," Igneel said. "I know. Wait, I'm getting a sense of deja vu." Izuku reminded him of when he saved Jiro. "You know, as much as I like to say that was cool, you really loved going head first to danger." Mizuna said, sitting over his shoulder then glancing over to a pair of female uniforms, guessing it was the one he saved. Thank you again for saving me and I'm sorry if you receive a sermon from the heroes. He was about to leave when the person he saved came up to him giving her appreciation. Izuku only smiled much to the invisible girl's maiden heart. No problem, it is just how a hero does and also doesn't apologize. I knew at the beginning what would happen if I step in, but at least I don't regret anything. Still, can you tell me your name of my hero? Your hero. He muttered to himself as he slowly took steps toward his dream of becoming the hero that he always wanted. It warms his heart that he had saved another person like Jiro. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said with a bright smile reminiscent of All Might. Mine is Toru Hagakure, it's to meet you, Midoriya-san. Me too. Well, see you around, Hagakure-san. Izuku left her as she stared at disappearing back and wanted to show more of her gratitude, but he was too far away and she was hesitant to take action. I hope I can see him again. Toru felt that she should work even harder than before to achieve her goal as a hero. Meanwhile, he was walking back home deeply thinking about the future of his hero career and finally having clarity in life. Izuku had no doubt that his dream to be a hero and all his training weren't for nothing. I am here. Izuku halted his steps and was surprised to see All Might in his buff form. All Might. Why are you here? Izuku asked. Yeah, did something happen? Mizuna said. Well, young man, your action earlier had bleh. What the actual fuck? Izuku and All Might, who turned into his skinny self, turned to the one who shouted, finding ash-colored hair youth staring at them in shock while the symbol of peace paled. Fuck. I didn't expect someone else. All Might shouted in disbelief. Kakin. Izuku exclaimed, never to expect to stumble upon him. You know who this kid is? All Might asked. Yeah, she's my best friend and rival. Izuku said. Well, Kitsumi felt hurt by this, but dismisses it for now. Hold the fuck on. You're All Might. Why are you all bones? Kitsumi was shocked to see her idol, and the person she had looked up to ever since she was a child, became frail before her eyes. Yes, I am All Might and this is my true self. Don't tell anyone about this, alright? All Might feel embarrassed that his secret was exposed. Sure thing, but I don't think no one would believe me that All Might, the symbol of peace, is getting weaker when I'm fucking seeing before my eyes and still can't fucking believe. Kitsumi swore, baffling All Might. Do you really need to swear every time you talk? He was a bit worried about the young soon-to-be heroine. Don't mind her, that's just how she talks, All Might. Yeah, she has a sailor mouth. Mizuna said. What did you say, green pussy? Kitsumi said while All Might sweat hearing how the youth speak vulgar words without any filter, while smiling and agreeing that people would doubt his worst unless he had concrete evidence, but even then they would still have their doubts. But who could have done this to you, All Might? Kitsumi asked. Someone powerful that we had disclosed information about that fight. Ever since that day my time limit could only last for 3 hours. All Might gave up since his secret was exposed anyway. That's short. That's why you recently have less public appearances. All Might nodded, fortunate enough that no one was able to notice how he was becoming less active as time went by. It only a matter of time that people start to know his secret. Well, the reason I'm here is because you've asked me what makes a hero, and earlier you did the same thing of what makes a hero. All Might said. A hero should have. Kitsumi asked. Yes, it is when they move without thinking and saving someone despite the consequences. You knew you would be scolded by the heroes and yet still acted. All Might replied. I still don't regret saving her. Izuku said. Another fucking one? Kitsumi frowned upon hearing this. Yup. Mizuna said. What? Izuku tilted his head. Never mind. Izuku blankly stared at his rival, ignorant of her words, while Kitsumi sighed at his denseness. Well, what I'm to tell you is also important not to tell anyone else. It is about my quirk. All Might said. Your All Might's quirk. Izuku and Kitsumi exclaimed while Mizuna was also shocked, knowing the All Might quirk was a great mystery. Yes, it's called One for All. One for All, a quirk that allows the person to pass it to someone else while stockpiling the power to the next user it passes on. All Might, being the 8th user, is considered the strong user of this quirk with reason yet unknown to him. However, the truth is his quirk only brings out most of it as long as it is an empty vessel, which meant that it needed a quirkless host that needed itself to be passed on fully using its strength or force. Interesting, I wonder if Izuku would gain this, would it amplify his magic power? He haven't unlocked his second origin. Igneel thought while listening to their conversation. The quirk that could be passed on? How is it possible? I know there are many theories about the All Might quirk. Izuku began to mumble at high speed that it sounded like pitch to All Might and Kitsumi with the latter's veins pop before chopping his head to make him stop. The fuck do that for? Izuku roared in annoyance. Shut up and do your mumbling habit, dammit. Kitsumi roared back. Ah, sorry All Might. Force of habit, hahaha. Izuku apologized, rubbing his head and Kitsumi snicker. It's alright, young man, but do you accept my offer? I can see that you're worthy of my quirk, having the heroic heart that I've been searching for. He thought for a moment, stuck in a dilemma of accepting the quirk, as he had already been blessed with a quirk, even though it was still unknown if it could be considered a quirk. Accepted, Izuku. You wouldn't lose me even if you gain a quirk. It's possible to even increase your prowess through it. Igneel relayed his thoughts. Are you sure? I feel like there are others who deserve it more than I do. Izuku thought. Yes, do it. With that, Izuku's eyes shimmer in determination, having decided to walk the path that is before him, and denying would be a missed opportunity. I accept and promise to surpass your expectations, going beyond plus ultra. He shouted his heart outs that made All Might smile, as his body slowly started to steam into his buff form. Haha, that is what I like to hear, young man. All Might said. If you have All Might quirk, then by defeating you and by default also defeat All Might. Good. I can't fight you anymore when you're now in a weakened state, but Deku would be enough. Kitsumi excitedly said. Izu-chan. Everyone's eyes widened and turned their heads, finding 5 young women. That made All Might paled once again, that his secret had been revealed to few more people. Well, we're fucked. Kitsumi said. You can say that again. Mizuna said. How long have you guys been there? Izuku asked. Since the One for All Things. Itsuka said. Shit. All Might cursed. The next day at the Dagaba beach, after explaining everything to the other girls who promised to not tell anyone, while All Might felt ashamed that his secret that had been hidden for years had been exposed. He is unable to do anything besides accepting them and including them in training. I am here. All Might arrived to where the other kids were waiting for him in his buff form, having his trademark smile. Good morning, everyone. He greeted each one of them before transforming back to his skinny form. That still surprised them that the number 1 hero would have this kind of secret. They could not help but admire him for standing firmly despite the pain he was in. It was admirable that he stood holding the burden of being a symbol while being in much pain. They wondered if they were capable of doing the same as him once they became professional heroes. In this form you can call me Toshinori Yagi, whichever you prefer. Toshinori said to them. Once again, forgive us for accidentally peeking in your secret, All Might. Momo felt guilty that she unexpectedly learned about the secret of the number 1 hero in Japan. It's alright, and I can't change things now you know my secret. Toshinori reassured her. I still can't believe I'm in front of the number 1 hero, All Might. Jiro said, still in disbelief at everything happening. Tell me about, sister. No offense, Toshinori-san, but it's still hard to believe you're All Might. Kami may not be a die-hard fan, but she admired All Might for what he did, and seeing him like this was far too surreal. None taken, young Utsushimi. Toshinori said. Kami is fine, Toshinori-san. My last name makes me sound old. Kami said. Still passing your quirk to Izu-chan. How does that work, All Might? Mizuna asked. Now that you mention it, I was planning to train young Midoriya before giving my quirk, so as not to cause him to explode. Toshinori began to speak when Izuku interrupted him. Wait. I just heard something terrifying. Me? Explode. Izuku paled hearing about the part of him exploding from receiving the quirk. All Might scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Oh, that. Well, you see, if your body was not strong enough to handle the power of One for All, then there's a chance you wouldn't be able to handle it and blow yourself up. But worry not. You already have a body strong enough to handle my quirk. Everyone deadpanned. They all questioned his teaching skills, as it was plain horrible to forget the most important part that could literally kill his successor before he got the chance if he forgot to mention it. Reminds me when I was teaching Natsu. Igneel said, recalling times he had a hard time teaching Izuku and had help with anahortophilia. You're horrible at teaching shit. Kitsumi remarked. Agree. Izuku added. All Might sweat hearing the duo before coughing to recompose himself. He turned to Izuku before speaking. Well, young Midoriya, it is finally time for you to inherit One for All. You have the body to withstand it. Izuku grinned and gave a look of determination on his face. He clenched his fist, pouring his heart the words that would change his life. I'm ready, All Might. Izuku said. Good. After a dramatic pause of silence, All Might reached into his head and pulled out a strand of hair, then sticking it in front of Izuku. Now, eat this. A moment of awkward silence resounded the whole beach before everyone tilted their head dumbfounded. Huh. That's just fucking disgusting. Kitsumi felt like he was going to vomit, and the rest agreed. Is that really necessary to pass it on? Momo asked, putting a hand to her mouth. Well, in order for you to obtain One for All, you must ingest the current wielder's DNA, and hair is the least disgusting part of my body that you can eat, so. Here. All Might rubbed the back of his head with his other hand while explaining. Ha, here, I thought I seen everything. Igneel couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Izuku grumbled. I did not expect to be this way. Itsuka muttered in disbelief. Is that even sanitizer? Kami said. Yeah, I thought it would be like those movies where they only touch them then the main character get the power. Jiro said. Wouldn't cutting your palm and mixing your blood be better? Himiko suggested. I don't think that is any better. Momo said. They shared their opinion as All Might sweated while hearing their comments. He shoved the strand of hair to Izuku. The Dragon Slayer stared at the strand of hair for a few seconds. Well. Is there any other option? Izuku hesitated, seeing it was eating a strand of hair. He imagined it more dramatic, but eating hair? It blew his expectation out the window. Just eat and I use special shampoo, so it's sanitized. Toshinori said while harboring petty thoughts. Beside, if I have to eat a hair to inherit one for all then you must as well. He can still remember almost choking because of it. Well, I guess that's how it is then. Well, here goes. Izuku then sighed as he placed a hair in his mouth and quickly gulped it down as fast as he could. He actually choked on it for a moment and that caused him to gag on it more than he normally would have. The dragon struggled to get the hair down his throat before finally swallowing it and then gasping for breath. That looks painful. Everyone winces seeing Izuku struggling, shuddering if they were in his position. After recovering from that experience, Izuku looked down at his arms and began to stretch them out. How do you feel, Izu-san? Itsuka said. I don't feel much different than before. Izuku was confused, wondering if it would work or not, as it would be regrettable, as he doesn't want to eat more hair just to make sure. It's normal as your body is currently adjusting for the moment, but don't worry, it won't take long. For the time being, why don't we introduce ourselves first, like, dislike, hobbies and goals. Toshinori suggested that Izuku still had his body slowly integrating with his body. Why don't I go first then? My name is Toshinori Yagi. 48 years old. I like movies and cedars from Yakishima. I dislike people who hurt others just for their own selfishness. My hobbies are fighting villains and saving people. Well, I have already achieved my dream of becoming the symbol of peace. Now, I just wanted to teach my successor similar to how my master taught me. He gazes into his successor, finding himself wondering if his old master thought the same thing to him when he said his dream to her. Well, I'm Katsuki Bakugo. 14 years old. I like spicy foods and mountain climbing. My hobbies are cooking and drumming, I guess. I dislike losing. As for my dream, I want to surpass the best and be on top. Itsumi shouted, determined to defeat Izuku, even though the chance is slim next to impossible, now that a crush and rival is forced to reckon with. My name is Itsuka Kendo. 14 years old. I like spending time with my friends. I dislike villains and anyone that hurts the weak. My hobbies are training and martial arts. As for my dream, I want to become strong enough to stand beside Izuku and help him with his goals. Itsuka declared, receiving a different reaction with her crush to smile happily at her words. As the other girls thought the same thing, wanting to be the same as her. A person special to Izuku, and the time they spent only strengthened their bond with him. Well, at least I know my successor won't be alone. Now you're next. I'm Jiro Kyoka. 14 years old. I like to spend time with my friends and listen to rock. I dislike mumble rap. My dream is to be a hero and stand beside Izuku and the rest of my friends. Jiro exclaimed while slightly turning red from her words, but did not regret telling the truth. This made everyone want to stand by Izuku's side. The rock girl grew closer to everyone, understanding more about her feelings. Every time she wanted to be like her, the one who wanted to support the person they like. She doesn't know if she will be together with Izuku, but she will always support him. Jiro owed him many things, from helping her grow stronger to saving her life. That's what her heart is right now. Is she? No, probably not, but my boy, good luck. All Might inwardly thought, looking at his ignorant successor and his future trouble with a woman. He experiences the same thing and it doesn't end well. Now it's your turn, Yamomo. Jiro said. My name is Momo Yaoi Rozu. 14 years old. I like reading and drinking tea. My hobbies are shopping and making things using my quirk. My dream is the same as Jiro, a hero that would make people feel safe and stand beside my friends. She did the same reaction as Jiro, much to the symbol of All Might amusement, finding that his inheritor would make not one not two, but three women fall for him and only eventually increase as time goes. How about you, young Midoriya? Well, to start, I'm Izuku Midoriya, 14 years old. I like katsuden and martial arts. I dislike bullies and people who look down on others. I don't like hurting people either, but do it if it's necessary. My hobbies are housework and cooking. As for my dream. Izuku paused, looking at his friends, and Toshinori listened closely. Those who were close to him always hear him talk about dreaming of becoming a hero, but this is the first time he pauses. However, now it was possible, it made him contemplate the future of his career. A few minutes went by, letting everyone anxiously wait until Izuku grinned and clenched his fist. After training for a decade, I realized that there is always a limit to one's ability. Even if I acquired many unbelievable things would still not let me do everything, I know that the people I can help will still be limited, after all I'm only one person. Toshinori nodded, as he too knew that he can't save everyone despite what the public, especially the children, believed. This made him recall his former master and how he was unable to save her. And even though he had already learned to accept that doesn't mean he has to like it though. He would try his best to save those he was able to reach, instead of just giving up. That's why. Izuku looked at Toshinori and everyone having burning determination and felt his charisma intently listening to every word he uttered. I wanted no, I will make my own hero team. A team of strong and just heroes who would step up to be the pillar of peace. If one symbol of peace managed to bring down the crime rates, then what would happen if we have an entire group of them? That is my dream. To make a team who will one day be known as the symbol of peace and will have the ability to do the job that one man cannot. Izuku excitedly said his dream that made the symbol of peace to unconsciously turned into his buff form. He never expected his successor would have the same but better and harder dream than he had. Young Midoriya, your dream is even harder than becoming the number one. But I believe in you and I will be supporting you every step of the way. I don't doubt you won't achieve your dream as you already have friends that are beside you. All Might couldn't be more proud and seeing the future generations before his eyes felt that the world would turn into a better place. Izuku smiled, turning his attention to his friends who were smiling in return. We will make sure to be the best team and stand beside you, Izu-chan. Itsuka said. Tots. We should make a hero team name. Kami said. I'll be there surpassing you, Deku. Kitsumi said. I think that would greatly help in making sure everyone is safe. We will gladly lend our help, Midoriya-san. Momo said. Superhero team huh? Well that sound exciting Jiro. Would Mizuna be our mascot? Himiko holding into Mizuna. Hey now. If I become a mascot then give a large percent of the merchandise. Mizuna said. Everyone gave their support in his dream of a superhero team. That one day contend with the forces of evil in the world and beyond. Thank you, everyone. I'll not disappoint you. Izuku said. Hahaha great to hear. Now that the introductions are done, how about we see if you can use one for all? Toshinori said. Yes sir. Izuku replied. Do you feel any different, Izu-chan? Itsuka asked. Hold on. Yeah I do feel more energetic, but I'm unsure if it's my quirk or not. Now, how do I use it? Oh right. Just focus, pull your arm back, clench your buttocks, and yell smash. He raised his arm punching the sky without any force as everyone deadpanned at his explanation that made the number one hero sweat. That doesn't really sound like a good explanation. Trust me. All Might smiled before sweat dropped when they ignored them as he was horrible at explaining things. He doesn't trust me at all. He coughed at blood seeing his successor ignoring him and busily contemplating trying to figure out how to use his quirk. Any change? Izuku asked Igneel. No, but there's certainly new kind of power welling up and it's clear your second origin had been unblocked. Igneel said while Izuku began to treat it like magic where he tried to channel the energy through his body and began to feel the change happening. Energy coursing through his body as his magic power skyrocketed even further than ever before. Incredible, it implied your magical prowess. Igneel commented as everyone saw the changes happening. Hahaha you actually pulled it off. Now let's test your power. All Might open his palm for testing, but Izuku hesitates as pairing the speed force and the force of a foe would likely hurt him. I'd rather not All Might. If my guess is correct then it could hurt you, not that I'm saying you're weak, but currently I'm rapidly increasing the output of AFO and I'm at least 35% and if paired with my quirk then you know what would happen. All Might recalled the time he fought the sludge villain and saved the invisible girl. Yeah, let's not. All Might stepped back. Anyway, let's test this out on the sea. Also is there anyone that might hear or see us? Haha don't worry I ask a friend to close this area and won't have anyone accidentally stumbling here. Alright then. Here goes nothing. Clenching his fist spreading the energy that came from One for All, drawing a large quantity of power that rapidly tore through his body and found that his limit was 50% beyond, started to destroy his body. The sensation was agonizing but stood firmly as pain is an old friend of his. His high-speed healing factor allowed him to slowly adjust to the foreign power and without it then Izuku would have long passed out. He took boxing stances while breathing deeply to regulate his energy and maintain the circulation to evenly spread the power. It's a lot harder than I thought. Maybe I should revise my suit to incorporate some sort of regulator to let me use 100% without damaging my body. Izuku made a mental note before finally planting his firmly into the ground, causing a fissure of crack afterward his whole body emanated more energy along with his flames. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Whoosh. Boom. His strike caused the water to split in half while pushing a hurricane of wind that made the others protect their eyes. This causes the recoil to lessen enough for his bones to shatter. They are all dumbstruck seeing the rift in the ocean, while All Might felt proud that his successor was better than he anticipated. In his first time using one for all, everything became natural, and the strike he made was a lot weaker than Izuku struck. Hahaha, my boy, you'll surely surpass me in the future. Holy crap, he split the ocean in half. Jiro exclaimed. That first could be equal to 100 or more dynamite. Momo gave her a remark. Aizu-chan is already insanely strong, but this is ridiculous. Mizuna commented. Nah, I could take him. Kitsumi said. In a fight, right? Kami asked. Of course, what else? It then hit her and blush in the process, as Kami giggled at her cute reaction. Aizu-san. How do you feel? Itsuka went closer knowing that the backlash would be devastating when the outward force could split the ocean. Izumi turns, giving a reassuring smile while wincing from the pain. I'm fine but a bit sore. It was still too much for my body. He struggled to clench his hand, but thanks to his Dragon Slayer physiology, gave him faster recovery than a normal person. Before long, All Might returned to his skinny form. Now that you've gotten a grasp, I think it's the right time for me to tell your training, and also I hadn't gotten the opportunity, but can I talk to your parents, young Midoriya? Toshinori said. Sure thing, but why? Izuku asked. Well, now that I have chosen you as my successor, then it would be fair to let your mother know. To get her consent if you will. Though I won't tell who I am, I think it's best to at least tell her that I've chosen you. All Might doesn't want to just take their kid training him without the parents' consent. He isn't irresponsible enough to not let the parent know why their children suddenly got injured. Perhaps another timeline forgot to think about the side of the parent. He also realized that no one would associate him, Toshinori Yagi, to All Might. Even when he was walking around, no one recognized him. I should ask her before giving my quirk to young Midoriya. I'm getting really old. Toshinori inwardly thought before turning his attention back to his students. I understand, and I think my mom wouldn't mind. Now that you mention it, why don't we head there once we finish training? I think you would love her food. Alright, now is for your training. In the end, everyone ignores All Might as he was terrible at teaching, causing him to sulk in the corner while muttering to himself. Izuku used his Fire Dragon Slayer magic in tandem with One for All, experimenting while trying to integrate the quirk into his body. It took him a while to reach the output of 40%. Though it wasn't yet 100%, it could still be devastating by applying his Fire Dragon Slayer magic, striking at the literal bomb. For several hours they continued training and experimenting with their quirk while cleaning up the beach. Whoa, I'm beat. I think we should do it for today. Why don't we head to my mom's restaurant? Izuku said. Sure, and Jiro-san, you've improved a lot more than I expected. Keep it up. Itsuka praised her. Thanks, Kendo-san. I agree with Izuku, my body is already sore and I'm craving for your Aunt Inko's pasta. Jiro said. Me too. I can't wait to taste Aunt Inko's food again. Momo added. Alright, let's fucking go. I ain't wasting time chatting. Kitsumi said. Come on now, All Might. I think you love my mom's cooking. Thank you, young Midoriya. Toshinori ended his sulking from the corner, rejoicing hearing his successor hadn't forgotten about him. It didn't take them long to arrive where the restaurant was, entering a Western-style restaurant. All Might feel welcome inside and smell the aroma of food in the distance. Mom, are you here? Izuku went to the counter yelling for his mother, who was busily cooking, but heard his voice. Izuku. Finished training today. Oh, you brought another guest. Welcome. All Might froze in shock seeing the woman in front of him. It made him wonder if he's seeing a ghost, but the woman appeared exactly like a person that he held dear. Master. Nana Shimura, the previous user of One for All and the master of All Might, who had died fighting the same person that made him into such a weakened state. She had the same appearance as her with only a few differences, namely her figure and hair color. Excuse me? Inko was confused hearing the skinny man, slightly worried at his appearance as it made him look malnourished, especially his sunken eyes. All Might of the words made the children confused and curious. Ah, sorry, you just look like someone close to me. All Might shook his head, still burdened by the death of his master. He knew that his master had already passed long ago, and the woman before was a completely different person. Is that so? Well, let me introduce myself. I am Inko Midoriya, mother of Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Toshinori Yagi, Mrs. Just Mr. Yagi. He paused, nodding, vaguely understanding the situation and not wanting to escalate the situation quickly to change the subject. Ms. Midoriya. I would like to discuss something regarding your son's future. My son's future? May I ask who you are, Mr. Yagi? I think it's best to speak about this more privately. I understand, Izuku brings them to the second floor while I prepare your meals. He nodded, taking them above the second floor. Everyone entered a small room as they finally sat down to relax. Alright, if you don't mind me asking, but what was that about master thing? Ah well, your mother looks exactly like my master, the previous user of One for All. Your master? Can you tell me more about her? I'm interested more about the quirk I have. Toshinori nodded, but thought it was not the right time to tell him about that man, as he didn't want him to think it was his responsibility. So you were quirkless as well. That's certainly surprising. Momo said. The symbol of peace once quirkless. Jiro said. Wow, that's a shocker. Himiko said. Totally. Kami added. You're like Deku, huh? All Might gave a bit more about himself, telling them the time his master was still alive and how he had dreamt to be the symbol of peace. He smiled, reminiscing of the past and recalling his youth when he was the same age as his successor who had a childish dream, yet eventually achieved it after many years. This made him wonder if his master would be proud of what he attained after her passing. He always tries his best to amend and not disappoint her master by smiling every day. Now that his time is nearing and thinking about retiring entirely from his hero work. That would come when he finished passing the force to Midoriya. That's right. Perhaps my master saw the same thing I did to young Midoriya. I surely won't disappoint you or in her, All Might. This made the symbol of peace smile, ruffling his hair that Izuku oddly felt pleasant, similar to how he feels to Igneel. Moments later, Inko entered the room while pushing a cart full of food. She had beaming and welcoming that made All Might be in trances by her. She had a fit body that no one would think that she's already a mother. There weren't any visible differences despite already being in her 40s. Inko had been working hard ever since Izuku began her journey, deciding rather than stressing herself try her best to be better like her son. No fat Inko. Hope I didn't keep you waiting. Here are your meals, I hope you enjoy. Now, what is that you want to discuss, Mr. Yagi? How do I go with this? First of all, what I'm about to tell you is important to be between the people here as it will affect your son's future. All Might explained that, made into extremely anxious at what he meant by it, but nodded. She understood that this is about her son's dream of becoming a hero and gave a determined expression supporting her son's till the end. The number one hero could see the spitting image of his master when he saw her expression. This made him compelled to make the decision that might change their life. Please do not panic, but I am All Might. Gah. The skinny guy turned into All Might. Imposter. He sweat-dropped. Inko took a moment to calm down, seeing the number one hero and the idol that her son looked up to ever since he was a child is in front of her. You're really All Might. I apologize for how I reacted. It is alright, Miss Midoriya. Anyways, I would like to explain everything at the beginning. Inko intently listened, hearing how his son's dream was growing closer towards his dream. She understood the responsibility that her sons would carry, but was thankful that he had friends beside him looking at them who were quietly eating. She felt saddened how someone had to keep going for 5 years in order for the people to feel safe. Inko admired All Might for everything that he did that inspired her son to be a hero like him and never wanted anything in return. The man who burdens by the weight of being the symbol of peace that is now crumbling, but her sons would carry the torch guiding the next generation. Your sons would one day surpass me and be a better symbol of peace than me. That is why I'm asking for your consent to help guide him. I understand. Ever since he was a child and diagnosed quirkless, the thing that kept him moving forward was your smile and words. Without you standing and inspiring many people, then my son wouldn't be the man he is today. Which is why, please guide him and help him achieve his dream. I will. All Might and Inko smiled while everyone except Izuku, who just doesn't care, sees the chemistry between the two. I ship. Jiro said. I second that. Mizuna said. Same here, they seem perfect together. Itsuka said. Is it appropriate to gossip about other people's relationships? But I do think the same. Momo said. Because it's fun. Kami said. Yeah, and Izuku wouldn't mind having his idol being his stepdad. Himiko said. They began to gossip, seeing the two appeared to be a blooming couple. It's exactly been 2 months since Izuku gained One for All, where he steadily got used to it and applied new moves for him to use. The scale of which his attack and reach was dangerous, therefore he decided not to abuse it to avoid unnecessary collateral damage. The same goes for everyone growing alongside him, with only holding them back is finding a way to overcome the wall through a powerful adversary. Momo is able to produce more complex things and apply them to her new combat style, while Jiro focuses on trying new things with her quirk and applying them to her new combat style. At the present time, Igneel senses a new arrival within Izuku's soul and sees 8 people with one more like a golden silhouette than anything. They were taken aback by the volcanic surrounding and enormous dragon before then. Holy shit. Is that a dragon? A bald man with leather clothes and goggles said. We can see that. Another shouted, ready to fight, while Igneel found it amusing that they weren't backing down despite their fear. Calm down everyone. I'm sure Mr. Dragon can explain what's going on. The white-haired man said. Forgive us for being rude, but who are you? He turned to Igneel. I am Igneel, the Fire Dragon King, and the reason for Izuku's quirk, but in truth it is magic. I presume you are the result of the quirk called One for All. Igneel easily concluded that since there wasn't a complete explanation for it. Everyone was clearly shocked. Magic. Fire Dragon King. Ah yes, we are the predecessor of All for One. I am Yoichi Shigaraki. The first user of One for All. He said. I am Kudo. The second user. Spiky salmon-haired man said. Bruce. The third user. Silver-haired man said. I'm Hikage Shinomori. The fourth user. A man with white hair with a scar in the shape of a lightning bolt on his face introduced himself. Name's Dagoro Banjo. I'm the fifth. The bald man with leather clothes and goggles said. Just call me N. And I am the sixth user. A man with a long purple jacket introduced himself. The last one was the woman with a hero costume as she looked at the dragon. I am Nana Shimura. The seventh user. May I ask what you mean by magic? Once they were done introducing themselves, Yoichi decided to ask Igneel, who began to tell more about himself and where is from, surprising them about another world filled with magic and dragons. We hope you don't mind if we make something to stay on. Yoichi said, and Igneel nodded. I don't mind, and I'm sure you all wish for my son to grow. Igneel said. Your son? Nana said. Yes, I consider Izuku as my second foster son. I'm certain you all would like him. Igneel said, and Kudo frowned since he didn't like these heroic ideals because he was from a time where it was kill or be killed. Oh, wait, I wonder if I can be the cool uncle then. Dagoro said. Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. En said. I hope you don't mind if we make a place for ourselves to meet the ninth user. Yoichi said, and Igneel nodded, letting them do as they pleased. They created a platform that had thrones where they sat down. Are you able to communicate with Izuku? It appears we can. I would love to meet him. Yoichi said, and Igneel nodded, telling them that he can bring Izuku there. They waited for Izuku to fall asleep when Izuku appeared in the dreamscape and were shocked to see them. Who are you people? Igneel, do you know anything? Izuku asked. Just wait and let them explain. Igneel said as Yoichi stepped forward. I'm sorry that we appeared to you like this, ninth. Allow us to introduce ourselves. The white-haired man said. We wouldn't want to overwhelm you, but it's best if you know the history of One for All to fully understand the weight of it. Yoichi explained, making the boys' eyes widen. History of One for All. Izuku exclaimed while Igneel listened to their conversation. Yes. You see, long ago, there was a man named All for One who had a quirk that allowed him to steal the quirks of others. That man is my older brother. Yoichi elaborated before continuing and shocking Izuku from the revelation. I was a weak and sickly man, but I had a strong sense of justice, although I was quirkless and didn't possess a quirk. I refused to be a part of my older brother's sick twisted game, so I didn't do what he wanted for a while. In his eyes, since I was weak, he knew I won't survive in the world, so he forced a quirk that can stockpile power into me. But after acquiring the quirk, it allowed me to unlock my real quirk, which allowed me to transfer my quirk to others. The stockpile quirk merged with my quirk, and it created One for All. That is the origin of One for All. Izuku was speechless from hearing the story of One for All's origin. He thought One for All was something he was gifted by All Might for his innate heroism, not for this thing. Quite an interesting history. Transferring an innate ability to another person. So, if that's One for All's origin, then what was the purpose for it when inherited? The boy asked his predecessors. Wait, has Tashi not told you? Nana asked, to which the boy shook his head as a not yet, making her and the past users groan in disbelief. Geez. I get that guy is the symbol of peace, but is he so worked up by his job that he doesn't have the time to explain this to his own pupil? Or has the guy forgotten about it? Dagoro exclaimed as he was confused about the symbol of peace's actions. Toshinori better hope I am dead now, because if I were still alive, I would pummel him to the ground for forgetting the purpose. Nana said as she put a hand on her hand in disappointment of her disciple. We can't blame him, though. He managed to beat All for One 5 years ago. Or so we thought. Ben commented as he recalled how he and the past users remember seeing Toshinori fight and defeat the long-living symbol of evil known as All for One, although it resulted in his injury. Toshinori? So you thought? Izuku questioned in confusion and curiosity. You see, Izuku, One for All is a power meant for defeating All for One. Toshinori, or should I say All Might, beat my older brother 5 years ago, but he gained his stomach scar because he made a mistake in their fight which led to his wound. Yoichi said, and Izuku took note of this. Anyway, I'm going to tell you that because you were quirkless, like how Toshinori was. You may be the last user of One for All. Yoichi stated. Wait, how am I the last user? Wouldn't there be others to let One for All be passed on to? You see, kid, we figured out that after All Might took One for All, the quirk itself wouldn't accept other people with quirks, so if you wanted to pass it on to someone else, then they have to be quirkless, just like you and the big guy. However, the 80% of the population that has quirks are starting to make the quirkless people. How do you call this? It's turning them into an endangered species. Dagoro elaborated to the best he could to explain why Izuku is the last user. Okay. I understand. He said, and Igneel can understand, since Izuku was an empty cup without a quirk, which means he would be able to withstand using one for all. Can't wait to see you use my quirk. Dagoro said, confusing Izuku. Use your quirk? What do you mean? Izuku asked, turning to Yoichi for explanation. It's somewhat complicated, but I figured it out long ago. My quirk allowed me to transfer it to someone else, and when it merged a stockpile quirk to create one for all, it somehow had the ability to take a piece of the quirk of a user, but it doesn't steal it from their user. It, in a way, transfers itself into one for all. Yoichi explained. My quirk is a black tendril quirk called Black Whip. Dagoro explained, using the quirk as it sprouted black tendrils from before on his hand. It allows me to produce energy tendrils from my body and command them at will. It is a top-grade quirk, useful for capturing villains and increasing one's mobility by grabbing onto objects. Its drawback is that, if I experience negative emotions such as anger, hate or rage, then it would cause it to go out of control. And due to one for all growing stronger by being passed onto each of us, its power made the quirk evolve. And that second quirk you used to make you float was my quirk, Float. Nana said, before activating her quirk, which caused her to float up in the void. It allowed me to levitate and suspend myself in midair. With added enhancements of the stockpiled energy of one for all, Float becomes drastically more powerful, allowing the user to fly at high speed. Whoa. Izuku said in awe. So. What are your quirks? Mine is called Restore. Hikage said as he stood up. He grabbed his first finger before breaking it, just as it then healed itself. It allows me to restore my body from any injuries. However, more devastating injuries will make the quirk take time to heal me, usually leaving scars, which is its drawback. One for all's energy evolved my quirk to somewhat overcome this drawback, but I believe you'll still get some scars. Smokescreen is the name of my quirk. N stated as purple smoke started to emit from his body. It allows me to emit clouds of thick purple smoke from my body like a smokescreen, allowing me to catch my opponents off guard and by surprise. The quirk's drawback is that, if I use too much smoke, it may make it difficult for me to navigate through the haze, and the backfire of this is that an opponent may be able to get the jump because of it. And if it was used on a rainy day, the smoke cannot spread in the rain. After hearing their quirks, Izuku turns to the two men facing the wall of the room. The second and third users. Second user sighed before speaking. Gearshift is my quirk. It allows the user to change the speed at which things accelerate through space. My meta ability is even capable of changing speeds while ignoring the laws of inertia. Fajin is my quirks. The third speaks. By repeating movements such as moving, I was able to store up kinetic energy in my body, and releasing it gave an explosive boost in speed and power. Its power is sort of similar to that Chinese martial arts move known as the one-inch punch. Wow. The boy said in amazement. Interesting. Igneel is impressed by these new powers that his second son obtains. And I believe you know, Izuku, that you will soon inherit our quirks and become one of the strongest people in this world. Strong enough to possibly defeat All for One, once and for all. Nana said as she summarized what he would have to look forward to in the future. Well, I can't wait. I promise, I will train with One for All, and defeat All for One, and become a great hero. He said as he raised his fist high. That is a lovely thing to hear. It appears that we still have time. Why don't we help Izuku train here a bit? Yoichi said, and they agreed to test Izuku. Well, guess this place wouldn't be boring anymore. I'll go ahead watch you train him. Inside Izuku's dreamscape, he found himself receiving invaluable guidance from the predecessors of One for All. These experienced mentors were dedicated to helping him master his quirk to its fullest potential. As they observed Izuku's progress, they were consistently impressed by his remarkable adaptability and his sharp combat intelligence. His ability to swiftly learn and implement their teachings demonstrated that he was not only an exceptional student, but also a prodigious wielder of One for All. Through their rigorous training sessions, it became evident that Izuku was emerging as the most capable and powerful user of One for All, surpassing all who came before him. Eventually, Izuku had to wake up, and the first user got up before walking towards the boy as he placed his hand on his shoulders. We wish you the best of luck on this journey, Izuku. Make good progress with One for All, unlock our quirks, and defeat my older brother. Yeah, we hope you win, kid. Dagoro said with a thumbs up. Good luck, Izuku. Hikage and En said simultaneously at the same time. The second and third just give him a nod of approval, while the golden spirit of Toshinori gives a thumbs up to his student. Izuku. Nana called to him as she went over. Tell Toshinori that I am proud of him for all that he has done as All Might. And for picking you as a great choice for 9th user for One for All. Her words echoed as Izuku blinked his eyes before closing them completely. The next second, he was gone and woke up and immediately tried to communicate with them, and amazingly he was able to talk with them. Well, this is awkward. Daigoro said. It doesn't matter. This will make this easier. Hikage said. You should get up and have breakfast. Text Toshinori while you're at it. Nana said. Can I tell my friends about you guys? Though, I haven't talked about Igneel since it might cause a problem. Izuku asked for their permission. Sure, go ahead. They already know about One for All. En said. Still can't believe how careless he was. Kudo said. Agree, but these kids seem to have insane luck. Brew said. He messaged All Might and went to have breakfast with everyone. She really does look like you, Nana. Daigoro said, seeing Inko. Is it possible that the two of you are related? En asked. Mom said we don't have any relatives since she was a single child and my grandparents died early. Izuku explained. Well, I don't mind being called auntie by you, Izuku. Nana said. Moving on, I believe it best if she aware of your existence as she is the parent of your successor. Igneel said, believing it was only fair for his mom to know. Yoichi thinks so too. Yoichi said while everyone looked at him. Why did you say it like that? En said. I have no idea. But anyway, we don't mind you telling her. Yoichi said. Are you sure about this, Yoichi? Hikage asked. I am. And it's only fair that she does. But what is your guys' opinion? Yoichi said and saw that the majority agreed on telling Inko about the situation. Izuku talked to his mom and Mizuna at the recent event, shocking her core, but accepted it quite easily. Now Igneel-sen wouldn't be lonely. Mizuna jokingly said. This brat. Igneel growled at her. He prefers to be alone anyway, and Izuku often chats with him. Soon they finished their breakfast and headed towards the Dagaba to continue their training as well as discuss the reason even that conspired. Damn it. Why is it so much worse than ever before? Izuku felt like puking because he was on a moving train. So this is what being a dragon slayer is. Yoichi watched as Izuku struggled to even move. I think with my black whip or your float would surely come in handy to help ease it. Daigoro said. I think One for All made his side effects even stronger than before. Hikage said. It's certainly a strange weakness to have. Are all dragon slayers like this? En asked Igneel. Yes, even the brat that killed me can't certainly escape it. Igneel knows that even how strong dragon slayer are they won't be able to escape this weakness. After surviving that torture, Izuku arrived at the Dagaba beach where Toshinori and the others were waiting for him. He immediately told them everything that happened and how he was going to gain more quirks, along with a history of One for All and All for One. Their expression had a wide range of emotion from awe, shock, and fear, knowing that a villain with that kind of ability exists. What the shit? This is the only thing that Kitsumi could utter from her shock. The quirk that can steal other quirks. Why isn't it widely known by the public? Momo said. Yeah, shouldn't this person be at the top of the wanted list? Jiro added, thinking that if this kind of villain exists then shouldn't all heroes be alert? No, it's dangerous if the public learns of it and might cause widespread panic. Toshinori further explained that people would become paranoid at the possibility of their quirk being stolen. Is that so? Still, it sounds unbelievable that someone has that kind of power. Wait, shouldn't that be really old? Himiko asked. If he can steal quirks, it's possible he has some ageless quirk or something. Mizuna said. Young Mizuna is correct. All for One does have this quirk, but don't worry. I've already taken care of that guy, and if somehow he comes back I'll defeat him again. Toshinori said while they looked troubled by this. If that person survived then that person would also be heavily injured. This guy is raising a red flag, isn't he? Daigoro said before being smacked by Hikage. You're also raising one. Hikage said. I know what you're thinking, young Midoriya. No, it's my responsibility to focus on growing stronger. Promise if the time where I have to make a final stance you won't interfere. Toshinori held onto his shoulder. Listen to him, Izuku. Both of you are stubborn, but it's better for you to focus on getting stronger. Nana said to him, and Izuku thought for a moment before answering. I promise. Izuku will certainly break this in the near future, but for now Toshinori trusts him to keep going as long as he can. I bet 1,000 yen he'll break it. Kitsumi said. Funny. We don't bet on something we're certain to lose. Itsuka whispered to her. Soon after, Izuku and his newfound mentor helped him grow even stronger than ever before. Time passed by once more and another 2 months had gone by in the blink of an eye, where Izuku focused on studying and learning more about his new quirk. In those times, he didn't gain their quirk yet, thinking that it needed some time since the other predecessors were somehow able to help Izuku from becoming a dragon and losing his human form. His relationship with the others also improved, sharing their hobbies and spending time with them that ended up making the girls fall even harder for him. Everything was going smoothly except one particular day. Well, this has been a bust so far. Izuku muttered. 2 and 3 were uncooperative as usual, and so far, searching for Yuichi, Hikage, Dagoro, and En's names all came up with no useful information. His mom and Mizuna knocked on his door. "What are you doing, sweetie?" "Yeah, isn't it already late?" Mizuna said. "Researching the past users." Izuku said as Inko and Mizuna entered the room. One of the villains had Yuichi Jai-sen's last name. He's probably not an actual relation, but I've wanted to find out about the others' families, just in case there were some other secrets waiting in the wings. Inko gasped when he said that someone shared the first user's last name. "Did you find anything?" "No information on Yuichi Jai-san. Almost nothing on Hikage Jai-san. Dagoro Jai-san had the most info about his hero career, but he didn't have any surviving family. Nai-san had a few hits, but he didn't know his biological family, and there's not much info on his adoptive one. I'm about to search for Nanaka-sen's now, which should be the easiest, since I know the name of her son. Kotaro Shimura." Izuku explained. "Well, let's see what we find," Inko said hopefully. Izuku nodded and clicked the search engine. In 20 minutes, they wished they hadn't. It took some searching to find the correct person, but when they did, the first thing they found was a news article from 15 years ago, stating that Kotaro and his entire family was dead. Further articles seemed to state that the case had gone cold. In a single day, Kotaro, his wife, his parents-in-law, his children, even his dog were killed in gruesome fashion, their bodies reduced to an unrecognizable slurry. The age of the children made it worse. His daughter, Hana, was only 6, while his son, Tenko, was 5. Izuku, Inko and Mizuna held each other and wept. In his head, Izuku could hear Nana's wailing and feel the other vestiges, each and every of them comforting her. He wished he could join them, but for now, his mother, Mizuna and him were there, holding on to each other. All Might was distraught upon learning about it, apologizing for Nana, but she dismisses it because she never told him about her family and didn't want to be involved. Unaware that this was part of All for One's wicked and sadistic plan. His friends were horrified, even Kitsumi, upon learning about what happened to Nana and her family and how tragic it was. Now at the present time, with exactly 5 more months until the entrance exam of UA High School. Izuku was training with the other one for all user when Igneel senses something. "Is there something wrong, Igneel-san?" Yoichi asked, and Izuku stopped sparring with Nana to turn to Igneel, who was looking somewhere. "Yes, it is a scent of a dragon," Igneel revealed, shocking everyone. "What? Seriously? A dragon?" Daigoro exclaimed. "How is it possible there's a dragon? Couldn't it be just a dragoon hero Ryukyu being nearby?" En suggested. "No, the ether nano or magic energy and the surroundings shifted. It's clear this is a real dragon and not that overgrown lizard." "Are you also just an overgrown lizard?" Daigoro said, receiving a growl from Igneel. "Eek. Don't eat me," he said while Hikage chuckled at this. "Then what do you suggest that we should do?" Yoichi asked. "Though it's possible that it can be dangerous, but I believe it best we investigate," Igneel said, and in the end everyone agreed to head there, where Izuku gotten ready to head out when he came across Mizuna. "Izu-chan. Why are you awake so early? And you seem to be going somewhere." Mizuna interrogates him. "Ah, well, Igneel too said that he sensed a dragon nearby and..." "What?" Mizuna yelled out while Izuku tried to shut her up. "Shhhh. Be quiet. I need your help to bring me there," Izuku said. "Fine. But is it safe? What if the dragon decided to attack you?" Mizuna worriedly said. "We can always run if we can't handle it," Izuku said, and Mizuna thought for a moment before answering. "Fine, let's go." They soon flew towards the place, even though it was illegal to use their quirk, and had no choice but to do it. The two soon arrived at a forest and remained vigilant as they headed towards the place. "What is this? A human? No, wait. A dragon." A strong female was heard as the towering green European dragon with black wings and a light green underbelly. Izuku's instinct was sharp and knows when someone was strong, and understood that this dragon was incredible strong, that he had to go all out if he wants to win and survive. "Strange. She isn't any dragon I know, because I would know someone as strong as her," Igneel said. "What are you implying?" Yoichi asked. "I am not sure, but it's possible this dragon belongs to another world different to mine," Igneel stated, inspecting the dragon in front of them. "What are you? Why do you smell like a human and dragon? Are you a hybrid?" The dragon seemed to demand, but unable to, suddenly wincing, and Izuku surprised, turning his attention to the sword that embedded itself on her body. "Tch, it doesn't matter. If you're here to kill me, then this is your best chance," the dragon said, looking at Izuku, and he saw the emotion in her eyes. It was fear, loneliness, uncertainty, hope, regret, and many other emotions bottled up. I have no reason to kill you, but do you want me to remove that sword? You seem to be dying because of it," Izuku suggested, shocking the dragon, along with the rest of those within him. No one could believe what Izuku had just suggested. "Help a dragon? The idea seemed absurd, almost laughable. According to Igneel, only a handful of dragons had ever sided with humans throughout history. The rest were known for their immense strength and ferocity, powers far beyond what their world could handle. Dragons were mythical beings of incredible might, and their very existence posed a potential threat. Most people couldn't fathom the idea of aiding such a creature, let alone trusting one. Izuku's proposal stirred a mix of fear, skepticism, and intrigue among everyone. "Are you insane? What if she's a threat?" Kudo said. "If this dragon happens to be evil, then it's best we end it here." Bru said. "Let's not be hasty. I'm sure we don't need to go that far." Hikage said. "Agree, I think we should," is Igneel's opinion. En said, turning to Igneel. "If Izuku goes all out, I'm sure he can defeat her, especially how weak she is. I'm sure she won't recover immediately if we remove that sword." Igneel noted, sensing that the sword was negating the power of the dragon. On the other hand, the dragon was inspecting them closely, its gaze fixed particularly on Izuku. It tried to discern his true intentions, peering deep into his soul. To its surprise, it found not just one, but 8 distinct entities within him, one of which lacked a solid form. What truly caught her eye, however, was something even more astonishing. Is that a dragon's soul inside his soul? She thought, utterly baffled by the power it radiated. As she continued to study this phenomenon, the dragon's soul within Izuku suddenly became aware of her scrutiny. Recognizing her presence, it responded with a fierce protective glare that sent chills down her spine. "It seems able to see us. Or at least vaguely," Igneel said to them, surprising them. "Is that bad?" En asked. "No, at most, it can simply see a silhouette," Igneel explained, while the dragon dumbfounded at the dragon soul residing in Izuku. "Is this dragon soul the reason why he smells like a dragon? Also, who is this dragon? It's stronger than my father," she thought upon sensing the prowess that Igneel has. She continued to inspect Izuku, her curiosity now piqued even more. Suddenly, she felt a warmth envelop her, a sensation so profound and comforting that it took her by surprise. The dragon had never encountered such a soul before. One blazing with purity and light. Before her stood not just a mere human, but someone whose spirit shone with an unblemished light. This purity was a stark contrast to the chaotic and often dark energies she was accustomed to. The warmth wrapped around her like a gentle embrace, soothing and comforting, dispelling her initial fear and hesitation. In that moment, the dragon realized that Izuku was not like any other human she had encountered. His soul, vibrant and untainted. This soul radiated an unyielding goodness, a kind of purity that seemed almost otherworldly. It was unlike anything she had ever seen in humans or even other dragons. The warmth spread through her, dissolving some of her skepticism and fear. For the first time, she began to understand that there might be something truly unique and special about this boy. Perhaps, just perhaps, helping him was not as absurd as it initially seemed. "I'm going to help her. I don't want to leave anyone in need of saving," Izuku declared resolutely. His words hung in the air, heavy with determination. The others, though initially hesitant, recognized the unwavering conviction in his voice. They wanted to protest, to caution him against the potential dangers, but something about Izuku's resolve silenced their objections. As he took a step forward, the dragon flinched, a mix of surprise and uncertainty flashing in her eyes. She had never encountered a human so fearless, so resolute in the face of such overwhelming power. Izuku's pure soul and his unyielding desire to help resonated with her in a way she had never experienced before. "Can I?" Izuku asked her once again, and the dragon scoffed at his words. "I don't know, can you? This holy sword is made by the gods that are capable of harming me. If you were to try to remove it, then your soul will turn to dust," she explained, scaring Mizuna. "But we won't know unless we try," Izuku said, and the dragon was impressed by his stubbornness to give up. "Do what you will, I highly doubt you can. Don't blame me if you die," the dragon said to him, while Izuku looked determined and turned to Mizuna. "Mizuna helped me get on top of her," Izuku said. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what she said? You'll die," Mizuna said. "Trust me. I won't." His gaze stayed firm, so Mizuna stepped back, knowing she can't change his mind, and sprouted her wings. "Fine." She reluctantly accepted and took Izuku into the dragon's back while it watched him try to pull it away. "What a fool. It is impose." Before she could finish her sentence when Izuku pulled it like it was made of paper, which confused him. "It's really light. I wonder why though," Izuku thought as the sword fell into the ground as the wound suddenly closed and healed, while the dragon left speechless. "There, you all are fine now," he said while he jumped down from her back. "You unbelievable. To think you could take that sword out of me. But I still have to thank you for saving my life, from now on you're my benefactor," it said while Izuku was surprised that she changed her tone. "Guess we survived this one," Daigoro said, and the rest of them felt relieved that the dragon hadn't done anything. "No problem. I'm someone who wants to be a hero to save everyone no matter who may be," Izuku said, giving a captivating smile that easily shot through the dragon's heart. "Ah, what's your name?" Izuku asked her. "Toru." She quickly answered him. "Mine is Izuku Midoriya, but you can just call me Izuku, and this here is Mizuna." Izuku introduces the Exceed. "Hi there. I'm curious, but who were you fighting with, and can you tell us about yourself?" Mizuna stepped forward and asked the dragon her name. The dragon, Toru, nodded and began to explain her origins. Izuku listened intently, his curiosity piqued. As she spoke, he learned that she was once part of an evil faction, a revelation that confused him. Despite her past, he sensed no current malevolence within her. As a dragon slayer, Izuku possessed heightened senses that allowed him to discern an individual's true nature. While he could detect traces of past darkness in Toru, there was no immediate sense of danger. Instead, what he felt was a deep weariness and a sense of being lost. Toru's eyes reflected a long history of conflict and strife, but also a glimmer of hope, perhaps ignited by Izuku's unexpected kindness. She had been through much and seemed tired of the constant battles and the role she had been forced to play. Izuku's intuition told him that Toru's current state was not one of inherent evil, but of a soul seeking redemption and peace. This realization solidified his resolve to help her, convinced that beneath her formidable exterior lay a being deserving of compassion and a chance at a new beginning. On the other hand, Izuku began to speak about his world to her, sharing a bit of himself, such as being a dragon slayer, and how his story began. Mizuna was confused why he was sharing this to a stranger, but Izuku felt like it was the right thing to do. So this world has heroes as well, but not by the gods. And this quirk is an innate ability that 80% of the population has. Toru said, and Izuku nodded. And you happen to obtain a soul of a dragon that teaches you an art to slay dragons. She continued, in all listening to the story. Yup, and he is a father figure to me. His name is Igneel, the Fire Dragon King. He proudly said, and they continued to chat even further, enjoying each other's company, as the holy sword soon disappeared. Hey kid, it seems after touching that holy sword it latches itself into you. Daigoro said as they all noticed a new presence joining them. Does that mean the sword has sentiences? Ben asked, looking at the developing being that still hasn't fully reached its maturity. Most likely it doesn't have an ego, but given time it's possible we'll have another member here. Igneel said. Should we be concerned? Nana asked. I don't know, but we can handle it if it is. Igneel said while Izuku listened to them, deciding to wait and see how things would turn out. Eventually, Izuku had to go back home and turn to Toru, who needed more than what he had done earlier. Hey, if you don't have any place to go, why not come with me? Izuku suggested, receiving a dumbstruck look from Toru and Mizuna, with the latter wanting to voice her opinion, but realized she was in a similar situation to that Toru has and would be unfair for her to stop Izuku from helping her. Why? Why would you suggest something like that and decide to help me? Toru was particularly confused by Izuku's actions. Because I am a hero and my job is to help anyone I can. My dream is to become a beacon of hope, someone you can look up to and feel inspired to do the same like my idol, All Might. Izuku said, spreading his arms to giving the brightest smile reminiscent of All Might. It made Toru feel at peace and safe, as if it told her everything will be alright. A hero. You're a strange one. Well, I accept if you insist. Toru said, and Izuku couldn't be happier, while Mizuna pouted in jealousy. She didn't like another girl living with them even if their house is big enough. Great. But, can you turn into a human? I heard some dragons can change into human form. Igneel never learned transformation before, and this form of magic came long after he had died. Toru nodded as she began to transform. Before their eyes were before long a young girl with long blonde hair with flaming orange tips and red-orange eyes with dilated pupils, and a buxom figure with large thighs and large breasts, appeared wearing nothing but a cloak. Beautiful. Izuku was mesmerized by her, especially his instincts as a dragon slayer that affected his attraction towards Toru. As a dragon slayer, he has a tendency to like strong women. It doesn't need to be physical, just a strong-willed woman is enough. Thanks. Toru blushed as she heard him calling her beautiful. This was the first time someone had complimented her human form as beautiful. So her thoughts went blank, she was unable to form something coherent, she didn't know how to reply to something like this, except by simple thanks. Izuku blinked for a moment, realizing what he had done and suddenly blushing. Hahaha, boy really is a tits man. A man of culture indeed. This boy is adding women like it's Pokemon. Daigoro said. What? Izuku asked after hearing their conversation. Nothing. Daigoro said with a smirk. The rest of them are aware of how the girls feel about Izuku. If any girl gets the chance to talk to Izuku, then they would certainly feel something. Meanwhile, Mizuna saw this and immediately realized that her chances of attaining human form were now possible. Wait, was that transformation magic? Mizuna asked. Yes. Toru is confused why the talking cat seems interested in it. Can you teach me? Mizuna asked while Toru was surprised by this, while Izuku nodded. Do you think she can help me with the dragonization? Izuku asked Igneel. Her magic is different from what I know, but it's possible. Though, we still need to be careful to avoid you from going on a rampage. Igneel said. Izuku inwardly nodded as he turned to Toru. Me too. I want to ask if you can help me because I've mentioned the effects of being a dragon slayer. Izuku said, and Toru was amazed when he heard about this form of magic turning humans into dragons. I will, like I've said, I am indebted to you for saving me. Toru said, and Izuku smiled. Then let's be friends from now on. Izuku said with a warm smile. His words took Toru by surprise, stirring memories of her friends back in her own world. For a moment, she was caught off guard. She felt a strange, unfamiliar sensation welling up inside her. Happiness. Hearing Izuku's sincere offer of friendship and seeing the genuine kindness in his face brought an unexpected warmth to her heart. Toru had been prepared for hostility, suspicion, and rejection, but instead, she found acceptance and an open hand extended in friendship. Okay, let's be friends. Toru smiled and Izuku nodded, then blushed once again. Before we head to my home. See, can you use magic to create clothes? Like this? Izuku took out his phone and showed some clothes. Toru was confused by his reaction since she never understood human obsession in clothing, but felt happy when seeing him blush. I wonder what this feeling is. A week passed, and Inko was both shocked and curious to learn about Toru's unexpected arrival. Despite her surprise, she welcomed Toru with open arms, extending the warmth and hospitality she was known for. Izuku, eager to share the news, messaged his friends, who were equally astonished by this news. As soon as the girls heard about Toru, they couldn't help but feel annoyed, quickly piecing together that Izuku's actions had likely attracted yet another admirer into his already considerable circle of pursuers. They had spent several months getting to know Izuku, during which time they had learned the truth about his magic and its origins. At first, the news was shocking, but everyone quickly accepted Toru's presence and moved on with their lives. However, the curiosity about the other worlds lingered in their minds, sparking countless questions and fantasies. Meanwhile, Toru insisted on helping out around the house, and Inko happily accepted her offer, putting Toru to work as a waitress in her restaurant. Unexpectedly, the maid outfit suited Toru perfectly, highlighting her charm and making her a popular addition to the staff. Izuku couldn't help but blush whenever he saw her in the outfit, much to the amusement of his mother and predecessors. Daigoro, never one to miss an opportunity for a good tease, poked fun at Izuku's obvious infatuation. However, his playful jabs were quickly silenced by Nana, who smacked him lightly to keep him in check. They didn't often train in Dagaba, as everyone still had schoolworks that took up most of their time. Despite their busy schedules, Izuku found himself getting along well with Toru. She seemed much more carefree and happy compared to when they first met, a stark contrast to her earlier antics. This shift in her demeanor made their interactions more pleasant and relaxed, and Izuku enjoyed seeing this new cheerful side of Toru. At present, it was a Saturday, and the time had come for their training session. Toru joined Izuku since she had brought them away from Dagaba and found an island for them to use in case things get out of hand. She was introduced to his friends. As soon as they saw her, a spark of competition ignited among them, recognizing her as a new rival for Izuku's affection. Meanwhile, Izuku remained blissfully oblivious to the budding rivalry unfolding around him. All Might, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Izuku. Managing the interest of one woman was challenging enough, but dealing with multiple admirers was a headache that All Might was glad to avoid. This is awesome. Amy said as she felt a strong gust of wind. There goes one on my bucket list about riding a dragon. Jiro said. How are you holding up, Toru-san? Itsuka asked. I'm fine, normally I won't do this, but since you all are Izuku's friends, then I'll do it. Toru said since she is from the Chaos faction and dislikes humans, but can't deny she's growing to like them. Seriously, this is really nice, Toru-san. Himiko gleefully said. Careful now. Izuku said as everyone rode in Toru's back until they finally arrived on a large island that didn't have people around. They soon gathered on the shore and began to start their training. So you're going to teach Mizuna and Izuku transformation magic? One of the girls asked, her curiosity piqued. Despite their interest, none of the girls had the time to invest in learning new magic skills. They preferred to focus on honing their current abilities, believing that mastering what they already knew would serve them better in the immediate future. Yes, because Igneel couldn't hold it for long. The rapid growth of my power means it's only a matter of time before I become a dragon. Izuku explained. Unlike Natsu, who had time for Igneel to permanently prevent his dragon transformation, Izuku's situation was different. The rapid increase in his abilities made it impossible to delay or stop the transformation. Unless Igneel could seal his magic, there was no way to prevent him from becoming a dragon. but becoming a dragon means you might lose your sanity. Himiko voiced her concern, her worry evident as she looked at Izuku. She wanted to ensure that he remained the kind and loving person they all knew. No offense, she said to Toru. None taken. It's kind of true that even those who were turned into a dragon through a curse often lose their sanity. Toru acknowledged, her expression serious as she recalled the tales she had heard. Memories of creatures transformed into dragons, driven by newly unrestrained wild nature and negative emotions, flashed through her mind. If Izuku loses his sanity, then I'll be the one to stop it. Toshinori was ready to step in if needed. It is better for Izuku to let it out instead of keeping it in and lashing out later. He knew that he was the only one powerful enough to at least stop Izuku from rampaging. But I'll go first to let Izuku observe it. Mizuna said excitedly that she might get the chance to learn transformation magic. I haven't taught anyone before, but I will try to explain the way my father did. Toru began to explain the necessary steps needed for it. It's like that, huh? It's similar to transformation magic that Natsu learned. Wait, you know how to use transformation magic? Izuku was confused why he didn't teach him. Is there a reason why you haven't taught him that? Yoichi politely asked. Yes, I don't know how to use it. Knowing and doing are two different things. That's why I didn't take the risk when he was young, but now it can't be helped. At least learning from a dragon would make things easier. Igneel said. Becoming a dragon doesn't necessarily make Izuku any stronger, but does have the option of it. If anything, it might result in an issue because of how big he will become after turning into a dragon. Izuku inwardly nodded, then focused his attention to Toru, who finished explaining transformation magic. Sounds complicated. Kami commented. It is, but only for non-magic users. Toru said, slightly belittling Kami as she started to become territorial with Izuku, especially how she tried to sleep with him in his bed last night. Okay, let me try. Mizuna can't wait and tries her best to use the magic. She gave it her all but grew impatient after only a few minutes. I have to do it. I have to become human and confess how I feel for Izuku. She continued to struggle trying to make her dream into a reality. Mizuna couldn't give up now. Damn it. Why can't I use it? Mizuna is saddened that she is having a difficult time, and the girls understand what she's going through because they know she also has feelings for Izuku. Mizuna-chan. Itsuka said, seeing her struggle, started to pray for her to succeed. Try to relax, Mizuna-chan. If you let your emotion get to you, then it won't work. Try to calm yourself. Toru said, and Mizuna nodded, taking a deep breath, and began to take her time, while Izuku also tried to do the same, trying to make himself into something else. Form an image in your mind of what you want to become. Toru said as Mizuna closed her eyes and focused all her energy on the image of Izuku's smiling face, hoping that this would be enough to fuel her transformation. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped her entire being, as if a gentle breeze was swirling around her. Mizuna felt her body tingle and shift, every muscle and bone adjusting in ways she had never experienced before. It was as if the very essence of magic was molding her into something new. It took a solid few minutes imagining what she wanted to look like until a puff of smoke seemed to appear. Then everyone saw a young woman the same age as the rest of her friends. Am I human now? When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted with bright sunlight. Her hands were no longer delicate paws with soft fur, but human-like appendages with fingers that trembled in disbelief. She looked down at herself and saw legs instead of her stubby legs. Mizuna had done it. She had transformed into a human. Yes, take a look. Momo quickly made a mirror for her and allowed the Exceed to see her new appearance. She had long green hair that cascaded down her chest and reached her tailbone. She had cat and human ears. Congratulations, you did it. Izuku exclaimed as tears of joy welled up in Mizuna's eyes. Immediately, she rushed forward to embrace Toru. Thank you. Thank you so much, Toru. Her dream had finally come true, allowing her to be with Izuku at last. Toru accepted her gratitude, though uncertain why she felt so emotional. Nevertheless, she shared in Mizuna's happiness, having grown close to her in just a week. After some time, it was now Izuku's turn to finally let go and become a dragon. Fortunately, Toshinori asked a friend to block the area to avoid unnecessary attention. Are we sure about this? Kudo asked, seeing the possible danger of a rampaging dragon who can replenish their strength by chowing down flames. No, but we have no choice. Hikage said. I have plans if things go wrong. Igneel never told anyone about his intention to sacrifice himself if Izuku happens to lose his sanity and become the next Acnologia. Also, Izuku, remember you will now be ageless, meaning once you reach your prime, then you will not die of old age. Igneel had long warned him about it. I know, but I'll deal with it in the future. Izuku didn't want to see his loved one die, but he has already stepped out of no return. Will Izuku be fine? Jiro worriedly asked. Yes, we just need to trust that Izuku-sama will succeed. Himiko said. We should stay back if things get out of hand. Momo said. The hell I am. I want to fight a dragon. Kitsumi saw a perfect opportunity for a great challenge. I doubt you can win against Izu-chan. Kami said while Kitsumi barked at her. No worries, I'll also help if Izuku goes out of control. Toru said since she should be stronger than Izuku now that she has recovered. Izuku currently concentrates on trying to control his senses and emotion, having been trained by his martial art master, the importance of mastery over the mind. Get ready everyone. I'll begin to slowly let go of the seal. Igneel's words reverberated through Izuku's mind, setting off a chain reaction deep within him. Gradually, he felt an oppressive weight lifting, as if an unseen shackle had been broken. With this newfound freedom, Izuku unleashed his magic energy, which surged forth like an inferno. The heat he produced was so intense that it seemed to transform the surroundings into a scorching desert. The once cool air became blistering, and the oppressive heat wave was nearly unbearable to everyone nearby. This heat. Kitsumi can't help but see that she was easily outmatched by Izuku, but this didn't demotivate her in the slightest. If anything, this makes her want to push even further beyond her limits. To surpass it. Those within the vicinity felt their throats and lips parching, the moisture in the air rapidly evaporating. The sea, which had once been calm and serene, began to bubble and boil under the influence of Izuku's fiery power. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, a testament to the raw strength that now coursed through him. Toru observed this extraordinary display with a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. She couldn't help but marvel at the sheer potency of Izuku's magic, noting that he could easily rank among the most formidable dragons she had ever encountered. The heat and intensity of his flame suggested a power that could rival her own, a realization that struck a chord of both respect and caution within her. She sensed that Izuku's magic was not only incredibly powerful, but also suited as a counter to her own abilities. He's only been using a fraction of his power, and now that his seal is slowly being removed, I wonder how strong Izuku-sen is going to be. Toru thought, even as she felt the scorching heat. Despite being one of the strongest dragons herself, she could hardly believe the intensity of the heat emanating from Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku's transformation continued. Scales began to form on his forehead, his nails sharpened into claws, and horns sprouted from his head. A pair of dragon wings unfurled from his back, accompanied by a powerful, sinuous tail. His clothes, instead of being destroyed by the transformation, morphed along with him, adapting seamlessly to his new form. Izuku focused intently, committing the sensations of the change to memory before attempting to revert to his human state. The air around Izuku crackled with raw, unrestrained power, an immense force that made everyone acutely aware of his presence. His gaze turned sharp, his eyes now draconic and filled with an otherworldly intensity. Sharp fangs gleamed as he bared his teeth, an involuntary reaction to the overwhelming surge of power. Everyone present shuddered under the weight of Izuku's gaze, feeling like prey before a predator. Even All Might, with his immense strength and unyielding courage, felt a momentary tremor of unease. Toru, however, remained unfazed. She stood firm, her eyes meeting Izuku's with a mixture of respect and awe, understanding that the young man before her was quickly becoming a force to be reckoned with, one who could potentially rival the greatest of dragons. Get ready. This is the final step. Igneel said with every all-for-one predecessors prepared themselves when the final threshold opened. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Everyone could feel it, an almost tangible shift in the atmosphere. Izuku's eyes shot open, glowing with an intense light, and his form began to swell even larger, enveloped in an inferno of flames. The heat was unbearable, forcing everyone to retreat even further, their eyes instinctively turning away from the blinding fire before them. The flames roared with a ferocity that seemed to consume everything in its path, yet the heat began to dissipate. Despite this, the sense of looming danger only grew stronger. It was as if the very essence of power itself was being concentrated within the flames. An unspoken understanding passed among the onlookers. They could not speak, they could not move. They were held captive by the sheer magnitude of what was unfolding before them. Then, in the next moment, a pair of red beady eyes pierced through the veil of fire. The eyes were intense, radiating a predatory hunger and a formidable power. They locked onto the crowd, surveying them with an almost eerie calm. The flames slowly began to recede, revealing the form of a colossal red dragon in all its terrifying glory. Izuku had fully transformed, his dragon form now towering and awe-inspiring. His scales shimmered like molten lava, and his wings stretched wide, casting a formidable shadow. The red eyes that had first appeared through the flames were now clearly visible, burning with an inner fire that spoke of untamed strength and fierce determination. Rai-aya. Izuku's roar echoed through the surroundings, a thunderous proclamation of his newfound power. With a mighty flap of his colossal wings, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, dispersing the flames in an instant. The fiery inferno was swept away, revealing the awe-inspiring sight before them. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, their eyes wide with a mix of fear, admiration, and disbelief. Before them towered the majestic form of Izuku in his full dragon glory. His scales glinted like molten metal, each one reflecting the light with an otherworldly sheen. His wings, now fully unfurled, cast an imposing shadow that stretched across the ground. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming. Even the most seasoned warriors among them could feel their hearts racing, the primal fear of standing before such a powerful creature coursing through their veins. Izuku's eyes, those burning red beacons, scanned the crowd, his gaze both commanding and assessing. Toru blushed upon seeing Izuku's form. Darling looked so good. Her instinct as a dragon was now affected by the appearance of Izuku's dragon form. Toru wanted to do all sorts of things with him now. No one dared to speak, their voices caught in their throats. The only sounds were the crackling remnants of the dissipating flames and the heavy, rhythmic breathing of the dragon before them. It was a moment suspended in time, a meeting of gazes that held the weight of unspoken words. Izuku, are you still you? Kitsumi was the first to speak, her voice dry and quivering with a mixture of fear and concern. She steps forward, her eyes wide with worry, afraid that the transformation might have caused him to lose control and become a threat to them all. Her heart pounded in her chest as she anxiously awaited his response. Izuku turned to face Kitsumi. The intensity in his eyes had softened, replaced by a familiar warmth and recognition. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself after the overwhelming surge of power. Kaken. He began, his voice calm but filled with reassurance. I'm still me. I can feel the power, but I'm in control. He offered a small comforting smile, hoping to alleviate her fears. Everyone was relieved to hear that he was still sane. All Might, his voice steady but tinged with a mix of awe and concern, stepped forward and addressed Izuku. Izuku, can you transform back into your human form? Izuku, still towering in his dragon form, looked at All Might. The intensity in his eyes softened slightly as he recognized the concern and trust in his mentor's voice. He took a deep breath, feeling the remnants of his fiery power still coursing through him. Slowly, he began the process of reverting to his human form. He recalled the sensation from when he was transforming and reversed the process, allowing him to easily turn back. The transformation was gradual. The scales on his body began to recede, melting back into his skin. His massive wings folded and then disappeared, the horns and claws retracting. His form shrank, muscles shifting and bones realigning until, at last, Izuku stood once more as a human. His clothes, which had adapted to his dragon form, shifted back seamlessly, ensuring he remained clothed. As the final traces of his transformation faded, Izuku looked up at All Might and the others. He felt a wave of exhaustion mixed with exhilaration. The experience had been overwhelming, but he had managed to control it. All Might stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. Well done, young Midoriya. You've shown incredible strength and control. But remember, this is just the beginning. We'll be here to help you master this power. Izuku nodded, gratitude and determination in his eyes. Thank you, All Might. Thank you, everyone. I know this power is immense, but I'll do my best to use it wisely and for the good of all. Itsuka stepped forward, her expression a mix of relief and curiosity. She had witnessed the entire transformation and the immense power that Izuku had unleashed, and now she needed to know how he was holding up. Izuku. She called out, her voice gentle yet firm. How are you feeling? Izuku, now back in his human form but still exuding an aura of latent power, took a moment to gather his thoughts. He glanced around at his friends, all of whom were watching him with a mixture of concern and admiration. Finally, he looked at Itsuka, his eyes reflecting both the exhaustion and exhilaration of his transformation. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. He admitted, his voice steady but tinged with fatigue. It was like nothing I've ever experienced before. The power, the heat, the transformation. It was all so intense. But now that it's over, I feel stronger, more in control. But it's too tiring. He added, feeling exhausted from letting it all out. That's normal. I'm sure you eventually learn to switch between form, but using your dragon form, deplete your magical power a lot quicker because you are not yet used to it. Igneel noted. Are there any changes there? Izuku asked the others residing within him. None so far. Everything stayed the same. Yoichi said. We're relieved that you didn't lose control. Haikage said. Still, it's a huge risk. Kudo said. Lighten up, will ya? You will never know the outcome without taking risks. Daigoro said. Though, do you have any violent impulses? En asked. No, not really. If anything, I feel sluggish and hungry. Izuku said. Probably give him some Snicker bars and he'll be back to his former self. Nana jokingly said. Time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and before anyone realized it, 5 months had slipped away. With only 2 months remaining until the UA entrance exam, the pressure was mounting for Izuku. However, these past months have not been wasted. They provided Izuku with a precious window to intensify his training, honing both his magic and his quirk with a singular focus. Every day was filled with rigorous practice. Izuku dedicated himself to mastering the delicate balance between his human and dragon forms. The transformation was not just about physical change, but also about learning to control the immense power that came with it. The process was challenging, requiring a fine-tuned connection between mind and body, and the ability to summon or suppress his dragon attributes at will. Given the destructive potential of his dragon form, Izuku made a conscious decision to conduct his training in remote unpopulated areas. He sought out secluded forests, desolate mountains, and abandoned fields. Places where the collateral damage of his powerful transformations would be minimized. The wild, untamed landscapes became his training grounds, where he could unleash his abilities without fear of harming others. In these isolated places, he faced numerous challenges. He battled the elements, tested his limits, and pushed his endurance to new heights. Each session was grueling, leaving him exhausted but increasingly more adept at controlling his immense power. The isolation also gave him time for introspection, allowing him to understand the depths of his abilities and the responsibilities that came with them. Meanwhile, his friends and mentors provided unwavering support. All Might continued to offer guidance, instilling in Izuku the principles of heroism and the importance of restraint. Toru, with her own vast experience as a dragon, shared invaluable insights into managing his transformations and channeling his power effectively. The results of his training were evident. Izuku's transitions between forms became smoother, more fluid. He learned to summon the strength of his dragon form in measured doses, using it strategically, rather than relying on sheer brute force. His human form also grew stronger, benefiting from the rigorous physical and mental discipline required to control his transformations. Izuku Midoriya is deeply concerned about the potential consequences of his power, always fearful that a careless use of his immense strength could accidentally harm or even kill someone. Despite his progress and achievements, he has yet to fully unlock the quirks of the previous one for all users, recognizing that he still requires a specific trigger for these abilities to activate. In the midst of his struggles, he has observed a significant sharpening of his instincts, an enhancement that aids him in combat and decision-making. However, one area where his instincts remain frustratingly inadequate is his interactions with women. His dense nature in this regard often leaves him oblivious to their feelings, and it isn't until they openly confess their emotions for him to realize their affections. It was worth noting that they easily cleaned the Dagaba beach and continued to train in places that Izuku had used. Mizuna became more intimate in her actions after transforming into her human form, which brought about a significant change in her interactions. Inko, initially taken aback by Mizuna's new appearance, quickly shifted to feelings of joy and pride. They wasted no time in updating Mizuna's quirk certificate to reflect her newly discovered abilities. This update was crucial, ensuring that her records accurately represented her transformed powers and capabilities. On the other hand, Toru got closer with everyone and more importantly Izuku, who truly developed genuine feelings for rather than admiration and feeling of being indebted. She may be a dragon and felt a sense of rivalry among the girls, but the dragons grew fond of them, seeing as more like a sister than a friend. She finally found a place where she belongs and couldn't be happier. Toru swore that she would protect it no matter the choice. At the current time when everyone is taking a break from training, the girls who have feelings for Izuku are gathered in one place with their expressions filled with anxiousness and fear. "Thanks for coming, everyone," she began, her voice steady but filled with emotion. The one responsible for gathering everyone was none other than Kami. Itsuka felt a sense of deja vu as if this happened before, but instead of Kami she was the one who gathered them. Kami Utsushima had invited a few friends to a private meeting. She could feel her heart pounding as she glanced around the room, taking in the faces of the girls she had invited. Itsuka Kendo sat at one end of the table, her usually confident demeanor replaced with a curious and slightly nervous expression. Itsumi Bakugo, trying her best to look uninterested, leaned against her chair, arms crossed over her chest. Himiko Toga, her usual playful smile ever present, sat swinging her legs idly. Jiro Kayaka was fidgeting with her earphone jacks, while Momo Yaoi Rozu looked around, clearly puzzled but willing to listen. Mizuna and Toru exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by Kami's mysterious invitation. Kami took a deep breath and stood up, drawing everyone's attention. "Thanks for coming, everyone," she began, her voice steady but filled with emotion. "I know it's unusual for us all to gather like this, but there's something important I need to talk about." "Get on with it, Utsushima. I've got better things to do." Kitsumi narrowed her eyes. "I'll get straight to the point. This is about Izuku Midoriya." Kami gave a small smile. A ripple of surprise ran through the group. Amy noticed how each girl's expression changed at the mention of Izuku's name, a confirmation of what she had suspected. "Izuku is... well, he's amazing," Kami continued, her voice softening. I've realized that I have feelings for him long ago. But I also know I'm not the only one. Each of you has shown interest in him in one way or another. Itsuka blushed slightly, looking down at her hands. What are you getting at, Kami? I'm saying that we should be honest with each other. Amy replied, her gaze sweeping across the room. If we all like him, we should talk about it. There was a moment of silence, broken finally by Himiko's giggle. I like Izuku-sama too. He not only saved me, but he's also so interesting. Jiro sighed, her cheeks turning a light shade of pink. Yeah, I guess I have feelings for him too. He's always so kind and brave. There's many traits to like and few to dislike. Momo nodded slowly, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku is someone I deeply admire and care for. I suppose. I do have feelings for him. Mizuna and Toru exchanged glances before Mizuna spoke up, her voice steady. To be honest, I had a crush on Izuku for a while. He's just… well, he's Izuku. I've always felt jealous of you girls that you have a human body when I was just a cat, and I'm grateful to Toru for giving me this opportunity. Toru nodded, agreeing with her sentiment. Izuku-san is the one who gave me a place where I feel like I belong. Kitsumi scowled, her face flushing with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Fine, you got me. I like him too, damn it. He's strong, and he never gives up. It's annoying, but admirable. Itsuka looked around at the other girls before finally nodding. I didn't want to admit it, but yes, I have feelings for him too. He's always looking out for others. Kami felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank you all for being honest. I know it's complicated, but I have a suggestion. What if we shared him? The room fell silent again as the girls processed Kami's suggestion. You mean like all of us? Jiro asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, a polygamous relationship is legal ever since the population dwindled after the Meta Liberation era. Due to the prevalence of many dangerous quirks, the casualty rate had risen to levels that the population could no longer sustain. As a result, the government was compelled to enact a law designed to maintain the population at a bare minimum. However, this law did not imply that everyone could afford to have a harem, nor did it normalize the practice. Most women were not inclined to share their lovers simply because it was legally permissible. The societal expectation remained that relationships should be built on mutual love and respect, rather than legal convenience. To ensure fairness and practicality, the government mandated that any such arrangements must be equitable for all parties involved. This meant that individuals were required to have sufficient financial resources and allocate adequate time to maintain healthy and balanced relationships. The goal was to create a system that supported the well-being of all involved, rather than one that merely followed the letter of the law. I did read about it, but are you sure? Momo asked and Jiro nodded then said. Agree, I don't want Izuku to feel stressed about having to maintain multiple relationships. Having a harem means that the man has to make sure all women are in agreement and won't feel left out when they are in a relationship. Kami nodded. Yes. I know Izuku has a big heart and I think he could care for all of us if we're open to it. We could support each other instead of competing. After all, we all want him to be happy, right? Momo's eyes widened slightly. It's unconventional, but it might work. If Izuku is okay with it. Kitsumi scoffed but didn't object. As long as he's fine with it, I guess it could work. Himiko clapped her hands in delight. This sounds like so much fun. We can all be happy together. Itsuka smiled, a weight lifted off her shoulders. If we can make it work, then I'm in. Mizuna and Toru nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Kami felt a surge of hope. Then it settled. We'll talk to Izuku and see how he feels about it. But no matter what happens, let's promise to support each other and keep our friendship strong. They all gave warm hugs, finally having an agreement. They knew their decision was the right choice and would have peace of mind when she was not around. Izuku has someone else supporting and loving him that she trusts. Everything is going smoothly. They will soon come. I hope you won't fail me. On top of the building, a spectator witnesses it all before vanishing into a burst of flame. After a few minutes of calming down, they finally changed their topic. So when should we confess to him? I intend to do it after UA exam. Kami asked. Well, I want to ask him on a date at that time too. We should focus more on UA. Jiro said. I also would do the same. Momo said. Wait, who will go first on date? Mizuna asked. That. How about we draw lots? Or perhaps rock, paper, scissors? Toru suggested. Yeah, I think that would be fair game. Itsuka said. Hold on, what if there more girls fall for Izuku-san? Jiro said. They all became silent before facepalming, wondering why Izuku had to be so charming. They doubt that his heroic personality won't land to any other woman. Izuku was ignorant about the important discussion that is happening between the three girls as a notification came in his email. At the current time, Izuku was designing his hero costume for the future. After becoming a dragon and trained in a more efficient way to use magic with the helpful Toru, Izuku can now make clothes with his scales, meaning he can avoid burning his clothes when using magic. Though, any clothes he wore would gain some resistance as he channeled his magic doesn't mean it can withstand it if he were to increase the temperature. Meaning requesting for a costume seems redundant, but Izuku saw that it might raise some questions if he doesn't have any costume. Huh? Oh, an email from I Island. He exclaimed seeing the email address. The reason why he received one is because of his participation in their research from the island. The reason he hadn't visited I Island was because he was still a minor and didn't want to waste his youth by going to an unknown island, especially what his mom would do if he left her. His research and theories and quirks had caught their attention, becoming one of its vital researchers. Izuku had been obsessed with quirks and had contributed to many theories. "You're scarily smart, kid," Daigoro said. "Agree, these theories are well put together. How did you come up with this?" En asked. "Well, just reading comics and stuff. This is just a theory. A quirk theory. But the people from the I Island saw the potential and asked me to continue studying, giving me their data while I try to share my ingenuity." Izuku was brighter than Natsu, and he wasn't constantly training to fight. He wasn't aiming to become the strongest. It was Katsumi who wanted that title. Izuku's goal was to be a hero and beacon of hope for the hopeless. Still, theory on animals having quirks that dates back from rats. Hikage said. "In my time, many said it was cursed or virus." Gudo said. "What did they call it again?" Bruce asks. "Corona or COVID." Daigoro said. "Wrong virus." Nana said. "Still, are you qualified for this?" Yoichi asked. "I am, but I'm using an alias. Also, they thankfully pay me some cash for my contribution." Izuku said. "This is bullshit. It's like some writer just wants some plot convenience." Daigoro receiving a smack from Nana. "Don't swear in front of the kid." Nana said. "Oh come on, his explosive chick swore all the time. Though I can't deny his mom is hot. She's just my type." Daigoro said. "Guess you're into women that will peg you." Hikage plainly said. "Why you? Come here." Daigoro chased after him while the others chuckled. "By the way, how is that holy sword spirit thing going?" Izuku asked, since apparently it was growing steadily, appearing like a small child in a cocoon. "It still has no sign of waking up, but we'll keep you updated." Yoichi said, and Izuku nodded as he finished eating his pizza before replying to the email. Once he was done with that, Izuku went to take a break from his computer and head to have a drink. "Mom? All might." Izuku came into the room, finding the two quickly moved. That was extremely stupid when he had super speed to process what they were doing. Son, how was your project doing?" Yagi-san came to visit, telling me that he had something to discuss. Inko stuttered. "Why yeah, my boy. I have great news about the next step in your training." They were trying to hide their blush, but it was obvious that even the ignorant fool Izuku could see through their lies. He only gave a sarcastic smile before speaking. "Really now? Do tell." For 5 months, his teacher and mother had an unexpected development that turned into intimacy until the two started dating without informing Izuku, but he knew what's going on. He only wanted her mother to be happy while the former number one retired. Both deserved to be happy together, which is why, apart from improving his skills, but also finding a way to repair his wounds. "It's kind of weird that your student is dating your lookalike," En said. "Hitachi really has a thigh. Good." Daigoro received a punch in the gut by Nana. "This guy never learns." Hikage said. Meanwhile, in the real world, All Might walked over to Izuku with his signature smile. "My boy, a good friend of mine, David Shield, has given me tickets to let the 4 of you train in the I Island for the next 2 months. I Island, an artificial moving island inhabited by over 10,000 scientists conducting research on quirks. The island was created to gather the world's top researchers to a safe place where their combined talents could study quirks. The place has several countermeasures in place to prevent criminal incidents. The island security system is on par with that of Tartarus prison, which held the most infamous villains. Many of its structures are built sturdier than bomb shelters, and scientists cannot leave the island to ensure confidentiality. Izuku was an exception to this, as his research and his help in their development gave him the exception. It does have risk of leakage, but knowing the reward was worth it. I Island is also home to the famous I Expo, a citywide event that showcases all the island's technological advancements. Pro heroes are invited by the event sponsors, and people are permitted to use their quirks in public. That one fucking lengthy explanation. "So you're saying it's the home for nerds like you, Deku?" Katsumi swore at him, even though things went smoothly about agreeing to confess their feelings for Izuku. She is still prone to acting brash and rude. They came to terms that if Izuku happens to meet new girls and he likes them, then they will try to see if they truly love him, or if it is just admiration. The group had made it clear that the members should be strong and willing to help Izuku in any way. They don't need it to be physically strong but are capable women. And you all are wondering why Izuku isn't having motion sickness. The reason is that the plane is a lot more stable and isn't moving, that causes enough disturbance. Hey, this nerd can kick your ass, Izuku said to her. Oh, are you challenging me? Izuku and Kitsumi bicker as they were given access to the place thanks to All Might. Though, the Dragon Slayer could have a long visit but decided this was the right moment. He does feel excited to see the amazing technology and machinery the place could offer. Izuku ended his quarrel with Kitsumi, then noticed his friends were looking at him differently. Is there something wrong? You girls acting strange. Izuku tilted his head. And no, we're just anxious about this place. I have never been away from Japan before and this is making me nervous. Itsuka said. Don't worry, Itsuka-san. I felt the same way when first visiting a new country alone. Momo said. I always forget how rich you are, yeah Momo. Jiro said. It's awesome we can get to be in a private plane. Himiko said. Can't wait to see the places that Island has to offer. Kami said. It's really interesting how this world, even though there aren't a lot of magic users, still manage to make these things. Toru commented. It's likely because people in your world focus on magic more than advancing technology. Mizuna said. Good thing we're all in this together. You shouldn't worry since I am here. Izuku said to Itsuka to comfort her. Hahaha, well said, my boy. Izuku reassured her that it calmed her heart as she wasn't lying about spending 2 months away from her family. Fortunately, none refused when they heard it was personally the symbol of peace that is training them, unaware how horrible a teacher he was. Regardless, she smiled hearing her crush's words along with the other girls who blushed a bit. He had become more charming and assertive than ever before. Even if they still have 2 months to wait until they confess, they still feel more free about their feelings and remove the guilt of stealing a man from their friend. Attention passengers, we will begin our descent in about 10 minutes. Thank you for flying with us and we wish you an enjoyable stay. They all turned their heads when the clouds cleared, revealed an enormous island that was breathtaking that the place is capable of moving. Izuku grew excited to see what the place was going to offer. Alright. You two go and get ready. We're about to land. All Might shout as they all pump up their arms into the sky. It didn't take long for them to land into the airport and immediately be greeted by advanced robots. Oh gosh. I knew that seeing it in person would be different, but this is just breathtaking. 4 of them could see quite a lot of people, despite being close to the public and the people around rich individuals that were able to afford entrances early. Exhibits and tall skyscrapers were scattered across the horizon. This place is certainly something. Daigoro commented. Yeah, every time we visit this place it keeps getting better. And added. You guys been here before? Izuku asked. No, this kind of technology wasn't available in our era. Hikage said. The reason we know this place is through All Might. Nana explained. Ah, that makes sense. Izuku nodded as he glanced at the glass, seeing his reflection. He had grown taller and more wild than before due to his quirk and transformation. He wore a usual form-fitting shirt and baggy pants with high boots. He had grown his hair to appear like there were horns and spikes. Kitsumi, on the other hand, wore a brown military jacket over a blue shirt, camouflage pants, and brown combat boots. The Dragon Slayer turned to look at his friends and noticed how they appeared more appealing, especially from their clothes. Itsuka wore a short blazer jacket and green inner dress wrapped by a large belt accompanied by sneakers. As for Jiro, she wore a white shirt and a black cyberpunk jacket with blue jeans and sneakers. As well a choker accessory. Meanwhile, Momo had a simple white button-up dress wrapped by belt, along with black stockings and leather shoes. Himiko wore long sleeves that showed her shoulder and midriff and denim shorts with gothic stockings and boots. While Kami had a simple black high-collar sleeveless crop top and black jeans with jacket. Izuna wore a long-sleeve dress with a ribbon tie and black jeans. On the other hand, Toru wore her maid outfit because she said it felt comfortable and preferred to wear it even to people it's rather eye-catching. I just noticed, but all of you look great in those clothes. Hearing his compliment struck each of their hearts, ignorant at his actions as he was only appreciating their beauty. They have their aesthetic that matches their personality. Izuku looked over to his mentor to see him take a wide stance, as if he were preparing for something. What are you doing? Izuku asked. I'm preparing for the horde of fans. We might get stuck here for a bit. All Might explained as he adopted a serious expression as if he's facing a powerful villain. What? They all looked around at the hundreds of people around them and shuddered. Izuku quickly took them far away enough from where All Might was to not get crashed by incoming fans. Quick thinking, nerd. Kitsumi said, relieved that they escaped. Oh please, I'm Speed. Quick is my middle name. Izuku playfully said. No, your middle name is Deku. Kitsumi smirks. Really now? This Deku just saves your ass look. Izuku pointed towards All Might, who felt ashamed as the people finally recognized the symbol of peace. Oh my god, is that All Might? Where? All Might. It is him. They all saw a gigantic mass of people running straight towards All Might and couldn't help but shudder. This is why I decided to go incognito. En said. Same, I was well known, but not this much. Nana added. She has fans but never this much. Is that what will happen to us if we become pros? Jiro asked. Yeah, it's part of being a hero. It's important to be in the spotlight, but isn't this too much? Itsuka added. Geez, I like attention but not like that. Kami said. Isn't your family super famous, Yamomo? Have you ever experienced this before? Mizuna asked. Yes, I've experienced similar things when my family goes to parties. Though, I can't compare them to the media. Momo said. Being part of the Aoi Rozu group. I ain't going to do that shit. Kitsumi aims to become the strongest. Not a celebrity. Hahaha, suck it up, catch me. You can't be number one without the public opinion. Izuku laughed at his best friend to rather face the villain than face these people. But she wasn't dumb enough or arrogant to not understand the people's opinion for her future, unless in another timeline where she's a boy. Yes. I love all my adoring fans. If you could just make a line, this could be much easier. He started spastically signing more and more posters and pictures, but then suddenly a group of fangirls got close. Can we give our hero a big kiss on the cheek? Unfortunately, I cannot do your request. All Might respectfully denied the girl, who was slightly disappointed. He couldn't get himself to have another woman kiss him when he was already dating Inko. He doesn't have any death wish of facing the wrath of a woman and a dragon slayer. Oh, is there any particular reason for that? That is confidential, for now. But worry not, I'm still willing to take a picture. He vaguely answers, not wanting to begin hating Inko for having the symbol of peace all for herself. It took a while for All Might finish entertain his fans. Phew. All Might wiped an imaginary sweat and released a sigh of relief. Izuku and his group had been standing for several minutes waiting for All Might. Apologies, that took longer than expected. Anyway, now that's all over with, we can finally head to the main tower and meet Dave. All Might said. No shit, we were waiting like half fucking hour now. Kitsumi shouted at him. Who was the most impatient, yelled while All Might embarrassingly scratched the back of his head. Alright. I'm excited to ask him a few things. Izuku said. Oh right, you're also a fan of David, my boy. Perhaps Dave would be interested in you as well, and then you into his next successor, hahaha. All Might said. There's so many places to explore. I want to visit all of them. Itsuka excitedly said. I heard they have the best massaging place in the world. Momo said. Really? I also heard they have the best spa in the world. Kami said. I'm interested in their instruments made by this place. I heard they were the best among the best. Jiro said. I want to check their stalls. Maybe find some cute souvenirs. Himiko said. Me too. We should also take pictures as remembrance. Mizuna said. This place reminds me of a floating island made by some gods and sages in my world. They really like to flex their power. Toru said. All Might saw their eagerness, sharing their plan for exploration and coughing to get their attention. Hahaha, I know all of you are excited, but before we go, I need to warn you that even though Dave knows about my condition, he doesn't know anything about One for All or the fact that young Midoriya is my successor. So please keep quiet, okay? All Might remind them. Sure thing, All Might. Moments later they heard something bouncing into the distance, and 5 of them turned towards the main plaza staircase to see a beautiful blonde girl bouncing towards them on an odd-looking red pogo stick. Her blonde tresses fell over her red cardigan top, and her verdant eyes peeked over stylish round glasses. Izuku recognized her through his connection with Island, while the girls thought another one. Sharing the same opinion. Uncle Might. The girl called out to All Might in English, bouncing off of her contraption only to be caught by All Might and pulled her into a hug. Melissa. All Might seemed delighted to see her. She hugged All Might tightly and giggled like a child. If the girl didn't call All Might uncle, then people would mistake her for being his daughter, as both had blonde hair. Long time no see, Melissa. I almost didn't recognize you. The girl, Melissa, pulled back from the hug, but All Might was still easily carrying her into his arms. I'm 16 now, Uncle Might. Aren't I a little bit heavier? She giggled while being carried. Never, my dear. Even with this muscle of mine, you're still the same darling child I used to carry in my arms. They laughed, and All Might set her down gently. The others were silently watching from the side as the 3 women were looking at her, and knowing Izuku would immediately strike a friendly conversation without realizing the conclusion. Where's Dave, that old rascal? All Might looking around. Papa's in his lab, waiting for you. He couldn't come get you himself, so he sent me instead. It looks like he was finishing the last stage of some research he began years ago. You're just in time to see it. The young woman, Melissa said. Haha, is that so? What was the research about? All Might said. Confidential. He wouldn't even tell me, but I heard it was about the evolution of animals having quirks. Izuku understood it since he was the one who helped hypnotize the possibility of animals having quirks. The only known one is the principle of Ue, Nezu. Even then no one knows what race that rat god is. That damn Dave, keeping things from his daughter like that. I'll be sure to give him a talking to for you. All Might said. That's right. You tell him, uncle. Melissa pouted in faux anger. All Might patted her head before motioning at his student that made Melissa curious to see them. Melissa, I want you to meet my students except the maid. I have been training them for the last 5 months. I've decided to bring them here to continue their training for the next 2 months. All Might show Izuku and his friends. 2 months. Does that mean you're staying here for the time being? She grew excited to have more time to spend with her uncle who rarely visits her. Melissa grew up in Island because her father worked and was a vital member of the place. Got that right. This is the best place I can think of teaching them. Melissa smiled and turned towards them with a curious look. All Might coughed and gestured for them to get closer. Kitsumi Bakugo, it's nice to meet you. I guess. She spoke in English that had a hard accent but enough to strike a few conversations. It was worth noting Toru can't speak all languages because of magic. Come on, now Kaken. Give some spirit into it. Izuku teases her. Hey, go fuck yourself, Deku. I'm not a damn nerd like you, so I give jack shit. Kitsumi blushed in embarrassment. Bleh. As if I can do that. Izuku said. You want to fight, Deku? Kitsumi said. Stop it, you two. The two began to quarrel, making All Might give an apologetics expression, while Itsuka enlarged his fist to give them a smack, surprising Melissa. Izuku instinctually evades her while Kitsumi follows suit and barely dodges. Not today, big hands. She said with a smirk. Oh, you've grown faster, Kaken. Izuku praises her, causing the latter to blush. Are you two done? Itsuka shouted at her, and Kami giggled seeing her big sis energy coming out. Yeah, sorry about that. Izuku said. It's fine, but aren't you two friends? Why are you fighting? Melissa asked. That's what friends are. We bicker but don't have hard feelings. Izuku said. Melissa was confused by the interaction. She has never been like this with her friends. Granted, she was busy making support gears. She never was close to many people, and those around her tended to make her uncomfortable. It was her first time interacting with different people. Not only that, her contact with other people her age is very limited since she spent most of her time in her workshop or in the lab where she was surrounded by middle-aged people working as a scientist or engineers. It doesn't help that she skipped grades and doesn't feel quite comfortable with her classmates. Hey girls, can you please get along with Melissa? She doesn't have many friends her age or even female friends. All Might whisper to the 3 young girls, nodding as they sympathize with her, knowing how lonely it is to be surrounded by nothing but machines and tech, never to experience the outside world. Anyway, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Melissa Shield. I've heard a bit that you helped make some pro heroes costumes, is it true? Izuku asked. It's nice to meet you too, and yes, I did help, but Papa mostly did the work for them. Melissa answered in Japanese. That sounds amazing. I wish I knew how to make support gears. Izuku wondered if he could still try thinking about another life where he successfully created machinery. Well, making support gear isn't all about engineering, but the idea that allows us to make helpful support gears. Maybe I can ask for some ideas from you. Melissa said, strangely felt comfortable talking to him unlike the people on the island ever did. There's something about his smile that was captivating. Really? I have few. Izuku said as the girls watched this with a suspicious gaze, thinking how another girl was likely being added. Though, they have shared the thought that she can be helpful for Izuku in achieving his goal if they ever need support gears. The two got lost talking about tech until All Might interrupted their sweet moment, getting their attention. I don't want to ruin the fine, but we should get going. All Might said. Alright, follow me. Papa would be delighted to see you. They continued their introduction along the way, getting close with the other girls. They agreed that she was innocent of any bad intention for Izuku. They continued their introduction along the way, getting to know more about each other. Those who liked Izuku see that Melissa was someone that is easy to get along with. Can I ask what your quirks are? Melissa asked. Mine is glamour, which allows me to make an illusion using my breath, but time is limited and can be destroyed easily. Kami showed her quirk and Melissa was in awe. That's incredible. It's a great quirk for espionage. She commented. Mine is simply enlarging my fist and can't make the other part bigger. Itsuka said, demonstrating her quirk. Fascinating. How about you, Jiro-san? Melissa turned to the pink rock girl. Earphone jack lets me plug into any surface and hear the vibration, while also using a speaker to transfer the sound of my heartbeat. Jiro showed how she was able to control her earphone jacks. That is useful for knowing the enemy's location. Then you, Yayoi Rozu-san. She turned towards the creation heroine. I used lipids as materials to create anything besides living things, and depending on my understanding of the chemical structure of the items. Also you may call me Momo. She made Matryoshka dolls. Amazing. What about you, Mizuna-san? She turned to the green young girl. Well, I can transform Quirk with only downside being that it is limited. Mizuna sprouted her wings and improved her transformation magic. Mine is similar. I simply need to drink their blood. Himiko said. What about you, Midoriya-san, Bakugo-san, Toru-san? Melissa asked. That's a secret. Toru said, and Melissa didn't press any further. I can make an explosion. Kitsumi demonstrated. For me it's fire. Izuku answered. Thank you for answering. I would have loved to make you guys tech. Melissa said with a bright smile. How about you, Melissa-san? What is your quirk? Jiro asked, and soon an awkward silence followed as All Might glanced towards them and felt slightly guilty for not giving his quirk to her, but the danger that comes with it is too much for her to handle. I'm actually quirkless. They pale in horror while Izuku perks up hearing that she was quirkless. Sorry that I asked. Jiro apologies. She felt guilty for asking the question, knowing how painful it is to be quirkless since Izuku had told them about his own experience. Melissa shook his head. I don't mind. I've already moved on from becoming a hero and decided to be like my papa instead. Melissa said. You can always be a hero, though. I, myself, had been treated quirkless since my quirk came late but kept my dream. I even thought of becoming the first quirkless hero. Perhaps you're like me? A late bloomer. Melissa, hearing his words, somehow reignites her dream of being a hero herself, someone like her uncle who smiled while saving people. The other girls inwardly sighed, knowing that another addition was added without the Dragon Slayer realizing it. Even if you're not a late bloomer and are quirkless, who can say technology can't beat quirk? Intellect itself can be a quirk. Izuku said. Young man, you truly are someone to be an inspiration. A beacon of hope. All Might thought of hearing his successor's speech. Melissa wondered if it was possible to be a hero without a quirk. Can someone quirkless be a hero, Uncle Might? Melissa turned to her uncle. Of course. Quirk is a tool but not the source of heroism. Instead it is here and here. When both combined, that's what makes a hero. All Might pointed at her heart and mind, showing that without being logical then it would just throw your life away, while without a heart, you would be nothing but a machine. Melissa smiled hearing her uncle started to lean to being a hero. After moving through the crowd finally arrived where All Might spotted a middle-aged man with brown wild hair and goatee, wearing a simple blue shirt and pants. He was the only person at the office stuck researching something. Papa. Look who came to see you. Melissa called out, getting his attention and surprised to see his old friend finally arrive at Island. He stood up from his chair to get closer. I am here. All Might said. All Might, glad you could make it. I would have been the one to see you, but I had an emergency call regarding our latest research. David looked pleasantly surprised. Hahaha, it isn't a problem. But you shouldn't keep secrets from your own daughter. All Might said. Well, I wanted it to be secret, but I'll tell you all about it later. Anyway, it's good to see you, my old friend. The two fist bumps having their reunion afterwards turned their attention towards the youth in the room. He was curious after hearing that his old friend had started to teach students. Hey, let me introduce to you my old friend, David Shield. Dave, this is my student that I spoke about beside the maid, she's tagging along. All Might said. It's great to finally meet you. All Might had been telling all about you, especially someone named Izuku, was it? David tried to look for this person, but his intuition was telling him it was the tall dark green-haired boy because he had the same impression as All Might does. It would be me, Mr. Shield. I am Izuku Midoriya, and I think you already know a bit of myself. He introduced himself. What do you mean, young man? David seems confused. Acting all mysterious, Deku. Just tell us what you're hiding. Kitsumi said. Did you just call him Deku? David had a shocked expression, while the others were confused why he reacted that way. Yup. I am Deku and the one who has been helping overseas regarding theories about quirks. Izuku said with a bright smile, while the others wondered what they were talking about. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise, seeing how a 14-year-old was able to formulate complex theories and had helped him create a way to save his old friend. Izuku had proposed the idea, opting to further research in quirk animals to figure out more and allow to know ways to biologically heal All Might. Though, the island is known for machinery did not mean that they did not have any bioengineers present. That can't be. Aren't you a bit young to have these complex theories? David was baffled, unable to accept the claim. Yes, I am. Izuku said plainly. Are you saying that young Midoriya is a researcher of Island? Why haven't you told us about it? All Might asked while the rest were also surprised by this. Well, I thought to make it a surprise, also I'm not an official member and only been recruited not long ago, like when I was 13. Izuku said never been involved in Island and only shared what he knows. Wait, do you have any verification? I want to make sure I'm really talking to Professor Deku. David asked. This is the latest file regarding the mutated spider Quirk. Everyone saw the complex formula regarding the mutation of Quirk that is placed within an experimental spider. David doubts washed away, acknowledged that the person was the one who helped him with his research. Hahaha, I thought my Melissa is smart, but this is just scary smart. Do you have any smart Quirk? David asked. Actually no, I'm just a Quirk fanatic that I took it as a hobby and never expected it would come this far. Izuku shrugged it off. Interesting. David muttered. Well, enough about me, I think my friends would like to introduce themselves. Izuku said. Damn nerds, stop hiding shit from us. The name is Katsumi Bakugo. Hello, I'm Itsuka Kendo. It's nice to finally meet the man who created so many support items and an old friend of All Might. It's a wonderful day meeting you, Professor Shield. You may know me from my parents, I'm Momoyoi Rozu. Ah, that's why you look familiar and receive a message about their coming here. Well, I hope you all get along with my Melissa. David smiled, glancing at his daughter, hoping to have her have some female friends her age from the outside. He wanted her to have a Quirk and free choosing her own path rather than following his. I'm Himiko Toga. Melissa-chan is really nice. My name is Kami Utsushima. I'm Mizuna Midoriya. My name is Toru. Kyokajiro, it's nice to meet you, and Melissa has been a great company. Glad to hear that. David felt reassurance hearing their words, then suddenly frowned as he suddenly gave 2 short coughs. Cough. Cough. All Might quickly covered his mouth as everyone excluding Melissa looked at him worriedly. Izuku looked at Melissa and quickly said. I would like to chat more about the genetic structure regarding the spider Quirk, but I think All Might and you have some catching up to do. We would like to tour around the island if that's alright with you. David stared at Izuku before looking at his daughter. He nodded, knowing that they knew about his condition. If not, then how could he teach them for a long period of time? Melissa, can you show these 2 around the island? I would also like to catch up with my old friend. Sure. Melissa smiled as she excitedly turned her attention to the group behind her. Come on. I'll show you the best places on the island. Izuku and his friends followed her out the door. David then turned towards his All Might, who gradually became smaller and frailer. Are you alright, Tashi? David asked. Haha, never been better. All Might laughed. You shouldn't say something like that. Come on, let me check your condition. If I'm correct, that young man, Izuku, wants to help your condition. David worriedly said. Is that about your research that you've been working on? All Might asked. That's right, we've recently been developing bioengineered serum to help heal your body. He said. Izuku's research has been a great help in figuring out ways to save All Might. Toru had tried, but she isn't proficient in healing magic. Well Dave, even if I regain my peak, I already decided to retire from my hero work. This caused his friend to grow pale, unable to accept the symbol of peace to give up. What would happen if you retire? The people need a symbol for peace. David knew the weight and outcome that could come from the loss of the symbol of peace. That will be for the next generation of heroes. That boy, Izuku Midoriya, would one day surpass me and achieve his dream of making a team of symbols like I did. In terms of strength, then Izuku wins against All Might, but what he is trying to say is surpass him in regards to being a hero and a symbol. A team of symbols of peace. That's right, actually let me tell you a bit with a cup of coffee. The two headed to the lounging area as David handed a hot coffee to his friend, curious at his words from earlier. He could see that his friend had changed for better or for worse. Now, Tashi tells me about what had happened in the past years when you were gone. Well, to start off, those kids already knew about my condition, though unintentionally. Wait, they found out regarding your wound. That's right, I found the boy, Izuku, to be just like me. The boy who has a dream for the people and symbolizes what a hero should be. At that moment I realized that I'm not immortal and sooner or later I'll be gone. David was silent, realizing that his friend was right. Even if he succeeded in finding ways to repair the damage, All Might would still eventually die like any other human unless they have an immortal quirk. I understand now. Still, I would try my best to find a way to extend your life enough to see the next generation rise. Thank you, my friend. I will also try my best to give everything to ensure that the next generation of heroes will surpass the old one. All Might could already see the rising burning flame of aspiration when the people have a smile on their face. Hey, as a side note, do you have any dating tips? Also, add some tips on being a father too. The intense atmosphere went down the drain when David heard his friend speak about dating and being a father. Wait, what? Don't tell me you started dating someone. Since when? How? Whoa there, Dave. One question at a time. All Might sweat dropped hearing his friend calming him down. David realizes his action and quickly apologizes, but then opted for a smirked smile. Oh sorry, but I can't help it after hearing that you start dating someone. So who's the lucky girl? As the two have their conversation, within a room where an array of spider cages were displayed, a single one was missing from its glass cage. It crawled its way through the room and made spider webs in a particular room. Meanwhile, Izuku and his friends are walking around the island, seeing many places to explore and try. Hey, nerd. You guys go ahead without me, I'm going to this villain attack attraction I heard about. Kitsumi said. Whatever, just make sure you don't get lost. I don't want to hear about a missing explosive kid. Izuku teased her. Go fuck yourself. I'm outta here, later nerd. Kitsumi went off somewhere, leaving the rest of her friends behind. Izuku only chuckled while Melissa was a bit confused. Why do you keep fighting? Aren't you two friends? Melissa asked. We are. That's just the way we speak to each other. Izuku somewhat knows that Kitsumi is a tsundere who have hard time being honest with her feelings. Get used to it, Melissa-san. The two will always bicker as they are childhood rivals. Anyway, why don't you continue our tour? Itsuka said. Sure. How about we visit the exhibit? Melissa excitedly said. They were guided through a wide display of countless technology and machinery made by the genius within the island. The two tech geniuses got along with their fascination in tech. They share the same passion after being diagnosed being quirkless, with Melissa giving up on being a hero, while Izuku kept moving forward. This made her wonder if it was too late in becoming a hero. She started to reign it as her childhood dream when Izuku and her uncle said that a hero is not about power but the heart. If it was, then villains can be a hero. And this is the latest liquid-based nanomachine that is currently in development. Interesting. Damn, I wish I had the budget and smartness to make this. Izuku said. Have you all decided on the design of your suit? Melissa asked. Izuku made some designs for us. Momo said. Really, may I look at it? Melissa asked, and Izuku took out his notebook out of nowhere. Still wonder where you hide that thing. Mizuna said. Izuku showed the design and features of the costume that his friends needed. Melissa was impressed at how detailed they were. Whoa, you even figured out some of my support items. Melissa saw the notes and was surprised her invention were included. Our Izuku-sama is really a genius when it comes to this. Himiko said. Agree, Izuku is really great. Toru added. Sama. Melissa was confused by this, but decided not to dwell too much and looked at the design. Wait, it says here you can make adamantium and vibranium. Melissa is shocked, having recalled the metals from pre-Quirk era's fiction. Ah yes, Izuku has helped me figure out the formula. Momo excluded that Toru had helped, having similar ores that had this property laying around on her dimensional inventory. That's awesome. If you don't mind, can you make one? Just a small one. Sure, I don't mind. Momo already memorized it, since the material is extremely useful in combat. Vibranium is especially beneficial when it comes to building her body, as it steals kinetic energy. She handed a small piece of metal to Melissa, who excitedly examined the object. It felt different than any metal that she's ever seen or felt. The ore was the size of marble, yet the weight is the same despite being metal. Amazing. It's really lighter than normal metal. Does it absorb kinetic energy like in this comic? Yeah. Though it's still less durable than the actual metal, since this is just a replica. Is that so? Here. No, you can have it. Maybe have run some tests on it. Really? Thanks, Yaoi Orizu. Please just call me Momo. Alright, Momo. They continued their exploration until Izuku grew hungry and headed to grab some lunch. Melissa was surprised to see a mountain of food on the table. Whoa, this food is really top class, but why are they expensive? Kami remarked. Good thing we have cards that give us a huge discount. Jiro said. Hey, I've been wondering, what was that about the Deku thing? Mizuna asked. Yeah, Izu-chan, you've been keeping secrets from us. Itsuka asked. Spill it, Izuku. You've already been caught. Jiro said. Agree, now tell us about being a researcher of Island without being in the island. Momo added. And you didn't tell us about it. Himiko exclaimed. It's kind of a long story, so sit back and relax. It started when I was around 12, when I published an article about the quirks and ideas in machines that could dampen quirk to be used on villains. He had used Eraserhead, the underground hero whose ability is to erase someone's quirk. The limitation of his is unknown, as he had little involvement in the media. However, Izuku manages to have clear theories and ideas for a device that could nullify their quirk. Though it would only work if it was worn constantly by the person like a handcuff. As they were enjoying their conversation, a loud explosion could be heard in the distance that made Izuku smile. The group arrived in a breathtaking stadium surrounded by towering mountains and colossal rocks. A pristine river meandered through the landscape, feeding into cascading waterfalls that created a serene yet powerful backdrop. Amidst this natural beauty, a giant screen with a ticking timer loomed over the scene. Standing confidently on a platform was none other than Katsumi Bakugo, her presence commanding the attention of the crowd. The cheers that erupted for her were deafening, and she basked in the adulation with a fierce grin. Her eyes scanned the crowd until they locked onto Izuku, who wore a smirk that only fueled her competitive spirit. "Bastard, let me show you what I'm made of," she shouted, her voice brimming with determination. Katsumi prepared herself for the upcoming challenge. She removed her shoe and neatly folded her pants. The female announcer's voice echoed through the stadium, electrifying the atmosphere. "Get ready, everyone. The action is about to begin." Katsumi steeled herself, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the arena. One by one, she took in each individual robot, noting their positions and preparing for their imminent assault. The machines stood poised, ready to launch their attacks, their metallic bodies gleaming under the stadium lights. But the final deep breath, Katsumi felt the rush of adrenaline surge through her veins. The countdown timer reaches 0, and the challenge begins. Start. Katsumi wasted no time and blasted herself forward. However, this time it was the soles of her feet that produced the explosion, launching her into the air at high velocity. As she soared above the arena, the force of her blast left a trail of smoke and flames behind her, a testament to her raw power and precision. This new maneuver was the result of intense training, a relentless pursuit to exploit every advantage her quirk could offer. Through countless hours of grueling practice, she had discovered that her feet possessed the same sweat glands that fueled the explosions from her palms. Yet, she had rarely used this ability, as her quirk was still in its developing stage, and she had grown accustomed to relying on her hands. Now, in the heat of battle, she put her newfound skill to the test. As she rocketed through the air, she twisted her body with acrobatic finesse, dodging a barrage of incoming attacks from the robots. One robot launched a missile in her direction, but Katsumi deftly kicked it away with an explosive thrust, causing it to detonate harmlessly in midair. She landed gracefully on one of the larger rocks, the impact cushioned by another burst from her feet. With a fierce grin, she launched herself again, this time aiming directly at a cluster of robots. Her body became a blur of motion as she unleashed a series of rapid-fire explosions from her feet and hands, tearing through the mechanical horde with relentless ferocity. Katsumi's movements were a symphony of destruction, each explosion a note in the grand composition of her assault. She was unstoppable, a whirlwind of fire and fury, her every action a testament to her indomitable will and the fruits of her rigorous training. Without as much as a pause, she moved towards the next one and destroyed it too. Then she moved towards the robot on the river and destroyed it as well. Then another, and another, and another, until she destroyed every robot he could find. And instead of using her palm, used an individual finger to have more precise shit than just making a massive explosion. She doesn't have the same arrogant and destructiveness from another timeline. As the final robot fell, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Katsumi stood amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily but victorious, her eyes shining with the thrill of battle and the promise of even greater feats to come. Oh my god. 7 seconds. First place. Is there anyone who could beat her record? Katsuki smirked at the announcement. She then turned towards Izuku and pointed her finger at him, gaining the attention of the crowds. What's this? Is our first placer challenging that green-haired young man? Do they have some kind of rivalry going on? Bakugo used her explosions to jump towards them as she stared at Izuku with a smirk. Come on, nerd, beat my record. Izuku smirked and stepped forward before turning his head toward them. Wait here, I need to flex some muscle. Alright, make sure to go beyond. Itsuka said. I know you'll get first without any hassle. Jiro said. Try not to get hurt. Momo said. Beat her. Emiko said. Yeah. Show here what you got. Toru cheered. Anyone wants to take a bet on how many seconds he'll finish it? Kami said. You're on. Mine is 3 seconds. Mizuna said. I'm curious to see his quirk in action. Melissa said. Watch me. Izuku turns to Katsumi, having a cocky grin. With that, he jumped towards the platform, leaving Katsumi with the rest of her friends. And we have a new challenger. Does he have what it takes to surpass this record? Izuku, who was standing on the platform, looked up to see Katsumi smiling triumphantly amidst the wreckage of the defeated robots. His friend waited in anticipation, the excitement palpable. Ready? The announcer's voice boomed. Izuku took a deep breath and assumed his fighting stance, rousing himself as flames flickered around his body. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, his focus sharpening as his eyes glowed with fiery gaze. Then, with a deafening sonic boom, he exploded into action, a gust of wind marking his departure as a reddish streak blazed through the arena. Start. The announcer declared. Izuku rocketed forward, colliding with the first few bots before the first second had even passed. His movements were a blur, his speed and power overwhelming the mechanical adversaries. He scaled cliffs and raced over hills, his fists and feet leaving trails of destruction in his wake as he dismantled every bot in sight with precise, devastating blows. In one seamless motion, he leapt into the air, surveying the battlefield for any remaining targets. Spotting the last bot, he descended with a thunderous punch that stopped short of contact, the sheer force of his strike creating a shockwave. The powerful air pressure alone was enough to obliterate the final robot, its pieces scattering across the ground. As the dust settled, Izuku landed gracefully, his fiery aura slowly dissipating. The crowd erupted into wild applause, their cheers echoing throughout the stadium. Izuku looked over at Kitsumi, who met his gaze with a nod of respect. Holy smokes. I don't even know what happened. This is insane. It took him less than 2 seconds to finish them all off. With a satisfied smile, Izuku jumped back to his friends and was immediately greeted by Kitsumi's annoyed glare. Yeah, you've won this time. She huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Don't worry, Kitsumi. There's always next time. Kitsumi's glare softened slightly, a competitive fire still burning in her eyes. You bet there is. And next time, I'll be the one showing you up. Their banter was interrupted by the announcer's voice booming over the stadium. What a spectacular display of skill and power. Let's hear it for our incredible competitors. The crowd roared in approval, the stadium vibrating with the intensity of their cheers. Izuku and Kitsumi exchanged a look, both of them silently acknowledging the respect they had for each other despite their rivalry. As they walked off the platform, their friends joined them, chattering excitedly about the day's events. It's been great showing you guys around. Hope to do it again soon. After a long day, the group decided it was time to rest as they went ahead accompanied Melissa back and got All Might from David's shield. They had been engrossed from chatting that it had already sundown when they finished. All Might learns more about dating and being a father, while his friend laughs at the whole ordeal. He never expected that his old friend would finally have someone and settle down. This causes him to smile and be proud that he is becoming less selfless and be selfish for once. All Might had lived a life of selflessness, and now it was time for him to be selfish. Like someone in another timeline, an old veteran is finally getting his dance. Yeah, we'll have more fun for the next 2 months. Maybe share some ideas in tech. Izuku said. Just ask and I'll happily teach you how to use a guitar. Jiro said. Of course. We would love to hang out with you. Momo said. I'm excited to explore this place. Kami said. Glad you all had a fun. Tomorrow please head to XXXXXX building where you can start your training. Melissa can guide you guys there. David said. Great. We will surely do that. See you tomorrow, Melissa-san, David Dono. Izuku said. Also, regarding the research, if you don't mind, can you come to our facility first to help discuss the mutated spider? David asked. Oh right, sure thing. Moments later, they waved their goodbye as All Might helped them head to their hotel to rest, while Melissa's gaze was in deep turmoil that his father noticed rather quickly. He vaguely understood that his daughter wanted to explore and experience the outside world. David patted his daughter's head, easing her mind. Whatever you do, you'd be great. Melissa turns to see her father's reassuring smile. Something inside her heart was reignited, the passion of being a hero. If you doubt being an inventor like me, then don't hesitate to pursue what your heart wants, and I'll support you till the end. She felt her heart pounding, feeling the burning passion that long dwindled. Melissa heard stories from Izuku's past until eventually gained a quirk. Melissa was inspired to try and decide on something. It's not that I don't want to be an inventor, but after hearing Izuku words, perhaps I could try being both. Izuku was a different breed, being a living prodigy in martial arts and super genius before getting a quirk. It was unbelievable his quirkless. Regardless, Melissa wished to still be an inventor while being a hero. It would be difficult to be both but not impossible. David smiled at the development, only hoping that she would spread her wings and live freely. Time passed by, Melissa arrived at her room to take a rest. She lay on her bed, recalling everything that had happened with a smile on her face. It has been a while since she felt genuinely happy. Izuku had mainly stuck in her mind, constantly replaying the moment of his speech about heroism. She could see the resemblance of her uncle to the Dragon Slayer. Her mind was too occupied to not notice a spider crawl its way into her hands before being bitten into her flesh. This brought Melissa back to reality and unconsciously smacked the spider. Ow. A spider. Melissa saw the spider that instantly died before feeling a sudden headache and numbness course through her body. It didn't take long for her to pass out and rapidly have her body rearranged. The genetic structure of her body was being deconstructed and reconstructed. She felt her body burning to breathe restlessly, and fortunately, it happened when she was in her bed. The next day, Melissa woke up covered in sweat, having a severe headache, trying to recall what had happened to her the other night. She then turned to look at the time and found that it was the time where the others would meet at training grounds. Melissa quickly took her glasses, only to be shocked that her vision was blurry when she tried them on. What's going on? Why can I see better without my glasses? Wait. Izuku mentioned a spider with a quirk that he and Papa have been working on. Her mind is at an all-time high trying to figure things out. It was already amazing that she wasn't having a panic attack. Is it possible to transfer a quirk from another? Or even make an artificial quirk? She is smart enough to understand her situation and calmly analyze everything. It was the most logical answer seeing how dramatic her changes are. Melissa's senses are disoriented at how highly enhanced they were. She could hear her own heartbeat, while her eyesight could precisely see tiny details. However, the young inventor felt both joy that she had acquired a quirk, but also anxiety as it could still have risk. An artificial creation of quirk is highly dangerous as it may cause some complications. Unlike quirk, which comes naturally and lets the person adapt at a young age, that would develop through their life. Essentially, the artificial quirk is a disease that the body would reject. I need to tell Papa about this. She quickly went ahead, freshen herself up, and as the blonde girl about to grab the faucet was instantly broken like a stick, spraying water into her, causing her to move frail her's hand. This led to her palm sticking into the curtains of the bathtub and stumbling into it. Melissa having difficulty adjusting to the new sensation. While she was struggling, early before she woke up, Izuku visited the research facility to assist in the development of mutated spiders. The laboratory only had Izuku and David analyzing the spider on display. This is the mutated spider that has been completed using your old formula. Izuku examines each spider containing a mixture of different spider species, then produces a new species that contains Quirk's genes that came from people. It assimilates to the spiders, having their natural ability enhanced by several folds. We only managed to create 12 spiders that successfully contain the genome of Elector Quirk and Camouflage Quirk, David said. Is that so? I didn't expect that a fusion of an emitter and transformation quirk type, along with placing them on an animal, is evolutionary. There are 3 types of quirk in the world: emitter, mutant and transformation. A record of having 2 types is yet to be seen in the world. To put it simply, emitters are a type of quirks that alter and emit certain things in the world, while transformation is a temporary change in someone's body, and mutant is the opposite of being a permanent change. I do hope you received the additional information that I've developed recently, Izuku said. I did. I have to say, we might be able to create a machine that could heal Toshinori. The two both feel that the symbol of peace could be safe and given a chance to live normal lives. They made sure that two were the only ones present at the lab. Izuku notices one of the spider cages doesn't contain a spider. This causes the dragon slayer to grow pale from the revelation. Wait, MR shield. Look, I think one of them escaped. Did I hear you correctly? Oh no. This is not good. I'll try to contact the securities to be on the lookout. I'll also do the same. It won't take a minute, so long the pest resides in the public areas. They both grew worried as the spider could either have died or had started biting people. Moments later, Izuku moved to find the spider, spending the whole remaining time scouring the whole island, and found nothing. His predecessors commented at how careless they were for letting something that dangerous escape that easily. Where the hell did that pest go? Izuku became increasingly worried about the fact that it might have gotten to the people's room, but let David handle it. In the end, he gave up for the time being and started to head back to his hotel to visit Itsuka. Itsu-chan. Are you ready? I told you not to call me that. Itsuka came out of her room freshened up, wearing simple clothes. The dragon slayer opted for a captivating smile. Morning, Itsuka. You look great today. This causes her to blush from his bright smile and couldn't wait until they can finally get together. You too, let's get the others before heading out. That's the plan. Izuku and his friends soon arrived at the training grounds that were a kilometer in radius, containing different areas and artificial environments. Furthermore, it contained robots that would act as villains to help them train. The soon-to-be symbols were in awe seeing the place where they will spend the next 2 months training their quirks and sharpening their skills. This place is actually the original unforeseen simulation joint that is used by UA. David explained, who was beside All Might looking at his student. They had the option of choosing terrain from a simple city to a rocky environment. Wow. We get to experience UA stuff before even getting accepted, Jiro said. School fun must be insane. Mizuna exclaimed. It kinda makes me feel sorry for the staff handling the expenses. Kami said. This is the perfect opportunity to have more experience for the future. Momo added. Can we just head inside and blow shit up? I've been itching to try something. Katsumi said. Me too. Can't wait to do some stabbing. Himiko said. Hold on, All Might still hasn't explained what we're going to do. Izuku said. Thank you, my boy. Alright, remember that being a hero isn't all about fighting, but also adapting in rough terrains. Though, it is rare. What did I write? They deadpanned seeing the #1 hero reading notes. All Might sweat dropped at his student's reaction, as he never experienced this kind of training. He only punched in every situation, which made him a one-track hero. This is the reason that power isn't everything but skills and experience. Alright, it is rare for heroes to fight villains in a different environment, but heroes need to know how to handle the situation if it arises. There would be a time where an enemy has a certain advantage in a different environment or heroes have weakness in such a place. For example, Kitsumi would be at a great disadvantage in that it could be vital for her to swear in using her quirk. Izuku would have been at a disadvantage if the place was dense and populated, limiting his use of stronger attacks. Any question? If none, then draw lots here to send you to a random place and spend a week in that place, then afterwards draw lots once more. They quickly took the lots, finding themselves in separate areas. Izuku accompanied by Toru got the mountain range area, Kitsumi got the rainforest, Momo for tundra, Himiko and Itsuka got the cityscape, Jiro and Kami got a ruined city area, and Mizuna got the downpour zone. Good luck, future heroes. Remember to go plus ultra. Will do. Good luck, everyone. Izuku said. Good luck to you too, Izuku-sama. Himiko said. Keep safe and see you later, Izu-chan. Itsuka said. I'll make sure not to disappoint you all. Jiro added. Do please be careful. We're facing different terrain and vastly different than just cleaning a beach like our old training. Momo said. Izuku is the one who trains from a car, not them. It would be dangerous if they were with Izuku training. Geez, ponytails, we're not kids. We can handle ourselves. Kitsumi said. You don't need to be like that, Kakin, and thank you for your concern, Momo-san, it is much appreciated. Izuku just scoffed, heading to her designated area while Momo blushed then smiled. It's nothing, just make sure to not get hurt. Izuku nodded glances to other girls before heading towards his area, finding himself in a mountainous area that contained few trees here and there. The place was large enough to be on the side of a small park. He used one for all to increase his strength before leaping into the air at a high altitude and arriving at the highest peak. Izuku scans the area and finds that there are few incoming robots ready to attack him. Guess my training is starting. After an intense and grueling session, Izuku finally completed his training. He stood amidst the wreckage of the countless robots he had dismantled, their metal parts strewn across the simulated battlefield. The artificial mountain, designed to challenge even the most skilled heroes, had become his personal training ground. Izuku's relentless dedication was evident as he surveyed the destruction around him. He had spent hours honing his skills, pushing his body and quirk to their limits. Each robot he faced had been a test of his strength, speed, and strategic thinking. From hand-to-hand combat to using his quirk to its fullest potential, Izuku had navigated the terrain with precision and agility, dispatching each robotic foe with calculated efficiency. He wasn't using his Fire Dragon Slayer magic because he wanted to improve his usage of One for All, in case he couldn't use magic. The training had been intense. He had practiced new moves, fine-tuned his control over One for All, and tested his stamina against waves of increasingly difficult opponents. The air was thick with the scent of scorched metal and the remnants of the simulated environment, a showcase to the ferocity of his training. Despite the exhaustive effort, Izuku emerged victorious, showing no signs of fatigue. Not a single drop of sweat marred his determined expression. He climbed to the peak of the artificial mountain, which now doubled as a throne of his triumph, made of the debris of his mechanical adversaries. Sitting atop the pile of destroyed robots, Izuku allowed himself a moment of respite. His eyes scanned the horizon of the training ground, replaying the movements and techniques he had mastered. This wasn't just about defeating the robots. It was about becoming stronger, faster, and smarter for the battles that lay ahead. His mind was already planning his next training regimen, always aiming higher, always striving to be better. For now, though, he allowed himself a brief break, feeling the cool breeze against his skin. It was a small reward for his tireless dedication, a moment of calm before he would rise once more to face the challenges of becoming the world's greatest hero. So how was it? Izuku asked his predecessor. You've improved quite a lot, putting less strain on your body, especially how your physiology has now turned into a dragon. Yoichi said. And you reach more than 50% without injuring yourself. And said. Adding your magic would likely cause unforeseen death if you're not careful. Haikage said. No need to remind him. I'm sure the kid knows what and what not to do. Daigoro said. Reminds me of the time Toshinori was training his quirk. Nana said. Did All Might ever have to train to use 100%? Izuku asked. No, he already gained 100% at the get-go. Nana said to surprise Izuku. But I think this is better because you can adjust the output unlike Toshinori-san, who had to learn to adjust his strength. En said. Still wonder why I haven't gotten any of your quirk unlocked despite having this much percent. Izuku asked. We thought of a few theories, but the most likely answer is that your magic is slowing the process down. This is why we told you to not use your Fire Dragon Slayer magic for the next 2 months. Yoichi said. In the previous months, Izuku had diligently adjusted to his newfound dragon physiology, a transformation that had both awed and challenged him. Through countless hours of rigorous training and meditation, he learned to control the immense power that came with this new form. As a dragon, his full strength was astonishing, a force of nature that could overwhelm almost any opponent. His scales were impenetrable, his claws capable of tearing through the toughest materials, and his breath a scorching inferno. The power coursing through his veins was both a gift and a burden, one that he had to master with absolute precision. Izuku knew that unleashing his dragon form was not just a display of power, but a last resort, a measure taken only when no other options remained, and when the stakes were highest. In his human form, Izuku's strength was deliberately suppressed, allowing him to train without the constant risk of collateral damage. This suppression required immense self-control, as even a momentary lapse could result in unintended destruction. His training sessions were meticulously planned, balancing the need to push his limits with the necessity of maintaining safety. He practiced transforming swiftly and seamlessly, ensuring he could tap into his full power when needed and revert back without losing control. Izuku's days were filled with a diverse regimen. He would spend hours in intense physical training, lifting weights that tested his dragon-enhanced muscles, and sparring against simulated opponents that could mimic the strength of real foes. His agility and reflexes were honed through obstacle courses that demanded both speed and precision, pushing his limits to see just how far his human form could go before needing to transform. Alongside physical training, Izuku dedicated time to mastering the mental and emotional aspects of his dragon physiology. He meditated daily, focusing on controlling his breathing and heart rate, vital for managing the transition between forms. Visualization techniques helped him to remain calm and collected, even in the face of overwhelming power. This mental discipline was crucial, as the dragon form's primal instincts could easily override rational thought if not kept in check. During these months, he had also developed new combat strategies that incorporated both his human and dragon abilities. He practiced techniques that allowed him to use his suppressed strength to its fullest in human form, reserving his dragon form for critical moments when an overwhelming force was necessary. One of the key aspects of his training was ensuring that when he did unleash his dragon form, the area was devoid of potential casualties. Izuku trained in remote locations, far from the prying eyes of civilians and the fragile infrastructure of the city. These secluded environments provided him with the freedom to push his abilities to their limits without fear of unintended harm. Don't be impatient. Just focus on your action and not the outcome, Yoichi said. Izuku nodded and decided to take a break. Izuku exited the area and found David talking with Melissa. His guts quickly told him something had happened to her and quickly went to check up on her. Melissa-san, good morning. Did something happen? Izuku asked. Midoriya. I was about to call you. Melissa was bitten by the mutated spider that escaped. David said in a panic. What? This alarmed the dragon slayer, glancing at the blonde girl who was confused and anxious. Along the way, Melissa experiences the change in her body from being overwhelmed by the newly enhanced senses and superhuman strength. How do you feel, Melissa-san? Are there any changes that have occurred to your body? Izuku went closer, then placed his hands on her shoulder, much to David's surprise, and made his daughter blush. The dragon slayer was worried that she may have negative side effects from the experimental mutation of the spider. Well, there are notable changes. Melissa started to explain the things she had found from her metamorphosis. Izuku asked questions about what happened after she was beaten, if there were any changes. She felt calmer now that there was someone helping her get through the sudden change. Everyone would be overwhelmed whenever their quirk appeared. Izuku took a lot of training to reach his power, having lived a couple of years as a quirkless, because he had to train his body and handle the magical energy in the surroundings. Even still, it shows how everyone is bound to feel uncomfortable when awakening their powers. Interesting, so you have the super strength, enhanced senses, or whatever spider can. Izuku said, seeing the data in regards to the spider that had escaped. Practically, she has a spider quirk. David asked. More or less, but it seems this includes the mutation of the spider, and if my theory is correct, it'd have spider sense, camouflage, stinger or fangs. David was a bit shocked that his daughter, who had been considered quirkless, finally gained one. He felt conflicted of being happy and ashamed at the same time. The inventor was happy that his daughter could finally choose her path, while ashamed that he neglected the chance of the spider escaping and could kill his daughter. Meanwhile, Melissa is perplexed, finding that her power extends from just enhanced senses. David handed a scanner to Izuku and scanned her body and found something both interesting and terrifying. What's wrong, Midoriya? You paused for a moment. David asked. Well, according to the scanner, Melissa-san has dormant quirk genes that have been awakened thanks to the inclusion of spider quirk. Izuku said. Wait, what? You're saying that Melissa isn't quirkless? David said. Not entirely, the dormant quirk gene is essentially flavorless and wouldn't do anything, but thanks to it, her body wasn't harmed from the metamorphosis. which meant that anyone else besides Melissa or people with the same dormant gene, which is unlikely, would experience side effects. David paled, realizing that without this dormant Quirk gene, then she would likely die. The gene acted as sacrifice for the genetic change that occurred from her body, meaning that the spider Quirk devoured the dormant Quirk gene, avoiding harming her body. Is she safe? Won't there be anything going to harm her body? David asked. Nothing I've seen so far, but the best way to remove potential side effects is to train her new Quirk until she handles herself. David was relieved to hear it. He was a machine inventor, and not like Izuku, who made the research on quirks and quirk theories. You might be wondering how a 14-year-old can be this smart. Because bullshit, that's why. Now then, Mr. Shield, let me ask if Melissa will join our training. Awakening a quirk is daunting because I know from experiences. Don't worry, Melissa, I'm here to help you overcome this. He gave a reassuring smile as Melissa saw the image of her uncle that made her feel safe. David see how her daughter interact with the young man, opted to frown and calm down, knowing from what his friend told him was trustworthy boy. It's up to her decision, and whichever it is, I'm going to support her. David turned to her daughter, giving a supportive smile that whatever her choice may be, would still be there cheering for her. Won't I bother with your training? Melissa said. Nonsense. This also helps me gather more information about Quirk. I already made an encyclopedia about all known Quirk, which is currently 100 types, 5,000 variants and 10,000 sub-variants, along with the deviant category. Izuku showcases a catalog of few known Quirks such as Endeavor, Headshot, etc. They have their 3 categories of emitter, transformation and mutation that is then divided more to elements, enhance, fusion, etc. David's eyes went wide in shock at how a young man nearly has all known Quirks and would be fatal if villains were to gain the knowledge. Wait, young Midoriya, don't tell me you have shared this data to the public. David said, seeing the disastrous outcome if villains get their hands on the information. Of course not, it is only my personal recording and won't be shared anytime soon, knowing those pesky villains would die for this information, therefore place it in Keter class security in my database. Izuku had a library on his computer and had studied programming to secure it. A great thing to help his mind relax. Keter class. David exclaimed. Oh, it's from an old series that I've watched recently and inspired by their category of placing information ranging from safe, Euclid and Keter. David never heard of those terms, but vaguely guessed it about safe code with Keter the highest security. If the slightest sense of breach was detected, then every data would be deleted. A month had passed since Melissa awakened her power, and with the guidance of her father, her uncle, and Izuku, she had developed a solid grasp over her Quirk. The progress she had made was astounding, transforming from uncertainty into confidence as she learned to wield her abilities with precision and control. Today, Melissa was training in a cityscape simulation, a sprawling urban environment designed to test her agility and combat skills. Using her fingers in a specific way, she shot webs from her wrists that clung to buildings, allowing her to swing effortlessly through the streets. The sensation of flying through the air, the wind rushing past her face, was exhilarating, and each swing brought a new challenge, pushing her to perfect her technique. As she navigated the simulated city, Melissa's senses were on high alert. She had been training rigorously to enhance her reflexes and situational awareness. Suddenly, a high-pitched ringing reached her ears. A signal she had learned to recognize during her training. Instinctively, she ducked, narrowly avoiding a harmless bullet fired by a flying robot designed to simulate enemy attacks. The evasive maneuver was seamless, a testament to her growing proficiency. Without wasting a moment, Melissa shot a web at the robot, the sticky strands clinging to its metallic body. With a swift pull, she brought the robot hurtling towards her. Channeling her momentum, she delivered a powerful kick, crushing the robot into pieces that scattered across the simulated street. The entire sequence had taken mere seconds, but it demonstrated the culmination of weeks of intense practice and refinement. Her father and uncle watched from a control room, their faces a mix of pride and determination. They had seen her grow stronger each day, mastering not just her physical abilities, but also the strategic thinking required for a hero. Izuku, standing beside them, nodded approvingly. He had shared his own experiences and techniques, helping Melissa to develop her unique style that blended her natural agility with the raw power of her quirk. As Melissa continued her training, swinging from building to building, avoiding obstacles, and neutralizing robotic foes, she felt a deep sense of purpose. Each training session brought her closer to her goal of becoming a hero who could stand alongside the best, protecting those in need with unwavering courage and skill. Her confidence grew with each successful maneuver, each enemy she defeated. The simulated cityscape was a perfect proving ground, providing a variety of challenges that tested her limits. She practiced swinging through narrow alleyways, launching webs at distant targets, and performing acrobatic flips to dodge attacks. Every move was executed with increasing precision, the result of countless hours of hard work and determination. In these moments, as she flew through the air with the city beneath her, Melissa felt the thrill of her potential. She knew that with continued effort and the support of her mentors, she could achieve greatness. The path ahead was still long and filled with challenges, but she was ready to face them head-on, confident in her abilities and her resolve to become a hero who could make a difference. As the day drew to a close, Melissa landed gracefully on a rooftop, taking a moment to catch her breath and reflect on her progress. The cityscape simulation faded away, replaced by the familiar surroundings of the training facility. Her father, uncle, and Izuku approached, their expressions filled with pride and encouragement. "Well done, Melissa," her uncle said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You've come a long way in just a month." Izuku smiled, his eyes full of admiration. "You're doing great. Keep pushing yourself, and you'll be ready for anything." Melissa nodded, her heart swelling with determination. She's improved quite a lot after a month of training. Within the observing robot was her father, proud seeing his daughter using a quirk quite efficiently. For the first couple of weeks, she was forced to wear dark-tinted goggles to help her focus as the superhuman sense was disoriented and needed a way for her to keep focus. It all thanks to young Midoriya giving her instructions to use her powers. "Hey Dave, are you sure you would let her come with me to Japan?" Beside him was the symbol of peace, watching his niece fight robots and moving like pro heroes. This was all thanks to her spider senses that essentially move her body without overthinking. Normally, anyone else who recently awakened a quirk takes years of development to fully grasp their ability, but Melissa's spider quirk had natural instincts of a spider that made it feel like she was born with the power. "Yes, Tashi. We discussed this, and I decided to let her experience the outside world. Perhaps be the hero that she always wanted to be." All Might remained silent, only nodding before turning his head towards another panel, seeing his other students working hard to improve themselves. Few hours passed by, and Izuku came out of the training ground all tattered, showing the intensity of his training. He cracked his neck looking around to see him the first to come out. "I wonder why I'm only accessing 80% of One for All?" Izuku asked the predecessors. "We have no idea. Best to focus on what you have for now," Yoichi said. 80% is already a lot. "You're at least All Might's 90%, which isn't a small thing," Daigoro said. "Just be patient and I know you'll gain full access to One for All." Nana said, and Izuku still frowned, a bit disappointed but understood. "Why the long face, Izuku?" He turned to see Melissa approaching him before smiling. She removes the thick goggles, helping her focus as having enhanced senses make her disoriented. "Nothing, just surprised it's been a month since I've arrived in this place. How about you? How are you holding up with your power?" Izuku asked. "I'm well, and thanks to you and Papa along with Uncle might have gotten better," Melissa said with bright smile. "That's great news." Both headed to the lounging area to wait for the others, and before long arrived one by one. They all headed to wash themselves, taking deep in the bathhouse, submerging themselves with the water. Izuku relaxed alone in the bath while the other girls were doing the same, relaxing in the calming water. "So you've discovered something about your quirk?" Itsuka asked. "Hell yeah. It took time for me to realize my true abilities," Kitsumi said. "Interesting. Are you going to tell us what it is?" Mizuna asked. "Hell no. It's my secret and I can't say until we fight," she said with a smirk. "Alright, keep your creepy secret then," Himiko said. "What did you say, Liech?" Kitsumi shouted. "Whatever it is, I'm sure it is still far from enough to defeat Izuku," Toru said, who had been helping train Izuku. "Shut up, you overgrown lizard," Kitsumi said. "Hey, that uncalled for, you piece of ash," Toru said. "I ain't scared of ya, bitch," Kitsumi said, even though she was one-sidedly defeated by Toru. "By the way, you're going to join the hero course. Won't that be your support course?" Itsuka turned to Melissa. "Agree, 3 years of support course would be such a waste if you suddenly switch courses," Momo asked. "Though, I can't say I wouldn't do the same if I was in your shoes," Jiro said. Melissa was bombarded by her sincere friends that she didn't have before, as most only wanted to befriend her due being David's daughter, and most didn't want to interact due to being quirkless. She may not experience much discrimination compared to other quirkless people outside of the Island. "Well, I thought being first year in the hero course meant I would be able to be with you girls would be a fair trade, and Uncle might say becoming a hero is never too late." They smiled as the three already considered her a close friend after spending a month together. "Can I ask you something, Melissa-san?" Kami asked. Sure, what is it?" Melissa said. "Do you like Izuku?" This question confused Melissa. "Yeah. He's a great friend like you girls. Izuku had been helping control my new quirk." Kami immediately interrupted her. "No, what I mean is not as a friend but a lover." Melissa paused, realizing what she meant, took a moment to answer. She considers him a great friend but hadn't seen him that way. I don't know. I mean, he is a great person and helped me a lot in using my question. But why are you asking me this?" Because we all like him and agreed that we would share him as well as support him, standing beside him. They all nodded, surprising Melissa, touching her chest, confused about her feelings. It's still vague if it was admiration or love. Anyway, just ignore my question. I was just curious. Melissa remained quiet as she was unsure how to feel about Izuku now that her feelings were questioned. Another month had passed Izuku, and the others were now more experienced when it comes to fighting and hero work. Hahaha, I can't be more proud seeing all of you grow this far. Today is our last stay in Island, and this will be your final test. I'll be your opponent, so make sure to not hold back. All Might declared as his student, excluding Kami, Mizuna, Himiko, Jiro and Melissa, with the earphone jacks being useless without a support item, while the rest decided to not join. Toru simply watches since she isn't there to become stronger or be a hero, but only supports Izuku. In that time frame, Melissa had grown closer to everyone, especially Izuku, who always flustered every time Kami's question ran through her mind. They accepted her to the unofficial harem squad of Izuku, who were ignorant even when they were clearly talking about him. He is dense through and through, but it won't be long as the entrance exam is days away. Of course, they hadn't forgotten to study even if they were not in school. Heck, when your friend is the smartest person teaching you along with staying at the place where genius gathered, then it quickly passed in school. How well do you think they'll be against Uncle Might? Sure, win. Izuku started to generate one for all. 80% into his body, enhancing it to become equal to the current 90% All Might. He took a stance, making sure to control his breathing to avoid harming his body. He didn't want to use the Dragon Slayer magic to help train the quirk. His power was already ridiculous at this percentage, and adding more would destroy the whole island. This caused his body to be shrouded in greenish electricity, with his eyes flickering in the same hue. Meanwhile, Itsuka took a stance, preparing to attack along with Momo, who used her quirk to cover her body in thick vibranium. Kitsumi pointed her index fingers while grinning. Come at me, newbie. As they charged, the air crackled with tension. All Might met their assault hat on, his own presence overwhelming and powerful. Izuku and All Might collided with a thunderous crash, their fists meeting in a shockwave that rattled the surrounding area. His punches came in quick succession, each one faster and stronger than the last, pushing All Might back despite his immense strength. Itsuka moved in with precision, her hands enlarging to deliver devastating blows. She landed a few solid hits before All Might countered with a powerful punch, sending her skidding across the ground. She rolled to her feet, determined, and rejoined the fray. Momo, meanwhile, had prepared a concoction of chemicals designed to numb an opponent's senses. She hurled a canister at All Might, which exploded on impact, releasing a cloud of the numbing agent. All Might staggered slightly, his movements becoming sluggish as the chemical took effect. He shook his head, trying to clear his senses, but Momo pressed the advantage. She created a shield and charged forward, using her vibranium-coated body to deflect All Might's attacks, while landing powerful blows of her own. Kitsumi moved with deadly precision, her finger guns firing explosive blasts that forced All Might to stay on the defensive. She weaved in and out of the fight, her explosions small but accurate, targeting All Might's vital points. A particularly well-placed blast caught him off guard, causing him to stumble. Izuku saw his opening. Channeling the full power of One for All, he launched a relentless barrage of punches. Each strike landed with the force of a freight train, driving All Might back further. Despite his efforts, All Might couldn't keep up with the combined assault. All Might rallied, summoning his remaining strength for a final stand. He roared and charged, his fist aimed at Izuku. But before he could land the blow, Momo's numbing agent fully kicked in, causing his movements to slow to a crawl. Itsuka and Momo seized the opportunity, coordinating their attacks to keep All Might off balance. Kitsumi unleashed a devastating finger gun explosion, and Izuku followed up with a powerful punch to All Might's midsection. The symbol of peace fell to one knee, unable to continue the fight. He raised a hand in surrender, a proud smile on his face despite his defeat. Young Momo's quirk would have been limited if not for young Midoriya's creativity, while Itsuka's full use of her strikes overcame the simplicity of her quirk. All Might thought, looking at his students' exhausted bodies. Izuku and Kitsumi were the only ones barely sweating, quite ironic, given that Kitsumi needed to sweat for her explosions. Izuku and Kitsumi stood side by side, their breathing steady and their eyes focused. Despite the intensity of the battle, they showed little sign of fatigue. Kitsumi's usual confident smirk was in place, her hand still crackling with the remnants of her explosive power. Izuku, on the other hand, radiated a calm determination, the green electricity of One for All still flickering around him. All Might straightened up, his proud smile never wavering. "You've all done exceptionally well," he said, his voice resonating with warmth and pride. "The teamwork and strategy you displayed today were remarkable." Momo, still recovering from the exertion of using her quirk to its fullest, gave a tired but triumphant smile. "We couldn't have done it without Midoriya's quick thinking," she said, glancing at Izuku. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, a modest smile on his face. It was a team effort, he said. Everyone played a crucial role. Itsuka nodded in agreement, her hands returning to their normal size. Yeah, we all pushed our limits and supported each other. That's what made the difference. Kitsumi, still grinning, added. And don't forget my pinpoint explosions. Those were pretty awesome. All Might chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, young Kitsumi. Each of you brought something to the fight. And that's what makes you such a formidable team. The students gathered around All Might, their exhaustion forgotten in the glow of their victory. The battle had tested their limits, but it had also shown them the strength they possessed when they worked together. As they looked up at their mentor, they knew that this was just the beginning of their journey. With each challenge, they would only grow stronger, ready to face whatever came next. Hahaha, I told you I'll be the best and surpass you. Bleh. I doubt you will defeat All Might without our help. Kitsumi grunted, neither denying nor agreeing with his words. She was too prideful to admit it, but acknowledged their help. Rest up. All Might advised, his tone gentle but firm. You'll need your energy for the next entrance exam. We'll be heading back a week before the entrance to let you have time with your family. I won't interfere with your scores, but I'll be watching, so go beyond plus ultra. The next day, Izuku and his friends head home with Melissa accompanying them. She will be staying with All Might and was recommended, therefore she will not take the exam. Furthermore, she skipped straight to third year in the hero course and will be studying in the support hero department. Why did she skip? Asked the rat god. In the present, 2 days before the exam. Izuku went to the market with Toru, while Mizuna went shopping with Itsuka. Inko is sitting in the living room of their relatively expensive home, all thanks to his modeling and business. She has the day off from work and has the place all to herself for a while. It's been 11 years since the quirk test, and Izuku was declared quirkless. Inko recalled the time how Izuku took being quirkless hard, and she made it worse by saying I'm sorry, and I wish things could have been different, which hurt him more than she tried to comfort him. Inko felt bad for saying those words. Instead of trying to encourage him, he tries to pursue, and eventually, as if God has finally answered his prayer, that he met Igneel and worked hard to become the hero that he wanted to be. Though, there were some downsides in this power, but thankfully everything was fixed. All thanks to Toru, who was a dragon, and at first she was surprised but got along well, and she helped in their home and worked in her restaurant as a waitress. She was worried when she saw Izuku turning into a humanoid dragon. But she's happy that Izuku will get to live up to his dream, and she'll have to do her best to support him. Not only that, he became the successor of All Might, his idol. It was a huge responsibility, but seeing her son's unwavering gaze gave her the resolve to have faith in her son. She blushed when remembering that she's dating All Might now. Then she heard knocking on the door. Oh, Izuku and Toru shouldn't be back this early, maybe it's my deliverer I ordered online. Inko guessed as she made her way to the door. Hello, can I help? You? Inko is confused as she sees a little girl standing in front of her. The girl Kana has white lavender hair and blue eyes with a very cute and appealing appearance, like something out of a movie or anime. Her clothes seem to look like a gothic Lolita with a tribal themed style. She wears a white capelet with a fur collar, a pink blouse, a white frilly skirt, and pink doll shoes. She ties her hair into pigtails, each adorned with 3 dark blue beads. Inko also notices the little girl's horns on her head and the little purple fuzzy ball tail. At first, she thought that's part of her quirk, but something tells her that she's actually like Toru, seeing her horns and tail. It was then Inko quickly knew this girl is a dragon and must have come to see Toru. 3 minutes have passed since Inko let the dragon girl in, and everything is silent since the dragon girl didn't say a single word. Well, Inko wanted to start a conversation, but feared that she might upset the dragon kid if she didn't choose her words carefully. So, what's your name, sweetie? Inko asked curiously. The dragon girl didn't say anything because she kept silent for a while. Mom, I'm home. Izuku called out as he just came back from the market. In the living room, and we have a guest. Inko responded. Izuku comes in wondering who could this visitor be, and saw a little girl sitting across the little table from his mom. It was then by just looking at her, his inner dragon was telling him this girl is a pure dragon like Toru, and gasps. Apparently, she knows Toru and came to visit her. Inko explained, nervous and felt a scare when she saw the dragon girl staring at Izuku with a death glare. Even in a cute way, it's still a bit scary. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you. Izuku greeted, holding his hand, trying to be friendly to her. You break up with Lady Toru? The dragon girl demanded. Both Midoriya mother and son were confused. I know the truth. You seduce her with your body. The dragon girl accused. What? They gasped that a little kid like her would think such a thing. Even though dragons have longer lifespan than humans, she's still a kid. Not to mention, you force her to serve you and force yourself on more. You creep, pervert, lowly monkey. The dragon girl insulted wrongly. Now hold on, I know my son very well, and he would do such a thing. Inko defends her son as he nods. Why yeah, and nothing really happened. Break up with her, right now. The little dragon girl demanded as she didn't want to hear any more and threw some light punches at Izuku. Even though they don't actually hurt, he had to defend himself from her anger. Hey Inko, I'm home. Is Izuku back yet? Toru asked and saw Izuku being hugged by someone. Lady Toru. The dragon girl said in a calm voice as Toru was surprised to see her. Soon, everyone sits down with Toru sitting next to the little dragon girl. This girl is Kana Kamui, she's an acquaintance of mine. Toru introduced Kana. Figured. Izuku sighed. Lady Toru completely disappeared one day, so I came out here to find her. Kana explained. Completely disappeared. Toru, don't you dragons have a way to keep in touch with each other? You'll end up worrying about them like this girl here. Inko lectured. I know. Toru sighed. I'm amazed you found this place. Toru said to Kana. I saw you breathe fire in the night a few days ago, and I sense your magic. Kana explained. Oh, right. Toru chuckled. Guess she must have been in the city that time. Izuku said. Lady Toru, why are you wearing that outfit? Please come home with me, I need you, Lady Toru. Kana begged. I see, she just wanted her friend back, I know I would feel the same way if I were in her shoes. Izuku thought. I'm not going home. Toru said. But why? Kana asked. Because I don't want to. Toru said. You must have done something. Kana snapped. What? Izuku gasped. I saw how you two were hanging out at the beach 2 days ago, practicing combat and holding each other's hands in public, you pervert. Kana accused. Wait, you were spying on us? Izuku was shocked. To explain while Toru blushed. Why are you blushing? Izuku asked. You should know, if I must I will kill you. Kana said with a dark aura around her. Now wait, can't we talk about this? Izuku begged, but the dragon girl wouldn't listen. Now die. Kana charged at Izuku and hit him with a few very weak punches, stopping for a breather and back to hitting him the same way then exhausted again. Kana, what happened to you? You're practically powerless. Toru asked. Your power's special here, Lady Toru. Kana panted. The mana purity is too low for me. So, not all dragons can sustain mana like Toru. Izuku thought and realized something. She's quite strong, her magic is just depleted. Igneel commented. Ow, she's really cute. Nana said. Yeah, if she grew up maybe she'd be lick. Gah. Daigoro was about to comment something inappropriate when he was smacked by Nana. He never learns. They all thought. Rie. How strong is she? Izuku asked his father figure. She will against All Might quite easily. Igneel said and Izuku shuddered at the thought. Are all dragons that strong? Kana, does that mean you can't go home? Izuku asked, causing Kana to gasp. He did study magic on dimensional travel, but it is not the same level as Toru, who had been learning it for a long time. Oh dear, and you don't have anywhere to go, do you? Inko asked, making Kana gasp again. Kana, sweetie, please tell us why you're actually here. I can tell that something is bothering you. Inko comforted her with a gentle touch on the cheek. Okay. Kana decided to tell them the truth. After Kana explained everything and what she was on Earth in the first place. As well as why she can't go home. You were banished for a prank. Izuku and Inko gasped. Wow, are all dragons this harsh on their kid? Daigoro asked Igneel. From our world of Earthland, we dragon typically let female dragon take care of our offspring, while the father would rarely if ever meet their children. So basically went out and bought some milk and never came back. Daigoro commented. It is simply our nature. Igneel said didn't feel any sense of shame, since it is simply how dragons are. Did you ever have child Igneel-san? Nana said being someone who had to abandon their family for their safety. Yes, I've named him before leaving. His name is Igneel. I am unsure if he's still alive or not. But knowing it is my offspring means he likely survived and is now strong, Igneel said. Meanwhile, in the outside world. Kana has always loved practical jokes. Toru mentioned. But isn't banishing her to another world a little extreme? Izuku asked, disliking how Kana was banished by her childish actions. She may be older in years, but in dragon years she's still a kid. I'm sure they would want her to reflect on her actions. It'll be useless for me to send her home. Toru stated. So, she's on her own. Izuku is sad for Kana as tears are forming in her eyes, though she holds them back. Kana. Izuku gained her attention. How about you come live with us? Izuku offered to shock her. I don't trust humans, you probably something, you'll use me and. Kana's sentences are cut off when Inko places a hand on her hand. I know it must be scary, being in an unknown place with nowhere to go, but I promise you here you're safe and we'll help you in any way we can. Okay. Inko said with a warm smile. Kana was touched by Inko's kindness and felt something that she hasn't felt before. A mother's touch. Okay. Kana accepted as she finally let the tears come out and Inko brought her in for a hug. Your mom really is amazing. Toru complimented. Yeah, she sure is. Izuku smiled. Izuku, I'm sorry for saying those mean things, I know now you're a really good boy. Kana apologized. It's fine, you were just worried about your friend. Let's get along, okay? Izuku petted Kana's head, which she didn't mind. Okay. Kana smiled. After a while, the lightning lowly dragon was given a room for her to stay. Their house was large enough with a guest room that was unoccupied. He took a picture of Kana and messaged his friends. Kami. Aw. She's so cute. Momo. My gosh, how can they exile such an innocent child? Jiro. Geez, I'm glad she's staying with you now. Melissa. Can't believe they would go that far for just a prank. Izuku. Yeah, she's going to stay with us from now. Toru is already teaching her the things she needs to know, and we're planning on how to deal with the situation. They continued to chat until Izuku went out of his room and noticed Kana had her tail plugged in an outlet. He was confused by this and found it rather cute. Hey, Kana, what are you doing? Izuku slowly approached her to not scare Kana. Ah, hi papa. Kana said and Izuku paused for a moment. Hahaha, kid already became a father before the girl's cowl. Once again Daigoro was smacked by Nana across the mindscape. He's blasting off again. Everyone thought. Back to Izuku. Why did you call me papa? Izuku was confused. Inko Oba-chan said to call her grandma because she wants a grandchild and told me to call you papa if I want to. Anna tilted her head. Does that bother you? She looked sad since it's only been a few hours since he came and she already felt like she belonged there. Izuku was stunned but soon smiled, patting her head. Of course not. Call me however you like. If you want me to be your papa then I will treat you like my daughter. Izuku said with a bright smile that made Kana really happy. Meanwhile the spirit of the holy sword reacted unnoticed by anyone, even Igneel. The next day, the day before the exam, Izuku Midoriya was making his way towards his mom's restaurant to help out. He hasn't been there ever since he came back and according to his mom, there was a new employee that applied for a waitress. As he turned a corner, a faint desperate cry for help reached his ears. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. He paused, scanning the area. The cry came again, more urgent this time. Without a second thought, he dashed toward the sound, his hero instincts kicking in. Down a narrow alley, he saw a pink-haired child, no older than 5 or 6, running frantically. Behind her, a menacing figure loomed, dark energy crackling around him. The villain's eyes gleamed with malevolence as he closed in on the girl. Hang on. Izuku shouted, his voice filled with determination. He activated One for All, his body crackling with green energy as he launched himself forward. The villain turned, surprised by Izuku's sudden appearance, but it was too late. With a powerful punch, Izuku sent the villain flying, crashing into a wall with a loud thud. The villain groaned, slumping to the ground, unconscious. Izuku landed gracefully, his eyes immediately searching for the child. She stood a few feet away, her big green eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Her pink hair was disheveled, and her small frame trembled slightly. Are you okay? Izuku asked gently, kneeling down to her level. Did he hurt you? The girl shook her head, her eyes welling up with tears. And no. Thank you, mister. She said, her voice trembling. Izuku gave her a reassuring smile. It's okay now. You're safe. He hesitated for a moment before asking. What's your name? Anya. She replied, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Anya, do you know where your parents are? Can I help you find them? Izuku asked, hoping to reunite her with her family. Anya shook her head again, more vigorously this time. I don't have any parents. She said, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku's heart ached at her words. He glanced around, pondering what to do next. He couldn't just leave her here alone. His mind raced with thoughts, wondering if he should take her to the police. But the idea of bringing her home also crossed his mind. Anya, unbeknownst to Izuku, was listening intently to his thoughts. Her ability to read minds had always been a secret and she intended to keep it that way. But when Izuku's thoughts wandered to dragons and magic, her eyes lit up with excitement. Dragons and magic. Waku waku. She blurted out, unable to contain her enthusiasm. Izuku blinked, taken aback. Did I say that out loud again? He said, scratching the back of his head. Do you like dragons and magic, Anya? Anya nodded vigorously, a big smile spreading across her face. I love them. Izuku chuckled, her excitement contagious. Well, maybe I can tell you some stories on the way home. How about you come with me for now? I'll make sure you're safe and we can figure out what to do next. Anya's eyes sparkled with joy. She reached out and took Izuku's hand, her small fingers gripping him tightly. Okay. As they walked together, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that this chance encounter was more than just a coincidence. He glanced down at Anya, who was now skipping happily beside him. He had a feeling that their paths had crossed for a reason, and he was determined to find out what that reason was. "Do you like heroes, Anya?" Izuku asked, trying to keep the conversation light. Anya nodded again, her eyes twinkling. "Yes. And you're my hero, Mr. Deku." Izuku's heart swelled with pride and warmth. "Thank you, Anya. And just call me Izuku and I'll do my best to protect you." Soon Izuku's heart beat steadily as he approached his mom's restaurant, a quaint place that radiated warmth and comfort. The familiar scent of delicious food filled the air as he pushed open the door, the bell above it chiming softly. Anya's small hand clung to his, her eyes wide with curiosity and wonder. Inside, the restaurant was bustling with a dinner crowd. Izuku spotted his mother, Inko Midoriya, moving gracefully between tables, her warm smile making every patron feel at home. Standing behind the counter was Toru, the cheerful and slightly eccentric dragon maid. Toru's eyes lit up when she saw Izuku. "Izuku. Welcome," she called out, her voice filled with joy. Izuku smiled and waved, guiding Anya through the tables. He noticed a new face behind the counter, a tall woman with dark hair tied in a neat bun. She moved with a quiet efficiency, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of the room. Inko must have hired her while he was training. "Hey mom." Izuku greeted as he reached the counter, lifting Anya onto a stool beside him. "Toru. And. Hello," he added, nodding to the new employee. "She has a lot of bloodlust." Izuku had been trained by a master assassin and knows when someone has a lot of bloodlust. Not to mention he was a dragon and had a battle instinct. Inko beamed at him, her eyes softening with maternal pride. "Izuku, welcome back. This is your Briar, our new helper. She's been a wonderful addition to the team." Yor smiled warmly, bowing slightly. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Izuku. Your mother has told me so much about you." Izuku returned her smile, feeling a sense of calm amidst the chaotic day. "Nice to meet you too, Yor-san." "Mom, Toru-san, can we talk in the back for a moment?" Inko's brow furrowed with concern, but she nodded. "Of course. Yor, could you watch the front for a bit?" Yor nodded, her eyes briefly flicking to Anya, who was looking around the restaurant with fascination. "Of course, Mrs. Midoriya." Toru leaned down to Anya, her eyes sparkling with friendliness. "Hey there, would you like to watch some cartoons with Kana while we talk?" Anya's face lit up, and she nodded eagerly. "Yes, please." Kana peeked out from the kitchen. "Cartoons?" she asked, her voice soft and hopeful. "Yes, Kana," Toru said with a gentle smile. "Why don't you and Anya go watch something on the TV?" Kana nodded and took Anya's hand, leading her to the small TV in the corner of the restaurant. Izuku watched them for a moment, a smile tugging at his lips before he followed his mother and Toru to the back room. Once they were alone, Inko turned to Izuku, her eyes filled with worry. "Izuku, what happened?" Izuku took a deep breath, recounting the events that had led him to bring Anya home. Toru listened intently, her expression serious and thoughtful. When he finished, both women exchanged a glance. "I found her being chased by a villain. She doesn't have any parents, so I brought her here to keep her safe." Izuku concluded, his voice tinged with sadness. "I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't just leave her." Inko reached out, placing a comforting hand on his arm. "You did the right thing, Izuku. She's safe now. We'll figure out what to do next." Toru nodded in agreement. "We'll take care of her, don't worry. For now, she can stay here with us." Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, Mom." "Thank you, Toru." Inko smiled softly. "You're a good boy, Izuku. Always helping others. We'll make sure Anya feels at home." They returned to the main area, where Anya and Kana were giggling at the antics on the screen. Izuku's heart swelled with warmth at the sight. "Anya." Inko called gently, walking over to her. "How would you like to stay with us for a while? You can be part of our family." Anya looked up, her eyes wide with happiness and relief. She nodded eagerly. "I'd like that very much." Izuku crouched beside her, ruffling her pink hair. "Welcome to the family, Anya." Anya smiled, getting patted by Izuku's warm hands, and Kana got jealous before receiving a head pat as well, while Inko giggled seeing this. "Never expect I'll have another daughter." "Anya, would you like something to eat?" Inko asked, her voice gentle. Anya looked up and nodded shyly. "Yes, please." Inko headed back to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Izuku sat down on the couch next to the girls. He couldn't help but smile as he watched them interact. Kana had already taken Anya under her wing, pointing out the different characters on the screen and explaining the story in her own quiet way. "Do you like the show, Anya?" Izuku asked, trying to make her feel more comfortable. Anya nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. It's really fun." Kana looked up at Izuku and then at Anya. "Do you want to see something cool?" she asked, her voice as calm as ever. Anya's eyes widened with excitement. Yes. Kana raised her hand and summoned a small glowing orb of light, letting it float around the room. Anya gasped in delight, her earlier fear and sadness momentarily forgotten. Waku waku. Izuku watched them, his heart swelling with a mixture of pride and relief. Despite the challenges they faced, he knew they had the strength and support to get through it together. But the immediate concerns about Anya's safety addressed, Inko returned to the kitchen, her skilled hands deftly preparing the evening's meals. The comforting aroma of simmering dishes filled the air, bringing a sense of normalcy back to the restaurant. Izuku decided to help out with serving the customers, his friendly demeanor quickly winning over even the most impatient patrons. Between taking orders and delivering plates, he found moments to chat with Toru and the new staff member, Yor Briar. Toru, ever the bundle of energy and enthusiasm, was bustling about, refilling drinks and engaging customers in cheerful conversation. However, she kept a watchful eye on Izuku and Yor, a faint frown tugging at her lips. "So, Yor," Izuku said, handing her a tray of drinks. "How are you finding it here? My mom's restaurant can get pretty busy, but it's a great place to work." Yor smiled warmly, her cheeks flushing slightly as she met his gaze. "It's been wonderful, Izuku. Everyone here is so kind and welcoming. Your mother is an amazing cook, and Toru has been very helpful in showing me the ropes." Izuku laughed, a sound that made Yor's heart flutter. Toru does come back while they were in Island to help Inko. "Yeah, Toru's great. She has a lot of energy and always makes sure everyone's having a good time." Toru, overhearing this, shot Izuku a pleased smile, but couldn't help feeling a twinge of annoyance as she noticed Yor's blush deepening. She knew how charming Izuku could be, and she wasn't the first girl to fall for him. The thought made her a bit jealous, though she kept it to herself, focusing instead on her work. As the evening wore on, the restaurant's pace began to slow. The last few customers were finishing their meals, and Inko was wrapping up in the kitchen. Izuku found a moment to catch his breath, leaning against the counter beside Yor. "So, Yor," he began, genuinely curious. "What made you decide to work at my mom's restaurant?" Yor hesitated for a moment, her blush returning. "Well, I was looking for a job that allowed me to help others and be part of a close-knit community. Your mother's restaurant seemed like the perfect fit. And after meeting her, I knew I made the right choice." Izuku nodded, appreciating her sincerity. "I'm glad you're here. We could always use more hands, especially with how busy it gets." Toru joined them, her eyes flickering between Izuku and Yor. "So, Izuku, how was your training today? Anything interesting happens besides, well, Anya?" Izuku smiled at her attempt to change the subject. As always, training was tough but rewarding. "Still no progress with my quirk though." Yor listened intently, her admiration for Izuku growing. His dedication and hard work were qualities she deeply respected. She found herself wanting to know more about him, her curiosity and feelings deepening with every passing moment. "Ah, what's your quirk, Yor? Wait, which is your last and first name?" Izuku was confused and tried to fix his mistake. "Yor is fine, Midoriya-san. Then call me Izuku." She once again blushes and doesn't know why. "Oh okay, as for my quirk, it's thorn where I can shape and create any kind of thorns." Yor created a single long needle-like thorn, then a vine filled with thorns. She was surprised when Izuku pulled out a notebook and started writing. He started asking questions like the limit of the range, the durability, the control and many more, with Yor finding his enthusiasm to be rather cute. Toru let the two be, knowing that Izuku was too dense to be aware of his charm. Soon Inko stepped out from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. "Thank you, everyone, for all your hard work tonight. Yor, you've been a fantastic addition to our team. I'm so glad you decided to join us." Yor's face lit up with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm happy to be here." As they began closing up the restaurant, Anya and Kana wandered over, having finished watching their cartoons. Anya ran up to Izuku, her eyes shining with excitement. "Izuku-san, can we come back tomorrow?" Izuku laughed, scooping her up into his arms. "Of course, Anya. You're part of the family now. You can come here anytime." Toru watched them, her heart swelling with affection for the little girl and the young hero who had brought her into their lives. Yor, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and budding affection for Izuku. She felt compelled to get to know him better. As they left the restaurant, the stars twinkling above them, Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment. But Anya and Kana nestled comfortably in his arms. Inko smiled and Yor thought how amazing he was with kids. It was finally the day. Izuku wore a skin-tight fitness tank top and baggy pants, before taking a deep breath as he walked with his head held up high, preparing mentally for the practical exam he would be taking. When he looked up, he found himself in awe at the gigantic gates of UA, also watching many students walking past him and sighed. He was waiting for his friend to arrive in order for them to take the exam at the same time, excluding Momo who had long gotten a recommendation, and Melissa who did the same but wouldn't start as first year. Itsuka had errands to do, which was why she was late and went to get Jiro. As for Himiko and Kami, they were the same. Are you ready, Mizuna-chan? Izuku looked at his head where Mizuna was resting. Yup. Though I'm not physically strong, I can still handle myself, Mizuna said. He then felt his phone vibrate. Izuku quickly pulled out his phone and checked his messages. A smile made its way to his face. Momo, Melissa huh? Momo. Good luck on your practical exam today, Izuku. Do your best and be sure to pass with flying colors. Let me know how you did. I've said the same thing to the others, but sorry, again I can't be there. I'll just count on you guys to show what real heroes are made of. Go plus ultra. Melissa. I know you'll do your best, Izuku, but me and Uncle might be watching and still be cheering for all of you every step along. A heartfelt smile appeared on his face, and before he could respond was interrupted by a voice. Hey, what are you waiting here for? Kitsumi called out. Kaken. Ready to lose? Izuku smirks and Kitsumi lightly hits him. Like I am. Even if I lose, I won't let that stop me from surpassing you. Kitsumi grinned. All you two are cute when you fight. The two turned to see Kami with Himiko behind her. Their houses were close to each other, that's why they arrived at the same time. Good morning, Izuku-sama. Mizuna-chan. Kaken. Himiko greeted them. Good morning you too. Izuku gave a bright smile. Anyway, are you going inside? We don't want to be late for the orientation. Kitsumi said. No, go ahead. I'll still need to wait for Jiro and Itsuka along with replying to Momo and Melissa. Why don't you go with them, Mizuna? Izuku said to them, and they nodded as Kami carried Mizuna followed by Himiko and Kitsumi. He smiled before placing some music that Jiro recommended while waiting for them. He was relaxing before noticing something in the corner of his eye. There was a girl shorter than him with brown shoulder-length hair, two long bangs beside her face, and big round brown eyes. She had a nervous expression on her face, most likely from the fact that they were all about to take the UA exam, even fanning her face with her hands and taking deep breaths. Her hands and taking deep breaths. Izuku realized that he was staring at her for too long and looked away, not wanting to be labeled as creepy before school even starts. Ah. The girl tripped on a crack on the ground and nearly fell over. Out of reflexes, Izuku reached his hand out and grabbed the girl by her arm, pulling her back up and towards him before she could fall to the ground. The girl was close enough for him, and he pulled a little too hard, which caused the girl to lean against Izuku as he caught her in his arms. The girl looked up at Izuku, her cute big brown eyes staring up at his bright green eyes, both staring curiously at each other. Sorry, I didn't mean to pull you that hard. Anyway, are you alright? Izuku slightly blushed knowing how the people that passed by saw the incident. The girl blushed and waved her hands in front of her. DD don't be. I was so nervous I wasn't paying attention to where I was walkie. Gasp. You're Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was confused how the girl knew his name as be never been in the media. Unless you include the time she saved Toru, the invisible girl from that slime villain, then nothing came to mind. You know me? Izuku confused. Yeah. I saw all your fights in every tournament. You were amazing. You're my inspiration. I took up martial arts so I can earn money for my parents. I won a few local tournaments. She jabbed the air a few times with a smile. Izuku blinked a few times before an excited smile made its way to his face. He joined a fighting tournament and won every single one for them. What kind of martial arts do you practice? Izuku asked. Oh. I practiced Aikido. Izuku rubbed his chin for a moment. Aikido huh? I learned it too. So you're aiming to be a capture and rescue hero huh? Perhaps your quirk is related to gravity. Whoa. How'd you know? The green-haired teen released a soft chuckle. He finds the young girl adorable at how her face tilted in confusion. Lucky guessed, Aikido is mostly used for protecting yourself and your opponent from injuries. It focuses on grappling and softness and is perfect for subduing or capturing your opponent. Also, the main factor is control over the center of gravity. I rarely used it in a fight though. Izuku said. Oh. I read this article saying you learned several martial arts, just how many do you know exactly? The girl stared at him in awe and asked that made Izuku shrugs. Taekwondo, Muay Thai, Judo, Karate, to name a few. Izuku said. Amazing. How can you learn that many? When did you start training? Also what's your quirk? The tournament prohibits quirk usage. Izuku smiled but didn't say anything, causing the girl to pout cutely. Izuku just chuckled. Before that, can I ask for your name? The girl gasped realizing that she hadn't told her name to the Dragon Slayer and quickly introduced herself. Where's my manners? I'm Ichako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. Just call me Izuku, no need to be so formal. Izuku nodded his head, recalling how he asked the same for the others but took some time, especially Momo. Ichako blushed and looked down on the ground. Izuku then. Why you can see call me Ichako T2. Really? Ichako then. It's nice to meet you. Well, I wish you good luck in the exam. I'm still waiting for my friends and might be late if you chatted with me here. Alright, see you inside then, Izuku. Izuku smiled while waving goodbye as he parted ways from Ichako. He never expected that someone would admire him before becoming a hero or being in the spotlight. Izuku. The voice called out, turning his head to see Itsuka wearing a casual green blouse and jeans, while Jiro wore a dark shirt with punk rock design and jeans. You two are as beautiful as ever. He complimented their appearance without any intention of teasing them and only genuinely praising their looks. This unknowingly caused them to blush, recalling that after the exam they confessed to each other in the after party. You too, Izuku-kun. Sorry we took some time to get here. Jiro fidgeted with her earphone jacks hiding her red face. He only shook his head from her words. Nah, it's only been a few minutes since I got here. How about we head inside? The others are already inside. I still wonder how you can flirt this smooth without realizing. Itsuka sighed and understood that he was ignorant of his actions. He does tease from time to time, but mostly it is unintentional. Izuku may be smart in many things, especially quirk related, but when it comes to romances is like a dense harem protagonist. Though it won't be for long. Anyway, let's head inside before we're late. He nodded before heading their way to a classroom where they would do their written exam. Izuku had a separate room than his friends and saw the teacher about to hand out the exam. My name is Kaina Tsutsumi and I'll be your writer examiner. You all are given roughly an hour to finish. No erasure. If any erasure is seen then it will automatically be wrong. Kaina said and looked around them before she met Izuku's eyes, causing her to widen. Is that the kid that? Izuku on the other hand smiled softly, remembering her when he was 13 years old when they met each other. She ate in his mother's restaurant and saw her distraught as well as troubled. He decided to talk with her and saw how she was hesitant before opening up by giving his experience with the world in the eyes of a quirkless boy. Once again, he may have his magic again, but it took time and he was still discriminated against and labeled as quirkless until he grew enough to have the magic. I haven't seen her since that day. I wonder what happened. Wish I could talk to her. Kaina tries to compose herself, remembering her past and how she was once just a weapon, a tool used by the Hero Public Safety Commission. She was mentally breaking down at the weight of bloodshed from killing corrupt heroes and villains until a blazing flame reignited the ember that she tries to cling to. Kaina saw a kind and gentle smile that was burning away the shame and guilt that she had. At that time, she didn't know why she was compelled to talk with that young boy, but he spoke in ways that started to bring her back to the light. Kaina still vividly remembered what he said. I don't know what you're going through, but from what you're saying shows you are too fixated on the past. My sensei often said that the past is a series of chapters that have already been written, yet it does not dictate the narrative of your incoming future. Each day offers a blank page, a fresh opportunity to shape your destiny. It is up to you to decide whether you allow the shadows of your past to shackle you or to break free from them, forging a new path of freedom and possibility. Remember, while you cannot change what has been, you hold the pen that writes what is yet to come. These words resonated with her and from day on her life began to shift, finding help from the principal of UA, Nezu, and escaping the grapes of the Hero Public Safety Commission. She was offered a job in the UA and now her mental state had been stable, all thanks to the young man. She never got the chance to thank him for what he had done because she was too busy with fixing her life. I hope I can finally get the chance to properly thank him. Kaina thought. After some time the written exam ended and everyone soon led to the amphitheater, finding their own assigned seat that the school gives to organize students by schools or groups. Fortunately, he sat right next to Kitsumi, who just gave him a nod before focusing on the platform. Izuku returned her nod and also focused his attention on the platform. Mizuna flew back into his head and rested there. He glanced at Himiko, Itsuka and Jiro, who sat right beside Kami. Then below him was Ichako, who was both anxious and excited. After a while, a pro hero Izuku recognized for his signature long blonde hair, spike upward along with his unique costume, walked up to the podium with a grin on his face. It was the voice hero. Present Mick. Welcome one and all here today. Everybody say he yelled, cupping his ear with a hand toward the audience, only to receive no cheers back because they were too nervous at the upcoming test. Izuku was tempted to scream, but held himself back. Present Mick just smiled as he pointed finger guns to them, quieting down a little. Ooh. Tough crowd. Don't worry, I'm just as nervous as you all are. He then pressed a button on a remote in his hand, and large screens appeared around the room, displaying a city of some sort. Alright. So we'll be testing out your style through a 10-minute practice run at our replica city district. Take anything you want and gather at your designated areas after the presentation. You dig? Izuku looked down at his paper to see what area he would be going in, but then caught sight of Kitsumi also looked down at Izuku's paper, discovering that they were assigned to different locations. Kitsumi smirked and shot Izuku a look. If we're on the same site, we'd probably dominate the place and force the others to be disqualified. Izuku said nothing but just smirked. It didn't take long for President Mick to explain what the rest of the exam consisted of. The students' main goal was to obtain as many points as possible by destroying different point-valued robots within the district. They weren't allowed to interfere or attack other students. President Mick then warned everyone about a 0-point robot that would emerge within the city as an obstacle to interfere with the students, so he suggested that they avoid encountering it. He said that destroying robots gives villain points, not points, but villain points, emphasis on villain. Why did he say it like that? Is there another way to earn points? His green eyes narrowed. There are many factors that determine what a hero is, and not just beating villains. Izuku knew there were other ways to acquire points without anyone knowing. Of course there is another way to earn points. If not, then those who don't have combat quirks will be in great disadvantage. They might not be able to pass. He began to stretch his body, while his mind was still on the matter of points. Izuku knew there was more than meets the eye over the test. Hero points. Yes, of course. A hero's job is not only to beat up villains, but to save people as well. Holy shit, UA really thought things through. And with the examinees busy fighting for points, they'd be able to easily pick up those who are more heroic, and those who aren't. Izuku nodded, thinking how the exam seemed unfair for non-combat participants. May you suffer greatly for trials to come. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. Afterwards, before heading their way to their designated areas, talk to his friends. It seems we'll be in different places, hope you two keep safe and don't push yourself too hard, alright? Izuku said. You don't need to worry about us. We can handle ourselves, especially after the training we did in Island. Itsuka said. All thanks to all that blood drinking, my body has grown. Himiko acquired a temporary boost in her physiology that she can even briefly use the quirk for those she drank Izuku's and her friend's blood. In this case, Himiko got temporary dragonification from Toru's and Izuku's blood, with the former was so strong that she can access it anytime, with the downside of only using it for a small amount of time. Yeah, I'm confident with my quirk since it's just robots rather than people. Jiro said. Same here, even though I have transformation magic, I still can't turn into something complicated. Mizuna said. Totally, my illusion quirk isn't great at fighting robots. Kami said. I know, I just want you guys getting hurt out there. Anyway, just to let you know that there are other ways to get points. Izuku said. Really? But why didn't they tell us? Jiro exclaimed. It's called a test for a reason. Izuku deadpanned hearing Jiro's question. She blushed at her own words, embarrassingly avoiding his gaze. Well anyway, the other method I could think of is helping others in the exam. Like rescuing them from danger, and from what Melissa along with all Tashi-sensei said they would be watching, which indicates that the teachers of UA would be as well. Izuku made sure to use All Might's name to avoid people from asking questions. Itsuka and Jiro nodded, knowing this face made a mental note to help others. Alright, see ya at the after party. He went to his area with the two girls having a determined expression. Jiro is slightly more anxious at the party than the actual test. At the moment, Toru and his mom were preparing for the party. Calm down, Jiro-san. I think he's too nice to straight up reject us. Itsuka reassured her. Still, are you okay with this, us sharing Izuku? Jiro asked. I won't lie that I am, but you guys are my friends and you like him. We already planned everything. Itsuka said. That's true, Izuku-sama is too kind. Himiko said. Didn't I say he has a big heart? It won't be much different how we spend time with him. Kami said. Yeah, still, do you think he'll have more than us? Jiro said. Most likely. As the girls discussed their future relationship with the Dragon Slayer, the said person was now standing in front of a large gate and a large town beyond it. He looks around and sees a few people who remain calm and composed despite obviously looking nervous, but he can see their determination on passing the test. Like the glasses dude who looks familiar for some reason, and short grape kid who is staring at every girl participating with a perverted look. He glared that caused the person to shudder before focusing on the test. If that guy becomes my classmate, then I'll butcher him every day. He then saw Achako at the corner, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. He smiled and decided to say hi. Achako-san. Izuku called out to get her attention, receiving a delighted smile from the Machi girl. Izuku-san, you're here too. Achako stuttered. Yup. Well, I went to check up on you and thought that you're rather tense. Izuku said. Why yeah, I'm just anxious seeing this is the first time that I'll be fighting robots and my chances of failing is. Achako nervously said. Haha, you don't need to be nervous. Just give it a smile and keep yelling that I am here. Also, don't just believe in yourself, but also believe in the people that believe in you. Izuku gave a heroic smile overlapping the image of his predecessor. The Chaco, seeing his bright grin, made her calm and feel safe like a true hero. Did it work? I always tell myself that even with how hard things get, keep a bright smile as frowning and being sad is tiring. Izuku asked. His flames started to become more unique than my own. Igneel thought, with every flame having their own unique properties, Izuku's is no different, turning into something that reflects his heart. It did. Thank you for the help, Izuku-san. Achako felt motivated to fight. No problem, that's what a hero does. It is not about fighting, but inspiring people to be better. He sounded naive but knew how bleak the world can be. Izuku was trained by his martial art master to this kind of thing, giving strict discipline. I should visit Master Splinter soon and maybe eat some pizza with Donatello. Izuku recalled one of his masters in ninjutsu and made a mental note to visit him soon. His thought was interrupted when the present Mick was about to open the gates. Oh, it's about to start. Well, best of luck, Achako-san. You too, Izuku-san. As the gates opened, a sea of eager examinees surged forward, scattering across the training field. Izuku cracked his knuckles, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Time to show them what I'm made of. With a burst of speed, Izuku dashed into the fray. A three-pointer robot, towering over the others, rolled into his path. Izuku's grin widened. Perfect. Fire Dragon's iron fist. He roared, his fist engulfed in roaring flames. The punch connected with the robot's chest, melting through its metal armor and causing it to explode in a fiery blaze. Parts flew in every direction, but Izuku barely noticed as he moved to his next target. He spotted a group of examinees struggling against a horde of one-pointers and two-pointers. Without a second thought, Izuku leaped into the air, spinning mid-flight. Fire Dragon's wing attack. Wind jets of fire shot from his hands, slicing through the robots like hot knives through butter. The other students stared in awe as the robots fell in heaps of smoldering metal. Keep moving. Don't let up. Izuku called out, inspiring the others to press on. Izuku continued to blaze a trail through the robots, his every move a showcase to his strength and training. As the timer counted down, Izuku found himself facing another group of three-pointer robots. He clenched his fists, ready to finish strong. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. He brought his hands together, creating a massive sphere of fire that he hurled at the robots. The explosion was spectacular, leaving nothing but molten scraps in its wake. Izuku sprinted ahead, his senses sharp and body primed for combat. Almost immediately, he encountered a one-pointer robot. With a gleeful roar, he ignited his fists. Fire Dragon Iron Fist. He yelled, smashing through the robot with explosive force. The pieces of the destroyed robot hadn't even hit the ground before Izuku was off again, seeking out his next target. He reveled in the exhilaration of the hunt, his flames dancing in sync with his movements. One by one, the mechanical foes fell to his relentless assault. After 5 minutes passed by and Izuku went above the scraper to see if there was anyone in trouble, then the purple midget ran in fear, making him facepalm at the coward. Jeebus. This is just embarrassing, not only is he perverted but also a coward. I'm surprised that he passed the general education department. Oh shit. He barely noticed when the midget brought the robot that he was running from straight to a person that was being held by a pair of clothes. Hagakure-san. The person that he saved a few months ago was about to be attacked by the robot that detected the person she was trying to save. At that moment, Izuku blitzed into the ground, passing through in a red streak, arriving in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he charged toward a group of robots surrounding a few struggling examinees. With a swift motion, he summoned flames around his fist, imbuing it with more power. The air crackled with heat as he swung his fist forward, unleashing a torrent of fiery punches that tore through the robot's defenses. Fire Dragon King's Destruction Fist. Izuku shouted, his voice filled with power. The explosive impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, shattering the surrounding pavement and sending the robots flying in all directions. The nearby participants were baffled, unable to comprehend how someone could acquire this powerful quirk. Izuku did not care about his quirk, only considering them as a way to save more people. Hagakure-san, are you alright? Izuku turned, unable to see her expression, but if he did then she was in shock, seeing the same green-haired boy that saved her a few months ago was standing before her and saving her once again. My hero. Few minutes ago, Toru Hagakure, whose quirk was not suited for the test, went pale if anyone could see it. She had enrolled for UA in hopes to be a hero and meet her idol, the white knight that saved her without hesitation or regret. But when Present Mick explained how the test was done and began to doubt. However, pushing herself then as she was in the gate, shocked to find her hero and too stunned to approach him, then saddened when he started to talk with another girl. She started to get jealous seeing them together, but Toru was close enough to hear their conversation and felt motivated to prove herself. Unfortunately, even with how hard she did, the only Quirk could do was be undetected by the robot and somehow find a specific button that shut it down. Along the way, Toru helped other participants until finding someone injured and helped the person stand up only for a midget to pass by, then quiver in fear when a robot was about to attack them. As she was about to close her eyes, a bright light appeared then struck the robot to oblivion. Toru was astonished, witnessing the power like the others before her thoughts were interrupted by an unforgettable voice. I'm fine, Midoriya-san. Hold on, let me bring you to safety. Izuku took them to a place where it isn't dangerous, shocking them with how they appear in a different place. Here, this should be safe enough. Well, I have to go. Great seeing you, Hagakure-san. Why? Then a flash vanished in the spot, leaving Toru frowning, then felt her heartbeat, recalling how he saved her twice now. She was more determined to get inside the UA, knowing her crush was going to be a student. As the students were fighting robots, Melissa was watching everything on the screen. She was seated along with the UA's teachers, observing the test. The spider girl felt her spider sense tingling, opting to frown. Are you alright, Melissa? All Might asked in his skinny form. Melissa waved her hands. She found her uncle's condition a few months prior and had been helping her father and crush to help find a way to save him. I'm fine, Uncle Might. My spidey senses are just tingling. I think she just experienced this because her friends might be in danger. The one who spoke was Nezu, a mouse. Bear. Chimera. The rat god and the principal of UA was watching the test in satisfaction while sipping his tea. It is expected, knowing the exam is a lot harder than previous years, thanks to Melissa's help and making them faster and steadier. The student may find it difficult to overcome. News said. They saw an examinee ignoring someone who was stuck on rubble and continuing to gather more points, someone stealing points from another, and all sorts of actions that aren't befitting of a hero. However, All Might smiled hearing the rat god speak, looking at the screen. It is also in this moment where true heroes will shine. They saw someone helping others, someone saving another from the missiles, some were teaming up, some were assisting those who were injured, and many more. Still. A female teacher began, looking at the screen that showed Izuku and Kitsumi. This exam is way too easy for these two. The green hairs especially has fire quirk, and I do like strong boys. Everyone rolled their eyes while Melissa opted to glare. That was noticed by her, making an O expression before smirking. My, I wonder what makes this boy interesting. Even while dealing with the robots, the two of them were also helping and assisting other examinees, though one of them outweighed the other in helping. His speed and power is the most powerful quirk I've seen. What is the name of his quirk anyway? The tall and muscular male teacher asked the same question everyone was wondering. Izu-chan told me that it's called Fire Dragon Slayer. Melissa said. Fire Dragon Slayer. Fascinating, can you share a bit of his quirk, young Melissa? Nezu asked. If I recall, Izu-kun said that he can turn into a real mythical dragon similar to Ryukyu, but unlike her, he can use fire-based abilities. Melissa explained, shocking the teacher. There's more to it. Nezu said. Yes, he can eat fire to re-energize himself. This made everyone's jaws drop. Eat fire? Does that mean he can eat Endeavor flames? Damn, this kid is a monster. What the hell were you feeding them, All Might? Isn't he basically invincible? One of them exclaimed. No, Izu-kun has some weakness, namely his inability to ride vehicles and boats. Melissa said this, but Izuku can remove his Slayer magic temporarily, relying solely on One for All. Wait, what? They shouted. Everyone baffled from the explanation and wanted to know more, but they knew asking more led to more questions. In the end, they only stared at the young man, both anxious and relieved that he was a hero rather than a villain. Witnessing his speed and skills was terrifying. They all witnessed the examinees running and leading the robot to another contestant that made them frown. This isn't good, that kid just brought his enemy to another examinees, and judging from HER. Quirk won't be able to fight back. Said by a man with a mask similar to a gas mask wearing a cowboy outfit. Giving his judgment on the scene before him. Everyone agreed that the midget won't pass the exam because of his actions. However, we must say that the young girl to be heroic, as she was willing to help others despite her quirk and had been lucky enough to find the weakness of the robots. Yeah, a hero isn't just about overwhelming them by strength, but also finding their weakness. Anyway, Power Loader aren't going to ST. Before he could finish his words, a flash of white lightning moved across the camera. They were all astonished when the buildings were obliterated into smithereens. Holy cow. What just happened? That was Izu-kun's Fire Dragon King's Destruction Fist. Melissa's words made every teacher crane their heads in curiosity. Super move. Nice name. Care to explain about your boyfriend's super move? The female teacher teasingly asked, gaining a flustered spider girl. She noticed how Melissa explained had subtle affection for them. Meanwhile, Kaina was in the room watching it all, amazed by her savior's combat prowess, but that isn't what she was intently watching. Instead, it was when he took the time saving other students. When she noticed, Melissa felt confused why her heart fluttered in annoyance but decided to ignore it for now. Come on, we're interested to know more about him. Enough, Midnight. She won't be able to concentrate if you tease her. Aw, you're no fun, Azawa. If you keep being greedy then. The man named Azawa, who appeared to be an overworked college student with thick eye bags and messy hair, glared at the female teacher, Midnight, who wore a skin-tight costume. Melissa finally calmed down looking at the screen, seeing Izuku take the people that he saved before continuing his exam. Thank you, Azawa-sensei. Izu-chan told me that Fire Dragon King's destruction fist is when he gathers all his flames that he concentrates into his fist. That is simple enough. Thank you, young Melissa. Nezu said. Back to Izuku, he felt a pang of guilt for leaving Toru behind, but the urgency of the exam demanded his full attention. He had a gut feeling that he would see her again soon. With a flash of resolve, he leapt into action, racing toward the cries for help echoing through the chaos. Izuku's sharp eyes caught sight of 5 3-point robots barreling towards him. He clenched his fists, feeling the familiar surge of energy course through his veins. With a swift, powerful punch, he shattered the first robot into pieces. The second robot lunged at him, but Izuku was quicker, delivering a precise kick that sent it crashing into another robot. The collision triggered a spectacular chain explosion, debris raining down like metal confetti. No time to breathe. Izuku's feet barely touched the ground before he launched himself forward again. He darted through the streets, a blur of speed and strength, saving other participants wherever he could. A massive robot, towering above the rest, lumbered into his path. Izuku squared his shoulders, eyes narrowing. This one would be tougher. The robot's mechanical arm swung at him with bone-crushing force, but Izuku dodged with lightning speed. He countered with a flurry of blows, each strike landing with precision, denting the robot's armor. Suddenly, the robot's arm lashed out, catching Izuku off guard. He was flung backward, skidding across the pavement. With a primal yell, he charged at the robot, unleashing a powerful blast of energy that tore through its core, reducing it to a heap of smoking metal. I should have enough points in the top 10, and if I keep destroying the villains, then the others won't get the chance. From there, Izuku decided to watch everything to stand by and just help anyone in need. He wasn't being arrogant, nor was he confident. Instead, Izuku did not want to steal other people's opportunity to be a hero. Izuku isn't selfish to do that, and his goal is to be a hero, not some show-off kid. His master had already disciplined him when it came to being poisoned by power. He spotted people in danger, and with a flash, he jumped down and sent a downward kick on a one-pointer, completely obliterating the thing. It exploded into bits, causing a small crater on the ground. Before the robot could react, Izuku already moved in a flash, destroying the robots in a matter of seconds. He then kicked on the air, creating a powerful wind pressure that sent him flying towards the closest robot. Izuku elbowed the head of the one-pointer before moving to the next robot. In a flash of red flames, the robots were being destroyed one by one. It wasn't even a challenge, and decided to take it a notch and held his hand together. Fire make. Cruel Sun Blade. Izuku shaped the flame into a blade, condensing it into a weapon that radiated an intense heat. The result was a black stiletto sword, thin and long, with a scorched blade that seemed to pulsate with power. I'm kinda ripping off old man Yamamoto, but whatever, Izuku thought, smirking to himself as Igneel looked on, clearly impressed. To think you managed to learn molding magic simply by hearing about its potential. Igneel mused, shaking his head in disbelief. Although Igneel had only mentioned molding magic in passing, Izuku had trained relentlessly, crafting simple items with Momo's help, who had a similar magical ability. Creating the Cruel Sun Blade required a series of steps, but the end result spoke volumes about Izuku's dedication and skill. Alright, let's see how this works. Izuku muttered, a grin spreading across his face. He swung the fiery sword at a nearby robot. The blade sliced through the air effortlessly, and the robot was vaporized in an instant, leaving nothing but scorched remnants. Still, this thing doesn't have the best durability, Izuku noted as the weapon crumbled after some use. Despite its fragility, the destructive power of the Cruel Sun Blade was undeniable, reducing everything in its path to ash and cinders. The UA staff examined the variety of students showing off their skills and powers as they demolished robots left and right, keeping track of many students on the television screens. Nezu grinned as he leaned back in his chair and watched the students with a piqued interest. This year's students look quite promising, don't they, Toshinori? Your students are completely dominating the test. All Might watched beside him as Katsumi was on the screen, shooting a compressed blast of explosions out of her fingers towards robots on top of the buildings. Katsumi was a blur of motion, her palms sparking with the energy she controlled so effortlessly. She blasted into the fray, her explosions propelling her into the midst of a group of one-point robots. With a feral grin, she thrust her palms forward and unleashed a powerful blast, disintegrating the robots in an instant. Too easy. She muttered, her eyes scanning for more challenging targets. A 2-point robot came lumbering toward her, its mechanical arms whirring menacingly. Kitsumi dodged its swipe with a graceful roll, planting a hand on the ground to launch herself into the air. She somersaulted over the robot and landed behind it, delivering a point-blank explosion to its back. The robot shattered into pieces, its circuitry fried. "Come on, where are the big ones?" Kitsumi shouted, her blood singing with the thrill of battle. As if in answer to her call, a massive 3-point robot crashed through a nearby building, its red eyes glowing ominously. Kitsumi's grin widened. This was more like it. She sprinted toward the robot, her explosions propelling her faster than her legs could carry her. She leaped into the air, spinning to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick, amplified by a burst from her palm. The kick connected with the robot's head, sending it reeling. Before it could recover, she landed and followed up with a barrage of rapid explosions, each one chipping away at its armored hide. The robot swung its arm down, trying to crush her, but Kitsumi was too fast. She darted to the side, her reflexes honed by years of intense training. With a final deafening blast, she reduced the robot to a smoking heap of metal. Breathing hard but exhilarated, Kitsumi looked around. The battlefield was chaos, with examinees fighting robots and each other in their desperation to score points. Her heart pounded with adrenaline, but she forced herself to stay focused. There was no time to waste. "Let's go, you tin cans," she yelled, launching herself into the fray. Her hands crackled with energy as she released a powerful blast, obliterating the first robot in a fiery explosion. She spun around, her movement swift and calculated, and dispatched 2 more with a series of precise blasts. "Too easy," she scoffed, but she didn't slow down. Kitsumi was a whirlwind of destruction, her explosive quirk making short work of the lower-level robots. The sounds of battle filled the air. Metal clashing, energy crackling, and the determined shouts of other participants. As she rounded a corner, she spotted a group of examinees struggling against a larger 3-point robot. It had them cornered, its metallic claws swiping dangerously close. Without a second thought, Kitsumi intervened. "Get back, amateurs," she barked, thrusting her hands forward. AP shot. The concentrated blast of energy shot from her palms, piercing the robot's armor and causing it to explode in a shower of sparks and metal. The other students stared at her, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. Thank you," one of them managed to stammer. "Don't thank me, just try not to get in my way," Kitsumi snapped, already moving on. She wasn't here to make friends. She was here to win. She then did a drop kick into 3 points, then shot the 2 that were about to grab her like a gunslinger. This is the first time I've seen him shoot out his explosions like a gun. Though the explosive power is weaker, its penetrative power is rather high. Also, he expertly uses them like a pro. All Might then glanced over at Izuku throwing a robot onto another larger robot with a satisfied smile. He seemed to stop fighting and focus more on helping others. It appears so. This young man is a perfect example of being a hero. He could easily take everyone else's points, but instead only help them when in danger. Nezu gave a satisfied smile along with everyone else. His goal was not to be on top of everyone else, rather he wanted to be a hero. But now their true test is here. Nezu's sweet smile changes into an evil grin, pressing a big red button in front of him. Melissa, who was sucking a lollipop in her mouth, was looking at the screen slightly worried for his friends. Though she saw them fight All Might and managed to win by overwhelming teamwork would undoubtedly win over this. However, her feelings for the Dragon Slayer won't stop making her worried. Though, even if I know that Izuku will be fine, I still can't help but worry about him. I wonder if this is because well, we already planned things for the after party. Izuku stood at the edge of the building looking down at the other examinees. He already has God knows how many villain points, and if his theory is correct, then he should also have some hero points or something. Right now, he was just observing them and watching the other students below him destroying robots left and right. Izuku uses his one for all to enhance his eyesight, seeing at a distance of several hundred meters. He then turned his head, hearing the vibration in the surrounding, and suddenly, the ground began to shake, making Izuku wobble for a moment before looking back to see a robot bigger than any of the other robots of the exam. It wasn't just big, it was massive, even taller than any of the buildings in the vicinity. It marched through the street, destroying any buildings it grazed by, while looking down threateningly to the students. Upon seeing such a monstrosity, nearly all of the students all ran away in panic, not daring to face the robot. He frowned, not because of the robot, but because the examinees seemed to have abandoned all their restraints, as they were pushing and pulling each other as they ran. No one was helping those who tripped, or those who were injured, they were just leaving them on their own. And they wanted to be a hero, but I can't judge them, knowing it is a normal instinct. He calmly opened his eyes, flickering in white lightning before jumping down from the building. Using the wind pressure from his smash to lessen the impact of his fall before flashing towards the fallen and injured examinees. "Thanks for the help, man." Go. This place isn't safe anymore. Help those who trip and get the hell out of here. Those were the words he was hearing, and he'd be lying if that didn't make him happy. He looked around trying to make sure not to miss anyone, then his gaze locked on someone and saw a Chaco with her ankle stuck on the rubble. He watched a gigantic robot as it neared a Chaco. His wine-red eyes seemed to glow as the world slowed down. His mind went to a hyper-focus state as his body released a good amount of power as he flashed towards a Chaco. He grabbed the rubble that was on top of Chaco's ankle. He spun a few times before throwing it towards the zero-pointer. Soon, Izuku quickly turns his attention to the young girl. "Achika-san. You alright?" Izuku came to her and carried her in his arms, causing the girl to blush despite their situation. She was shocked at being carried by one of her idols before blushing uncontrollably. "Thanks for the help, Izuku." She mumbled while hiding her face in her hands. Izuku looked back to the robot who began chasing them, but flashed through the building and carried a Chaco, while also helping other people along the way. He swiftly dispatched the robots, blocking their way using one for all to fling gusts of wind, destroying them in the process. Few seconds later they arrive a few hundred meters away from the enormous robot, intently looking at its imposing size rampaging through the city. "I should defeat it before others get hurt." Why you can put me down now?" Sorry, but can you stand up?" Achako tried her best to hide the blush before nodding as she was put down by Izuku, who stared at her pinchable cheeks. "She's quite cute," he inwardly thought while turning his direction towards the behemoth that were destroying buildings and despite its size, was able to move rather easily. Izuku immediately shrouded himself in multicolored lightning. Melissa. All Might looked at his niece, who caused a glass of orange juice she was drinking to crack by gripping it tightly while looking at the screen. "What is it, Uncle Might?" she answered in a dead voice. The spider girl was emanating a dark aura around her as she witnessed the dragon slayer carrying another girl that caused shivered under All Might's spine. Though she already understood that he had a harem that he was unaware of, still did not remove the jealousy that comes with it. And nothing. Meanwhile, a certain 18+ only heroine was looking at the blonde inventor with a teasing smirk when she saw the jealous look on her face, and the former Hero Public Safety Commission member frowned. Both gaze then traveled to where Melissa was looking at and saw the green-haired kid carrying a cute girl with short brown hair that zoomed past the area while dispatching a few robots along the way. "I'm curious what makes him special." The female teacher had her target locked on, then shuddered when she turned to see Melissa glaring at her. This only made her even more delighted, giving a teasing smirk. "Once he accepts, I'll talk to him." The sniper squirm girl thought upon seeing the boy who changed her life forever. "Stay here, I'll have to take care of that thing before more people." The Chaco nodded before a gust of wind pushed back as a red streak zoomed its way towards the enormous machine, trying to find it. There's any other participants that may have been trapped or injured. Upon finding everyone had gone to safety, focus his attention on his opponent. Izuku gave an excited smile as he could see that every robot had come for him and witnessed the 0 point spewing smaller robots. "Come to me since I do love a challenge." Izuku took deep breaths, spreading the 80% of one for all through his body. His gaze turned sharp, devoid of any human emotion before vanishing into nothing and appearing at one of the flying robots that came from the 0 points. "Eat this, you bastard." Izuku then begins to gather all of the latent energy present within the atmosphere, carefully harnessing and concentrating it into a single focused point. With immense effort and precision, he molds this energy into a massive glowing ball of flame, pulsating with incredible heat and power. Heroic flame. Nova Soul. Summoning all his might, Izuku launches the colossal sphere of fire directly at the formidable 0 pointer. As the ball of flames hurtles through the air, it illuminates the surroundings with a blinding light. Upon impact, a cataclysmic explosion erupts, engulfing the 0 pointer in a fiery inferno. The intense heat and force of the explosion obliterate half of the giant robot, reducing it to molten debris. The resulting shockwave reverberates through the entire area, shaking the ground and structures alike. The sheer power of the attack leaves the onlookers in a state of awe and disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration for Izuku's incredible display of strength. Izuku nodded at the results before returning back to where Ichako was arriving, where people were dumbstruck at the sight. "Time's up," shouted Present Mick. Everyone was already completely still after seeing what the Dragon Slayer did, but they all then sighed in relief that nothing else would be coming at them. What the hell? Did he just destroy that thing? That attack looked like it was freaking Sun. How powerful is his quirk? It was at that moment that a short old lady appeared, walking on the streets. She had a large visor and lab coat while holding onto a cane shaped like a syringe. "Alright lads, you can go home now, I'll take it from here." The old lady said that Izuku instantly recognized her as the youthful heroine. Recovery girl, and understood how you are able to do this dangerous things as they had the best healing. "Those who are injured, please stand to my right, I'll patch you up soon." She then searched her pocket and took out something before giving it to some examinees. Here, have some gummy bears, don't be shy. She took out more gummy bears from her pockets and handed them to Ichako, who had an ankle sprain. Here, have some gummy bears, young lady, this will patch up immediately. Ichako took the old lady's gummy bear and began chewing it. He rubbed his chin as he watched the old lady kissing Ichako on the forehead. Recovery girl, one of, if not the best doctor in Japan. Her quirk allows her to accelerate her patient's healing process. He went closer to Ichako, checking if she was alright or not, only for her to stumble a bit, but Izuku managed to catch her on time. Careful now, we don't want you to get injured, are we? Izuku said. Izuku, thank you. How about you, do you have any injuries? You did come back and fight that thing. The young lady is right, using your quirk to defeat that thing would have put strain on your body. The recovery girl asked Izuku to only shake his head, flexing his bicep to show his condition. No injuries here, I'm tough as a rock. That's good, at least you aren't as reckless as your teacher. Recovery girl smiled and nodded her head. Izuku blinks his eyes as recovery girl walks to another student who was also injured and thought about her words. Not as reckless, huh? I don't know about that. He smiled wryly as Izuku only kept standing due to his resilient body. Izuku. The Dragon Slayer turned towards Ichako, who was pressing her index finger together, looking embarrassed. Gosh, this is so embarrassing, but can I get your contact so I can thank you sometime for saving me? Izuku shook his head. You don't have to thank me, but if you want my contact info just say so. Why yes. So can I. We could be attending the UA together after all, so it'll be nice to have someone I know to be with me. She said, smiling brightly, that made him do the same. She's too cute. It's completely different from the other girls from Itsuka who had the same maturity as Momo, but didn't have her innocent vibe, and Jiro is the shy yet straightforward type, while Melissa's 1E-san and girl next door vibe. Kami was the carefree and extroverted friend, while Himiko is the weirdly cute girl who has her quirk, not the ability kind. As for Mizuna and Toru, the former act mature and serious, but loved being pampered and spoiled, while Toru expressed herself too freely and can be extreme at times. As for Ichako, she is more like a cute childhood friend type. Sure. We could also hang out sometimes. I'll introduce you to my friends. Izuku. Izuku then heard a voice turn to see Toru behind him. Oh, Hagakure-san. How do you feel? I'm fine, but can you call me Toru instead, Midori? Yeah, like no one is going to get confused with Toru. Daigoro commented. Midori. Nice nickname, I like it. Oh right, Toru met Ichako. I also met her here on the entrance exam. Hi there. It's to meet you, Toru-san, my name is Ichako Uraraka. Toru Hagakure, it's nice to meet you too. Midori, can I ask for your number as well? You too, Uraraka-san, like you said, it'll be great to have someone I know to be with me. After exchanging numbers, Izuku said his goodbyes before heading his way to his friends. He found Katsumi with a large smirk plastered into his face, seeing his rival arriving. Here, I thought you'd get injured before the exam got started. Katsumi said. Bleh. I should say the same thing knowing how fragile you are. Izuku said with a grin. What did you say, bastard? Katsumi grew infuriated while Izuku only ignored her outburst, noticing his other friends were arriving that made him smile. The explosive boy calms down upon seeing the others arrive along with the other girls, but gives one last glare to his rival. I just left you two for 10 minutes and are already trying to kill each other. Itsuka said. Kaken is just being a tsundere. Kami said. What did you say? Katsumi yelled out. Geez, I wonder how your throat managed to keep with all that shouting. Mizuna said. It's probably another quirk. Himiko said. How did it go? I'm sure you went and took the plus ultra literally. Jiro said. I'll tell you everything along the way. How about we head for the after party? Everyone agreed, heading their way to Inko's restaurant that was closed for the occasion. Izuku told them everything that had happened, from easily dispatching a large number of robots to saving people and delightfully listening, seeing his joy at being a hero. He never wanted to be the best, rather just save someone and be a hero to everyone where their faces have a bright smile. It sounds naive, but that's how he is. This is the reason why these women before her fall in love with him. However, their smile instantly changes into a frown. You know, I got to see two new friends in the entrance exam. Their names are Ichako Uraraka and Toru Hagakure, maybe I'll introduce them to you guys next time. The other girls emanated a dark aura that the people passing by felt shivering. Izuku tilted his head, wondering why the air became colder. At this point, his charm to have a harem is a quirk, and the drawback is being dense. They seem nice, we would love to meet them. Yeah, but next time, since we already have plans for tomorrow, right? Izuku happily asked, unaware that dates were planned for tomorrow. This resulted in the girls blushing more so to Jiro, who planned to confess her feelings along with the other girls. Yeah, there are also things that others want to tell you later. Really? Like surprise or something? Moments later they finally arrive at Inko's restaurant, who immediately went for a hug with his son. Welcome back, son. How was the exam? Was it hard? Did you get hurt? Are you hungry? Inko berated Izuku, making him sweatshop, while the girls giggled and Kitsumi smirked at her crush and rival's misfortune, only for her to frown upon seeing his mother. Nope. Don't you dare hug me, old hag. That's not an option, you brat. Izuku witnessed it give him a smirk, causing his rival to give him the middle finger. Masaru tries to calm his wife down. Hello, my name is Kanakamui Midoriya. She introduced herself, bowing down. Hi. I'm Anya Midoriya. The younger sister said. Oh my god, they are so cute. Kami said, and Anya smiled, trying to listen to their thoughts. I'll make sure to give Izuku-kun a cute baby like them. She thought. Is she our mama? Anya thought of turning to Itsuka. Today is the day when we all confess to Izuku. Hope he accepts all of us. I don't want to ruin my friendship with everyone. Mizuna thought. Wait. They all like Papa. Anya was surprised and tried listening to Himiko. I love Izuku-sama. I love Izuku-sama. I love Izuku-sama. She shivered and listened to her. Eek. Anya was frightened by Himiko, who saw this smile. Midoriya. Did you adopt them, Inko? Mitsuri asked. Ah, no, I made them Izuku's adopted daughters. Inko gave a smile and the girl's eyes widened. A few minutes later, Melissa and Momo arrive at the party as the food was set up. He welcomes them, frowning a bit as All Might wasn't present and had some errand to do. Izuku did not mind and continued the party without him. Inko had prepared a large variety of dishes, making sure to add his son's favorite katsudon. They shared their experience at the entrance exam, making the adults intrigued. Way to go, son. Already being a hero for everyone. You should learn a thing or two, brat. Shut up, old hag. She then turned towards the Dragon Slayer, who had Jiro on his right and Itsuka on his left, while Melissa and Momo were in front of him, while Toru was serving some food and Mizuna was talking with Inko. It is painfully obvious that even his mother and Bakugu's parents noticed them. Mitsuki, Bakugu's mother, who had the same appearance as her son, but a woman, leaned to his friend. It seems we'll have a lot of grandchildren. I don't mind, more grandbabies, more to spoil. She giggled watching her son interact with them. Inko had already given her blessing when she caught them discussing. The greenest already trusts her sons that he'll be responsible when in a relationship with multiple women. Inko doubts it would be the same as his father did to her, knowing how Izuku thinks of always placing others before himself. The open as Toru comes in with her friend Fafnir. Fafnir appears as a handsome young man with long, straight black hair and a loose ponytail with bangs covering his right eye, with small glasses on the bridge of his nose and red eyes. He wears a butler attire and a male coach cravat tie. I'm Fafnir. I hate you and I hate this life, please kill me. Fafnir said it was all dark and gloomy, making everyone nervous. Hey Toru, is he always like this? Izuku asked. I guess so, he hates most things including humans. I mean, we're talking about an ancient dragon who guards his treasure. Toru mentioned. Sounds like he has issues. Izuku said and heard knocking at the door again. Oh, that must be her. Don't worry, she's more lightens on the mood than Fafnir. Toru opened the door, revealing a woman. She's a tall, fair-skinned and voluptuous woman with enormous bouncy breasts, ample thighs, and plentiful hips. She has long, wavy blonde hair, taking on turquoise and green color at the ends. Both her eyes are close and her horns on her head. She wears a pink cap, a black tank top that exposes her cleavage and stomach, jean booty shorts that reveal a generous portion of her buttocks, thigh-high black stockings, and pink shoes. Breast sizes. K-cup. Holy crap. Izuku thought, gasped with his face turning red when he saw such large bosoms in front of him. Those back pain is killing her. Daigoro commented. I agree, why is her boob that big? Nana commented her chest was moderate but still a pain at times. Her strength is league above Toru. I haven't met any dragon like her before. Igneel commented, seeing the amount of power that the dragon goddess before him. Izuku, this here is Quetzalcoatl. Toru introduced. Please, just call me Lukoa. It's nice to meet you, Izuku, I heard some interesting things about you from Toru. Lukoa said. Oh, I'm sure you have. Izuku said. When Lukoa came in to join the party, most of the girls were shocked by Lukoa's large boobs. Big boobs. They all thought, and Jiro looked at her chest then pouted. HMPH. They're just fat anyway. She thought. The hell? How is she carrying this massive jug? Mitsuri thought. Are all dragons this big? Inko asked for a sweat drop. These thoughts were heard by Anya. Hey, Anya, do you want some peanuts? Kana asked and Anya excitedly nodded. Soon, everyone got to having fun at the party together as Luko, Inko, and Mitsuki are drinking beer together. We'll serve some of the food. Katsumi is playing a fighting video game with Fafnir, who is starting to take interest in video games, even though he keeps losing as Izuku watches and get his turn sometimes. Kami, Itsuka, Jiro, Momo and Kana are playing a friendly card game of Go Fish, and Kana seems to win more than the other them. Anyu watches some cartoons, while the rest are chatting about the event that happened in the exam. You know, Toru, I think you found yourself a pretty good home. Lukoa commented, opening both her eyes to be different from the other. Her right eye is green on the outside with designs and black on the inside with a yellow, slit pupil. Thanks, I think being with Izuku is the best. Toru smiled. Is that so? Lukoa looked at Izuku thinking he's a cute human with dragon powers. His soul has to be the purest one I've seen. It reminds me of heroes chosen by the gods of certain worlds. She inspected the soul within Izuku, noticing a relatively powerful dragon comparable to her. Why did you let me bring you girls here? Is it about the surprise? Izuku looked at the sunset and took a moment to appreciate its beauty, and more so when seeing the girls before him illuminated by the sunlight. He tilted his head when looking at them fidgeting, especially Jiro with her ear jack that made her extremely adorable. Kami had requested to bring them to the Dagaba beach that had been thoroughly cleaned by them a few months before becoming a famous spot for dates. They used Toru's dragon form to bring them to the place using invisibility spells. Normally, he doesn't condone usage of powers and quirks for personal reasons, but Izuku doesn't mind it as long as what they were doing could endanger anyone. Izuku, they wanted to tell you something. He tilted his head in curiosity seeing their anxiousness while their face beat red, but took deep breath encouraging them to do it. One by one they recalled the reason for their feelings and their moments they shared deeply, taking the time to say the words that they were meaning to say. The thing we all had agreed to is. First it was Itsuka moving closer, surprising Izuku and far too surprised to even move when her lips touched his. She poured her feelings into it as their warm lips departed. Izuku was about to speak when it was Mizuna's turn taking his lips from Itsuka, surprising him once again, and did not move a muscle. He was far too confused to even react to all of this. Afterwards, it was Jiro's turn to kiss Izuku's lips with a light blush, while Momo followed behind. Then without hesitation it was Mizuna who was in her human form followed by Toru's who was more aggressive. Hey, that's enough you overgrown lizard. Katsumi said pulled by Toru. No. I want more. Toru said while the rest of the girls dragged her ass. She could break free but was simply being playful. Katsumi looked at Izuku who seemed to have his brain buffering at what's happening. Damn it. After this doesn't change the fact I'll surpass you. Katsumi leaned in for a kiss pulling Izuku closer before stepping back then followed by Himiko excitedly taking his lips. Finally it was Melissa's turn cupping his face before their lips clash, tasting her sweet lips once everyone was done Izuku's eyes were wide open. I'm speechless. Why did you all suddenly kiss? The girls saw his innocent question that made them giggle, finding his denseness to be adorable. That's. We love you. Wait what? Love me? How? Why? Izuku was confused because he never went out with the intention of becoming lovers with any of them. He only wanted to have friends and help them the best he could. Lucky bastard. Wish I had his luck with the ladies. Dagoro. Doubt that, you look like a licensed sex offender. Haikage said and everyone laughed with Dagoro grumbling. Fufufu because I've helped everyone to confess since I know we all like you. Kami said with a peace sign. But. Hold on, is that why the other user has been teasing me about it? Yeah kid, you're denser than a black hole. En said. To be fair, black holes attract things. Dagoro said. That's partially right, but it's all because of you that made us like you. Let me go first. Ever since I saw you in my family's dojo training under my father and training harder than anyone with a gaze that burns with passion and conviction. It is as if in the coldest night will burn like the scorching sun. You fall, you rise, you heal, you overcome. Despite how you were looking down for being mistaken as a quirkless until you mastered your magic. Seeing you get stronger made me want to do the same. Eventually, I felt my heart ache at the thought of losing you. Itsuka was flustered, but she poured her and Izuku's face heated up and Mizuna stepped next. I feel the same way as Itsuka. When I came into this world, I was confused and lost, but you saved me and made me part of your family welcoming me. You are dreaming to become a hero even though you had long become one when you saved me. Without you I don't know where I am now. In the past I was envious and knew that it's impossible for us to be together when I'm just talking cat. I thought it was fine just seeing you happy, but the moment Toru arrived my feelings for you were set ablaze, and hope was reignited. Now I want to be with you and support you not just as a friend, but someone closer. Mizuna held his hand looking at her friends, thinking how they can uplift each other when needed with Izuku the one gluing them together. Kami then stepped forward. Now it's my turn. The truth is that I just simply find Izuku cute and befriend her, but the more I know about him the more I felt something started to change. You were kind and gentle yet also strong and bold. Hearing your dream made me think of my own dream. At first I wanted to be a hero to become famous and well known, but now I understand what it means to be a hero through you. What I want is to see people's smiles and their happiness. She smiled thinking why she looked up to heroes. Izuku was the perfect example of what a hero was. After Kami it was now Himiko's turn. Yay. Mine now. I always wanted to tell you that you're the light of my life who saved me from being drowned by the darkness of our world. At that time I thought the world was simply filled with nothing but darkness and pain, until you showed me that it's up to us where we want to look. I realized that I could have become a villain wanting to hurt the world because it hurt me. Everyone knew about her past and always saddened at how she was treated after gaining a quirk. Her parents wanted for her to be normal, shunning her quirk, and didn't try to find help forcing what they think is normal. In the end it harmed her more than they tried to fix her. But now I want to be a hero because I don't want anyone else to feel the pain I had gone through. There's many like me and I know I can be an example to those going through what I experienced. This is all thanks to you, Izuku-sama. Of course this is not just the reason why I love you. Itsuka already gave what I saw. Please keep being that beacon, that lantern that shines through the dark and share the flames you have to others to burn away the darkness. Himiko said with a gentle smile completely different from her crazy smile. Once she was done, Jiro stepped forward. As for me, at first it was me feeling indebted to you for saving me, but gradually you guided me when I was confused about which path I wanted. You made me realize that I could still make music that would help people and be a hero at the same time. Izuku, you've always helped everyone and been an inspiration to us all. My dream was to be a hero, but now I want to stand beside you and achieve our dream together. Jiro exhaled while touching her heart, finally able to reveal her true feelings, rather than bottling them up inside her chest. As for me, you've helped me with my quirks and opened a new possible way to help others. Furthermore, you never had any hidden intention even after knowing where I belong and treated me normally and not like a person on a pedestal. A man as selfless as you is the reason why we like you. Momo did the same, lifting the burden that was weighing on her heart. She always appreciated the times where Izuku never made her feel special like a princess, but a normal girl with flaws. You have reignited my old dream to be like you, a hero who selflessly helped people. I wanted to be beside you helping people along the way. Also, like Jiro would further both support and pro-hero at the same time. Melissa, who despite acquiring a quirk had re-evaluated her dream that reignited when Izuku told him what a hero is, and it was now Toru's turn. In the past, I felt lost and unsure what I should do with my life if my decision was right or wrong. When I thought I would die without finding the answer I'm looking for when you showed up. A young man whose flame burns enough to reignite hope and fuel my heart with warmth that I've never felt before. I think I had died that day and was renewed by your compassion and kindness. I always wondered what the old Toru would say to me. My feelings are not simply because you saved me like Himiko, but you gave me a future and a place where I belong as well as friends that I can trust with my life. Toru imagined seeing her past self and would hug her telling that lost little girl that everything will be fine. There's going to be someone, a true hero who will not look at her past, but her incoming future. After they were all finished, it was only Kitsumi who was left. Damn it. Fine, at first I hated the fact you looked down on me when I fell in that river. The thought of someone like me who was supposed to be better than everyone else was looked down upon by you infuriated me. But deep down I know you were always above and ahead of me. Kitsumi recalled they were young when Izuku was quirkless. She was saddened by this, her best friend, the one she supposed to be her rival. They were supposed to stand side by side striving to become a hero. She felt betrayed. She felt she was now alone to walk down that path. She made sure to stop Izuku from following him, afraid that he would lose his life, because she knows that Izuku still wanted to be a hero, but the way he was then would certainly lose his life. I tried to protect you the way I know, but I almost lost you. I was an idiot and realized my mistake. At that moment you helped open my eyes. The reason why you're above and ahead of me was not because of power but something more. It is the flame of a hero. Kitsumi saw it when she was walking down the road of being a hero. Izuku was already there at the finish line, while she was the one chasing him, not the other way around. That's the reason why I fell in love with you. Saving me even after everything I've done and never holding a grudge. Kitsumi's expression was soft and different from his scowled, and Kami wanted to tease her but decided not to. Izuku was speechless hearing their words. How can this be? Izuku, don't doubt yourself. Aren't they special in your heart? Yoichi said softly, smiling, seeing Izuku as his grandson. He was old enough to be one. You are a great young man, and I'm sure more would come to love you because of how you're like a flame that spreads uncontrollably. Haikage said. Yeah, as much as I joke around, I'm sure you wouldn't simply reject them, and I am confident you can handle it. Toguro said. Be more confident, Izuku-kun. Trust your auntie Nana that the woman around you genuinely cares and loves you. This takes a lot of courage for them to tell you how they feel. Nana said while Izuku was thinking, looking at every single one of them taking deep breaths and exhaled. I don't know what to say. If that's how you all feel about me then I won't deny it, but are you all sure you'll be willing to give your love to me when you can someone else? I don't want to end up hurting you all in the end. He made them smile, showing the selflessness of putting others' feelings before his. Izuku was unsure if he was capable of making them happy and did not want them to regret it in the end. Even you said that we already made our decision and know that you'll do everything to make us happy, right? Kami said. Of course. I just don't want to see you get hurt because of my selfishness. Izuku stuttered. So you're willing to reject our feelings? Mizuna asked. No. I won't straight up reject your feelings towards me when you all courageously told me, and I can't see myself rejecting you. It's just that. Izuku was confused about what to do even though his immense intellect did not prepare him for having multiple girls eyeing him. He isn't a pervert and never desires to have a harem, only wanted to make them happy. The Dragon Slayer is too kind when it comes to his friends. SHHH. You don't need to worry. We believe that whatever happens you can pull through. The only thing we want is if you accept our feelings or not. Momo said. I won't lie that I also like all of you, from Itsuka's elder sister personality where I can rely on for advice, Mizuna acting mature yet like to be pampered, Kami's bold and confident demeanor, Himiko carefree and playful personality, Kitsumi being tsundere and headstrong. Momo's mature and elegant yet innocent personality to Jiro's beautiful voice and shy personality. Melissa for your passion for machinery and heroism, while Toru who is also like Himiko but more straightforward. Izuku gave his honest feelings for them, making them blush before kissing his cheek and giving him a sweet smile. He could have listed more, but it would take forever. So you're saying that you'll accept our feelings? Jiro asked. I am, and I'll make sure you make you happy. I'm scared to fail. Izuku said. If you fail then we will work together. Remember you're not the only one doing everything but all of us. As you make us happy we will do the same. Momo said. Yeah, Momo is right, together we will work our relationship along the way. Melissa said. Love is not one-sided but mutual. You had already been doing that in the Island. Mizuna said. Damn, Dagoro-sensei is right, I'm dense as fuck. Damn right I am. Dagoro shouted in the corner of his mind. Oh shit, don't tell me Toru and Achako also like me. Or even Yor-san. Recalling the name of his new friend that took the test from the UA entrance exam. He thought hard and only shook his head as it's too early to assume, while the girls only took mental notes when they met them at UA. They wondered who this Yor was, but decided to ask Mizuna later. Maybe not. It's too early to assume. Still, everything seems surreal that I went from being single to having 9 perfect girlfriends. They blushed from his compliment and gave them a bright innocent smile. But, the question is who will I date? No need to worry, we already got you covered. We had agreed that after that those who know you the longest should go first. It would be Itsuka, Kitsumi, Mizuna, me and Himiko, while next week would be Jiro, Momo and Toru, afterward Melissa, as she would be busy for the next couple of days. Kami said. Once they ended their confession, none of them noticed someone listening to all of this. Ara, does he really have an effect on people? I think his flame is also affecting me. Does that mean Lady Toru will be one of our mama? The next day from the fiasco where his mother kept crying for finally getting more girls and accepting their feelings. He finds it both stressful and rewarding that his one was fortunate to have multiple women falling for him. Izuku donned a crisp green button-up shirt, the fabric tailored to fit his form perfectly. The shirt was neatly tucked into his dark trousers, the sharp creases running down the legs. On his feet, he wore a pair of vibrant red shoes, their polished surfaces gleaming under the light, adding a bold splash of color to his otherwise understated ensemble. Hope I wasn't late. Turning his head to find Itsuka wearing a light green blouse and dark leather jacket with blue jeans and white sneakers. The most striking thing is her hair was down instead of her usual side ponytail that increased her appeal. Nah, you arrived just in time. Also looks amazing in you, especially when you let your hair down. Why won't you let it stay this way? Well, I don't want others to see it besides you. Ha. I guess I'm lucky to see beauty every day. Izuku smoothly complimented that made Itsuka skip a beat as he held out his head. Hold my hands, I don't want to get separated from you. Itsuka smiled, taking his hands as they went to have their date. They went to play some arcade games, winning a few prizes, then tried the dancing machine. You know I don't know how to dance right, Izu. Does that matter? Just dance and everything will be fine, knowing whatever you do is already perfect. You know, you've gotten better at flirting. Did something happen? Well, I may or may not have studied the whole day about dating tips. Izuku chuckled, slightly blushing after knowing how dense he was and took the time to learn things. He is still a bit dense, but not enough to ignore advances to him. Haha, is that so? You don't need to be embarrassed, and I do enjoy your cheeky flirts. I'll give you 5 out 10. Ah. I expected lower, but I'll take it. Now let's dance. The two disregard the surroundings and dance at the machine, only listening to the rhyme, ignoring the purpose of the game. They were laughing at their action but kept going until the game ended. They went to their next destination, which was at a nearby mountain, looking at the sun setting, as the two were boxes of pizza. Izuku leaned on his shoulder, silently enjoying their moment together. This place looks remarkable. Thank you for bringing me here. Izuku leaned for a kiss as both passionately shared the moment, witnessing the sun slowly set. Izuku smiled hearing her words and felt glad he didn't screw up by picking up a horrible place for a first date. Izuku Midoriya stood in front of the movie theater, checking his watch for the third time in as many minutes. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears like a drum. It wasn't like him to be this nervous. Relax, Izuku. It's just a date. He muttered to himself, trying to calm the butterflies swarming in his stomach. But this wasn't just any date. Just as he was about to check his watch again, he heard a familiar, confident voice. Oi, Deku. You waiting all day or what? Izuku looked up to see Kitsumi striding toward him, her messy ash blonde hair and red eyes sparkling with their usual intensity. She wore a simple but stylish outfit. A black leather jacket over a white tee, ripped jeans, and combat boots. She looked amazing. Hey Kaken. Izuku greeted, using her childhood nickname. You look great. Kitsumi smirked, crossing her arms. Damn right, I do. You ready to watch some action? Yeah, absolutely. Izuku replied, matching her grin with one of his own. Let's go. They headed into the theater, the smell of popcorn and the hum of excited chatter filling the air. Izuku bought the tickets, while Kitsumi insisted on getting the snacks. You can get dinner, she said, handing him a large bucket of popcorn and a couple of sodas. Hot pot, right? Yeah, hot pot sounds perfect. Izuku agreed, following her into the theater. The movie was a high-octane action film, full of explosions, daring stunts, and heroic battles. Kitsumi was completely engrossed, her eyes fixed on the screen as she munched on popcorn. Izuku found himself glancing at her more often than at the movie. The way her eyes lit up during the fight scenes, the little smirk that tugged at her lips whenever the hero triumphed. It was mesmerizing. As the credits rolled, Kitsumi stretched and turned to him with a satisfied grin. That was awesome. What did you think, Deku? It was great. Izuku replied, genuinely enthusiastic. The fight choreography was incredible. Yeah, it was. She agreed, standing up and grabbing their empty popcorn bucket. Alright, let's get some spicy hot pot. I'm starving. They left the theater and walked to a nearby restaurant known for its hot pot. The warm, inviting aroma greeted them as they stepped inside. The friendly hostess led them to a cozy booth, and soon they were seated with a bubbling pot of broth in front of them, surrounded by plates of fresh vegetables, thinly sliced meats, and various dipping sauces. Kitsumi took charge, adding ingredients to the pot with practiced ease. You gotta know the right order to put stuff in, she explained, dropping in the meat first. It's all about timing. Izuku watched her with admiration, appreciating her confidence and skill. You really know what you're doing. Damn right, I do, she replied, smirking at him. You're lucky to have me as your guide. I am, he said, meeting her gaze. I really am. For a moment, they just looked at each other, the bubbling broth providing a comforting background sound. Then Kitsumi broke the silence, her tone surprisingly gentle. You know, Deku, I haven't said this, but I'm really glad you became stronger. Izuku felt his face heat up at her words. Thanks, Kaken. That means a lot, coming from you. Don't get all sappy on me now, she said, but her smile took the sting out of her words. Eat up before the meat gets overcooked. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, savoring the rich flavors and the warmth of the hot pot. Izuku couldn't help but think how perfect the night had been so far. The movie, the dinner, and most importantly, Kitsumi's company. It all felt right. As they finished their meal, Kitsumi leaned back with a satisfied sigh. That hit the spot. We should do this again sometime. Definitely. Izuku agreed, his heart swelling with happiness. I'd love that. Kitsumi's eyes softened as she looked at him. Me too, Deku. Me too. As they left the restaurant and walked out into the cool night air, Izuku felt a sense of contentment wash over him. He reached out and took Kitsumi's hand, intertwining their fingers. She glanced at him, surprised at first, but then her expression softened and she squeezed his hand in return. Let's go home, she said, her voice warm and full of promise. Izuku nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Yeah, let's go home. Izuku Midoriya sat on the edge of his bed, staring at his reflection in the mirror. He adjusted the collar of his shirt. Today was a special day. He was going on a date with Mizuna, his adopted sister, and he wanted everything to be perfect. He heard a soft knock on his door. "Izuku, are you ready?" Mizuna's voice called, tinged with her usual seriousness. "Yeah, just a second," he replied, taking a deep breath before opening the door. Mizuna stood there, dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit. A pale green dress that complemented her hair, with a light sweater draped over her shoulders. She looked up at him, her expression as composed as ever, but Izuku could see a hint of nervousness in her eyes. "You look great, Mizuna," he said, offering her a warm smile. She nodded, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Thank you, Izuku. You look nice too." They left the house together, walking side by side down the familiar streets of their neighborhood. Their destination was a small cafe that Mizuna had mentioned wanting to try. As they walked, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He had planned this date carefully, hoping to give Mizuna a day where she could relax and enjoy herself. The cafe was charming, with a cozy interior and a menu full of delicious pastries and drinks. They found a table by the window, and Izuku ordered a selection of Mizuna's favorite treats. A strawberry shortcake, matcha-flavored pastries, and a pot of chamomile tea. As they waited for their order, Mizuna's serious expression softened slightly. "I've been looking forward to this, you know." "I'm glad," Izuku replied, reaching across the table to gently squeeze her hand. "You deserve to be pampered sometimes." Mizuna's blush deepened, but she didn't pull away. "Thank you, Izuku. It means a lot." Their order arrived, and they spent the next hour enjoying the delicious treats and talking about everything from their hero training to their favorite books. Izuku loved seeing Mizuna's eyes light up as she talked about the things she loves, and he made sure to give her plenty of compliments and encouragement. After the cafe, they took a leisurely walk through a nearby park. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the lush greenery, and they found a quiet spot by a small pond. They sat on a bench, watching the ducks glide across the water. Mizuna leaned her head on Izuku's shoulder, letting out a content sigh. "This is nice. Peaceful." Izuku wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. "It is. I'm glad you're enjoying today." "I am," she said, her voice soft. "Sometimes, I forget to take a break and just enjoy moments like this. That's why I'm here," Izuku said gently. "To remind you to take it easy sometimes. You're always working so hard, Mizuna. You deserve to relax." Mizuna looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "You're always looking out for me, Izuku." "Thank you. Always," he replied, smiling down at her. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the park, they made their way back home. The day had been perfect, and Izuku could see the change in Mizuna's demeanor. She seemed lighter, more at ease. Back at the house, Mizuna paused at her bedroom door, turning to face Izuku. "Today was wonderful. I really needed this." "I'm glad," he said, giving her a warm smile. "Anytime you need to unwind, just let me know. I'll always be here for you." Mizuna stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him in a rare hug. "Thank you, Izuku. Good night." "Good night, Mizuna," he replied, hugging her back. Izuku Midoriya paced back and forth in front of the amusement park entrance, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. It wasn't his first date, but it was his first with Kami Atsushimi, the bubbly and unpredictable girl. She had suggested the amusement park, and Izuku had agreed, eager to spend the day with her in a fun and lively setting. Just as he checked his watch for the third time, a cheerful voice called out to him. "Hey Midoriya." Izuku turned to see Kami approaching, a wide smile on her face. She wore a cute sundress, her long light blonde hair flowing freely in the breeze. She looked effortlessly radiant, and Izuku felt his heart skip a beat. "Hi Kami," he greeted, returning her smile. "You look amazing." "Thanks, you too," she replied, giving him a playful wink. "Ready for some fun?" "Definitely," Izuku said, feeling his nerves melt away in the warmth of her enthusiasm. They entered the park, the sounds of laughter, music, and the distant screams of thrill seekers, creating an exciting atmosphere. Kami grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled him toward the nearest ride, a roller coaster that twisted and turned high above them. Normally he would be scared because of motion sickness, but Izuku learned to seal this magic temporarily and remove it when he needed it. "Let's start with something exhilarating," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, let's do it." The roller coaster was a whirlwind of adrenaline, and by the time they got off, both of them were breathless and laughing. Kami's carefree spirit was infectious, and Izuku found himself relaxing and enjoying the moment. They spent the day exploring the park, trying out various rides, and indulging in carnival games. Kami managed to win a large stuffed bear at one of the booths, proudly handing it to Izuku. "For you, hero boy," she said with a wink. Izuku blushed but accepted the gift with a grin. "Thanks Kami. I'll treasure it." As the sun began to set, they found themselves near the Ferris wheel. Kami's eyes lit up as she pointed to it. "Let's go on that next. It'll be a perfect way to end the day." They climbed into a carriage, and as it slowly ascended, they were treated to a breathtaking view of the park and the surrounding city bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Amy leaned against the window, her usual playful demeanor replaced by a rare moment of quiet reflection. "This is beautiful," she said softly. "It really is." Izuku agreed, his eyes on her more than the view outside. There was something about the way the light played on her features that made the moment feel almost magical. Kami turned to him, her expression unusually serious. "You know, Midoriya, I really had a great time today. I'm glad I'm spending it with you." Izuku felt his face heat up. "Thanks, Kami. I had a great time too. You make everything feel so alive." She laughed, a soft melodic sound. "That's sweet. But seriously, you've got something special, and I like being around that." Before Izuku could respond, the Ferris wheel stopped at the top, giving them a perfect view of the sunset. Kami moved closer to him, her shoulder brushing against his. "This is our moment," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle breeze. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest. "Yeah, it is." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sun dip below the horizon. As the sky turned shades of pink and purple, Kami reached out and took Izuku's hand, her fingers intertwining with his. "You know," she said, her voice soft. "I think this might be one of the best days I've had in a long time." Izuku squeezed her hand gently. "Me too, Kami. Me too." When the Ferris wheel finally descended, they walked out of the park hand in hand, the magic of the moment lingering in the air around them. Kami's usual playful demeanor returned as they made their way to the exit, but there was a new warmth in her eyes when she looked at Izuku. "Thanks for today, Midoriya," she said, giving him a quick hug. "Let's do this again sometime, yeah? Definitely." Izuku replied, his smile matching hers. "I'd love that." Izuku Midoriya stood at the edge of the park, shifting his weight nervously from one foot to the other. He was going on a date with Himiko Toga, a girl he had known for a while, but had only recently grown closer to. Unlike her counterpart in another world, this Himiko was kind-hearted and genuine, without a trace of the insanity that plagued her other self. But can be crazy and would kill anyone who hurt her beloved Izuku. He spotted her approaching, her blonde hair tied up in twin buns and a cheerful smile on her face. She wore a cute floral dress that fluttered in the gentle breeze, making her look even more radiant. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as she came closer. "Hey Izuku," she called out, waving energetically. "Hi Himiko," he replied, returning her smile. "You look amazing." "Thank you. You look pretty handsome yourself," she said with a playful wink. They walked into the park together, the sounds of children playing and birds singing creating a serene atmosphere. Izuku had planned a simple but heartfelt date, starting with a visit to a small botanical garden within the park. As they wandered through the garden, admiring the vibrant flowers and lush greenery, Himiko slipped her hand into his. Izuku felt a pleasant warmth spread through him at her touch. "I love this place," Himiko said, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's so peaceful and beautiful." "Yeah, it is," Izuku agreed, squeezing her hand gently. "I thought you'd like it." Himiko turned to him, her expression softening. "You always know how to make me happy, Izuku." They continued their stroll, stopping occasionally to take pictures of the flowers or simply enjoy each other's company. After exploring the garden, they found a cozy spot under a large oak tree and sat down on a picnic blanket Izuku had brought. He unpacked a basket filled with sandwiches, fruit, and homemade pastries. "You made all this?" Himiko asked, her eyes wide with admiration. "Yeah," Izuku said, a bit shyly. "I wanted to make something special for you." Himiko beamed at him, her smile lighting up her face. "You're amazing, Izuku." "Thank you." They ate their picnic lunch, chatting and laughing about everything from school to their favorite heroes. Izuku loved the way Himiko's eyes lit up when she talked about her dreams and passions. She had a vibrant energy that was contagious, making him feel more alive and hopeful. After lunch, they decided to rent a paddleboat and take a leisurely ride on the park's small lake. The reason why he is not having motion sickness is that he sealed his fire dragon magic temporarily. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden glow over the water. As they paddled, Himiko leaned back and closed her eyes, a content smile on her lips. "This is perfect," she said softly. "I wish every day could be like this." Izuku watched her, his heart swelling with affection. "Me too, Himiko." They floated in comfortable silence for a while, the gentle rocking of the boat and the sound of the water lapping against its sides, creating a soothing rhythm. Himiko opened her eyes and looked at Izuku, her gaze intense yet tender. "Izuku," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "I want you to know how much you mean to me. You've always been there for me, even when things were tough. I don't know what I'd do without you." Izuku reached out and took her hand, his thumb gently tracing circles on her skin. "You mean a lot to me too, Himiko. I'm so glad we found each other." They shared a quiet moment, the world around them fading into the background. It was just the two of them, connected by a bond that felt unbreakable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, they paddled back to the shore. They returned the boat and walked back through the park, the fading light casting long shadows on the path. "I had a wonderful time today, Izuku," Himiko said as they reached the park's entrance. "Thank you for everything. I'm glad you enjoyed it," Izuku replied. Himiko stepped closer and wrapped her arms around him in a warm hug then a kiss. "Let's do this again soon, okay?" "Definitely," Izuku said, hugging her back. "I'd love that." The next day, Izuku Midoriya found himself in a clothing store that catered specifically to fans of rock music. The place was filled with racks of leather jackets, studded belts, and band t-shirts. It was a stark contrast to his usual attire, and he felt a bit out of place. He glanced over at Jiro, who was already immersed in her element. She wore a sleeveless violet shirt, ripped jeans, and boots that added a touch of edge to her look. Her enthusiasm was mesmerizing, and Izuku couldn't help but find it adorable. Jiro, what are we doing here?" Izuku asked, a bit bewildered. Jiro flashed him a grin that was both mischievous and enthusiastic. "We're updating your look, Izuku. There's no better place than here." Before he could protest, she grabbed his arm and pulled him deeper into the store. Izuku found himself surrounded by an overwhelming selection of leather goods and rock-inspired apparel. He was completely out of his element. "Okay, take this and this. Oh, and this is really cool," Jiro exclaimed, rapidly piling clothes into Izuku's arms until he could barely see over the stack. She pushed him toward the dressing room, her excitement contagious. "Try these on, and we'll see what works," she said, practically shoving him into the dressing room. Izuku dropped the massive pile of clothes on the bench and picked an outfit at random. He tried on a pair of black jeans with frayed hems and a red t-shirt emblazoned with twin guitars. He added fingerless gloves to complete the look and stepped out of the dressing room. "How's this?" he asked, feeling a bit self-conscious. Jiro looked him over, her critical eye missing nothing. "Nah, I'm not feeling it." Next. Izuku shut the curtain and tried on another outfit. A leather jacket with studs on the shoulders, a black t-shirt, and blue jeans. He stepped out again, hoping for a better reaction. Jiro shook her head. Next. This process repeated a few more times until Izuku emerged wearing a white shirt under a leather jacket, ripped jeans, and boots with spikes on the toes. Jiro looked him over, her finger tapping her chin thoughtfully. She grabbed the shirt from a previous outfit and the gloves from another, combining them with his current look. "I think we have a winner," she said with a satisfied smile. She reached out to his messy hair, ruffling it playfully. "You should grow your hair out." Izuku blushed under her scrutiny. "Jiro, is there something wrong?" She shook her head, her eyes softening. "No, nothing's wrong. Come on, get dressed, and I'll pay for these. Then we can go to the next place." After changing back into his clothes, Izuku joined Jiro at the register. "Jiro, I could have paid for those," he insisted. "Nope, I wanted to buy them for you, so I did. Don't read so much into it." "Now, come on," she said, handing him the bag of clothes before leading him to another store in the mall. This store was more familiar territory for Izuku. A music store filled with instruments of all kinds. Izuku's eyes widened as he took in the selection, from saxophones to drums. "This reminds me of our stay at Island. You know, you still haven't taught me how to play," he said. "That's why I brought you here," Jiro replied. The instruments at Island were unique, but here, you can actually use them. She led him to a soundproof room at the back of the store. "Here we can test out the instruments, and you don't have to worry about anyone hearing how bad you may play." Izuku felt a wave of relief. "Okay, I'll give it a try. I've always wanted to learn to play an instrument." He sat down in a chair, and Jiro placed a guitar in his lap. "That's the spirit. It's not as hard as it looks, I promise." She positioned his hands on the guitar, her fingers guiding his. Her face was inches from his, and Izuku could feel her breath on his cheek. "Now, repeat after me," she said, her voice soft and encouraging. With Jiro's guidance, Izuku began to strum a few notes. Thanks to his quick learning abilities, he picked it up faster than he expected. "Amazing. You're a fast learner," Jiro said, smiling brightly. Izuku chuckled. "Maybe I'll write you a love song or something." Jiro's laughter stopped abruptly. She looked at him, her eyes wide and her face turning red. "Oh really? Yeah, why wouldn't I? You're my girlfriend, and you love music. I figured it'd be something nice I could do for you. Should I not?" Izuku asked, tilting his head in confusion. Jiro crossed her arms and looked away, trying to hide her embarrassment. Do what you want. I just wanted to share something with you." Izuku stood up and gently placed his hand on her head, ruffling her hair softly. "You know it's okay to ask me for stuff, Jiro. I'm yours, remember? I'd do anything for you." She vibrated against his chest, her voice a whisper. Please make a love song for me. One love song for my girlfriend coming up," Izuku said, smiling as he sat back down with the guitar. It only took a few minutes for him to compose a simple yet heartfelt tune. Jiro listened intently as Izuku played and sang the love song he had just created. Each word made her heart race, and she felt a deep warmth spreading through her chest. "Done. Hope you like it," Izuku said, looking at her with a hopeful smile. Jiro blushed as she stepped closer to Izuku. "I don't like it. I love it," she exclaimed before kissing him. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, pouring his own feelings into the kiss. When they finally pulled back, both were breathless. Jiro looked up at him through her lashes, her face still flushed. "Thank you, Izuku. That was perfect," she whispered. Izuku smiled, his heart full. "Anything for you, Jiro. Always." After the excitement of his date with Jiro, Izuku Midoriya found himself preparing for a different kind of outing, this time with Momo Yaoirozu. Momo, who had grown up in luxury, wanted to experience something simple and ordinary. Izuku was determined to give her just that. He decided on a plan that involved a picnic at a local park, followed by a walk through a nearby market. It was a humble idea, but Izuku hoped it would give Momo a taste of everyday life. When he arrived at Momo's house to pick her up, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The grandeur of her family estate was intimidating, but Momo greeted him warmly, dressed in a casual yet elegant outfit of a white blouse and a flowing skirt. She looked radiant, her excitement palpable. "Hi, Izuku. I'm so looking forward to today," Momo said, her smile bright and genuine. "Hi, Momo. I'm really glad you're excited. I've got everything planned out. Ready to go?" Izuku replied, returning her smile. "Absolutely," she exclaimed, taking his offered hand. They made their way to the park, the weather perfect for a picnic. Izuku had prepared a simple yet delicious lunch. Sandwiches, fruit, and some homemade pastries. They found a quiet spot under a large tree and spread out the picnic blanket. "This is wonderful, Izuku," Momo said as she looked around. "It's so peaceful here. I thought you'd like it," Izuku said, feeling a bit more at ease. Sometimes the simplest things can be the most enjoyable. They sat down and began to eat, chatting about their classes, their friends, and their dreams. Momo's eyes sparkled with interest as she listened to Izuku talk about his training and aspirations as a hero. In turn, Izuku found himself fascinated by Momo's insights and her own goals. "This food is delicious," Momo remarked, taking a bite of a pastry. "Did you make these yourself?" "Yeah, I did," Izuku said, blushing slightly. "I wanted to make something special for today." "You're very talented, Izuku," Momo said warmly. "Thank you for putting so much effort into this." After finishing their meal, they packed up and took a leisurely stroll through the park. They watched children playing, couples walking hand in hand, and people enjoying the simple pleasures of a sunny day. Momo seemed to take everything in with a sense of wonder. "This is exactly what I wanted, Izuku," she said softly. "Thank you, Izuku-kun. I'm glad you're enjoying it," Izuku replied. Their next stop was a bustling market nearby. The narrow streets were lined with stalls selling everything from fresh produce to handmade crafts. The air was filled with the enticing aromas of street food and the lively sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Momo's eyes widened in delight as they wandered through the market. She stopped at various stalls, admiring the colorful displays and chatting with the vendors. Izuku watched her with a smile, enjoying her enthusiasm. "Look at these," Momo said, pointing to a stall filled with handcrafted jewelry. "They're beautiful. Do you want to get something?" Izuku asked. Momo hesitated, then shook her head. "No, I'm just happy to look. It's nice to see how much care and skill goes into making these." They continued exploring the market, trying samples of different foods and enjoying the vibrant atmosphere. Izuku felt a sense of contentment, seeing Momo so happy and relaxed. As the afternoon turned to evening, they decided to head back. On their way, they passed a small ice cream stand, and Izuku couldn't resist the idea of a sweet treat to end the day. "How about some ice cream?" he suggested. "That sounds perfect," Momo agreed, her eyes lighting up. They each got a cone and sat on a bench to enjoy their treat. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the park, adding a touch of magic to the moment. "This has been a perfect day, Izuku," Momo said, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for showing me something so special." "I'm really glad you enjoyed it, Momo," Izuku said, feeling a warm sense of accomplishment. "Sometimes it's the simple things that mean the most." Momo leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, causing him to blush furiously. "You've given me a memory I'll always cherish," she whispered. Izuku smiled, his heart swelling with affection. "I'll always be here to share these moments with you, Momo." The city lights twinkled as Izuku Midoriya, dressed in a casual green hoodie and jeans, waited nervously outside the cinema. He glanced at his watch, a small smile creeping onto his face. It was almost time. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear but from excitement. He was going on a date with Toru, the dragon maid who had captured his heart. A sudden gust of wind made him look up, and there she was. Toru, with her usual bright smile and golden eyes shimmering with excitement, approached him. She wore a simple but elegant dress that complemented her human form beautifully. "Hi Izuku," she greeted, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "Hi Toru," he replied, feeling a bit bashful. "Are you ready for our date?" "Absolutely." She beamed, clutching his hand. "Let's go watch that movie you mentioned." The cinema was bustling with people, but they quickly found their seats. The movie was a light-hearted romantic comedy, filled with laughter and touching moments. Toru's laughter was infectious, and Izuku found himself enjoying the film even more because of her. As the credits rolled, Toru turned to Izuku, her eyes sparkling. "That was so much fun. Thank you for bringing me here." Izuku smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I'm glad you liked it. Ready for dinner?" Toru's eyes widened with excitement. "Yes. I heard all-you-can-eat buffets are amazing." They made their way to a nearby restaurant, renowned for its variety and abundance of food. As they entered, Toru's eyes lit up at the sight of the endless array of dishes. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. They piled their plates high with different kinds of food. Sushi, pasta, grilled meats, salads, and desserts. Toru, with her dragon appetite, was in heaven, savoring every bite. Izuku enjoyed watching her as much as he enjoyed the food, her happiness infectious. "Everything here is delicious," Toru exclaimed between bites. Izuku nodded, his own plate nearly empty. "I'm glad you're having a good time, Toru." After what seemed like hours of indulging in the buffet, they finally decided they were full. They left the restaurant, the night air cool and refreshing. "Now, for the last part of our date," Izuku said, taking Toru's hand. "I have a special place I want to show you." Toru's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she followed him to a secluded park on the outskirts of the city. Once they were sure no one was around, Izuku turned to her, his expression serious but gentle. "Ready to fly?" he asked. Toru grinned, and in an instant, they transformed into their dragon forms. Izuku's majestic scorched dragon form and Toru's grandiose green dragon form took to the skies, their powerful wings cutting through the night air. They soared higher and higher, the city becoming a mere cluster of lights below them. The night sky was clear, the stars twinkling brightly. They flew together, performing loops and gliding side by side, their hearts beating in sync. Eventually, they found a serene mountain peak covered in soft grass and landed gracefully. In their human forms once more, they lay side by side on the grass, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starlit sky. "This is beautiful," Toru whispered, her voice filled with awe. "It is," Izuku agreed, turning to look at her. "But not as beautiful as you." Toru blushed, her eyes meeting his. "Izuku. He reached out, taking her hand in his. "Toru," she squeezed his hand gently. "Izuku. I love you, Toru," he said, his voice steady and sincere. Tears welled up in her eyes, a joyful smile spreading across her face. "I love you too, Izuku." They leaned in closer, their faces inches apart, the world around them fading away. And then, under the blanket of stars, they shared a tender, heartfelt kiss. The night was theirs, and as they lay together, holding hands and gazing at the infinite sky, they knew this was just the beginning of a beautiful journey together. Chapter. Discovering Japan. The sun rose gently over Musatafu, casting a warm golden glow across the city. Izuku Midoriya stood outside the dormitory building, adjusting the straps of his backpack and checking his itinerary one last time. Today was a special day. He was going to show Melissa Shield, his dear friend from my island, the wonders of Japanese culture. Melissa soon appeared, her blonde hair catching the morning light, her blue eyes twinkling with excitement. She wore a casual but stylish outfit. The white blouse paired with a flowy skirt, perfect for a day of exploration. "Good morning, Izuku," she greeted cheerfully. "Good morning, Melissa," Izuku replied, his heart skipping a beat. "Are you ready for our adventure?" "Absolutely. I can't wait to see everything," she said, her enthusiasm palpable. They started their journey in the bustling district, famous for its rich history and traditional atmosphere. The scent of street food filled the air as they walked through street, a lively market leading to the Grand Temple. "Wow, this place is incredible," Melissa marveled, looking at the vibrant stalls selling everything from handcrafted souvenirs to delicious snacks. Izuku grinned. "I thought you'd like it. Let's get some taiyaki." They approached a stall, and Izuku ordered 2 taiyaki fish-shaped pastries filled with sweet red bean paste. Melissa took a bite, her eyes lighting up. "This is delicious," she exclaimed. "I'm glad you like it," Izuku said, enjoying his own taiyaki. "Now, let's visit the temple." They made their way to the entrance of the temple, a grand torii gate standing proudly before them. Melissa was in awe of the towering red lantern and the statues guarding the gate. "It's so beautiful," she whispered. Inside the temple grounds, they participated in traditional customs. washing their hands at the purification fountain, offering a prayer, and drawing Amikuji fortunes. Melissa's fortune predicted good luck and she smiled, tying it to the designated rack. Next, they headed to a nearby kimono rental shop. Izuku had arranged for them to wear traditional Japanese attire for their next destination. Melissa emerged in a stunning blue kimono adorned with cherry blossoms, while Izuku wore a dark green yukata. "You look amazing, Melissa," Izuku said, his cheeks tinged with pink. "Thank you, Izuku," she replied, equally flustered. "You look great too." Their next stop was a traditional tea ceremony. In a serene tea house, they were guided through the delicate process of making and drinking matcha tea. Melissa watched intently as the tea master demonstrated each step with precision and grace. "This is such a beautiful art form," she said, taking a sip of the frothy green tea. "It's so calming." Izuku nodded. "It's one of my favorite parts of our culture." After the tea ceremony, they strolled through a picturesque Japanese garden, the tranquility of the koi ponds and meticulously pruned trees, providing a peaceful respite. As the day turned to evening, they made their way to an izakaya, a traditional Japanese pub. The cozy atmosphere and tantalizing aromas welcomed them. They ordered a variety of dishes. Yakitori, tempura, sashimi, and more. "This food is amazing," Melissa said, savoring each bite. "Thank you for bringing me here, Izuku. I'm glad you're enjoying it," Izuku replied, feeling a deep sense of contentment. After dinner, they walked to a nearby festival. Lanterns lit up the night, and the sound of laughter and music filled the air. They played games, won prizes, and even watched a stunning fireworks display together. As the final fireworks lit up the sky, Melissa turned to Izuku, her eyes reflecting the vibrant colors above. "Today has been perfect. Thank you for showing me all of this." Izuku smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. "I'm really glad you had a good time, Melissa." She took his hand, squeezing it gently. "I feel like I've learned so much about your culture today. It's something I'll always cherish." They walked hand in hand back to the dormitory, the night air cool and refreshing. Under the same starlit sky, they paused, looking at each other with a newfound closeness. They leaned in, their foreheads touching, the world around them fading away. Under the stars, they shared a gentle, heartfelt kiss, sealing the promise of a beautiful journey together. Izuku is currently carrying boxes of pizza wearing a simple black hoodie and ripped jeans, heading his way to a particular dojo. He went inside only to notice something behind him and swiftly executed a roundhouse kick only for it to evade his eyes and catch orange cloth. He smirked, easily evading the onslaught of his opponents only using his skills. Izuku did this while holding the box of pizza with one hand while his other redirected their attack. Suddenly he threw the pizza boxes in the air, distracting his opponent before lowering himself and tripping the person. As Izuku smugly caught the pizza boxes without a problem. "Gah. The heck did you do that for?" Izuku looks down at his defeated opponent, who appears to be a young man slightly older than himself with blonde hair wearing an orange bandana. The most striking is his turtle shell at his back and a few scales at his cheek. "Mikey, we all know that if I gave you these boxes of pizza, then you would undoubtedly finish all of them." The young man, nicknamed Mikey, otherwise known as Michelangelo, was one of his master Splinter's adopted sons and a person who had a mutant quirk of a turtle. Mealy immediately got back up feeling defeated, wanting to have pizza boxes all for himself. Ever since the scent of cheese sniffed by his nose quickly took the opportunity. Izuku shook his head at his fellow disciple, seeing his lack of discipline when it comes to mundane desires. "Sheesh, no, knew not to grumble. That's why I bought 10 boxes with 2 for each of you. Anyway, where are Donnie and Leo?" "Oh right. Follow me. They would be excited to visit." Can I take my share now?" "Later." Mikey made a crying puppy but was ignored by Izuku before heading their way where the rest of the ninjas were training. They soon arrive at an open area where a single person appears to be a humanoid rat with his hands at the back of his head while being surrounded by 3 young men. "Take this." "Ha." The person rushing to attack appeared similar to Mikey but had a more muscular build and had combed back spiky hair along with a red bandana. He wielded a dual sai and went for a kill without thinking, easily tripped by the old man kicking him in the stomach, sending him a few feet from his spot. The old man seemed to be distracted when yet another young man with slightly longer hair tied in a ponytail wearing a blue wielding a dual katana swung his blades in hopes of getting the old man off guard only to miss when his opponent easily ducked down, then felt a straight kick at his stomach. This causes him to be distracted by the pain and swiftly receive a kick from his side, sending him flying. Afterward, the old man stood up looking at the 2 defeated young men, then turned only for the staff to his face, but he was able to dodge moving past his attacker, who had appeared more skinny wearing glasses and a purple bandana. He retaliates by striking a specific spot knocking him down. The old man sighed in disappointment at the 3 on the ground. "None of you have improved. Raphael never attacks without any plan for your next move. It leaves you predictable." The old man pointed at the tough-looking young man grunting, hearing the criticism before nodding. Leonardo, you did amazing by taking advantage of my blind spot, but you used both of your blades rather than only one, and used the other in case your opponent evaded the first one. His index finger pointed to the righteous-looking young man with a blue bandana, who firmly nodded at the old man's words. Donatello, you are quite lacking in speed and power. Though I do not mind your work in machinery, however, you have neglected your training. Lastly pointed at the nerdy young man with a purple bandana, who only nodded while wincing at the pain. And Michelangelo, I am glad you can finally join us today. Do not think I have not noticed your arrival with young Izuku. My nose could easily pick up the sense of pizza. The old man turned his attention to the white-haired young man that made him slightly confused at the sudden change, but then glared at Money, who tried to take the pizza from Izuku and escaped. However, Izuku evaded before kicking him towards the old man, who landed exactly under his feet. Mikey felt dizzy, then saw his father looming over. Sensei. Hold on, young Izuku. I'll just be disciplining Mikey here for the time being. Crap. Oh come on. At least give me one piece. Mikey pleaded after being tied in places by the Master Splinter, as his brother was eating at the pizza that Izuku had brought them. That's your punishment for neglecting training. I have already told you to not slack off when it is time to train. I've provided time for you to relax and yet ignore my simple instructions. Sensei. Please, I prom. Enough. I am the one who decided to let you go or not. His shout silenced the immature young man, giving a nod as he sat in front of his disciple, while other sons were busily eating their meal. Now, welcome back, young Izuku. I hope you are doing well and thankfully haven't neglected your training. Yes, Sensei. I've kept diligently training, and forgive me for being unable to visit, as they are things that have happened recently. I can see it clearly. Tell me, when did your hair change? Well, it's a long story. Izuku started to tell his story from the beginning to the end, surprising his master that he had encountered a profound change. Of course, he hid everything about All Might, but his master knew they were missing pieces, but respected his privacy. Whoa. You really managed to get into Island and spend 2 months there? Donatello said. Nerd talking. Really, in front of my pizza? Raphael said. You became stronger. Congratulations, but I'm glad you hadn't changed a bit when I last saw you. Leonardo said. Leo went closer to ruffle his green hair and felt relieved to see his friend that was closer to being his brother had not neglected his training and kept humble. It is heartwarming that you haven't forgotten my teaching. Of course, Sensei. It is all because of you that I have kept moving forward. You had said that it is not about power, rather the heart and mind that makes true power. Splinter smiled, hearing his student haven't forgotten the teaching he had taught him. He never doubted him the least, as Izuku was pure and heroic when he came at his dojo doorstep. That is great to hear. You might learn a thing or two, Mikey. Anyway, how is young Itsuka doing? She is doing fine, and to tell you the truth, Itsuka became my girlfriend. Along with a few additions. I am interested to hear about this. From the looks of it, you are likely having multiple after you. Splinter stroked his facial hair. Wait, how do you know? Hahaha, live long enough like me, then you'll learn a thing or two. Izuku smiled, spending the whole time at his master dojo while telling them everything about his relationship with his girlfriends and receiving a few teases from Mikey, but he received his karma immediately. The results still hadn't come, and Izuku decided to spend some time with his adopted daughter, where he took Anya and Kana to get some treats. Are you two ready for some delicious treats? Izuku asked, a wide smile spreading across his face as he glanced back at Anya and Kana. Anya nodded eagerly. Yes, Papa. I want strawberries with sprinkles, please. Kana bounced in her seat. I also want to try it. Izuku chuckled softly. Alright, we'll get both of those and a few more surprises. The quaint little ice cream shop was nestled in a corner of the city, its windows adorned with colorful drawings of ice cream cones and smiling faces. As they entered, a cheerful chime announced their arrival, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth, seeing the excitement in Anya and Kana's eyes. The shop owner, an elderly woman with kind eyes, greeted them warmly. Ah, Izuku. Good to see you. And these must be your lovely daughters that Inko mentioned. Izuku nodded. Yes, this is Anya and Kana. They bowed and introduced themselves. My aren't they well mannered? Still, aren't you only 15? Are you sure you can handle the responsibility? The old woman said. Hahaha, well, I don't know unless I try. Still, I'm not the only one taking care of them. My mom helped out. Izuku smiled. The woman beamed at them. Well, you three must be here for some ice cream, yes. What can I get for you today? Anya excitedly stepped forward. I want a scoop of strawberry with sprinkles, please. Kana followed suit, practically leaning over the counter with excitement. I want the same, but add some marshmallows too. Izuku chuckled again, placing his order for a scoop of matcha green tea ice cream. As they waited for their treats, Izuku asked the girls how everything was going and if anything else they liked. When their ice creams arrived, Anya and Kanna's eyes lit up even more. They each received their towering cones adorned with colorful toppings, and Izuku watched with a fond smile as they dug in, their faces becoming smeared with melted ice cream and happiness. After finishing their ice creams, they wandered through the small park nearby, enjoying the warm afternoon sun. Izuku taught Anya and Kanna how to skip stones across the pond, and they laughed together as their attempts often ended up with stones plopping into the water with a satisfying splash. As the afternoon drew to a close, Izuku felt a deep sense of contentment settling over him. They took the train, Anya and Kanna chatted excitedly beside him, already planning their next adventure. Izuku glanced at them, his heart swelling with love for his two precious daughters. Izuku was doing push-ups in his room. After having enough wealth, the Midoriya duo have left their apartment and bought their own house. It was a large plot of land, a 3-story mansion with 7 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, a first-floor master suite, a pool, garage, a kitchen, a mini bar, and an underground floor for the mini gym. Their mansion is located in a rather affluent area in Musatafu City. In fact, Momo's villa was rather close to his home. Since Momo's home was rather far from Musatafu where Yue is located, she was given a villa by her parents, and she lived there together with Melissa and several maids, butlers, gardeners, and drivers. Walking from his house to Momo's will take about 20 minutes. Less than that if you jog, ride a bike, or a car. Izuku's room was rather big, enough to fit a queen bed, a large closet, 6 high-tech PC monitors, a 55-inch TV, and still have room for more. He also has a shelf for his trophies and medals from his time of winning tournaments. He also has a lot of hero merchandise, most are rare and limited edition. Knock. Knock. Izu. You there? Come in mom, the door's open. Izuku said, not even pausing while doing his push-ups. The door opens, and a beautiful middle-aged woman with green hair and green eyes walks in. Izuku sometimes wondered how come her mother looked like she hadn't aged a bit. Inko stared at her son who was more focused on his push-ups than her and couldn't help but shake her head and smiled, waving the envelope on her hand. Looks like you don't have time for this letter from Yue. Where? Izuku flashed in front of Inko, who just smiled at her son, not even the least startled as it already happened a lot of times. She handed the letter to her son. It says there that it's for your eyes only. I'll be in the kitchen, tell me the results later. I've already given one to Mizuna. Giving him a kiss on the forehead, she then went out of his room and proceeded to her kitchen. Izuku closed the door of his room and placed the letter onto his desk and sat down, staring nervously at the letter. He knew that he had enough points to pass, but still he couldn't help but be nervous. What if his points were deducted? What if there is a secret test which he failed? However, after a few moments of silence, he grabbed both sides of the letter and tore it apart with one pull. Out of the letter, a small circular device came out and landed onto his desk with a small clink. The device then activated and projected a holographic video of All Might wearing a yellow and black striped suit. I am here, as a projection. All Might said with a close-up of his face. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he looked from the ripped envelope to All Might. I was expecting the principal, but I shouldn't be surprised considering he had already told us about his plan on teaching at UA. Izuku knew that he should feel excited, but for some reason, he wasn't impressed. All Might is a great trainer, but he sucks at being a teacher. How did he get a teacher license anyway? Or did the principal just let him get the job? He felt pity for his classmate expecting excellent teaching when he actually received a stupidly vague answer. Though, Izuku also has to admit that All Might has improved his teaching skills after months of teaching him, Kitsuki, Itsuka, Momo, Jiro and Melissa. Izuku decided to give him the benefit of doubt. All Might pointed a finger to the screen. Izuku Midoriya, your performance on the exam was spectacular. You showed great strength and skills eliminating all of those robots. But what the judges were impressed about the most was your heroic heart. Izuku smirked, having guessed correctly that there is more than meets the eye. So I was right, there is another way to gain points through helping others. You see Midoriya, the exam wasn't solely graded on villain points. There was a whole other category. He crossed his arms into a dramatic pose. Rescue points. I totally got it. He smirked. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. The whole job of a hero requires risking one's own life to save others after all. It was graded by a number of judges here at the school. The screen then changed to show Izuku's name with his scores. Villain points, with a total of 155 points. And hero points, with a total of 95 points. Coming to a total of 250 points. Holy moly. You're perhaps to be the highest points anyone has ever gotten since the founding of UA. Izuku clenched his fist with a grin, he can feel excitement bubbling inside him. He felt like he could run a few times around Musatafu, and he will still have energy to spare. You pass with flying colors. All Might then turned back to Izuku and offered his hand towards the screen. "Come, young mid-warrior. This is your Hero Academia." "Yeah." He roared at the top of his lungs as he stood up at the same time Mizuna screamed in delight. In the kitchen with Inko. The single mom was preparing their meal when she suddenly heard her son screaming. She smiled and looked up with a proud expression. "I guess they passed then. I better cook their favorite to celebrate." Back to Izuku. The Dragon Slayer sat back down after screaming, and when he was about to contact his friends, the scene changed and showed the top 10 students in the exams. First. Izuku Midoriya. 155 villain points, 95 rescue points equals 250 total points. Second Katsumi Bakugo. 120 villain points, 60 rescue points equals 180 total points. Third. Ichako Uraraka. 50 villain points, 45 rescue points equals 95 total points. Fourth. Ijiro Kirishima. 53 villain points, 30 rescue points equals 83 total points. Fifth. Tenya Iida. 60 villain points, 20 rescue points equals 80 total points. Sixth. Itsuka Kendo. 46 villain points, 32 rescue points equals 78 total points. Seventh. Maki Zenin. 25 villain points, 40 rescue points equals 65 total points. Eighth. Tetsu. 49 villain points, 10 rescue points equals 59 total points. Ninth. Yumikage Tokoyami. 47 villain points, 10 rescue points equals 57 total points. 10th. Yusetsu Uwais. 50 villain points, 6 rescue points equals 56 total points. Ha. Izuku laughed seeing that he was in first place. He already expected that it would be the result, but personally witnessing his achievement made him more excited. "Take that, Kaken. I got first place." He quickly took out his phone. Let's see what her reaction is. Middle school ended and springtime came in the blink of an eye for Izuku. The hero in training was currently tying his high-cut red rubber shoes on. He let his blazer open as Izuku found it extremely irritating. Today was the first day of the UA class, and Izuku was put in class 1A. The green-haired teen also already knew that Katsumi, Momo, Kami, Himiko, Toru, and Ichako are in the same class as him. "Okay, you got everything you need for school?" Toru asks as Izuku puts on his shoes and wearing his new school uniform. "Yeah, I'm ready for school and please try not to accidentally burn our home down." Izuku hoped. "Come on, have a little faith in me, Izuku. I'll make sure nothing happens to our home." Toru promised. "Just make sure you two listen to the teachers and try to make some friends too," Inko advised. "I can but I doubt Izuku-kun," Mizuna said. "Hey, what does that supposed to mean?" Izuku said while Mizuna giggled. "Anyway, I will keep that in mind, Mom." Izuku nodded as he's about to leave, but felt something grabbing his leg. He looks down to see Kana wrapping her arms around his leg. "Do you really have to go?" Kana asked, sad as she doesn't want Izuku to go. "Can you stay, Papa?" Anya asked. "I have to go, Kana, Anya, it's the school I've always wanted to go to in order to become a hero. But I'll be back in the afternoon, plus you'll have Toru and my mom to keep you company," Izuku stated. "Come on, sweetie, why don't we go watch some cartoons together?" Inko suggested. "Okay." Kana decided to let Izuku go and he pat her head. "And Izuku." The teen looked back to see his mother looking at him with a proud smile. Inko enveloped her son on a tearful hug. "I'm so proud of you, my boy, you've come a long way since you were a child. I witnessed how much you worked hard and struggled just to achieve your dreams, now it's finally within your grasp." She broke the hug and stared at her son straight in the eyes. Inko knew how much her son worked in order to achieve where he is today. With this reason, Inko couldn't be more proud looking at her son with pride and somehow despite his setbacks push forward. "Now go and show the world that you are here." Izuku grinned and gave a two-finger salute. "Roger that, Mom." "You don't know what hit him." Inko giggled and took a step back. "I promise we'll play together once I come back. See ya." Izuku said and kissed his mother and daughters on the forehead, while a peck on the lips to Toru afterward said his goodbye before walking out of their home. "Well, I'm gonna do some cleaning on the floor, then take out the trash," Toru said as she left to do the chores. "Let's go have fun with the TV, Kana, Anya." Inko smiled. "Coming." Kana and Anya said at the same time as they followed Inko to the living to watch some cartoons. Back to Izuku and Mizuna, they walked to the side of the street and waited there for a few minutes before a black stretch limo stopped in front of them. A window opened as Momo's head peeked out, smiling at them. "Good morning, Mizu, hop on in. Mel and Jiro are already here." Izuku smiled and greeted her back before opening the door and went inside, sitting beside Momo, with Melissa on the other side. "Thanks for giving me a ride." "No problem." Momo nodded her head before motioning to her driver. "Alfred-san, please." The driver nodded and drove the car towards their destination. They went to pick up Itsuka, Kami and Himiko from their houses before heading their way to UA. Izuku was looking at his girlfriends with Momo on his right and Jiro on the left, while Melissa sat on his lap and Itsuka sat in front of him beside Himiko and Mizuna. Kitsumi was already at UA because she wanted to be the first before Izuku. She won that round. They're quite the looker in that uniform, MR number 1. Careful, girls might fall over heels. Melissa said. The Dragon Slayer has the same opinion with their uniform that perfectly captures their individual beauty. They have become closer between the time before springtime, which is why they feel less ashamed at their flirting. In addition, he was lectured by his mother on how to flirt with women and see signals if that girl is simply admiring him or there's more to it. I can say the same thing to all of you. Everyone looks extra ravishing. He whispered into her ear before giving her a kiss, feeling the passion of their lips. Few seconds of makeup, Izuku lips departed with Melissa, who had a moist gaze. Hey, don't just ignore us. Jiro pulled his blazer, giving a slight pout before receiving her own makeout session. He got a lot better at it as the day went on. Hey, save some girl. Kami said, pulling Izuku for a kiss, followed by Mizuna. Sweet. She commented. Haha, now my turn. Himiko giggled while taking Izuku's lips. Pardon me. Momo said, taking Izuku's lips. Excuse me. Itsuka learned to kiss Izuku as well. I feel like a man dying of thirst watching another man drown. Dagoro commented on receiving a lot of smack from Nana. After making out with each of them, they chatted along the way. Aizu, what do you think about those two girls that you've met at the entrance exam? Itsuka asked. Achako and Toru. I'm actually excited to see them again after the exam. What are you going to do? Hot stuff if they fall for you. Kami commented. Oh come on, I doubt that. But we will see, and it's up to you if they join our strange relationship. Izuku denied the accusations while everyone stared at him. Then we will be the judge if they join the Izuku harem squad or not. Melissa. She proceeded to raise her fist in the sky with strong conviction that made Izuku chuckle at her action. Alright, Judge Mel. Oh, it seems we're almost here. After hopping off the limo, Izuku and his girlfriends didn't waste any time making it to UA, pure excitement running through their body. Izuku was grinning from ear to ear. This is my first step to become a hero. This is the result of 11 years of hard work. After a while, Melissa separated from them as she went to the third-year section in the hero course, while Izuku, Mizuna, Himiko, Kami, Jiro and Momo were searching for their own class. As for Itsuka, she's going in class B. Too bad we're not in the same class. Itsuka said. We can still see each other at lunch break. Izuku said, and she nodded. After 5 minutes of searching passed by when they finally found the one classroom door. It was big, almost twice as tall as Izuku's height and nearly 3 times as long as his shoulders. Must be for people with mutation-type quirks that made them huge. Izuku said as he stared at the door, feeling a whole lot of excitement. I'll be learning alongside the chosen few who passed the exam. And some of them might be a good candidate to be on my team. Nearly 1,000 people applied for the UA entrance exam, and only about 40 people were taken into the hero course. The rest who still wished to enter UA were put in the general education course. They could still work alongside heroes as a sidekick or work on hero agency as assistants. But becoming a pro is almost impossible. Taking a deep breath, the Dragon Slayer glanced at his girlfriends who smiled, wrapping their arms around his. Are you ready, Izuku-kun? Mizuna asked. Nope. But you girls being with me does help. He wouldn't lie that is not nervous. Yes, we will be beside you all the way. Momo said. Us beside you, Izuku-sama, there's nothing we can't do. Himiko said. Tots. You're the man who makes the impossible possible. Kami said. Come on, let's head inside before we're late on the first day. Jiro said. Upon opening the large door, they were greeted by a fairly wide room with 20 seats altogether. Take your feet off that desk, immediately. A blue-haired teen demanded as he chopped the air, scolding a familiar ash-blonde teen. It's an insult not only to the people that made it, but also to our seniors who studied here before us. You're kidding me, right? Kitsumi sneered back at the other teen. Did your old school put a stick up your ass, or were you born with it? She said. Aren't you ashamed of your body to be fully display? The blue-haired said. I have a short under my shirt. Unless you pervert trying to look at it. Kitsumi said, making him feel embarrassed. That's not what I'm trying to do. It is distracting and. Can you two shut up? A voice was heard from a young woman with a tall athletic build. She has small golden eyes and long dark green hair. It was tied into a short ponytail. She had fringes of hair over her forehead with smaller strands framing her cheeks, wearing a glasses. It's him, the record holder. The one of the students spoke as he noticed Izuku standing in the doorway. Humph. Kitsumi snorted at Izuku from across the classroom. This made the Dragon Slayer smug, while the explosion boy gave him the middle finger. All of the other students in the classroom, the majority based on the fact that only a few seats were empty, looked towards him at the same time. Gee, good morning everyone, it's to meet you. Izuku greeted the class as a whole. He wasn't used to having so much attention on him all at once. Though, his participation in martial art tournament made him quite well known. Good morning, my name is Iida Tenya, from Same Private Academy. Iida introduced himself to Izuku. I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you. Izuku returned the greeting though he found the dark blue-haired teen way too formal. I was very impressed by your record-breaking achievement at the entrance exams, Midoriya. Iida stated and Izuku felt his self-esteem was a boy giving a grateful smile. Oh, thank you, that means a lot. Izuku replied. Though, he didn't let it get to his head only to tease his rival and never consider himself better than other people. If he did then his master would beat him to a pulp. He heard some comments from his new classmates when they heard Iida's mentioning of his record breaking. So he's the guy that scored even more than All Might. A red-haired boy said to a blonde guy with a black lightning bolt-like streak in his hair. No way, are you for real? The blonde replied. Looking between Izuku and the retweet. I heard the old record was like 140 or something. A pink-haired girl mentioned as she looked over at Izuku. I saw the list for the entrance exam, he got 250 on it. Kiro. A verdette girl with long hair and large eyes commented. That's unbelievable. Wait, I recognize you. You're one of the title holders from the Shenlong martial art tournament. A young man with short hair and noticeable tail protruding from his back. Shenlong tournament, what is that? A dark-haired young man with a tape roll around his elbow asked curiously. It's a tournament held every year competing with a special title that would show how skilled that person is in martial art. I've once participated but it was too much for me. I can't believe that you got to UA too, Jade Emperor. I'm Mashiro Ejiro, a huge fan by the way. Jade Emperor was the title given to him when he was joining the martial art tournaments. It's nice to meet you, Ejiro-san. Firstly, please don't tell me that they could give me another title and that one they gave me. Is that so? Well, if you have time can we spar a bit? Sure, what style do you know? Karate and a bit of my personal style using my tail. Fascinating, I might be able to teach you a more appropriate style in line with your quirk. Really? Then it makes me excited. Izuku nodded before taking their seat with Jiro at the back, Momo at his right, and Mizuna at his left while Katsumi at his front. They waited for their teacher to arrive, and Izuku listened to Jiro's recommended song. Before long he spotted someone entering the room. Oh hey, Izuku, how are you? Midori, it's been a while. Two familiar female voices spoke up from the door. Izuku was greeted with the sight of Uraraka Achako and Toru Hagakure in the UA student uniform. She looks really cute in the uniform while Toru I find odd. Don't tell me she's stuck at being invisible since she awakened her quirk. He felt saddened that she would have felt lonely and unable for people to see her face, even her parents. It is disturbing to imagine what she is going through. Maybe I'll ask to scan her and see what I can do. Izuku thought to himself before he spoke while his girlfriends were intently looking at the two bubbly girls, which caused a shiver down their spine. Good morning, Achako, Toru, it's nice to see you again. I would like you to meet Mizuna, Himiko, Kami, Yamomo, Jiro, and that girl over there is Katsumi, they are my girlfriends. A moment of silence was heard when Izuku spoke. They were trying to process what he had just said. What? Did he just say girlfriends? That guy has a harem. Is that true? The pink-haired girl rapidly asked Momo who sat beside her, receiving a lovely smile. Yes, we have a polygamous relationship with one another and do not mind it. Wow, so manly. How the hell does that guy get so many sexy hot babes? The red-haired exclaimed while the blonde cried in envy. Achako and Toru were baffled at the revelation and felt anxious. Achako had a crush on Izuku ever since the entrance exam, while Toru from the time he saved her from that slime villain. But to learn that she already had multiple girlfriends made them both relieved and disappointed that their chances were still there but needed to share with them. Hi, it's nice to meet you, my name is Achako Uraraka. I'm Toru Hagakure. Just call me Toru, hope we get along. Both introduced themselves giving a good impression, while Izuku's girlfriends were judging both of them if they were to join their club. Likewise, my name is Mizuna Midoriya and before you get any idea, I'm adopted. They almost thought it was incest. Hi, I'm Himiko Toga, hope we can be friends. Sup, my name is Kami Utsushima, I'm totally excited working with you guys. Momo Yaoi Rozu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Uraraka-san, Toru-san. Kayaka Jiro, it's nice to meet you too. They took their seats beside Jiro after a while chatting to get to know each other as Izuku smiled waiting for their teacher to arrive. Izuku noticed a cold glare directed at him and turned his head to face the other girl in the room. Hello. The girl just narrowed her eyes at him but didn't say anything. She eventually closed her eyes and leaned back on her seat. Ah, she's Shoko Todoroki," said Iida while readjusting his glasses. "Don't mind her, she's always been like that." "Todoroki?" Izuku thought before looking at Iida. "You two know each other?" Iida nodded. "Indeed, our family is in the same social circle. I saw her at some parties and she's always been alone." "Ah, I apologize, I shouldn't be talking about that." The girl, Shoko, seemed to not mind as she just remained seated with her eyes closed. "I see." Izuku furrowed his brow. "Where have I heard that name before?" Izuku decided to ignore it, glance over to the other Greenitsuch himself. "Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's yours?" Izuku greeted her but simply heard a click. "If you're trying to make me join your girl club, good luck." She glaring at him, and Izuku rubbed the back of his head as the woman suddenly shuddered when his girlfriend glaring at her. "What the hell? Why am I shuddering? Are you telling me they're ready to kill me just because of this guy? What's even special about him?" She thought looking at Izuku seemed embarrassed. "Ah, sorry if that made you uncomfortable." He apologized and this somehow made her frown and felt a bit guilty, causing her to sigh. "No, it's my fault. I'm just a bit tense today. My name is Maki Zenin," she said, and Izuku heard this made him give a bright smile. "Then I'll be in your care, Zenin-san." His expression made Maki blush, confused why she suddenly felt this way. His innocent and warm smile was too much. Why am I blushing? Is this his quirk? No, I was there when the 0 point came and from what I heard he uses Firebase ability. Maki wondered why this boy made her act this way. She always acts distant and cold because of her upbringing. Izuku then places his earphones listening to some pre-Quirk era music like Hero from Skillet. After a few minutes, Izuku suddenly sensed something in his presence. "If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff and leave." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked in front of the class, where they saw a man in a yellow sleeping bag looking at them with a tired and sleepy face. The man unzipped his sleeping bag, stepping out of it reluctantly. He was a slender man with messy shoulder-length black hair and had an overall worn-out appearance, looking like he just got out of bed with his eyes tired and droopy. "You are all busy with your own business. You didn't even notice me walking inside, well, except a few." The man stared at Maki, Jiro, Mizuna, Himiko, Momo, Kami, Kitsumi, and Izuku for a few moments before looking at everyone in the class. "If I were a villain, you all would have been dead by now." The class gulped, with the only exceptions being Momo, who still looked as calm as ever, Kami, who was just giving him a laid-back smile, Izuku, who was looking at the man in excitement, and Kitsumi, who was grinning. "Who is this guy?" Each of them wondered as they looked at the scruffy face. "Welcome to UA's hero course." The man spoke as he stood up and unzipped the sleeping bag. "It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. That's too long, time is precious, rational students would understand that." The scruffy man scolded them, giving a disappointed tone, examining each one of them. The man sat down on his chair. "I'm Shota Izawa, your homeroom teacher. And my first impression of you all is..." He narrowed his eyes looking around at his new student. Izuku was slightly surprised when he heard his name, recalling one underground hero who fit his teacher's description. Eraserhead. "I didn't expect him to be our homeroom teacher, and from my investigation he had expelled the whole class from the previous year." Izuku, before stepping foot to UA after passing, took the time to investigate, finding that the only pro heroes that would teach are Vlad King and Eraserhead. In addition to some other pros taking the role of a teacher like the lovely Lady Nagant as the philosophy teacher. "I am not impressed." Izawa then reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a number of PE uniforms, tossing them to the students. "It's kinda sudden, but put this on and go onto the field. Don't make me wait." He then left the room as quickly as he was in it, leaving everyone completely confused as to what happened. Wait, where's the field again? In only a few minutes the class of 20 found themselves on a practice field. Thankfully UA had some pretty good sign markers to lead students to locker rooms and practice fields. So this time no one got lost on the way there. A quirk assessment test. All the students questioned when they heard what they'd be doing. "But what about orientation? We're going to miss it." Achako was confused. "If you want to be a pro, you don't have time for pointless ceremonies." Izawa replied, slightly annoyed at her question. "Here at UA we're not tethered to traditions. That means we get to run our classes however we see fit." With a quiet exhale, Izawa held up a phone-like device. "You've been taking standardized athletics tests your entire school lives. But you've never been allowed to use your quirks. The Ministry of Education is still trying to pretend we're all created equal. And not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day they'll learn." Izuku and his girlfriends just looked excited to finally test themselves against other students their age. They have spent a large majority of their time training, therefore want to see how they would fare against people. Izawa pulled out a phone from his pocket and showed a list of exercises to the students. "You know how you did physical fitness tests in junior high? This will be like that, but you will be using your quirks to go even further in your scores. Kami pouted and nudged Kitsumi. UA sure is tough, huh? It's like our first day and they're already making us do some physical tests. Kitsumi rolled her eyes at her friend's remark. Despite your quirk, you are in peak physical condition. This will be easy for you. That's true, we've trained enough to handle it. Jiro said. Still, I would like to see Itsuka in the orientation. Mizuna said, still in her human form. Enough chit-chat or I'll expel you. Now then, Midoriya, since you were the one to get the highest score on the practical exam, walk into this circle. Aizawa instructed, pointing at the white circle outlined on the ground. I wonder what his quirk is. It might be powerful in the first place. Said a girl with short messy pink hair, a pair of horns, and pink skin. That's so manly. Said a boy with spiky red hair while hitting his fist into his palm. Before anyone could say anything more, Aizawa turned to them all with menacing red eyes. Shut it. Everyone shut their mouths. Izuku walked inside the circle and stared at their teacher, waiting for instructions. How far can you pitch a softball in middle school? Aizawa asked while only Izuku shrugs. Around 90 meters, I think. Aizawa nodded, feeling a little impressed by that record. When he was at Izuku's age, he could only throw up to 75 meters or so. I want you to send this ball as far as you can using your quirk. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. As Aizawa said as he tossed Izuku a small softball which he caught easily. Sounds simple enough. Izuku clenched the ball tightly before his whole body was shrouded in flame, suddenly shrouded his body afterwards, producing a powerful gust of wind, startling the students except his girlfriend, who just watched in fascination. Everyone was shocked, especially the white and red-haired young girl. He has a flame quirk like that man. He's someone I must overcome. Shoko thought, looking at Izuku with anger in eyes. Ha! His throw was so powerful he caused a whirlwind to briefly appear, causing the other students to take a few steps back and cover their eyes and mouth to not let dust enter them. Holy shit. That was manly as hell. He caused a tornado to appear just by throwing a ball. He really is the next All Might. It's still weaker than All Might, Kiro. Obviously. Izuku used his flame quirk and added a bit of one for all. If he went all out, the entire place would be scorched and everyone would be naked because of their clothes melting. After a few seconds the device in Aizawa's hands beeped, which made him slightly surprised at the result. Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of. The pro hero said as he showed what Izuku's score was, which was 2350.6 meters. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. Oh man, we're really up against these monsters. Do we even need to try? They'd beat us anyway. 2350.6 meters, that's so unreal. Still, this looks so fun. Izuku couldn't help but frown when he heard someone said. Do we even need to try? He also saw his girlfriends frowning. You'll face villains who will, most of the time, be an advantage and would probably beat you, but is that a reason to not try and give it your all? He looked around the class shaking his head slightly disappointed. With that kind of mindset, you're not suited to be a hero. Aizawa seems to have the same opinion too as he glared at everyone in class. Fun you say. Do you even need to try, you say? He took a deep breath. Egocentric villains who hide in the shadows, psychopaths. Once you become a pro, you'd always find yourself in a disadvantageous position with your enemy, knowing almost everything about you. You'll face a villain you can't beat no matter what you do, and knowing that, you're just going to give up. His glare intensified to the point that most students almost wet themselves. What about the people you swore to protect? You're just gonna leave them because you can't beat the villain? If so, then pack up your things and leave. The hero course doesn't need someone like you. Izuku agreed with every word that their teacher spoke. It was the same words that his master taught him when he decided to roam the path of heroism. If you can't handle my teaching, then feel free to drop out. Either way, I don't care, but since. His hair seemed to stood up and his eyes glowed crimson. You said this is fun. Alright then. In that case, new rule. The students who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless. The next words to leave the man's mouth sent a chill of dread through everyone. And instantly expelled. Izuku knew he wasn't kidding when he said this. He did his research on UA and found out that their homeroom teacher expelled the entire class last year as he deemed them hopeless. Our freedom means we can expel students as we please. Aizawa said while pulling his hair back, an almost mad grin on his face. Welcome to the hero course. Why it? Everyone cried out instantly. He can't be serious. It's the first day. The pink-skinned girl said. But this isn't fair. Achako cried out, while Aizawa resisted the urge to roll his eyes at this naivety. Though, he was impressed at the Izuku and his group having a burning desire to show their worth. Life's not fair, kid, get over it. Some are born with powerful quirk, some don't and have to work hard because of it, some are born rich, while others could barely feed themselves. This is reality. Aizawa gave a menacing grin at them, causing them to quiver in fear. Give your plus ultra performance, there's no way you'll ever become real heroes if you don't. From there, the rest of the tests began. Meanwhile, nobody was able to notice the two spectators. Mama Toru, are you sure Izuku won't notice us here? Anna's voice asked. Totally, our invisibility surely wouldn't be noticed by Izuku, so we're good. Toru's voice assured. She accepted a role as Kanna's mama, even though she sees herself as more of her older sister. As it turns out, Toru and Kanna followed Izuku to school a little while after he left home and casted an invisible spell to make them unseen. I'm worried about that teacher expelling Izuku or the others on the first day. Kanna hoped Izuku would do okay. Don't worry, Izuku is going to pass and show everyone his awesome dragon side. I'm also confident in the ability of my friends. Toru believes as they watch the 8 physical tests begin. 2 familiar female voices spoke up from the door. Izuku was greeted with the sight of Uraraka Achako and Toru Hagakure in the UA student uniform. She looks really cute in the uniform, while Toru I find odd. Don't tell me she's stuck at being invisible since she awakened her quirk. He felt saddened that she would have felt lonely and unable for people to see her face, even her parents. It is disturbing to imagine what she is going through. Maybe I'll ask to scan her and see what I can do. Izuku thought to himself before he spoke while his girlfriends were intently looking at the 2 bubbly girls, which caused a shiver down their spine. Good morning, Achako, Toru, it's nice to see you again. I would like you to meet Mizuna, Himiko, Kami, Yamomo, Jiro, and that girl over there is Katsumi, they are my girlfriends. A moment of silence was heard when Izuku spoke. They were trying to process what he had just said. What? Did he just say girlfriends? That guy has a harem. Is that true? The pink-haired girl rapidly asked Momo, who sat beside her, receiving a lovely smile. Yes, we have a polygamous relationship with one another and do not mind it. Wow, so manly. How the hell does that guy get so many sexy hot babes? The red-haired exclaimed while the blonde cried in envy. Achako and Toru were baffled at the revelation and felt anxious. Achako had a crush on Izuku ever since the entrance exam, while Toru from the time he saved her from that slime villain. But to learn that she already had multiple girlfriends made them both relieved and disappointed that their chances were still there, but needed to share with them. Hi, it's nice to meet you, my name is Achako Uraraka. I'm Toru Hagakure. Just call me Toru, hope we get along. Both introduced themselves, giving a good impression, while Izuku's girlfriends were judging both of them if they were to join their club. Likewise, my name is Mizuna Midoriya, and before you get any idea, I'm adopted. They almost thought it was incest. Hi, I'm Himiko Toga, hope we can be friends. Sup, my name is Kami Utsushima, I'm totally excited working with you guys. Momo Yaoi Rozu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Uraraka-san, Toru-san. Kayaka Jiro, it's nice to meet you too. They took their seats beside Jiro after a while chatting to get to know each other as Izuku smiled waiting for their teacher to arrive. Izuku noticed a cold glare directed at him and turned his head to face the other girl in the room. Hello? The girl just narrowed her eyes at him but didn't say anything. She eventually closed her eyes and leaned back on her seat. Ah, she's Shoko Todoroki, said Iida while readjusting his glasses. Don't mind her, she's always been like that. Todoroki, Izuku thought before looking at Iida. You two know each other? Iida nodded. Indeed, our family is in the same social circle. I saw her at some parties and she's always been alone. Ah, I apologize, I shouldn't be talking about that. The girl, Shoko, seemed to not mind as she just remained seated with her eyes closed. I see. Izuku furrowed his brow. Where have I heard that name before? Izuku decided to ignore it, glance over to the other greenie such himself. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's yours? Izuku greeted her but simply heard a click. If you're trying to make me join your girl club, good luck. She glaring at him, and Izuku rubbed the back of his head as the woman suddenly shuddered when his girlfriend glaring at her. What the hell? Why am I shuddering? Are you telling me they're ready to kill me just because of this guy? What's even special about him? She thought looking at Izuku seemed embarrassed. Ah, sorry if that made you uncomfortable. He apologized and this somehow made her frown and felt a bit guilty, causing her to sigh. No, it's my fault. I'm just a bit tense today. My name is Maki Zenin. She said, and Izuku heard this made him give a bright smile. Then I'll be in your care, Zenin-san. His expression made Maki blush, confused why she suddenly felt this way. His innocent and warm smile was too much. Why am I blushing? Is this his quirk? No, I was there when the 0 point came and from what I heard he uses firebase ability. Maki wondered why this boy made her act this way. She always acts distant and cold because of her upbringing. Izuku then places his earphones listening to some pre-Quirk era music like Hero from Skillet. After a few minutes, Izuku suddenly sensed something in his presence. If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff and leave. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked in front of the class, where they saw a man in a yellow sleeping bag, looking at them with a tired and sleepy face. The man unzipped his sleeping bag, stepping out of it reluctantly. He was a slender man with messy shoulder-length black hair and had an overall worn-out appearance, looking like he just got out of bed with his eyes tired and droopy. "You are all busy with your own business. You didn't even notice me walking inside, well, except a few." The man stared at Maki, Jiro, Mizuna, Himiko, Momo, Kami, Kitsumi, and Izuku for a few moments before looking at everyone in the class. "If I were a villain, you all would have been dead by now." The class gulped, with the only exceptions being Momo, who still looked as calm as ever, Kami, who was just giving him a laid-back smile, Izuku, who was looking at the man in excitement, and Kitsumi, who was grinning. "Who is this guy?" Each of them wondered as they looked at the scruffy face. "Welcome to UA's hero course." The man spoke as he stood up and unzipped the sleeping bag. "It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. That's too long. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that." The scruffy man scolded them, giving a disappointed tone, examining each one of them. The man sat down on his chair. "I'm Shota Izawa, your homeroom teacher. And my first impression of you all is..." He narrowed his eyes, looking around at his new student. Izuku was slightly surprised when he heard his name, recalling one underground hero who fit his teacher's description. Eraserhead. "I didn't expect him to be our homeroom teacher, and from my investigation he had expelled the whole class from the previous year." Izuku, before stepping foot to UA after passing, took the time to investigate, finding that the only pro heroes that would teach are Vlad King and Eraserhead. In addition to some other pros taking the role of a teacher, like the lovely Lady Nagant as the philosophy teacher. "I am not impressed." Izawa then reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a number of PE uniforms, tossing them to the students. "It's kinda sudden, but put this on and go onto the field. Don't make me wait." He then left the room as quickly as he was in it, leaving everyone completely confused as to what happened. "Wait, where's the field again?" In only a few minutes, the class of 20 found themselves on a practice field. Thankfully, UA had some pretty good sign markers to lead students to locker rooms and practice fields. So this time no one got lost on the way there. A Quirk assessment test. All the students questioned when they heard what they'd be doing. "But what about orientation? We're going to miss it." Achako was confused. "If you want to be a pro, you don't have time for pointless ceremonies." Izawa replied, slightly annoyed at her question. "Here at UA we're not tethered to traditions. That means we get to run our classes however we see fit." With a quiet exhale, Izawa held up a phone-like device. "You've been taking standardized athletics tests your entire school lives. But you've never been allowed to use your quirks. The Ministry of Education is still trying to pretend we're all created equal. And not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day they'll learn." Izuku and his girlfriends just looked excited to finally test themselves against other students their age. They have spent a large majority of their time training, therefore want to see how they would fare against people. Izawa pulled out a phone from his pocket and showed a list of exercises to the students. "You know how you did physical fitness tests in junior high? This will be like that, but you will be using your quirks to go even further in your scores." Kami pouted and nudged Kitsumi. "UA sure is tough, huh? It's like our first day and they're already making us do some physical tests." Kitsumi rolled her eyes at her friend's remark. "Despite your quirk, you are in peak physical condition. This will be easy for you." "That's true, we've trained enough to handle it," Jiro said. "Still, I would like to see Itsuka in the orientation," Mizuna said, still in her human form. "Enough chit-chat or I'll expel you. Now then, Midoriya, since you were the one to get the highest score on the practical exam, walk into the circle," Izawa instructed, pointing at the white circle outlined on the ground. "I wonder what his quirk is. It might be powerful in the first place," said a girl with short messy pink hair, a pair of horns, and pink skin. "That's so manly," said a boy with spiky red hair while hitting his fist into his palm. Before anyone could say anything more, Izawa turned to them all with menacing red eyes. "Shut it." Everyone shut their mouths. Izuku walked inside the circle and stared at their teacher, waiting for instructions. "How far can you pitch a softball in middle school?" Izawa asked while only Izuku shrugs. "Around 90 meters, I think." Izawa nodded, feeling a little impressed by that record. When he was at Izuku's age, he could only throw up to 75 meters or so. "I want you to send this ball as far as you can using your quirk. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle," as Izawa said as he tossed Izuku a small softball which he caught easily. "Sounds simple enough." Izuku clenched the ball tightly before his whole body was shrouded in flame, suddenly shrouded his body afterwards, producing a powerful gust of wind, startling the students except his girlfriend, who just watched in fascination. Everyone was shocked, especially the white and red-haired young girl. He has a flame quirk like that man. He's someone I must overcome. Shoko thought, looking at Izuku with anger in eyes. Ha! His throw was so powerful he caused a whirlwind to briefly appear, causing the other students to take a few steps back and cover their eyes and mouth to not let dust enter them. Holy shit. That was manly as hell. He caused a tornado to appear just by throwing a ball. He really is the next All Might. It's still weaker than All Might, Kiro. Obviously. Izuku used his flame quirk and added a bit of one for all. If he went all out, the entire place would be scorched and everyone would be naked because of their clothes melting. After a few seconds, the device in Izawa's hands beeped, which made him slightly surprised at the result. Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of. The pro hero said as he showed what Izuku's score was, which was 2350.6 meters. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. Oh man, we're really up against these monsters. Do we even need to try? They'd beat us anyway. 2350.6 meters, that's so unreal. Still, this looks so fun. Izuku couldn't help but frown when he heard someone said, "Do we even need to try?" He also saw his girlfriend's frowning. You'll face villains who will, most of the time, be an advantage and would probably beat you, but is that a reason to not try and give it your all? He looked around the class, shaking his head, slightly disappointed. With that kind of mindset, you're not suited to be a hero. Aizawa seems to have the same opinion too as he glared at everyone in class. Fun, you say? Do you even need to try, you say? He took a deep breath. Egocentric villains who hide in the shadows, psychopaths. Once you become a pro, you'd always find yourself in a disadvantageous position with your enemy, knowing almost everything about you. You'll face a villain you can't beat no matter what you do, and knowing that, you're just going to give up. His glare intensified to the point that most students almost wet themselves. What about the people you swore to protect? You're just gonna leave them because you can't beat the villain? If so, then pack up your things and leave. The hero course doesn't need someone like you. Izuku agreed with every word that their teacher spoke. It was the same words that his master taught him when he decided to roam the path of heroism. If you can't handle my teaching, then feel free to drop out. Either way, I don't care. But since his hair seemed to stood up and his eyes glowed crimson. You said this is fun. Alright then. In that case, new rule. The students who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless. The next words to leave the man's mouth sent a chill of dread through everyone. And instantly expelled. Izuku knew he wasn't kidding when he said this. He did his research on UA and found out that their homeroom teacher expelled the entire class last year as he deemed them hopeless. Our freedom means we can expel students as we please. Aizawa said while pulling his hair back, an almost mad grin on his face. Welcome to the hero course. Why it? Everyone cried out instantly. He can't be serious. It's the first day. The pink-skinned girl said. But this isn't fair. Achako cried out, while Aizawa resisted the urge to roll his eyes at this naivety. Though, he was impressed at the Izuku and his group having a burning desire to show their worth. Life's not fair, kid, get over it. Some are born with powerful quirk, some don't and have to work hard because of it, some are born rich, while others could barely feed themselves. This is reality. Aizawa gave a menacing grin at them, causing them to quiver in fear. Give your plus ultra performance, there's no way you'll ever become real heroes if you don't. From there, the rest of the tests began. Meanwhile, nobody was able to notice the two spectators. Mama Toru, are you sure Izuku won't notice us here? Anna's voice asked. Totally, our invisibility surely wouldn't be noticed by Izuku, so we're good. Toru's voice assured. She accepted her role as Kanna's mama, even though she sees herself as more of her older sister. As it turns out, Toru and Kanna followed Izuku to school a little while after he left home and casted an invisible spell to make them unseen. I'm worried about that teacher expelling Izuku or the others on the first day. Kanna hoped Izuku would do okay. Don't worry, Izuku is going to pass and show everyone his awesome dragon side. I'm also confident in the ability of my friends. Toru believes as they watch the 8 physical tests begin. The first test was a 50-meter dash, which Izuku was unsure if he should participate when he can run around the globe and make it back within minutes or even seconds if he pushes himself. He decided to only use one for all and minor usage of Fire Dragon Slayer magic to not destroy their self-esteem. Izuku already knew how they would feel after witnessing his ball throw. Even then he held back by a lot, but not enough to make his holding back appear since Aizawa would notice. Izuku can't underestimate a pro hero's intuition. Regardless, his power and speed is already at a ridiculous level, even without going all out. The first one to take the test was Momo and partnered up with Ichako, who both shook their hands. "Let's do our best, Yayoi Rozu-san. Please just call me Momo or Yamomo." Both smiled, getting along as they prepared, with the gravity girl tapping her boots to make her light, while Momo removed her boots. Both taking deep breaths as they carefully listened to the robot. "On your mark, get set, go." Ichako ran in full sprints and, due to lack of gravity, easily dashed towards the finish line. However, Momo was quicker when she created a powerful blast of air to glide to the finish line. She could have replicated Kitsumi's quirk, but her resistance was not on par with the latter. Creating air is much simpler and does use much lipids. The robot pointed at Momo and said, 1.40 seconds, while Ichako caught a second later. 7.15 seconds. She was trying to catch her breath when Ichako saw Momo holding out her hands, making the gravity girl smile. "You did an amazing job, and don't worry, I'm sure you won't fail." "Thank you, Yamomo. Still, your quirk is awesome." "That head is amazing only because I had help from a special someone. Maybe you could ask him later for advice." Momo glances at her boyfriend, who notices her gaze and waves his hands with a smile, while Ichako ponders if she could still have a chance with him. Afterward, the next person that was going to test was Mizuna and Jiro, but the latter's quirk wasn't suited to dashing. However, her body is at peak condition as she had trained her body to the extreme. Unfortunately, Mizuna with her air allowed her to move incredibly quirk. 1.2 seconds. Mizuna came first before Jiro caught soon after. 4.5 seconds. Once they were done, it was finally time for Izuku, who was smirking as his partner was Katsumi. The two intently stared at each other with a wide grin that everyone was able to notice their rivalry. "Ready to face the floor, second place." "Ha. Go screw yourself. I'll be taking that spot." Both positioned themselves at the starting line, waiting for the robot to say go. Izuku shrouded himself with full cowling, letting one for all course through his body and adding Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Meanwhile, Katsumi took her boots, rolling them up along with her sleeves before taking a deep breath. This heightens her senses and perception before giving a toothy grin. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist boosters. Hell burst. The two exclaimed before Izuku zoomed in at lightning speed, and Katsumi created a large explosion from both his feet and hands, producing booming sound that caused large dust, while the others shielded their eyes. Dust and debris were covered the whole surrounding, shocking everyone at the two's power, while those that know them shook their heads. There goes the two again, going overboard. Mizuna shook in shame. What the actual hell was that? Where did these two monsters come from? The blonde said with a dark streak shaken by the display of power. That's so manly. Their quirk is out of this world. Is this how UA going to be? This will be difficult. Iida muttered, witnessing the challenges that he will face staying at the UA. Great two problem child. I wonder why I haven't quit yet. Now I'm starting to regret telling them to go all out. Aizawa sighed, slightly annoyed at their action, as a few minutes later the dust cleared and heard the robot speak. Error. Everyone was able to see two distances away from the finish line, making their classmates' jaw drop. That was rather impressive. Maki thought, seeing the two moved. She had to get better and stronger. These two. I need to surpass them using my ice to show him that I don't need him. Thought by half-white and half-red-haired young woman with a noticeable burn scar at her red side. Shut it, I came before you. Really? I'm clearly the one ahead of you. Enough. You two stand aside. Aizawa yelled out, glaring at the two, and fortunately the track was somehow not destroyed and continued their test. Everyone else got a 5-second mark and went to the next test. The second test is a grip strength test. Izuku held the grip machine in his hand, watching the other students attempt to grip their machines as much as they could. He just channeled one for all on his arms and gripped a machine until it broke apart with a loud crunch. The strength of the dragons has no limits. Toru grinned and chuckled. Huh, did you say something? Ichako asked Toru, the invisible girl, causing Toru to gasp that she blurted out loud. No, I didn't say anything. Toru replied. Odd, I thought I heard someone talking. Ichako was confused. Kana looks up at Toru with a deadpan face, while the dragon maid chuckles nervously, not going into eye contact with her. Meanwhile, back to Izuku. Well shit, I was expecting this, but I'll be damn. Izuku then looked towards Maki, noticing her gaze, then quickly looked away and did her test. Surprisingly, her grip was superhuman. I wonder what her quirk is. He pondered. Izuku turned to look at Momo and Jiro, ignoring the looks his classmates were giving him. Katsumi got 103.7 kilograms, Jiro got 88.3 kilograms, while Momo got 89.4 kilograms. Izuku also noticed that Kami gained 66.8 kilograms. He was honestly surprised by her score. She honestly doesn't look that strong, but he guessed that he can't judge a book by its cover. He also noticed that Ichako got 69.3 kilograms, and he wasn't the least surprised since Ichako herself told her that she trained herself, while Toru only got 20.2 kilograms. Aside from them, there is this guy with multiple arms who got 540 kilograms. He can't say he was surprised considering the dude's quirk and his physique. The next test was the standing long jump. Only some people were able to clear the sandbox, which were Izuku, Momo, Jiro, Maki, Kitsumi, and the frog girl named Sayu. The fourth test is sustained sideways jump. Izuku came first. Footwork is essential in martial arts, and he moved so fast he created an afterimage of himself. The second was Momo, who created springs on her feet and remained pretty chill throughout the test. The fifth trial was a softball pitch, and the first one up was Ichako. Go, go, go. The girl chanted as she threw the ball into the sky and didn't look like it was going to stop time soon. After a few seconds, Aizawa showed her score, which was shocking to say the least. Infinity. Holy cow. She's got an infinity. This was the collective response of the class, making Ichako blush a bit more when she saw Izuku giving her thumbs up. After a few more people, Kitsumi was finally up. Kitsumi went into the outlined white circle, rotating his arm and stretching it. He brought his arm back and his grip tightened around the ball. Hell burst. She threw the ball with a heavy explosion behind it, sending it launching into the air with destructive force. After a few seconds, Aizawa showed her score to everyone in the class. 1,511.3 meters. Over 1.5 kilometers. Seriously, what the hell? Is there really such a huge gap between us? Aren't we all students just like them? The next one to take a test is Momo, who created some sort of bazooka and used a softball as an ammunition and fired it off, blasting the ball up to 975.6 meters. She could have used Kitsumi's explosion, but her resistance isn't the same as her. In the end, she is just a copy. Her true strengths lie in versatility. Izuku was asked by Aizawa if he wanted to take the test again, but he refused. Aizawa already saw him used his full power the first time he threw the ball, and he thought that he was now a little tired after all these tests. He might score a little lower if he took the test again. But Aizawa won't make the same mistake as before after witnessing his power. Though he barely feels tired, and if he went over his limit and used 80% or went all out with his Fire Dragon Slayer magic, he would surely score more, but he doesn't want to show off. After that, they took 3 more tests before Aizawa told everyone to gather around him to show their ranking. Those who don't have combat-related quirks are more nervous than the others. After the total results were calculated, Aizawa put the rankings on a holographic screen. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Kitsumi Bakugo. 3. Momoyaoi Rozu. 4. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Tenya Iida. 6. Maki Zenin. 7. Mashiro Ijiro. 8. Mizo Shoji. 9. Kyoka Jiru. 10. Himiko Toga. 11. Ichako Uraraka. 12. Kami Utsushimi. 13. Ijiro Kirishima. 14. Mizuna Midoriya. 15. Mina Ishido. 16. Sayu Asui. 17. Fumikage Tokoyami. 18. Hanta Siro. 19. Denki Kaminari. 20. Toru Hagakure. Yehi. Izuku got first place. Toru yelled out, accidentally revealing herself to Aizawa and the whole class while poking his nose. Toru soon realizes this and sweats with a nervous chuckle, feeling stupid for letting her temper get the best of her. Whoa, where did that girl come from? Red-haired youth asked. I guess she just wanted to see how I was doing on my first day here, her and Kana. Izuku shrugged. Wait, you knew we were here the whole time? Toru gasped. Why yeah, I kinda smelled you guys and I heard your voice during the grip strength test. Izuku explained. Guess that means I can come out now. Kana revealed herself, shocking the students as well. Hello everyone, my name is Kana Kamui Midoriya. It's nice to meet you and hope we can be friends. Kana greeted cutely. Oh my god. She's cute. All the girls and boys shouted as if their hearts were pierced by love arrows, even the quietest ones like Shoko, and the bird-head student couldn't resist her cuteness. Aizawa didn't say it out loud or change his expression, but on the inside, he is screaming like hell in his mind about how cute Kana is. Your sister is simply a goddess of cuteness. Pink-skinned girl squealed. He's not my brother. Kana said. What do you mean? You have the same last name as him, Kiro. Frog-quirked girl asked. 3, 2, 1. Kitsumi counted down at what Kana is about to reveal. Izuku is my papa. Kana revealed as she hugs Izuku's legs, and the students all gasped that one of their fellow freshman students is a dad. Kana, don't tell them that. Izuku gasped. Explain. Aizawa demanded, looking scarier than before. I swear, it's not what you think. Izuku said. Kana was kicked out of her home and had nowhere else to go. Izuku decided to let her stay with him, and she saw him as a better dad than her old one, so he decided to adopt her. Toru explained. Aizawa looks at Izuku again as he nods, saying all that is true. Then I guess that would also make me the mother since Izuku and I are dating. Toru giggled. Dude, how are you so lucky? How many girls does this guy have? Denki cried on his knees. Oh yeah, I was just lying about the expulsion, that was just to bring out your best performance. Aizawa said with a sick and sadistic smile, interrupting Toru, and everyone blinked for a few moments. Nearly the whole class yelled. Izuku rolled his eyes and whispered to his girlfriend. He totally meant it. Last year, our homeroom teacher expelled an entire class because he deemed them hopeless. Momo stared at him in shock, mouth wide open. She never expected that if she didn't take it seriously or didn't have proper training, then she could have been expelled. Though the likelihood is slim, but even then it scared her by naively thinking it was a ruse. I actually thought that it's just a logical ruse. So he was being serious all this time. Yue sure is scary. She then realized something, then stared at her boyfriend with a pout. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Same reason as you. I thought you knew. Izuku chuckled at her reaction before turning back to his homeroom teacher. Aizawa's smile was gone by now as he started to walk away with his hands in his pockets. Well, that's all for today. Prepare for another hard day of work tomorrow. Pitsumi and Izuku watched as their teacher walked away. He's really cool, just the kind of teacher I would like. Kitsumi remarked. Izuku agreed with his rival and had gotten used to being a strict teacher when he was under Master Splinter. He immediately took out a notebook and ran towards Aizawa, ignoring the calls of his classmates and friends. Aizawa-sensei. He called out, stopping Aizawa before he could walk around the corner of the building. Aizawa turned towards Izuku. This is the kid that is similar to that heroic buffoon in more ways than one. I can already see the problems he'd bring in the near future. Aizawa could see the similarities to a certain musclehead, especially the beaming smile. What is it, problem child? Izuku froze and was taken aback from his words. Problem. He shook his head and showed him a notebook and a pen. Can I have your autograph? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Why? He was actually a little surprised, after all this is the first time that someone asked for his autograph. He mostly stayed out of the media after all. Izuku grinned. I remember you now, you're Eraserhead, right? That underground hero. You see, this notebook is where I kept all the autographs of pros I met, so can I ask for yours? Also, I heard from the master about you. Aizawa was surprised at that. As far as he knew, only the police and some villains knew who he was. The Hero Association was doing their best to suppress every information about the underground heroes. Master. Yes, Master Splinter mentioned you. Surprise was understatement, Aizawa never expected that one of his students would be his fellow disciple. He had only left his dojo after becoming a pro hero. Is that so? How is sensei doing? The students were baffled seeing the two chatting and how calm their conversation was. Alive, still strict. Though he also mentioned that visit him soon or he'll have to hunt you down for it. Aizawa inwardly frightened and took a mental note to visit his sensei before he got beaten to pulp. Noted. Now hand that notebook. He stared at Izuku, then towards the purple notebook and pen on his hands before sighing and taking it. He flipped it open, finding a space where he could sign it. He was a bit surprised by how many signatures are on this notebook. All Might, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Kamui Woods, Merku, Wash, Gang Orca, Ryukyu, Emi. He even got her autograph. However, Aizawa didn't dwell on it too much and flipped the pages until he finally found a space and wrote his hero name before signing it. Here. He closed it and handed it back to Izuku. If that's all, then I'd be going now. Seeing that Izuku was already focused on his notebook, Aizawa decided to leave, though his curiosity got the better of him as he asked. Problem child, how do you know about me? Izuku shrugs. Just some info I pieced together from the internet and sensei told me your description. Aizawa nodded as it was enough to convince him. There's rarely anyone who could make Master Splinter take a disciple, and mention his name was enough for him. Izuku watched Aizawa then smiled before returning to his friends and classmates, who were surprised that he knew their teacher. Race. Well, I'm going to go change and meet you guys at Mom's restaurant later. Izuku said. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to pick up some groceries today, I better get to it now. Toru opens a magic portal and jumps through it before telling Kana that she can walk home with Izuku if she wants, which she nods. Whoa, she can create portals. Mina was shocked. Let's just say her quirk is a special case. Izuku chuckled nervously. Wondering how he's going to explain all this when the secret of dragons gets out. At the boys' locker, everyone was changing back to their regular uniform. The students were both mentally and physically exhausted beside Izuku. Dude, I've been wondering, but what's your quirk? Izuku turns to see the blonde with black streaking. Oh right, I'm Denkin Kaminari, it's nice to meet ya. Likewise. As for your question, my quirk is called Fire Dragon Slayer. I am basically a mythical dragon. Izuku said. Whoa, really? The tapped-armed boy said. Izuku turned his hand into a dragon before turning it back. Holy crap. That's manly. I wish I had something like that. Mine isn't as flashy. He saw the red spiky-haired with pointy teeth exclaim, showing his quirk in action, which was heartening, recalling someone with similar ability. Heartening. I think it's an amazing quirk that could be used both for defense and offense, though I could see that you're subconsciously holding back. What's your name? Izuku said. The name's Ejiro Kirishima, and what do you mean holding back? Kirishima said. Hold on, let me guess, you're a huge fan of Crimson Riot. Izuku said. Whoa. How did you know? Is he my favorite hero more so than All Might? He said. Lucky guess. As for why I said subconsciously is because hardening isn't simply making things solid, rather condensing and expanding. His other classmates were interested in their topic as Izuku started to give a valuable explanation about Quirk. I don't understand. It's best when we start doing heroic stuff, then I'll help you in ways to improve your quirk. My guts are telling me it's dangerous to do it now. Izuku had records of nearly all heroes across the globe contained within his database and helped compare and analyze them. That would help him see their weakness and ways to improve it. Alright, thanks man. No problem, we're going to be classmates and it's normal to help each other. Meanwhile, at the female locker, they were also having a discussion but different topics. Totally didn't expect this the first day, am I right? Amy asked the other girls as they all changed back into their school uniforms. Not a bit. Mina replied with a smile. Right. It's super crazy. I was really scared that I thought I failed on the first day. Toru exclaimed, shuddering at the thought of being expelled on the first day. It was unexpected. Momo admitted and hadn't gotten over the fact that she almost failed for mistaking that Izawa was joking. I wonder if everything we missed in orientation is covered in the papers Izawa told us to pick up and read. Achako wondered. I'm still surprised about Midoriya-chan's quirk, to be honest. Sayu commented with a cute croak at the end. I've never heard of anything like it. And her explosion quirk is also incredible. Mina exclaimed, recalling how the two decimated a 50-meter run with their quirk. Katsumi smirked after hearing this and wanted to show how strong she was. Alright, are you girls interested in any of them? Kami asked, and Mina perked up along with the rest. KF Izuku's girlfriends perk at the topic and Ichako blush, while Toru giggled with slight blush. Sayu looked mildly interested. While Shoko and Maki hardly cared. How can you speak like that when one of them is your boyfriend? Oh come on girl, harem is a thing. Take our Izuku for example. That guy strike 9 innocent maiden hearts and 2 more addition. She was an open-minded woman and didn't find any problem sharing her man. Kami finds it more interesting to have a threesome or more. Everyone blushed at her boldness. Let's change the topic before it gets awkward. Mizuna slightly smacks Kami for starting a topic that makes things uncomfortable. She is curious about who will have a crush on her boyfriend. On the other hand, Mizuna wanted to know more about them before talking about how they felt. She finds it strange that after spending the whole school break slowly getting used to the harem situation. Fufufu, well, I do not mind letting anyone join us. I'm curious about having a threesome or orgy. They all blushed at the bluntness of their classmate, while Maki and Shoko looked annoyed. She giggled, glancing at each one of them, before noting everyone was interested, even Shoko and Maki. Mizuna shook her head while also wondering when they would do it and how it would feel. Though, they already agreed to do it in order before trying something new. Oh come on, aren't you curious? I am. Hey, I heard that you 6 are with Midoriya. Is that true? How is it going? Can you tell us about him? Mina asked curiously how someone could have a relationship with multiple women. She can't deny that she's interested in the Dragon Slayer. Well, I can't say our relationship is perfect, especially having to share him, but we do our best. He prioritizes us over himself or anyone in general. Mizuna didn't mind sharing her thoughts about having relationships with Izuku. The girls were intently listening, more so with the bubbly duo. Yeah, he's too selfless for his own good, but that's what we like about him. Jiro said. Right, also if you girls need any help with your quirk, feel free to talk to him. He's obsessed with quirk and will find ways to improve your ability. Momo spoke from personal experience, and without Izuku then her quirk would be less unorthodox. He sounds like a hero nerd, no offense. Mina said. Haha, and untaken, but hero nerd is understatement. Mizuna giggled, imagining once they started telling him their quirk it would be Mutterfest. But he is a reliable person that you know you're safe once he is with you. Mizuna said. Izuku-sama dream was a hero, but he's always been saving people since we were young. Himiko said. Samakiro. Sai said. That's just what she calls Deku. Katsumi said. After a while they finished changing and headed home, leaving the other girls curious about the Dragon Slayer. Man, I'm beat. Izuku was walking with his girlfriends to head back home. You can say that again. There's this annoying kid who keeps flaunting about your class being a bunch of useless students for not attending the orientation and guidance counseling. Speaking of, where were you guys? Itsuka asked. Doing some quirk assessment test. It was nerve-wracking. Kami said. It was thrilling. Kitsumi said. We might get a few more in Izuku's harem by the way because of Kami. Mizuna said while Itsuka turned to Kami, but before she could scold her, Izuku spoke first. What the? Kami. I'm sure that's not true. I haven't done anything to get their attention though. Izuku said. Oh, I mean you showed amazing skills and power, I'm sure they were interested to know you. Also, we've talked a few things about you, so it's good. Kami said. Still, I doubt they'll actually fall for me. Anyways, what about you, Itsuka, how was your class? It's good I guess, besides the blonde guy, everyone was friendly and cool. Vlad sensei seems scary, but he is nice. What about your sensei? Less scary than Splinter sensei. Izuku said. So that's bad huh? Itsuka said. I think he's cool. Kitsumi said. Is your master really that strict? Kami asked. Izuku blankly stared at her and she received her answer that way. Oh, hope you guys didn't wait long. They turned to see Melissa walking towards them. Not really, you're just on time. After a while they chatted inside the limo about their day. Oh yeah, I was just lying about the expulsion, that was just to bring out your best performance. Aizawa said with a sick and sadistic smile, interrupting Toru, and everyone blinked for a few moments. Nearly the whole class yelled. Izuku rolled his eyes and whispered to his girlfriend. He totally meant it. Last year, our homeroom teacher expelled an entire class because he deemed them hopeless. Momo stared at him in shock, mouth wide open. She never expected that if she didn't take it seriously or didn't have proper training, then she could have been expelled. Though the likelihood is slim, but even then it scared her by naively thinking it was a ruse. I actually thought that it's just a logical ruse. So he was being serious all this time. Yue sure is scary. She then realized something, then stared at her boyfriend with a pout. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Same reason as you. I thought you knew. Izuku chuckled at her reaction before turning back to his homeroom teacher. Aizawa's smile was gone by now as he started to walk away with his hands in his pockets. Well, that's all for today. Prepare for another hard day of work tomorrow. Kitsumi and Izuku watched as their teacher walked away. He's really cool, just the kind of teacher I would like. Kitsumi remarked. Izuku agreed with his rival and had gotten used to being a strict teacher when he was under Master Splinter. He immediately took out a notebook and ran towards Aizawa, ignoring the calls of his classmates and friends. Aizawa-sensei. He called out, stopping Aizawa before he could walk around the corner of the building. Aizawa turned towards Izuku. This is the kid that is similar to that heroic buffoon, in more ways than one. I can already see the problems he'd bring in the near future. Aizawa could see the similarities to a certain musclehead, especially the beaming smile. What is it, problem child? Izuku froze and was taken aback from his words. Problem. He shook his head and showed him a notebook and a pen. Can I have your autograph? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Why? He was actually a little surprised, after all this is the first time that someone asked for his autograph. He mostly stayed out of the media after all. Izuku grinned. I remember you now, you're Eraserhead right? That underground hero. You see this notebook is where I kept all the autographs of pros I met, so can I ask for yours? Also, I heard from the master about you. Aizawa was surprised at that. As far as he knew, only the police and some villains knew who he was. The Hero Association was doing their best to suppress every information about the underground heroes. Master. Yes, Master Splinter mentioned you. Surprise was understatement, as Aizawa never expected that one of his students would be his fellow disciple. He had only left his dojo after becoming a pro hero. Is that so? How is sensei doing? The students were baffled seeing the two chatting and how calm their conversation was. Alive, still strict. Though he also mentioned that visit him soon or he'll have to hunt you down for it. Aizawa inwardly frightened and took a mental note to visit his sensei before he got beaten to pulp. Noted. Now hand that notebook. He stared at Izuku then towards the purple notebook and pen on his hands before sighing and taking it. He flipped it open, finding a space where he could sign it. He was a bit surprised by how many signatures are on this notebook. All Might, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Kamui Woods, Merku, Wash, Gang Orca, Ryukyu, Emi. He even got her autograph. However, Aizawa didn't dwell on it too much and flipped the pages until he finally found a space and wrote his hero name before signing it. Here. He closed it and handed it back to Izuku. If that's all then I'd be going now. Seeing that Izuku was already focused on his notebook, Aizawa decided to leave, though his curiosity got the better of him as he asked. Problem child, how do you know about me? Izuku shrugs. Just some info I pieced together from the internet and sensei told me your description. Aizawa nodded as it was enough to convince him. There's rarely anyone who could make Master Splinter take a disciple, and mention his name was enough for him. Izuku watched Aizawa then smiled before returning to his friends and classmates, who were surprised that he knew their teacher. Race. Well, I'm going to go change and meet you guys at Mom's restaurant later. Izuku said. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to pick up some groceries today, I better get to it now. Toru opens a magic portal and jumps through it before telling Kana that she can walk home with Izuku if she wants, which she nods. Whoa, she can create portals. Mina was shocked. Let's just say her quirk is a special case. Izuku chuckled nervously. Wondering how he's going to explain all this when the secret of dragons gets out. At the boys' locker, everyone was changing back to their regular uniform. The students were both mentally and physically exhausted beside Izuku. Dude, I've been wondering, but what's your quirk? Izuku turns to see the blonde with black streaking. Oh right, I'm Denkin Kaminari, it's nice to meet ya. Likewise. As for your question, my quirk is called Fire Dragon Slayer. I am basically a mythical dragon. Izuku said. Whoa really? The tapped-armed boy said. Izuku turned his hand into a dragon before turning it back. Holy crap. That's manly. I wish I had something like that. Mine isn't as flashy. He saw the red spiky haired with pointy teeth exclaim showing his quirk in action, which was heartening recalling someone with similar ability. Heartening. I think it's an amazing quirk that could be used both for defense and offense, though, I could see that you're subconsciously holding back. What's your name? Izuku said. The name's Ijiro Kirishima and what do you mean holding back? Kirishima said. Hold on, let me guess you're a huge fan of Crimson Riot. Izuku said. Whoa. How did you know? Is he my favorite hero more so than All Might? He said. Lucky guess. As for why I said subconsciously is because hardening isn't simply making things solid rather condensing and expanding. His other classmates were interested in their topic as Izuku started to give a valuable explanation about quirk. I don't understand. It's best when we start doing heroic stuff, then I'll help you in ways to improve your quirk. My guts are telling me it's dangerous to do it now. Izuku had records of nearly all heroes across the globe contained within his database and helped compare and analyze them. That would help him see their weakness and ways to improve it. Alright, thanks man. No problem, we're going to be classmates and it's normal to help each other. Meanwhile at the female locker, they were also having a discussion but different topics. Totally didn't expect this the first day, am I right? Amy asked the other girls as they all changed back into their school uniforms. Not a bit. Mina replied with a smile. Right. It's super crazy. I was really scared that I thought I failed on the first day. Toru exclaimed, shuddering at the thought of being expelled on the first day. It was unexpected. Momo admitted and hadn't gotten over the fact that she almost failed for mistaking that Aizawa was joking. I wonder if everything we missed in orientation is covered in the papers Aizawa told us to pick up and read. Achako wondered. I'm still surprised about Midoriya-chan's quirk to be honest. Sayu commented with a cute croak at the end. I've never heard of anything like it. And her explosion quirk is also incredible. Mina exclaimed, recalling how the two decimated the 50-meter run with their quirk. Kitsumi smirked after hearing this and wanted to show how strong she was. Alright, are you girls interested in any of them? Kami asked and Mina perked up along with the rest. KF Izuku's girlfriends perk at the topic and Achako blush, while Toru giggled with slight blush. Sayu looked mildly interested. While Shoko and Maki hardly cared. How can you speak like that when one of them is your boyfriend? Oh come one girl, harem is a thing. Take our Izuku for example. That guy strike 9 innocent maiden hearts and 2 more addition. She was an open-minded woman and didn't find any problem sharing her man. Kami finds it more interesting to have a threesome or more. Everyone blushed at her boldness. Let's change the topic before it gets awkward. Mizuna slightly smacks Kami for starting a topic that makes things uncomfortable. She is curious about who will have a crush on her boyfriend. On the other hand, Mizuna wanted to know more about them before talking about how they felt. She finds it strange that after spending the whole school break slowly getting used to the harem situation. Fufufu, well I do not mind letting anyone join us. I'm curious about having a threesome or orgy. They all blushed at the bluntness of their classmate, while Maki and Shoko looked annoyed. She giggled glancing at each one of them, before noting everyone was interested even Shoko and Maki. Mizuna shook her head while also wondering when they would do it and how it would feel. Though, they already agreed to do it in order before trying something new. Oh come on, aren't you curious? I am. Hey I heard that you 6 are with Midoriya. Is that true? How is it going? Can you tell us about him? Mina asked curiously how someone could have a relationship with multiple women. She can't deny that she's interested in the Dragon Slayer. Well. I can't say our relationship is perfect, especially having to share him, but we do our best. He prioritizes us over himself or anyone in general. Mizuna didn't mind sharing her thoughts about having relationships with Izuku. The girls were intently listening, more so with the bubbly duo. Yeah, he's too selfless for his own good, but that's what we like about him. Jiro said. Right, also if you girls need any help with your quirk, feel free to talk to him. He's obsessed with quirk and will find ways to improve your ability. Momo spoke from personal experience, and without Izuku then her quirk would be less unorthodox. He sounds like a hero nerd, no offense. Mina said. Haha, an untaken but hero nerd is understatement. Mizuna giggled, imagining once they started telling him their quirk it would be Mutterfest. But he is a reliable person that you know you're safe once he is with you. Mizuna said. Izuku-sama dream was a hero, but he's always been saving people since we were young. Himiko said. Samakiro. Sai said. That's just what she calls Deku. Kitsumi said. After a while they finished changing and headed home, leaving the other girls curious about the Dragon Slayer. Man, I'm beat. Izuku was walking with his girlfriends to head back home. You can say that again. There's this annoying kid who keeps flaunting about your class being a bunch of useless students for not attending the orientation and guidance counseling. Speaking of, where were you guys? Itsuka asked. Doing some quirk assessment test. It was nerve-wracking. Kami said. It was thrilling. Kitsumi said. We might get a few more in Izuku's harem by the way because of Kami. Mizuna said while Itsuka turned to Kami, but before she could scold her, Izuku spoke first. What the? Kami? I'm sure that's not true. I haven't done anything to get their attention though. Izuku said. Oh, I mean you showed amazing skills and power, I'm sure they were interested to know you. Also, we've talked a few things about you, so it's good. Kami said. Still, I doubt they'll actually fall for me. Anyways, what about you, Itsuka, how was your class? It's good I guess, besides the blonde guy, everyone was friendly and cool. Vlad-sensei seems scary, but he is nice. What about your sensei? Less scary than Splinter-sensei. Izuku said. So that's bad huh? Itsuka said. I think he's cool. Kitsumi said. Is your master really that strict? Kami asked. Izuku blankly stared at her, and she received her answer that way. Oh, hope you guys didn't wait long. They turned to see Melissa walking towards them. Not really, you're just on time. After a while they chatted inside the limo about their day. Next day, everyone else was already in the class standing around and talking to one another. But when a few of them saw Izuku come in, they immediately went over to him. The spiky, red-haired boy with jagged teeth was the first of the class to actually introduce himself to Izuku. Yo, Midoriya. He called out Izuku with a toothy grin. Yesterday you told me that my quirk has room to grow, now I'm so pumped up to try it. Will do, maybe once we get the chance to use our quirk in action. Izuku responded with a smile. He respected this young man a bit for not feeling down due to the obvious gaps between them. A yellow-haired boy with a black lightning bolt design in his hair, Denki Kaminari, was beside him, supporting himself on a desk. Man, are you guys sure you aren't monsters? I still can't forget how you did yesterday. How did you guys get so strong? Training. Train until your body collapses and so long you're breathing then move. That's what my master did you me when I was training. Izuku nodded his head. Denki paled hearing his words, while Kirishima was amazed by what he heard. Seriously? Yeah, how else can you get strong when you can't train yourself both mind and body? No worries, I only collapsed. 230 times while training. He could still remember how Master Splinter beat him to train both mentally and physically. That's manly hardcore. Who is your master, Midoriya? The one who spoke was the tailed quirk young man, Mashiro Ejiro. Master Splinter, though, I've also learned from a few more masters. Wide. Master Splinter. I heard from my parents that he was a legendary figure in martial art that had retired, but who knew that I would be one of his disciples' classmates? What is he like in training? Ejiro said. Compared to Izawa-sensei then he would be considered the kindest person you've ever met. His words made them shudder imagining how strict his training regime can be. Izuku wasn't exaggerating, even spent a whole month on a mountain alone to survive. Though, his mother wasn't aware of it and hadn't found out since she would likely pass out. Hey, have you guys heard that All Might is going to be teaching here at UA? A pink-skinned girl with horns excitedly said. I bet he was an awesome teacher, Mina. Toru said. Izuku cringed, remembering the first time All Might taught him how to use his quirk. He shook his head and turned towards the pink-skinned girl. He sucks. Itsumi said, turning everyone's attention towards him and earning an A. From almost anyone in the room. He sucks at teaching so bad that the nerd had to teach him how to teach us. Izuku and his girlfriends all let out a chuckle remembering their trainer. Wait, how come you guys know that? Ichako said. Hold on, are you saying that you two have been taught by All Might himself, Kiro? The frog Quirk girl said with the other looking shocked. Holy cow, is that true? Denki turns his attention to Izuku. Yeah, we spent training with him and I could confirm his suck at teaching. They were unsure if he was telling the truth but decided to listen after recalling their quirk from yesterday. They thought it was due to being a student of the number one hero. If he's bad at teaching, why did they allow him to teach here? Iida says. Also, Iida adjusted his glasses. Please refrain from saying disrespectful words to our possible teacher and the number one hero. I think only they can talk bad about All Might. Pink-skinned girl said as she turned towards Izuku. Though, how bad is he, Midori? Well, he just lacks experience when it comes to teaching, but after a while of teaching us it probably improved by now. However, don't expect top-class teaching. Also, hi, I'm Mina Shido. The pink-skinned girl said with a grin. Seeing you closer I finally understand why you have harem, Midori-kun. His harem snapped their head towards Mina and narrowed their eyes, while Toru and Ichako were surprised at her straightforward action. Everyone sat in bored silence as the English teacher, Present Mick, the same teacher who had instructed the students taking the practical exam, wrote down 4 different sentences on the board. Now, which one of these 4 sentences is incorrect? Their teacher asked in a rather bored tone. So normal. Izuku thought he was extremely bored. Though he should have expected this. UA might be a hero school, but there is still a word school there. The reason why everyone felt out of place was because of what happened yesterday. They were all tense and now they seem ordinary. A few students raised their hands. Alright. How about you, little listener? Present Mick shouted with a smile, pointing at Izuku. He raised an eyebrow. He wasn't raising his hands, so why was he picked? In the end though, he just sighed. The last one. Ding ding. Correct. Present Mick shouted, giving 2 thumbs up. Izuku did study English, but it's hardly perfect. The second subject was math, and the class watched Momo answer the problem on the board with ectoplasm, the cloning hero, watching her and nodding a few times. After a while, Momo put down the chalk and turned towards ectoplasm. It's done, sensei. Ectoplasm nodded. That is correct. You may return to your seat. Izuku was staring at the board in slight amazement. Sometimes I forget how smart she is. I wonder who's smarter of the two, her or Melissa. Though, comparing them would be unfair when Momo focuses more on chemistry, while Melissa on machinery. The next subject was interesting the least, and it was modern hero art history, and most boys couldn't properly concentrate due to their teacher. The 18-plus hero. Midnight. Izuku, however, was completely focused. Not because of Midnight's costume, but because the subject is all about heroes. He rolled his eyes when looking at Denki, whose eyes were glued to her skimpy outfit. Not to mention that Midnight, despite the actions she displays in public, is completely professional and serious when it comes to teaching. Even scolding Kaminari for not listening. I guess she's a teacher for a reason. Thought Izuku, and continued to listen with great enthusiasm. However, he could feel a predator gaze when the said hero walked up to him before leaning. Young Midoriya, can you tell the 3 types of quirk in their description? Her tone was more erotic than before, that noticed by a few people, namely his harem and friend. Izuku glances toward his rival, who snickers at his misfortune. They all felt conflicted seeing the teacher eyeing him, but let it slide thinking it was just her antics. Momo on the other hand was annoyed watching how Midnight were flirting with their boyfriend, and Jiro had the same opinion. Izuku sighed in defeat and answered her question. However, Midnight does find Izuku interesting. Not only was he strong but also incredibly smart, having scored perfect in the written test. Not looking handsome but also manly and cute at the same time. Midnight thought of inspecting him. There's a certain hair that made her feel drawn to him. She dated a lot of guys before but not piqued her interest. Until she laid her eyes onto Izuku, pondering what makes him special. There are 3 types of quirk. First is the emitter that allows the user to generate and possibly control certain things or alter existing things around them in certain ways. The emissions of emitter-type quirks can have a wide variety of properties and abilities. Second is transformation that causes the user to take on a temporary alteration of some kind. Transformation-type quirks allow the user to temporarily transform their body in a variety of manners, sometimes enhancing existing features, removing features, or adding new features to the body altogether. And finally, the mutations that cause the user a permanent abnormality, directly related to their power. Mutant-type quirks create bodily structures that grant the user more complex abilities that emitter and transformation quirks cannot safely provide. Oftentimes they will bestow prehensile appendages that the user can control or add structures to pre-existing limbs to enhance pre-existing abilities. Mutant-type quirks even have the ability to channel certain aspects of their user through them in a similar manner to emitter-type quirks. Izuku's long yet brief explanation baffled Namuri before licking her lips and started to be more interested in the Dragon Slayer. Oh my, I didn't expect to not only having strong quirk but to have a gifted mind as well. Thank you, Midnight Sensei. it just turns me on. Okay. Izuku said with a deadpan tone. Everyone sweat drops at their teacher's antics. Though, what he had explained were extremely outdated when he discovered many phenomena regarding quirks. How is she a teacher? Nana dislikes seeing an older woman eyeing her self-proclaimed nephew. Man, if I was her student then I wouldn't skip any class. Igoro commented. Still attracting older women. Hikage said. Don't forget Toru is older than her. En said. Yeah, but in dragon years she's still quite young. Hikage said. Izuku ignored their conversation and had their next subject teacher before their lunch. He saw that the teacher for the subject was the woman that she met long ago. My name is Kaina Tsutsumi, otherwise known as the sniping hero. Lady Legant, and today, I'll be your teacher in philosophy. She said, looking at each of the students before landing on Izuku, starting her lesson. Hey, do you know her? Momo asked. Kinda, she was a customer from our old location before we moved. I talked to her since she seemed troubled at that time. Izuku said happily that his eyes had a different light than before. Kaina continued to teach her class until the bell rang, indicating that it was lunchtime. And that is all. But before that, Mr. Midoriya, I would like to speak to you after class. Kaina said while everyone was confused what it was about, but decided not to think about it as Izuku and his girlfriends head to the cafeteria. Seriously, even teacher? Mizuna remarked. Can't blame him, he has unmatched Rizd. Kami said. Gah. Don't speak like that. That pre-Quirk era term sounds like I'm losing a brain cell. Jiro said. But you have to agree that Izuku-sama has a certain effect on people. Himiko commented. Geez, you girls sound like I'll take the entire female cast of an anime here. Izuku said, and they looked like they were deadpanned. Anyway, I think we should go before the cafeteria is filled with students. Momo said. Hey guys, wait up. They heard and saw Chako and Toru followed by Mina and Tsuyu. Hey, Toru, right? Jiro asked. Yeah, that's my name. Why do you ask? She said. Nothing, just that the maid from earlier is also named Toru, but with an H. The earphones jacked said. Ah, really? Well, you can call me by last name if you girls prefer. Toru said. Hey, can we take a seat at your table? Achako asked. Hope you girls don't mind, Kiro. Also, call me Tsuyu, Kiro. Tsuyu said. Sure, I think it would be a great idea to get to know each other, since we'll be classmates for 3 years. Izuku gave a bright smile. The UA cafeteria was filled with students from different years and departments. It's surprising how they are able to accommodate the amount of students. Oh my god. This is delicious. It's almost as good as mom's. Izuku said he devoured the food made by the pro hero. Lunch Rush himself. He was a disaster relief hero. A type of support hero that made food for people displaced by natural disasters or powerful villain incidents. The pro's quirk let him cook high-quality food with the same speed and efficiency of a team of 30 chefs. UA saved quite a few paychecks by only having a few other cafeteria staff needed to keep the place clean. The people at his table were all his female classmates that sat next to him. Yeah, it's great, but I think even my old hag seems to taste better. Kitsumi commented. It is even better than the chefs I have back home. Oh, over here, Melissa. Momo waved her hand when she spotted Melissa heading toward them. Hello there, are these people your classmates? Hi, I'm Melissa Shield. Nice to meet you. Greetings, my name is Tenya Ida, it is a pleasure to meet you, I'm Mina Shido, just call Mina. My name is Achako Uraraka, it's nice to meet you too, Melissa. Hello there, I'm Toru Hagakure. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tsuyu Asuir, Tsuyu for short, Kiro. Melissa smiled before sitting down beside Momo. Hey, are you also Midori-kun's girlfriend? Mina asked, perking the Achako and Toru interest. Why yes. Wow, so Midori really has 4 girls, Kiro. I thought it's only from the manga. Tsuyu didn't judge them and was only curious how their relationship works. So hey, how do guys share him in your free time? Do you guys share the same bed together? Have guys ever felt jealous toward each other? Come on, tell us. Mina asked. Whoa there, Mina-chan, you being too straightforward. Toru said. Ah, sorry, but don't lie that you're not interested, Toru. Toru blushed from Mina, who smirked at being unable to see her expression. It's Itsuka. That must be her classmate. Mizuna said, seeing her friend being followed by 6 other female students. A long dark green-haired girl, a short-haired girl, blonde-haired with horns, a silver-haired girl hiding the side of her face, a brown-haired girl that had her eyes blocked by the bangs, and a vine-haired girl. Hey, is that the guy? The dark-haired girl said, suddenly removing her head, scaring everyone as she went closer to her face. He does look great and just my style. Hey, is it true you have harem? Can I join? Izuku blushed a bit, having a girl he doesn't know the name of and got inches from his face. Excuse me, but extremely inappropriate. Please have some manners. Iida said, chopping the air. Hey now, I'm just having fun. Setsuna said with a smirk. Knock it off, Tokage-san. Itsuka said and the girl smirked. Hahaha, he looks cute when he blush. Hey, I'm Setsuna Tokage, nice to meet you fellow greenie. She said as her head reattached back to her head. Hi, are you all class 1A? I'm Pony Tsunatori, I sorry for my bad speaking. The blonde girl is having difficulty with her pronunciation in Japanese. Ah, are you perhaps, also I'm an American. Melissa surprises her when she speaks perfect English. No way, you're an American too. Pony said. Yes, I'm Melissa Shield, it's nice to meet you, Ms. Tsunatori. She said. Pony is fine. I hope I get to speak better Japanese as you do. Pony was happy that she was able to speak comfortably. Soon after, everyone introduces themselves with Yui speaking rather quietly. Hey, I'm curious why class 1 wasn't in the orientation, it's kinda spooky. They were confused why she added the last part. Well, our sleep-deprived homeroom teacher forced us to have a quirk assessment test. Izuku said. How can you speak that way about our sensei? Iida said. Geez, aren't you scared that Izawa-sensei might hear you? Ichako asked. Doubt he'll do something like that. Izuku said. Quirk assessment test. That sounds really nice. What did you do? Pony asked. Well, we mostly did some middle school exercise, except we are allowed to use our quirk hero. Sayu said. Really? But why do I feel like there's a catch? Kinoko said. Anyone who gets last place will be expelled. Himiko said. Everyone paled upon hearing this. Wait, can they do that? Setsuna asked. Apparently they can, but fortunately it was just a trick made by Izawa-sensei. Toru said, still relieved that she didn't have to go home after that. It seems that your teacher is rather strict to all of you. Ibara said. Man, it feels like we're lucky that Vlad-sensei is easy to talk to, if a bit intimidating. Setsuna said. By the way, I heard you're the record holder. You must be really strong. Setsuna is leaning trying to tease Izuku. Tokage-san, please behave. You are making Midoriya-san uncomfortable. Ibara said. Hey now, class 1 is really lucky to have a stud in your class. Here's my number, call me. Setsuna handed a note in his pocket. Girl, you really are straightforward, I like ya. Mina gave a cheeky smile, having a kindred spirit. How about we change the topic, we're having basic hero training later, right? Ichako said, changing their subject before she got exposed, but Mina could already see it. So is All Might going to be our teacher? You mean Uncle Might? Melissa said, causing a brief silence before everyone stared at her blinking. Uncle Might. Hold, your name is Melissa Shield. Are you related for the renowned inventor, David Shield, and close friend of All Might? That's my father. I've recently transferred here along with Izu. So that confirms that they were trained by All Might, huh? You can say that. I really can't wait. We would surely learn a lot from such a top-ranking hero. Mina cheerfully said. Right. Izuku smiled. I hope he learned a lot about teaching from his time with us. It would be stupid if he just made us fight if he doesn't even have any basic knowledge of our abilities. Not to mention most of the students don't even have any basic training, making them fight on the spot is just. Sigh, I hope he won't do that. It's called basic hero training for a reason. Whoa, is that true? I'm jealous, you guys are being taught by the best. Setsuna said a bit enviously. Don't be, All Might sucked at teaching. Kitsumi plainly confused them, then a bit of explanation surprised them. Wait, you were trained by All Might? Kinoko exclaimed. That sounds really incredible. Ryuko said. Yui nodded. Still wish to meet All Might and ask for an autograph. Pony said. I can ask him, if you like. Melissa said. Really? Thank you, Ms. Shield. Pony said. Please just call me Melissa. She said with a smile. Then just call me Pony then. Izuku smiled seeing that Melissa was making more friends, and they continued to chat, getting to know more about each other, sharing their likes and dislikes, along with reasons for choosing to be a hero. Ichako was a bit embarrassed that her goal was simply money, but Izuku disagreed, telling her it's not selfish to help her parents. As for me, I always wanted to be a hero ever since I was a child. I want to be a beacon of hope like All Might that shine in the darkness corners. Izuku said with everyone admiring his goal. Some want fame and status, but Izuku is different. His aspiration was to be a true hero. Oh yeah, I helped change a bit of your costume and added a few upgrades. There are some areas that lacked ingenuity. Melissa suddenly said. Oh really now? Then I'm dying to see what upgrade you gave. Izuku's aide. Wait, you make support items? Toru asked. Yeah, just come to me then I'll help you do some upgrades along with Izu. Ah. You also make a support item, Midori-chan Kiro. Sayu said. Not really, but I provide ideas for Melissa, she's too awesome with this type of stuff. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Melissa. Hahaha, let him cook. Kami said. She giggled as they continued chatting until lunch was over and the next subject was about to start. Melissa headed back to third-year hero course after giving Izuku a kiss on the lips that made the girls blush. Itsuka also gave Izuku a kiss that Setsuna teases her about while they head back to their classroom. Once they got back, he saw the others were there and noticed Maki and Shoko seemed to be occupying themselves rather than socializing. I am. Izuku perked his head up with happy eyes to the door. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might yelled as he slid open the classroom door and thrust himself in. Everyone was stunned to see All Might there. Whoa, it's really All Might. Exclaimed by Kaminari. Wow. I heard it from the others, but I still can't believe he's going to be our teacher. Remarked by Kirishima. This is what the symbol of peace in person is like. He's strong. Maki thought of inspecting the prowess that All Might has. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Sayuasui asked, putting a finger on her chin. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. Masher Aojiro said, a blonde-haired teen with a large tail with a furry tip. All Might proudly marched to the front of the room and turned to the students. I am your teacher for basic hero training. It is a subject where you train and learn different aspects of heroics in order to learn the basics of becoming a hero. I ask you to take this subject as your life depends on it, which it probably does, it's why you all came here to this school after all. All Might crouched down and flexed his muscles. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll be doing today. He then stuck his arm up in the air with a card that read battle in hand. Combat training. A grin appeared on Bakugo's face upon hearing the end of his sentences. Combat training. Even Izuku couldn't help but feel a little excited about the thought of testing himself against his classmates. Momo, Katsumi and Jiro as well. But of course. You can't be a pro hero without your costumes. All Might shouted out as he pressed a button on a small remote. Tall drawers on the side of the classroom slowly slid out to reveal many cases in them, each case with its own number. These are the costumes you designed based on your quirk and have requested before school started. Everyone gets dressed and gathers in the gym afterward. All Might finished in another pose. Yes sir, the class shouted in burning passion. Everyone went to the locker to suit their costume. He decided to make himself look cool, having armor plating appearing like Demon King, letting out his horns and tail while he wore his scarf. Holy hell. Wow, I only added the vibranium for protection. Well, I owe her some extra cuddling. At the third-year hero course, Melissa felt her spidey senses tingling made her smile. Is there something that matters, Mel-chan? No, I just felt that my boyfriend was talking about me, Najire. She sat next to her new classmate who was considered to be the big three in UA High, Najire Hato. Right, can you tell me what about him? Is it from the first year? How did you meet him? I'm curious what your quirk is. Melissa smiled, unbothered by her bluntness as she was the same before meeting Izuku when it comes to invention. Standing at the gym Gamma, All Might was waiting for the student to arrive. He had already planned out things starting from doing villain and hero scenario to give them an introduction into hero works. The second would be focusing on helping them improve their quirks and combat skills via sparring. Though, he only passed the task on to his successor who has more experience in quirk. I'm surprised you aren't taking notes. All Might snapped his head to the side and saw his successor already in his hero costume. Young Midoriya. How did you change so quickly? Izuku shrugs. Well, nanotechnology is a thing. I see. And what do you mean by you're surprised I'm not taking any notes? That's rude. Izuku sighed. All Might, as much as I respect you, I totally don't trust you as a teacher. Remember the first time you taught me how to activate my quirk? If I wasn't smart enough then I would probably blow my arms off. That's just an exaggeration. You probably would have broken your bones at most. Yeah, because that's way better. Izuku rolled his eyes at his teacher. That's an exaggeration. All Might was about to say more when he perked up once he saw shadowy figures coming from the entrance of the gym. Looks like our new heroes have arrived. He grinned. Izuku turned around and saw the students all dramatically walking towards them, each wearing a unique costume that appealed to their quirk. Some though, doesn't seem like it complements their quirk at all. Momo was wearing the suit revised by Melissa. It was a nanotic suit made to let her use her quirk without exposing her skin. A similar skin type with metallic skin to it made from the same material as Izuku. Izuna wore a similar outfit that protected her from attacks having been made from vibranium and other materials. He then spotted Jiro who wore a black leather jacket, long salmon-colored shirt with several rips at the collar and hem, black pants, and boots with stereos built into their shafts. She also has two small triangular red paint marks just below her eyes, a plain black choker, and white fingerless gloves. Around her forearm and boots were support items that Izuku made to help Jiro use her ability to the fullest, opting for minimal design. Meanwhile, Kitsumi was made of pure black with a high collar and orange X across her body, which was mostly simple and sturdy, with two notable exceptions. The first was the mask on her face, which wrapped around her head and ended in what looked like tiny explosions. The second were the two massive gauntlets on her forearms that looked like oversized hand grenades. Kami's costume consists of a simple black catsuit with blending pattern lines and a zipper running down the middle, left slightly down to reveal her cleavage. She wears white cuffs around her wrists and white-heeled knee-high boots, patterned with gray lines, as well as a loose black collar lined with metallic plates. The Miko Toga wore a black and reddish-pink lining skin-tight bodysuit with a piped black mask, the green boxes of knives strapped around her thighs. A blue utility belt around her waist with more boxes attached to it on either side. The most distinguishing feature is the loose black mask she wears around her neck, which is decorated with pieces of pale gray metal in the shape of a carnivorous grin. 3 large silver canisters are attached to the sides of her mask. The needles poking out connect to the 2 larger cylinders strapped to the back of her belt. Achako just wore a simple pink and black skin-tight bodysuit that absolutely did nothing to hide her impressive curves. She also wears pink boots, pink wrist guards, and a helmet with a darkened visor. Honestly, Izuku doesn't know how that will help her, but he isn't one to judge. He noticed Maki, who wore a single black and green bodysuit, which covered her body completely. She also wielded a 3-section staff connected by 3 rings between the joints of the weapon. Each staff is decorated with a flame-like pattern near the ends by the metal which connects to the chains. Iida's costume looked like a cross between a robot and a medieval knight. The white plates were sleek but sturdy, as was the black mesh between the plates. The boosters popping out of his legs. And his general attitude gave even more credence to the robot warrior look. No wonder I find him familiar. So he's related to Ingenium, His brother probably. The others also wore their own hero costumes as they walked towards them. His eyes stopped at Toru. Is that floating gloves? No, that's Hagakure. Why did she keep her gloves and boots visible though? It would make more sense to make them using the same materials as the rest of her costume. Unless she's naked. Oh god, I need to talk to her about that. Hey, Izuku-kun, is that you? Uraraka grinned at him. I love your costume, it looks really cool. Thanks, Sachako. You're welcome. Izuku smiled, noticing his friends and classmate were walking towards them. Your costume is, it's really embarrassing. She admitted, her blush obvious even through her visor. I just asked them to make a costume that stimulated my pressure points and helped with nausea, but they made it a lot tighter than I expected. Yours already looked decent. Momo said as she stood beside Izuku. At least yours actually helped dealing with the backlash of your quirk. She glanced at Kami at the last part. The blonde girl just smiled and said, I mean, I don't even know what support item I can use to help with my quirk. Yeah, at least compared to Midnight Sensei. Giro said while looking at her chest that nearly everyone had a bigger chest than him. Izuku noticed her going close to her ear. You don't need to compare yourself to them. I'm not someone that would mind a smaller or bigger chest, Kayaka. Aye. Thank you, Aizu, but I hope that you could find a way to make me more mature. Wait, you're actually doing just that, are you? Why yeah, but it's your choice. I mean, you already look good just the way you are. Izuku said, forgetting the people nearby made them curious about what they were whispering about. Jiro blushed, hiding it by placing her head to his chest. Be baka. Before Momo could say anything more, All Might already began speaking. Looking good, students. All Might's smile grew wider as they walked into the waiting room. The clothes make the hero, and I certainly think you'll make quite the impression when you all debut. All Might coughed loudly to get all their attention. Alright, use Igats. His voice boomed across the room. You all look the part of future pros. However, you lack the experience and skills when it comes to being one. Now, shall we begin with the combat training? Sensei. This is the battle center from the entrance exam, so does that mean you will be conducting urban battles again? Asked Tenya, who appeared as extra robotics with his stiff movement in conjunction with his hero suit. No, we're going 2 steps ahead. Indoor anti-personnel battle training. Villains' battles are usually seen outdoors, but the truly heinous and clever villains are more likely to lurk indoors. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. All of these almost always happen indoors or in the shadows in this hero-filled society of ours. With that in mind, for this test, you will be separated into heroes and villains for a 2-on-2 team indoor battle. As surprise rippled through the class, Saya bravely asked whatever was in her mind. Without basic training. This is a battle to understand those basics. Said All Might, clenching his left fist in front of him quite passionately. However, this time, the key point is that there is no robot you can just destroy. So, what determines victory? Asked Momo. Can I still blast them until they die? Kitsumi widely grinned at the thought. Will the punishment be expulsion, just like Aizawa-sensei? Asked Ichako nervously. How will we be splitting up? Asked Tenya, raising his hand to ask the question. Wait. My quirk isn't super hearing. Proclaimed All Might with a sweat drop trailing down his face. I'll answer your question one at a time, so be quiet. Seeing the students quickly settle down, All Might coughed into his fist. No, I won't expel anyone like Aizawa. Our task today is only to help you give an introduction to hero work. Anyways, moving on. All Might announce. Allow me to explain today's task. The situation is that the villain has hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes have to go in and dispose of it. The heroes will have a limited amount of time to either capture the villains or secure the weapon in order to win. As for securing, you merely need to be able to touch it for longer than 3 seconds. The villains, in order to win, must either secure the weapon until time runs out or capture the heroes. All Might Done explained, glancing at his successor and his friends flabbergasted witnessing him without any notes. Ahem. Now then, teams and opponents shall be determined by drawing lots. Declared All Might as he held out a lottery box. Is that really how we'll be doing that? Asked Tenya in shock. Makes sense, considering pros often have to team up with other heroes from other agencies on the spot during emergencies. Commented Izuku. Time won't allow you to wait for someone you want. All Might said. Ah, I see. Exclaimed Tenya before quickly bowing to All Might. Please forgive my rudeness. It's alright. Said All Might before turning away from them. Now let's get this started. Soon the teams were quickly formed. Team A. Toru Hagakure and Izuku Midoriya. Team B. Momo Yaoi Rozu and Mizuna Midoriya. Team C. Ichako Uraraka and Kyo Kajiro. Team D. Fumikage Tokoyami and Denki Kaminari. Team E. Tsuyu Asui and Maki Zenin. Team F. Himiko Toga and Katsumi Bakugu. Team G. Shoko Todoroki and Tenya Iida. Team H. Ijiro Kirishima and Hanta Siro. Team I. Mashirao Jiro and Mizo Shoji. Team J. Mina Ishido and Kami Atsushimi. Alright, now that we have the team set up, let's who's going against whom first. Said All Might as 2 more lottery boxes appeared next to him, the right side labeled villain, while the left side was labeled hero. First up, we have Team F as villain against Team F as hero. Questioned All Might before remembering his mistake of putting all 10 letters in both boxes. Whoops. Just a test. Said All Might hastily, tossing the F ball away and quickly grabbing another letter inside the hero box. I mean, Team A will be the hero team. The 4 students that were called out quickly walked out from the crowd. Now then, the villains will go into the building and have 5 minutes to plan out their defenses. After that, the hero team will enter, and the game begins. Everybody else will be in the monitoring room to view how you do. Surveillance cameras will be everywhere to monitor your actions. Villain team, use this time to adopt a villainous mindset. This is a practical experience, so don't hold back, go all out without fear of injury. Though I will stop it if things go too far. Explained All Might. Ready for a brawl, Deku? You bet, Kaken. They stared down at each other with a smirk pasted on their face. The 2 first bumped before heading out to start their battle. Outside the building, Izuku and Toru were beside each other with the latter trying to not stare too much, despite not being able to see her body. Before we go inside, Toru, I want to ask you something, and it's alright if you don't tell me. What is it, Midori-kun? Your costume, please tell me it's a DNA-based costume and not just a piece of gloves. Toru was confused before blushing. What's DNA-based costume? Izuku turns to her widened eyes, taken aback by the revelation. He tried to deny the thought but won't confirm it. She has no control over her quirk. He unconsciously places his hand into her, surprising Toru. So you're telling me that the hero costume department didn't inform you about that option? Izuku felt infuriated when it was the law that the hero should inform them about the option when making their costume. I didn't know about that. Can you explain it to me, Midori? Later, we will go to the support class and make you a hero costume. Based on what I've seen, you haven't gotten a hold in controlling your quirk. I'll try ask Melissa to make a way to let you dampen it and letting you see your face again. Wait, see my face again? Toru was baffled at his words. Ever since she awakened her quirk, loneliness and jealousy had followed. She is unable to join her female friends when it comes to makeup and hairdressing, only in fashion, but Toru is unable to shake the feeling of jealousy. She hid her sadness by being outgoing and straightforward to stand out, hiding her insecurities. Yeah, fortunately, your quirk is not mutant type, rather emitter type that seems to solely surround your body. A mutant only is labeled if it was animalistic or appendages growth. Izuku may be wrong though. Is it possible to see my face again? Yeah, there is nothing impossible so long I am here. His words made her heart skip a bit before blushing, then wrapped her hands around Izuku, letting him feel her bare breast. Toru. Thank you. Izuku let her be before patting her head to calm her down. After a few minutes, Toru finally calmed down, blushing. We'll talk about your costume later. For now, let's head inside. Sure, Midori. Few minutes inside the building. Kitsumi was looking at her partner. Guess we'll be partners today. Kitsumi said, thinking how Himiko Toga was bad matched up against them. It's a bit of a tragedy that I will be fighting Izuku-sama, but I won't disappoint him. Himiko loved Izuku with all her heart doesn't mean she won't try to fight him because he would be mad if she doesn't try her best. Before the match began, everyone else was watching the trial in the monitor room. Sir All Might, may I inquire about your assistance? Iida raised his hands, moving rather stiff. Of course, young Iida. What is it that you need? I am curious if it is fair when the villain is given 5 minutes head start to prepare while the heroes are left ignorant. I agree with Iida here. Midoriya and Hagakure are at a huge disadvantage. Kirishima added. It's simple. When you become pros, there are times that you are left ignorant of the villain's plan or hideout. It is all up to you when judging the situation and what sort of action you need to do. All Might explained. The simple task of the hero and villain is to show the importance of time and planning. Though it is rare when a hero raids a villain's base, when the time comes the proper skills are needed. Without reasonable training would lead to many implications, namely casualty and collateral damage. Is that so? Thank you for your help, All Might Sensei. Iida replied while chopping the air. Everyone nodded before returning their attention to the screen. But who do you think would win? My bet is Bakugo. Kirishima said, considering they have 3 advantages, getting everyone's attention. Given their firepower, it's unlikely they'll be able to showcase their abilities that well in tight spaces. Maki thought, observing them closely. Having strength is great and all, but it can only do so much in missions. For example, Izuku and Kitsumi's quirk has great firepower but lacks versatility and is only useful in combat. They have to consider holding back to not damage the entire building from their battle. The two seem to have rivalry, it's likely both would meet to fight. Well, it's up to Hagakure-san and Toga-san to win this. Maki thought her theory was correct. I think Midori will take the cake. Mina gave her own bet. From what they did yesterday makes it difficult, but I agree with Mina that Midori-chan would win. Sayu added. Oh, I'll bet 100 yen on Bakugo. Denki grinningly said. Betting are we? Then I take Bakugo. Shiro exclaimed. It's still early to conclude. Though I am confident Izu will win, but does not mean it will be easy. Momo commented. She's biased over his lover, but Momo knew to not underestimate Kitsumi. I think so too, Izuku would surely win. Kami confidently declared. From what I could tell, Izu has a speed advantage and can easily find the bomb to win. Also, with Hagakure, invisibility could be their ace. Mizuna gave her analysis. Izu would win for sure. Jiro added. Though, what's troubling is Himiko-chan. Mizuna said. How so, Kiro? What's her quirk anyway? I saw she can sprout wings. Sayu asked. Well, I wouldn't want to spoil the fun. Let's just watch and see. Mizuna said. Before long, everyone witnessed something unbelievable that made them reconsider their bets. Izuku and Toru successfully infiltrated the building, only for them to be baffled by what greeted them. This isn't going to be easy. Izuku thought. He understood Himiko's quirk and had suggested a lot of things that had awakened and evolved into something better. Yeah, she's partially a dragon after drinking so much of your blood. Degoro said. Not to mention it's a tight space, you won't be able to go all out without collateral damage. En said. He smiled, knowing Kitsumi, who was second only to him when it comes to strategizing, and she knows him more than anyone else. She would likely look for him and fight him right at the bat. The problem is that if he fought Kitsumi, then Toru was vulnerable from being captured, and he could already guess the bomb would have been protected. Izuku needed to mind his allies in situations like this and could not act as a lone wolf. It would defeat the purpose of their task. What do we do now, Midori? Toru worriedly asked, about feeling powerless and a burden in the situation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Slayer tried to make a plan to let them pass through without alerting the enemies. No need to worry. First things first, Kaken is likely going straight to me, but there's a chance she might encounter you if we split up, so we'll do that after we encounter him. Once that happens, you're going to look for the bomb and immediately tell me where it is. Don't fight Himiko, run. She isn't your match. Izuku said while Toru felt disappointed that she wouldn't be able to help her hero. Despite not knowing what she is thinking, Izuku subconsciously places his hand on her head, feeling her hair surprisingly soft. You're the key for our victory. I have my faith in you. Izuku said with a bright smile, and Toru's heart skipped a bit while his girlfriend watched wince, seeing how easily his charming woman and Ichako also felt rather frustrated but couldn't help it. Got it, Midori. Toru nodded, felt something burn deep within her. Hahaha, well, let's get going. Izuku said as the two headed inside, and he had to think carefully where they would be. All of a sudden, he senses danger and immediately went to protect Toru from the act, as she couldn't react as everything went too fast. A large explosion was produced, shattering the walls and windows, covering the whole building with dust and debris. "Are you alright?" Izuku asked, embracing her while Toru blushed. "Why yeah, but how about you? You took the explosion for me. Don't worry about me. My suit is specially made to withstand explosions like this." Izuku turns to see if Kasumi was there, only to be confused as he was nowhere to be seen, shocking him before smirking. "I'll be damned. You discovered something new, huh?" He easily understood the situation they were in. The whole building had been turned into a bomb by Katsumi, and how she did it lies from her training. The Dragon Slayer easily pieces things together, recalling his rival's mention about discovering something new back from Eye Island. "Alright, can you stand up, Toru?" "Why yeah, I can." Izuku helps her stand up before returning his attention to the clear path. "I could guess they were unsure what floor we would be entering, which means we can still sneak our way." "Alright, let's go." Toru nodded before the two ran their way to find the bomb. Izuku is still unsure to leave her behind and could be severely harmed if Katsumi did the same thing earlier. It didn't take them long to arrive at the floor where Katami were located. Himiko is not here. Izuku knew he can't escape Katsumi now and looked at Toru. "Leave Katsumi to me, go look for the bomb, but make sure to be careful, Himiko isn't an easy opponent." Izuku said, and Toru nodded and removed his boots and gloves, turning completely invisible. "Deku, I know you're here. Come out and fight me." Katsumi yelled out before grinning upon seeing Izuku coming out at the entrances. "Before we fight, I must congratulate you for improving your quirk. I'm curious how you made an explosion without being there." "Hahaha, that's so simple. Bite the dust." Izuku recalls an old yet treasured anime called JoJo, where one of the parts had a character with explosive ability. He widened when Katsumi made a pose similar to holding a detonator. He easily moved towards Katsumi before the entrances exploded, realizing how much his rival had grown. The Dragon Slayer moves to attack Katsumi only for his palm to be directed at him, exploding his face. However, it was not enough to let Izuku strike his rival, who evaded the attack and countered each other. They weaved and countered their attack, showcasing their level of skills. Learning under Benimaru-sensei has improved her skills by a large margin. Izuku thought back, flipping and moved as if he was dancing, shocking those watching. "He's dancing!" Mina exclaimed excitedly. "Oh my gosh, I didn't know Midori could dance. I mean, you just met him yesterday. Anyway, I don't think he's dancing," Kaminari said as he pointed at Izuku, who was fighting Katsumi, who dodged and began to move the same way. Mina snapped her head towards him with an annoyed look. "Have you seen those moves? He's totally dancing. He's almost as good as me." "Papiera," said All Might as the others turned towards him, especially Achako, who had seen Izuku use that particular martial art. Though, it's difficult to use considering timing is needed. It's an angle in martial arts that combines the elements of dancing, acrobatics, and music. It is known for its acrobatic and complex maneuvers, often involving hands on the ground and inverted kicks. It emphasizes flowing movements rather than fixed stances. Mina gasped. "You mean to tell me there is a martial arts that uses dancing? How come I didn't know about it? I need to learn that. I bet I'll be a master soon." Ejiro, the blonde teen with a quirk tail, nodded. "Not only that, I can also see some traces of other martial arts as well. He just doesn't stick to capoeira. Well, he was known as the strongest martial artist of his generation for a reason," said Shoji, the tall guy with silver hair and a mask with multiple arms. They continued to watch as they moved faster and faster, where their movement became a blur. Holy crap. The two moved so fast. Denki dumbstruck witnessing the two powerhouse going at each other. They were fighting in hand-to-hand, incorporating their quirk. Izuku seems to have speed advantage, but Bakugo is well adapted to danger. Ejiro observed the fight. It's clear Midoriya-san is trained in many martial arts, but Bakugo-san is a lot more naturally gifted. Maki thought, comparing her to them, then Izuku has a lot stronger and skilled nuts. Katsumi isn't a slouch either. The two fought every single day in hand-to-hand combat, improving their skills. It's to be expected, the two always spar when they have the chance and mostly end up in a draw. Momo added. Though the two were severely holding back, seeing as they would likely destroy the whole gym gamma by themselves. Not to mention, it is mostly in hand-to-hand combat scenarios that they are equal. They were thinking about their allies and putting them at risk. This is why they weren't going all out. Not to mention, the two tend to fight in a sparring way, weakening themselves and putting their skills to the test. That is key when in a battle. Even if someone has a strong quirk doesn't mean it would fit every situation. Young Bakugo couldn't just use powerful explosions to subdue young Midoriya, with a risk of collapsing the building. All Might enlightens the students, receiving a nod. That is why do not belittle yourself thinking your quirk is weak. There are times it would be useful in hero work. He added. Look at the two go, Kiro. Sayu pointed at the screen, witnessing Kitsumi flipping, doing a handstand before spinning around while using her quirk and Izuku dodging easily on the onslaught. Izuku blocked his last kick before cocking his fist, doing a horse dance, then struck back, Igu barely evading the attack, standing back to his feet. Whoa, the two seem evenly matched. I can't decide who will win. Sato exclaimed with his classmate nodding in silence. Meanwhile, back inside the building, Izuku and Kitsumi have a standstill with excitement filling their minds. You've gotten better than the last time we fought. Hell no. You just got sloppy. The two clash once more, but this time increasing their power, causing the building to quake violently from their collision. Izuku lunged first, his fist arcing through the air towards her face. She dodged effortlessly, her body moving with a fluidity that belied her strength. Her counterattack was swift. A kick aimed at his ribs. He blocked it with his forearm, the impact sending a shockwave of pain through his body. They separated, circling each other like wolves. Kitsumi struck again, a rapid series of punches that Izuku barely managed to deflect. Her movements were a blur, each strike precise and powerful. Izuku countered with a spinning kick, which she narrowly avoided. They were a perfect match, their skills and instincts perfectly balanced. The fight moved across the atrium, each using the environment to their advantage. Izuku vaulted over a fallen pillar, using the height to launch a downward strike that Kitsumi blocked with crossed arms. She retaliated with a sweep kick that took his legs out from under him. He hit the ground hard, rolling to avoid her follow-up strike, and sprang back to his feet. They were breathing heavily now, sweat glistening on their skin. Izuku's mind raced, searching for an opening, a way to gain the upper hand. Kitsumi was relentless, her attacks coming faster, harder. With a roar, he launched himself at her, their bodies colliding in a flurry of fists and feet. He feinted to the left, then struck to the right, his fist connecting with her side. She grunted in pain but didn't back down. Instead, she drove her knee into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Desperation fueled his next move. He grabbed a broken piece of marble from the floor, swinging it at her head. She ducked, the slab shattering against the wall. In the split second of distraction, Kitsumi's fist connected with his temple, sending him staggering. She followed up with a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Izuku struggled to his feet, his vision swimming. He could see Kitsumi advancing, could feel the end closing in. But he wasn't done yet. Her fist sliced through the air, aiming for Izuku's jaw. He ducked, feeling the rush of wind as her punch narrowly missed. He countered with a swift kick to her midsection, but she twisted away, her movements fluid and precise. They exchanged blows in a brutal dance, each strike met with a block or a dodge. Izuku felt his muscles burn with the effort of keeping up with her relentless pace. He threw a feint, his fist veering towards her face, only to pivot and deliver a crushing elbow to her ribs. Kitsumi grunted, the impact staggering her for a brief moment. But she recovered quickly, launching herself at him with renewed fury. Izuku squared his shoulders, readying himself for her next attack. Kitsumi's eyes flashed with determination as she charged, her fists a blur of motion. Izuku blocked her punches with raised arms, feeling the force of each blow reverberate through his bones. He lashed out with a knee strike, catching her off guard and sending her stumbling back. The two stepped back, staring at each other and smirked. "How about taking this seriously?" Kitsumi said. "Yeah, I'm all fired up," Izuku said. "That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care."